Hello, fellow Taoists, and welcome back to my channel, Infinity Manhwa. Today, I'm bringing you a brand new series titled, The Grand Villain Who Seeks Death. If you enjoy it, please give it a like and subscribe. The story opens to a blood-red sky, shrouded in an incredibly gloomy atmosphere. This place is known as the Netherworld Estate, nestled within the Crimson Mist Forbidden Land. A sprawling manor stands solitary amidst this desolate wasteland. An owl perches on a tree branch, its eyes filled with a weary boredom, resting its head in its claw as if contemplating like a wizened old man. A young man sits slumped against the wall, holding a cup of wine, his face flushed and utterly intoxicated. Our protagonist today is Nahation, the owner of the scholar system, one of the top 3 physically strongest students, an elite student in martial arts. He recounts how, just before his university entrance exams, he suddenly twisted his ankle, leaving him disabled for a time. His eyes widened, staring intently ahead as if he'd discovered something. He thought his academic path was over then and there, until I met an owl. The owl, with its insidious gaze and extremely mysterious smile. Then it stamped its foot, spread its wings, and flew forward, shedding feathers continuously. Xiaodian reached out, catching the owl. It was nothing more than a common trope in web novels. When it told me that studying for 5 years in the system space was equivalent to just 1 minute in the real world. Xiaodian looked somewhat stunned at the owl, which was glowing brightly onto his face. Then using it to prepare for the upcoming university exams. Wouldn't that be both relaxing and enjoyable? Just then, the system unexpectedly appeared. Xiaodian immediately pressed his hand onto it. I didn't even think twice, and instantly signed up for 500. As soon as he pressed the system panel, his body was suddenly enveloped by something, lifting him into the air. 500 years, huh? Just over 8 hours. A blink of an eye. Until, after 100 years of arduous training, I had almost completely filled my skill tree. On the skill tree were rows of information Xiaodian had written: learning management, law, military studies, art history, philosophy, medicine, literature, economics, education, technology, physics, history, agronomy. Xiaodian clutched his head in utter panic. Another 400 years, and I'll probably go insane. I have to get out of here soon. But this system truly enjoys tormenting people. Only by dying can I escape early. And I can't commit suicide. The wind whistled past, leaves rustling as Xiaoyan's face turned ashen. If I had known this, I would have signed. For a few hundred fewer years. Xiaodian hugged the donkey beside him, whimpering. For the past 100 years, my only companions have been this donkey and a flock of small chickens. The only way I could think of was to get kicked to death by the donkey. Xiaodian stood up on a table, grabbed a jug of wine, and poured it directly into the donkey's mouth. So, for the past month, every day, I've been getting the donkey drunk, trying to make it go mad. Then, Xiaodian lifted the donkey's leg and instructed it. Every day, I trained it to aim precisely for my head, forming muscle memory. Come on, sis donkey. Just kick straight like this, okay? Xiaodian clasped his 4 fingers together, bowing his head in incantation. My grand plan to seek death rests on this moment. Success or failure. He used all his strength, thrusting his 4 fingers straight into the donkey's anus, making it shriek in excruciating pain and outrage. And just like that, Xiaodian successfully infuriated the donkey, enjoying a kick that left a clear hoof print on his face. Xiaodian spun, flying through the air, blood gushing from his nose like a fountain, thinking he had succeeded. Finally, I can die. Finally, I can return to real life. His half-closed eyes slowly shut. And so, my story begins here. The scene shifts to the skies just outside the Crimson Mist Forbidden Land. A violently chaotic aura spread, incredibly eerie. Below, 3 shadowy figures spoke to each other. Master, this Crimson Mist Forbidden Land looks a bit terrifying. Of course it does. This is the most dangerous forbidden land in this world. An old man with a thick beard stood, lowering his center of gravity as he looked up at the sky. According to ancient legends, this is where Etienne's devil god effigy is buried. Before his death, he even recalled myriad souls to be reborn into the Crimson Mist, transforming this place into a forbidden land. This old man is known as Li Fungi, the Sanjiu, 999 years old, a peak stage leaf sword cultivator. Fungi turned his head and continued. At that time, a sect named the Xiantian sect took it upon themselves to guard this evil tomb as their sacred duty. Later, the Xiantian sect established the Xiantian imperial dynasty, and this place was renamed the Huangfeng Forbidden Land. It's just a pity that the Xiantian imperial dynasty was annihilated over 900 years ago, and there's no one left to guard this tomb anymore. The buxom girl beside him raised her hand and spoke up. Master, didn't you say the mist of rebirth is getting thinner? Does that mean one day it might disappear completely? This girl with the innocent face is Yao Buhui, Lin Fengzi's eldest disciple, 16 years old, late-stage leaf swordsman. Hearing this, Fengzi's eyes widened in shock. It is possible. Of course it's possible. Another girl, her eyes wide, pointed and asked, what do you think will happen if this mist of rebirth vanishes entirely? Will the Forbidden Land finally be unsealed? This kind-hearted and well-endowed girl is Lu Shi'er, Lin Fengzi's youngest disciple, 15 years old, peak first leaf swordsman. Fengzi closed his eyes and sighed. It won't be unsealed. Instead, both Shi'er and Buhui leaned in, their curiosity piqued. Instead of what, master? Fengzi held up 2 fingers, his eyes blazing as he spoke. A secret prophecy was once passed down within the imperial family of the Xiantian dynasty. Sensing Fengzi's technique, the sword at his waist was slowly unsheathed by an unseen force. He lowered his stance, channeling his power. The sword soared into the air, trailing a swirling torrent of green chi. Its tip plunged into the earth, carving a deep line in the ground. The glowing golden trail grew longer, emitting a powerful shockwave. In just a few seconds, the sword had etched 4 lines of text upon the earth. The sky-veiling red mist veils the sky. The Emperor's sealed in the Forbidden Land. An ancient demon god plots for an eternity. When a mist of rebirth fades, a new king is at hand. We imagine a hulking, muscular demon king, a vicious and enormous figure standing beside them. When a mist of rebirth fades, a new king is at hand. Doesn't this prophecy mean that the day the mist of rebirth vanishes is the day that ancient demon god will be reborn? Fengzi nodded. Your understanding isn't wrong. That's exactly right. As he finished speaking, his sword slid back into its sheath. Buhui placed a hand on her chest, her face pale with shock. Master, if that happens, won't the world be plunged into chaos? Fengzi turned away, his gaze filled with a profound sadness. Chaos? When has this world ever known peace? Shi'er hunched forward, raising her hand with a naive look. Master, you even know the imperial family's secret prophecy. Does that mean you've actually met the last empress? Fengzi stood gazing at the moonlit night, surrounded by a wondrous scene of coalescing spiritual energy. In his mind's eye, the silhouette of a long-haired, celestial figure appeared before him. The last empress, you ask? Of course I have. The scene shifts, moving deep inside the forbidden red mist. A donkey galloped forward, its tongue hanging out as sweat streamed down its face. The donkey dashed ahead at incredible speed, muttering to itself. Master gave me a whole month's supply of divine wine. As it ran, its 4 legs suddenly began to transform, 2 of them slowly forming into human hands. A moment later, it was wearing what looked like a tablecloth, its body having taken on a humanoid shape. The rich Tao essence in that divine wine is helping me achieve human form way ahead of schedule. Soon after, it was standing and running on 2 legs, no different from a person. It fully transformed into a voluptuous woman, running with a giddy, intoxicated energy. I can't let my tribulation lightning disturb Master. I have to get a little farther away. She glanced back, patting her own rear with a shy blush. When Master poked me earlier, I was so embarrassed I could have died. She skipped and bounced ahead, giddy with joy. January is here. It's a brand new year. The first of the month is the first day of the year, Reaching the edge of a cliff, she lowered her stance and slid to a halt in a flash of golden light. She stood with her hands on her hips, peering down into the abyss below. This should be the border of the Forbidden Land. No matter how intense the tribulation lightning gets from here, it shouldn't disturb Master, right? With a cute, delicate expression, she raised a hand to her chin. I wonder if singing that song Master always sings will help ease the pain from the tribulation. She clapped her hands together, coughed to clear her throat, and began to warm up. Let's give this one a shot. Meanwhile, outside the forbidden red mist, Fungi, Bu and Shi'er were gathered around a warm campfire. Suddenly, the sound of singing drifted through the air, causing Fungi to turn his head, listening in utter bewilderment. The song echoed through the night. A father's love is warm and bright. But Dad won't eat the chicken with rice. He wants rare beef with lemon spice. Fungi was stunned. What in the world is that sound? Why does it seem to hold some kind of mystical rhythm? It sounds like it's coming from inside the forbidden land. Junior sister, you have an ear for music. Do you recognize that song? Hearing him, Shi'er also turned, her face a mask of blank confusion. Shi'er shook her head, her eyes wide. I've never heard anything like this before. But why is this song making me so hungry? The scene continues, focusing on the girl who evolved from a donkey, deep in her performance. Hey, my dear, you must remember what your father said, and take the right dose. Hearing this, Shi'er's heart pounded. She leaped to her feet, completely enthralled. This must be some kind of rave music. This is it. I can almost grasp the Tao within this rhythm. Suddenly, something made Shi'er's eyes widen in utter shock. She froze for a solid 2 seconds. She brought her hands together, looking as if she were about to enter a deep trance. She sat cross-legged. A golden halo appeared between her brows as she calmly closed her eyes. The sweet bliss melts, the spirit dust flows. She spoke, a look of pure ecstasy on her face. This melody, it's awakening something deep inside me. I think I'm about to break through. Instantly, she began to float, lost in a state of hallucination. The light between her brows pulsed with immense energy. Her eyes turned pure white as she achieved her breakthrough. Breakthrough to the early stage of a second leaf sword master. Witnessing this, both Bu Hui and Fungi were completely flabbergasted. She actually broke through. His eyes bulged as sweat dripped down his forehead. It's just, this is a rather strange way to have a fateful encounter. The scene cuts back to the girl, posing like a pop star mid-performance. She swayed and danced wildly, her generous assets on full display. Before she could finish her song, she snapped out of her trance, clutching her head and staring at the sky. I've been flying all night, so why hasn't my tribulation lightning arrived yet? Oh crap. Human cultivators. A brilliant light shone down from above, forcing her to shield her face with her hands and a cloth. The light gradually began to dissipate. The gloomy atmosphere was finally starting to clear. At that moment, Shi'er also looked up at the sky in surprise. The red mist is clearing up. She looked across the way and grew even more confused. There's someone over there. Could that be the person who took me on that trip last night? The girl on the other side spotted them and raised a hand to her brow to get a better look. Huh, is someone over there waving at me? Shi'er waved her arms frantically, shouting, Hey miss, over there. What was that song you were singing? Can you please tell me the title? The girl jumped back in a panic. She ducked out of sight. Crap, human cultivators. I can't let them kill me. I have to get back to Master right away. Terrified, she bolted away in a cloud of dust. At the same time, Bu Hui and Fungi awoke, looking around in confusion. Junior sister? What's all this racket so early in the morning? Bu Hui suddenly shot bolt upright, his eyes wide with shock. Master, look, the red mist. It's completely gone. Beads of sweat formed on Fungi's brow as he stared in horror. This is not good. A smile on her face, Shi'er leaped onto her sword, ready to take off. She zipped away on her sword, becoming a streak of golden light. Hey miss. Wait, don't run. I just want to know the name of the song. Bu Hui and Fungi also mounted their swords to give chase. Junior sister, get back here. You can't just barge into a forbidden zone. It's dangerous. And so, the two of them flew after her at top speed, using all their strength. The scene changes, taking us inside the red mist forbidden zone. The Wooming courtyard. Xiao Tian was fast asleep under a massive, ancient tree, surrounded by a flock of chickens. He slept soundly with a snot bubble puffing from his nose, looking as relaxed as one could possibly be. Just then, the donkey came rushing over in a panic, opening its mouth wide to let out 3 loud brays. As Xiao Tian's eyes slowly fluttered open, the distorted, panicked face of the donkey filled his vision. Xiao Tian sat up, clutching his head. His eyes had dark circles under them, and his lips were pale. How is this possible? Why am I not dead yet? High above, Fungi, Shi'er, and Bu Hui arrived in hot pursuit. Xiao Tian, however, was still lost in his own thoughts. Not only am I alive, but the red mist has completely disappeared too. So this world is actually this big? Seeing the scene below, Fungi and his two disciples were stunned speechless. The miss who was singing last night was a donkey demon, and it's not just the donkey demon. I can't believe there was a human hidden away in this forbidden zone. This man, his aura, is extraordinary. He could very well be the one from the prophecy. Xiao Tian put a hand to his brow and looked up. And who are these three? They're flying on swords. Don't tell me. This is a cultivation world? The three of them landed right in front of him. Xiao Tian stood motionless, falling into deep thought. I was so close to getting completely screwed by that piece of shit system. All this time, I really thought this world was just a tiny little plot of land with a small house. Well, things just got a lot more interesting. In this cultivation world, I'll just pick someone at random to execute me. Wouldn't that be way too easy? Looks like my goal of finally dying and returning to my own world isn't too far off. Li Fengzi's eyes narrowed in thought. If this man is truly the reborn ancient demon god, I have to kill him as soon as possible, while he's still new to this life. The longer I wait, the greater the catastrophe he'll become. Unfortunately, he doesn't look weak at all. To the old man, Nie Xiao Tian looked like a demon god, his eyes and mouth glowing a fiery red. Utterly demonic. As he thought this, Li Fengzi gripped his sword, his gaze shifting to the side. More than half of my cultivation has been destroyed, and I only have a year of my life left. Plus, I'm responsible for these two young disciples. My time is almost up, but they're both still in the prime of their youth. Killing him will require a long-term plan. The donkey's eyes filled with contempt, as it stuck out its tongue and kicked its legs, openly mocking them. Just as the hot-tempered Bu Hui was about to draw her sword, Li Fengzi quickly stopped her. Do not be rude. Nie Xiao Tian was thrilled. She's already pulling out her sword? Looks like I've got a shot. The donkey was laughing so hard it was crying, clutching its sides. This is hysterical. With my master here, does this little brat really think she can point her sword at me? Li Fengzi stepped forward and clasped his hands in a formal greeting. My name is Li Fengzi, a mere rogue cultivator. And how should I address you, fellow Taoist? Nie Xiao Tian scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. You're too kind, old sir. I'm Nie Xiao Tian. I'm just a mortal. I wouldn't dare call myself a Taoist in your presence. Li Fengzi silently pieced things together. Nie Xiao Tian. In his past life, he was known as Tian. He committed countless sins. So in this life, he changed his name to Nie Xiao Tian, thinking he could fool the world with a commoner's name. Is he not just trying to hide his wicked heart? But you can't fool my discerning eyes. Nie Xiao Tian wondered anxiously. How do I get them to kill me? Maybe I should invite them inside first and look for an opportunity later. Having made up his mind, Nie Xiao Tian turned and gestured towards his home. As you can see, my place is a bit of a mess. I don't get visitors very often. If you don't mind, please come in for a cup of tea. This was exactly what the old man wanted to hear, and he laughed aloud. Then we'll take you up on that offer. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, he thought. Let's go see what this den of his is really like. As Nie Xiao Tian led Li Fengzi inside, the donkey glanced back and shot the two girls a smug grin. A short while later, everyone was seated inside the house. Nie Xiao Tian smiled as he headed outside, calling back over his shoulder. Please wait here, the three of you. I'll go get some refreshments. Thank you for your trouble. Nie Xiao Tian scurried out the door. The donkey, however, continued to peer inside with a sinister grin. Li Fengzi's expression was grim and inscrutable, as expected of a powerful demonic cultivator. Suddenly, a massive wave of spiritual energy flooded the room. Even a demonic lair like this has such dense spiritual energy? Bu Hui was just as stunned, raising her hands in disbelief. Master, the spiritual energy here, it feels even richer than in the blessed grotto heavens. She's right, Qing Ru exclaimed with delight. If we could cultivate here, our progress would be incredible. Li Fengzi frowned, shooting them a look of displeasure. You must always be on your guard. It's always better to be cautious. Especially since he's raising a donkey demon. I doubt it's some benevolent creature. Hearing this from outside, the donkey bared its teeth in a predatory grin. How amusing. It transformed into a human and sauntered in, hands on its hips. My master's methods are beyond your comprehension. How could mere mortals like you possibly see through his plans? Enraged, Bu Hui drew her sword and yelled, "You insolent donkey demon! I've never met a demon as impudent as you." Her eyes turning cold, she decisively swung her sword forward. But to her shock, the donkey demon effortlessly stopped her blade with just 2 fingers. Hith hith. A piddling second leaf sword saint dares to point a blade at me? This donkey demon is the 100-year-old Lu Dangji. Demon Clan. Peak 4th leaf sword saint. Lu Dangji applied a bit of pressure, slowly bending Bu Hui's sword like a fishhook. Bu Hui broke out in a cold sweat, her face pale with shock. What? How is this possible? Dangji smirks. Oomph. The only reason I ran this morning was my instinctual aversion to you demon folk. And you really thought I couldn't take on 2 little runts like you? Kur quickly raises her hands to explain. A misunderstanding. This is all just a misunderstanding. I didn't kill anyone. I just wanted to ask for the name of that song. Fengzi's gaze was sharp as a bullet as he thought to himself. Even this fire demon has reached a realm equal to my own. That means the young man's cultivation level must be terrifyingly high. With that thought, he turned his head and gave an order. Woohoo! We're guests here. Do not be disrespectful. Suddenly, an unseen force knocks the sword from Bu Hui's hand. Dang Ji snatches the sword, which is brimming with spiritual energy, thinking that the old man at least knows his place. She then sends the sword flying high into the air. Dang Ji casts a spell, making the sword weave through the air before sheathing itself perfectly at Bu Hui's hip, leaving her gaping in stunned silence. Sweat trickles down Bu Hui's face. Her body trembles uncontrollably as she thinks. This demon, she's too strong. Dang Ji turns and walks away coldly. Finish your meal and get the hell out of here. And don't you dare come back and disturb my master and me. As she dissolves into flames, she lets out an overwhelmingly fragrant fart before vanishing. Coder's face turns green as she pinches her nose and covers her mouth, trying to hold it in. Damn, what else would you expect? From a great demon of this realm? Even her farts are on another level. Sometime later, everyone is seated at the dinner table. Xiao Tian gestures with both hands, a bright smile on his face. These are the only vegetables I have left in the house. I hope you 3 don't mind. Xiao Tian glances aside, thinking, I prepared plenty of meat and wine before I died. What a shame. Lost in thought, he brings out a jar of wine and grins. But I definitely have enough wine. Please, drink as much as you like. Xiao Tian pours Fengzi a cup, a twisted, Joker-like smile on his face. This mad donkey, wine is potent. It should be enough to get them completely hammered. If these cultivators get drunk and go wild, killing me by accident would be a piece of cake. A tantalizing aroma wafts past Fengzi, Bu Hui, and Kur, who all inhale in surprised delight. Their eyes sparkle and mouths water as a single thought crosses all their minds. What an incredible aroma. I can sense the Tao aura contained within the food and wine. Could this be my great opportunity? And surprisingly, I can't detect any trace of poison. Then again, if he really wanted to kill us, he wouldn't need poison. Xiao Tian scoops up some food from a bowl and speaks to Kur. This spicy mapo tofu is absolutely amazing over a bowl of white rice. You should try some. Hearing this, Kur's eyes widen in innocent confusion. Tofu? What's that? Xiao Tian thinks to himself, exasperated. They don't even have tofu in this world. He then points and explains. Basically, it's a kind of food you'd create through alchemy. Kur lifts a spoonful of tofu, amazed. So, it's a type of medicinal pill? You could think of it that way. After all, the person who invented tofu was an alchemist. Hearing this, Kur doesn't hesitate for a second and puts the spoonful of tofu in her mouth. It's so delicious that her eyes turn into sparkling stars. She stuffs her face with tofu until her cheeks puff out like 2 steamed buns. Bu Hui puts a piece of tofu in her mouth, her eyes going wide with astonishment as she praises it. This is incredible. Fengzi closes his eyes and sighs, thinking, these 2 fools. I told them over and over to be on their guard, but it's like they left their brains at home. Xiao Tian raises his cup with both hands and a bright smile. Senior, allow me to offer a toast to our meeting today. Cheers! The 4 cups clink together, making a warm, cheerful sound. Fengzi takes a sip of wine and savors it, impressed. The Tao aura and spiritual energy in this wine are just as potent as in the food. Bu Hui and Kuer both delight in the wine's rich aroma. This wine is truly extraordinary. Xiao Tian watches them with a cunning expression, a scheme forming in his mind. Once they're drunk, they'll be able to kill me. This is going to be my last meal. After drinking for a while, Kuer lets out a burp, and at the same moment, a surge of true qi erupts from her body, startling her. Why do I feel like I just broke through to the mid-second leaf stage? Fengzi is equally stunned. How can this wine be more effective than a spiritual cultivation elixir? Even my old internal injuries are starting to heal. Bu Hui, her face flushed, stands up and sways, clutching her head dizzily. Master, why do I feel? Before she can finish her sentence, she suddenly falls backward, passing out. Someone rushes forward to catch her by the waist, concerned. Miss Bu Hui, are you all right? Xiao Tian catches her, his face inches from hers, his chest pressing against her ample bosom. Are you okay? Are you drunk? Bu Hui's eyes slowly fluttered open, hazy and intoxicated. She stared at Xiao Tian, speechless. Suddenly, an emblem of 3 leaves appeared between her brows, and her eyes began to glow like a car's blinding headlights. At that moment, the sword at Bu Hui's side shot out with incredible speed, unleashing a golden shockwave. Faced with the light before him, Xiao Tian thought to himself with glee, she's already drunk enough to go on a rampage? That was fast. Looks like, with her destructive power, so close. And her sword pressed against my neck. Is she actually going to kill me? Sheer shot to her feet in panic, shouting, "This is bad. Senior sisters lost control." Again, Fengzi quickly put a hand out to stop Sheer. Don't panic. Fengzi broke into a cold sweat, thinking, whenever Bu Hui has a breakthrough, she loses control. Her combat power doubles for a short period, and when that happens, her spirit sword will automatically protect her. This is a good chance to see just how deep this fiend's power really goes. Xiao Tian's eyes widened, his lips pursed in an eager pout as he urged her on in his mind. Come on, kill me. What are you waiting for? Outside, the donkey's ears twitched as if it sensed something. Peeking into the room, it was stunned. How dare you point a sword at my master? The donkey's powerful legs carried it into the room in a blur. Then, it leaped forward with all its might, a black shadow streaking through the air. The donkey bared its teeth in fury, twisting midair to launch a kick like a professional boxer. Sheer, Fengzi, and even Xiao Tian stared in wide-eyed, stunned silence. With an iron hoof strike, the donkey kicked its hoof straight into Bu Hui's sword. Crack! The sound echoed as the sword shattered into pieces. The blade broke cleanly into 3 parts, clattering to the floor. The donkey landed in a fighting stance, snorting disdainfully. These shameless cultivators dare disrespect my master. Fengzi and Sheer stared, their jaws on the floor in shock. Bu Hui's treasure sword is no ordinary weapon. How could it be shattered by a single kick? It's too strong. The donkey flicked its tail coolly and turned to leave, staring at the broken sword on the ground. Xiao Tian's face fell as he thought. What kind of garbage sword was that? It got shattered by 1 kick from that stupid donkey? How is anyone supposed to survive in the martial world with a piece of junk like this? Just then, Bu Hui grabbed Xiao Tian's arm, mumbling incoherently. He watched as she threw her arms around his neck. Xiao Tian wore a completely dumbfounded expression, clueless as to what was happening. Bu Hui's face darkened ominously. Her cheeks puffed out as if she was about to do something. And with all her might, she spewed the entire contents of her stomach right into Xiao Tian's face. Seeing this, Fengzi's face went pale as he yelled, Bu Hui, oh Bu Hui. Sheer's jaw dropped just as wide as she cried out, Senior sister. With the remnants of her offering still on her lips, Bu Hui collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Xiao Tian dazedly scratched his head. What was all that about? That's enough to scare a guy to death. Fengzi and Sheer rushed to Bu Hui's side, worried. Senior sister, are you okay? Wake up. Bu Hui, please, wake up. You're scaring us half to death. Xiao Tian watched, stunned, as a thought dawned on him. These 3 aren't some kind of insurance scammers, are they? I was waiting for them to kill me. But did she end up dying in my hands instead? Suddenly, an owl perched on the windowsill hooted twice. Xiao Tian stroked his chin as a realization struck him. Good thing I've been studying in this top scholar system for 100 years. As he thought, images of medical instruments appeared in his mind. In all that time, I've learned pretty much everything from every field of study. Whether this illness is real or fake, my medical skills won't fail me. Xiao Tian raised a hand to wipe the vomit from his face. With a flick of his wrist, a cloth case slid out from his sleeve. Holding the case of glittering acupuncture needles, Xiao Tian shouted, "Everyone stand back. Let me treat her." He knelt down, his expression serious, and carefully took Bu Hui's pulse. After a moment, Xiao Tian gently placed Bu Hui's arm back on the ground. Xiao Tian closed his eyes and sighed. Her yin and yang are in disarray. Her yin is dry, her fluids depleted. The clear orifices lack nourishment, and her spirit has no anchor. This is a serious illness. Fengzi looked at Bu Hui, his expression grim. You're not wrong. That child, Bu Hui, she's had this illness since birth. Shi'er was overcome with anxiety. Can you cure her? Xiao Tian selected a needle from the case. Let me see what I can do. He brought the needle up before his eyes. Xiao Tian glanced over. Help me pull up your senior sister's pant leg. Expose her thigh and part of her waist. Looking at Bu Hui's stunning figure sprawled out on the ground, Shi'er gently removed the fishnet stocking and replied, Okay. Xiao Tian held the golden needle between two fingers, like holding a Tang Long cigarette, standing silently as he recalled the necessary acupoints. Then, Xiao Tian inserted 2 needles into the soles of Bu Hui's feet. The Yongquan point, to restore her yang energy. Next, the Xingjian point, to regulate the flow of qi and blood, and alleviate depression. Then to the knee, the Zusanli point, to nourish and support her qi. After that, he placed a needle in the center of her navel. The Shinkei point, to revive her yang and prevent collapse. And finally, just below the nose, the Rinzhong point, to invigorate her yang energy. Combining these acupoints yields incredibly fast results. If this continues for a few more days, it might even cure the root cause of this chronic illness. After the acupuncture treatment, Bu Hui's dazed eyes slowly fluttered open. Seeing this, Shi'er was overjoyed and cried out, She's awake. Senior sister is really awake. Xiao Tian stroked his chin, thinking, all the knowledge I've crammed into my head over the past 100 years is a complete mess. I can't believe acupuncture actually works on cultivators like them. Bu Hui sat up, dazed, and raised a hand. Master, where are all these needles? I feel so comfortable. Fengzi walked over with tears in his eyes, helping Bu Hui up. Don't worry about what they are. All that matters is that they can heal you. Just focus on resting. Yes, master. Fengzi thought to himself. This ghost needle technique, legend says it was created by the ancient demon god, Wei Tian. I saw it once in the imperial palace when I was just a boy. This Nia Xiao Tian being the reincarnation of Wei Tian. There's no longer any doubt in my mind. But whether his methods are righteous or demonic, I no longer care. As long as it can cure my disciple, it is a good medical art. With that thought, he reached a hand toward Xiao Tian in praise. Mr. Nia, your medical skills are truly sublime. Meeting you is a blessing bestowed upon my disciple by fate itself. Hearing this, Bu Hui's eyes welled up with tears as she looked on, overwhelmed with gratitude for Mr. Nia. Xiao Tian brought a hand to his face and grinned from ear to ear, pleased with himself. It was nothing, really. Don't even mention it. His demeanor then shifted completely as he let out a soft sigh of relief. Being able to help means all that time I spent studying wasn't a complete waste. Medical arts, huh? Xiao Tian looked up with a devious smirk, thinking to himself, it's just a damn shame I didn't manage to die this time. Now how am I supposed to get myself killed next time? Xiao Tian stood silently, watching as Bu Hui, holding her shattered sword, stood before Fengzi and Shi'er. Beads of sweat rolled down Bu Hui's face as she spoke sadly. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Xiao Tian spoke up, embarrassed. Miss Yao, it was my stupid donkey that lost control and broke your precious sword. Ultimately, the blame falls on me, its master, for not training it properly. I'm truly ashamed. It's all right. The donkey was only trying to protect you, sir. In the end, it was I who lost control and caused all of this. You can't blame yourself for this, sir. Bu Hui turned to Fengzi. Master, even though my sword is broken, it has been with me for a long time. I hope I can give it a proper burial, a final resting place. Fengzi nodded, raising a hand. You always treated that sword like a part of your own family. now that it has shattered. I understand how much pain you must be in. He closed his eyes and let out a sorrowful sigh. Then give it a proper burial. But we turned back sharply, making a request. Yeah. I was wondering if I might borrow a jug of wine from you. I want to use it to pay tribute to my friend. Xiao Tian raised a hand with a smile. The wine is no problem at all, but I feel that wine alone may not be enough. He unrolled a scroll of paper on the table, pristinely white, without a single mosquito bite, without a single ink stain. Next to it, he placed a bottle of ink and a neatly arranged rack of brushes. Xiao Tian put his hands together and took a deep breath, channeling his energy as his expression turned serious. Shi'er leaned over, looking on with curiosity. Brother Nya, what are you doing? Xiao Tian picked up a brush and flexed his hand as he answered. Where I come from, to properly bid farewell to a friend, you need both wine and poetry. It's the only perfect combination. Xiao Tian clears his throat with an artful cough. Prose could be a kind of poetry, too, I suppose. Bu Hui approaches, a worried look on her face. I see. It's just that I'm not very skilled with poetry. I'm not much of a poet myself. The moment Xiao Tian's brush touches the paper, the first character glows with a dazzling golden light. Witnessing this, Fungi's 3 disciples stare in awe, their eyes wide and mouths agape. How is that even possible? Every stroke, every character, every phrase, every word he writes is exquisite. In mere seconds, Xiao Tian finishes, the lines of poetry flowing around a brushstroke image of Bu Hui holding her divine sword. Xiao Tian writes, where flying frost and lingering mist converge in purest light, the sun and moon bestow their brilliant might. A divine blade, born of heaven, inviolate and true, to right the wrongs and see injustice through. An undying jade dragon, ever at the hip, its thirst for blood yet to fade. Let it not lie dormant, but wait to guard the heavens and purge the world of evil. Quickly, Xiao Tian rolls up the scroll, holding it out. It's done. He presents it to Bu Hui. Miss Yao, please accept this calligraphy as my apology, and as a tribute to this divine sword. Bu Hui's sorrow seems to lift slightly. A small smile touches her lips. Thank you. Xiao Tian gently places the scroll in her hands. Bu Hui lays the broken sword upon the scroll and carefully wraps it. To have this sword poem as its companion, it will surely be very happy. As soon as the sword is nestled within the scroll, it begins to radiate a golden light. Fungi clasps his hands, his voice low and mysterious. Yeah. By the time Bu Hui finishes laying the sword to rest, it will be quite late. Would it be too much trouble to allow myself and my 2 disciples to impose upon you for one more night? Fungi considers this. This Xiao Tian may have just reappeared in the world, but his true strength is unknown, and his motive for helping Bu Hui is still suspect. I'd better stay and observe him a while longer. This is exactly what Xiao Tian was hoping for. He gestures graciously. Mr. Li, please don't stand on ceremony. I have plenty of empty rooms here. Feel free to stay and rest for as long as you like. A smile plays on Xiao Tian's lips as he thinks to himself. After today's little fiasco, finding another excuse to die is going to be impossible. But if I keep them around, maybe I can use them to give another shot. Inwardly, both men share the same sinister smile. Leading Fungi to a room, Xiao Tian gestures. Please, make yourself at home. Thank you so much. Later that night, Xiao Tian sits silently before a small grave mound under a canopy of brilliant stars. His thoughts are a tangled mess. The simple headstone reads, sword. So, this must be where Bu Hui buried her sword. Xiao Tian scratches his head, muttering to himself in embarrassment. I can't believe Miss Yao actually built a grave for her sword. That's a little weird. His mood suddenly darkens. Then again, brother sword, at least you finally get a rest in peace. I'm still here, racking my brain trying to find a way to die. I wish I were in your shoes. To have a meaningful death. You know, I used to be a martial arts student. All because I saved a total stranger. My left leg was shattered. If my leg hadn't been broken, I wouldn't have had to drop out of the martial arts program. I had to switch to a liberal arts major. As he speaks, Xiao Tian's eyes fall on a nearby owl. And as a result, thanks to this piece of crap system, I ended up mastering all the liberal arts just to be stuck in this place for 400 years. Xiao Tian's face twists into a pathetic whimper. My leg is completely healed now, but even if I get back, I don't know if I can ever be a martial arts student again. Probably not, huh? Suddenly, a gentle breeze whispers past, and Xiao Tian turns his head to follow it, falling silent. Then, he lets out a hearty laugh. Huh, Brother Sword, is that your restless spirit wandering about? Did you send that breeze to comfort me? He gets to his feet, clenching his fists. I guess that makes you the only friend I can really open up to. I gave you a poem as a farewell gift, but that doesn't feel like enough. Xiao Tian lowers his stance, sweeping one leg into position. In that case, let me show you a few moves as a final gift. Xiao Tian moves with fluid grace. His hands tracing the form of Wuji begets Taiji. A perfect harmony of movement causes a surging, golden aura to erupt from his body. Taiji in motion gives birth to Yang. A brilliant Qilin head manifests in the sky above. When motion reaches its peak, it returns to stillness. And from stillness, Yin is born. When stillness reaches its peak, motion returns. Motion and stillness are the root of each other, separating Yin and Yang. The two primal states are established. Meanwhile, back at the house, a sleepy Qinger, dressed for bed, stumbles out the door. Ugh, so sleepy. Where's the restroom again? Suddenly, a cool, faint breeze drifts past her. Her eyes fly open as she freezes, completely stunned. She stared at the swirling energy in front of her. Xier wondered, why is the courtyard gate open? She approached the crowd and peered through to see Xiao Tian practicing his martial arts. He looked amazing. Xier covered her mouth in astonishment. Is that Mr. Nya? What kind of fist style is that? It seems to hold such a profound Taoist rhythm. Her eyes widened in a swirl of confusion and awe. But I can't grasp this rhythm at all. Maybe I should go ask senior sister. A few minutes later, after hearing Xier's story, Bu Hui looked puzzled. Are you telling me Mr. Nya created a celestial phenomenon just by practicing a few moves? And that his technique manifested a Taoist rhythm? Bu Hui placed a hand on her stomach. Beads of sweat formed on her brow as she averted her gaze, lost in thought. Come to think of it, the spots where he placed the acupuncture needles on me also emanated a Taoist rhythm. I think it's what helped me break through to the next realm. As she pondered, an image of Xiao Tian appeared in her mind. This man's background is anything but ordinary. Just who is he? Back in the courtyard, Xiao Tian continued to move fluidly through his martial arts forms. A satisfied grin spread across Xiao Tian's face. It's been 10 years since I last practiced martial arts. I never thought I'd still be this good after all this time. I remember back in the day. Whoosh! Just one punch made me feel so refreshed and clear-headed. It's been so many years since I've felt this way. Well, since I'm in the zone, I might as well practice a little more. He pushed his palm upward, sending a wave of yin-yang energy surging into the sky like an ocean tide. The white clouds parted, and a vortex of lightning began to strike down relentlessly. Xiao Tian fell flat on his butt, his jaw dropping in horror as he stared up at the sky. His eyes were wide as he stared intently at the lightning. Heavenly Tribulation lightning. The lightning concentrated, striking a massive tree with a powerful, concussive blast. The sound thundered across the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the tree was scorched to a cinder. Xiao Tian's jaw dropped again in utter disbelief. A tree that huge, obliterated just like that? If that hit a person, wouldn't they turn to ash in seconds? Then a light bulb went off in his head. He pushed himself up, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Life never stops, and neither do my attempts to die. After that mess at dinner, I was starting to think I'd run out of ways to get myself killed. But lucky for me, that heavenly lightning just gave me a brilliant idea. He pointed directly at the bolts of lightning and shouted, "And this is the heavenly lightning of a cultivation world. Obliterating a huge tree is nothing to it. So killing an ordinary guy like me should be a piece of cake, right?" Xiao Tian threw his head back and let out a huge, triumphant laugh. Huh, this time I'm definitely going to die for real. I'm finally going back to my own world. The scene shifts to a room indoors. Bu Hui watched Xier waving her arms around, confused. "Junior sister, what in the world are you doing?" Xier wiped her eyes and turned to answer. "Senior sister, didn't you say that brother Xiao Tian's fist style contained a martial Tao rhythm, and that it might give you some inspiration? I was trying to imitate his moves to see if it would help you break through." Bu Hui smiled, pushing out her full chest as she beckoned Xier closer. Xier walked over, looking completely bewildered. "Huh? What is it, senior sister?" Bu Hui gently placed a hand on Shi Er's head. She looked up at her. Junior sister. That Mr. Nya, his power isn't as simple as we imagined. Furthermore, when it comes to the Tao of martial arts, only someone with a profound understanding can manifest its divine essence. Your cultivation level is still too low. You won't be able to grasp it yet. So, I can't help you, senior sister. It's all right. Just knowing you wanted to help is more than enough. Outside, the donkey, who had been lying down, opened its eyes. It seemed to have overheard them, and its lips curled into a sneer. The donkey stood up and stamped its hoof. Then, it rose onto its hind legs, its body transforming amidst a swirling aura of spiritual energy. In a flash, it had taken the human form of Dang Ji, who stretched and smiled, looking refreshed. She glanced toward the room and let out a smug laugh. My master is on another level entirely. How could two little girls like you possibly have the skill to learn his techniques by watching? She looked down at her hands with delight. Besides, I've seen the kind of fist style the master was using before. I believe it's called Tai Chi. It may look soft and gentle, but it's beautiful to perform, and it feels incredibly relaxing. As she spoke, Dang Ji ran outside. No, I can't wait. After all that teasing from the master, I've got a serious itch to practice. I have to find a place to practice right now. A short time later, Dang Ji stood on a high, rocky mountain peak under a quiet, overcast sky. She stood solemnly, imagining Xiao Tian's form guiding her from behind. Beginning the form, she cupped her hands and brought them forward. From the void, nature is born. From nature, the great Tao is born. Dang Ji lowered her stance, pivoting gracefully as her arms unleashed a torrent of wild spiritual energy. From the great Tao, the one Qi is born. The Qi splits into Yin and Yang. Yin and Yang become heaven and earth. And from heaven and earth, all things are born. The root of creation itself. It was as if two opponents were facing off inside a massive ring of spiritual energy. The true one of 10,000 manifestations. Following this was an incredibly spectacular display of flips and flourishes from Dang Ji. Grand emptiness, grand nothingness. Grand void, grand mystery. At the same time, dark clouds roiled as thunder and lightning gathered. A deafening clap of thunder shattered the silent atmosphere. From within the dark, swirling mist, a voice echoed through the heavens. A small figure, hammer in hand, appeared, the heavenly Tao's incarnation for the Xianyi continent. The heavenly Tao's incarnation clutched its head, dazed. Whose blast of spiritual energy was that? It made me blast a huge crater in the ground. It startled me so bad, I dropped a bolt of lightning from my left hand. I'm still a little shaken. A large hand poked the incarnation's shoulder from behind. It looked back, bewildered. Are you saying there's something down there? The heavenly Tao incarnation swiped its hand, parting the clouds to look down. Observing. Looking closer, it saw Dang Ji practicing his forms with incredible intensity. Wait, no, he's hip-hop dancing. What in the... A donkey can actually transform? How come I didn't know about this? Did it somehow conceal its fate from the heavens to escape its tribulation lightning? Fine, so you dodged it. But now that your transformation is a success, you're getting cocky, aren't you? You're the one who sneak attacked me. You think I'm some kind of Hello Kitty. Bolts of tribulation lightning rained down continuously. Enough of this. Let me give you the tribulation you missed. You damn donkey. Eat this. But surprisingly, the tribulation lightning only struck the ground around him, never once touching a single hair on Dang Ji. Meanwhile, high on a mountain peak, Xiao Tian held a pot aloft, as if taunting the tribulation lightning in the sky. Xiao Tian angrily threw the pan forward. I'm already standing on the highest damn peak. I'm even holding an iron pan to attract lightning. So why won't you strike me? Can't this cultivation world follow the normal laws of meteorology for once? Are the heavens blind as a bat, or what? His eyes widened as he suddenly realized something. A cultivation world, huh? He stroked his chin and began a pace deep in thought. That's right. This is a cultivation world. I need to try something a little more mystical, like, for example, making a heavenly oath to get myself struck by lightning. With that, Xiao Tian solemnly pounded his chest, raised 3 fingers, and made a venomous vow. I swear, if I ever become a womanizing scumbag or a playboy, may the heavens strike me with 5 bolts of lightning. Xiao Tian imagined himself with both Shi Er and Bu Hui in his arms, the very picture of Playboy. A sinister grin spread across his face after he made the oath. Might as well give it a shot. If it works, great. If not, I lose nothing. Kr Crockham. A bolt of tribulation, lightning, crashed down right in front of him. He was completely stunned. Whoa, it actually worked. The heavenly Tao incarnation pointed with a baffled expression. My hand slipped. How come I ain't be that far off? Xiao Tian calmly knelt on the ground, a plan forming in his mind. If it can work once, then what am I waiting for? Time to get started. And so, an ecstatic Xiao Tian let loose a nonstop barrage of heavenly oaths. If I don't take a bath today, may the heavens strike me 5 times. If I don't set my game status to offline when I play, may the heavens strike me 5 times. If I go AFK in the middle of a raid, may the heavens strike me 5 times. And so on. Damn it, if you want to know the rest, go find a novel and read it, fellow cultivators. At the same time, down below the mountain, Dang Ji raised a hand toward the descending lightning. Despite the thunderous explosions behind him, Dang Ji remained completely fearless, lowering his stance as he continued his forms. The heavenly Tao incarnation gritted its teeth in fury. Are you kidding me? I've been at this for so long and haven't landed a single hit. It summoned all its power, raising both hands high and roaring as it formed a colossal bolt of lightning. I refuse to believe my full power area of effect attack won't be enough to take you down. Tonight, I swear I'm having grilled donkey for dinner. Without a moment of hesitation, the furious incarnation slammed its hands down, unleashing its divine punishment. The powerful tribulation bolt shot towards Dang Ji at blinding speed. At that exact moment, Xiao Tian was still spitting out venomous oaths. I swear, if this comic series still flops, may the heavens strike me 5 times. Strike me, hit me, pulverize me. Instantly, the massive tribulation bolt made a sharp U-turn, locking on and rocketing straight for Xiao Tian. Seeing this, the heavenly Tao incarnation broke out in a cold sweat, its eyes wide with pure panic. Holy, what in the hell is happening? Bathed in the brilliant light of the approaching lightning, Xiao Tian let out a satisfied smile. Success. This time, it's definitely going to hit. Go on, kill me. Xiao Tian closed his eyes and spread his arms wide, savoring the moment he was finally about to return to his original life. Boom! An explosion like an atomic bomb detonated on the mountain peak, shattering stone and sending debris flying for miles. The scene shifts to early the next morning, in front of the gate to a small courtyard. From inside the house, a hand gently pushed the door open. Fungi recalled how he'd opened the door to relieve himself last night, only to be scared wide awake by the heavenly lightning. The old man peeked through a crack in the door, cold sweat still clinging to his face. What a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, Buhui called out from behind him, "Master," causing the old man to freeze in shock for a full 5 seconds. He turned around, looking puzzled. "Buhui Shier, you two are awake already?" Buhui clasped his hands, his face etched with worry. "Master, last night, while I was meditating, I suddenly sensed an impending heavenly tribulation. I was wondering, was that you undergoing the tribulation?" He flashed back to last night, cowering like a frail old bird, constantly muttering, "Terrifying, far too terrifying." Fungi held up a hand, his face pale and clammy, looking thoroughly embarrassed. That heavenly tribulation was not caused by this old man. It must have been some mighty cultivator undergoing their tribulation somewhere nearby. After answering, he let out an inward sigh. "Me? Causing that? Ha! If I actually had that kind of power, I wouldn't have a care in the world." Buhui pressed on. "Master, the tribulation last night seemed unusual. Do you happen to know anything about its origin?" "That was a lightning tribulation. The 9th level. A tribulation of this kind is powerful enough to obliterate an entire region. This type of lightning tribulation only descends when, as the legends say, the son of Etienne is born. The heavenly Tao falls into chaos, and so the tribulation is sent down. According to the legends, when this tribulation descends, regardless of whether the cultivator succeeds or fails, everything within a 100-mile radius is turned to scorched earth. For 100 years, not even a blade of grass can grow." Hearing her master's explanation, Shier's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Whoa, so the lightning tribulation last night was that powerful. Of course, a ninth-level lightning tribulation hasn't been seen in 1,000 years. Your master only knows of it from a few ancient texts. After all, heavenly tribulations are a common sight. But there's only one son of Etienne in this world. And for someone like the son of Etienne to have grown powerful enough to summon a ninth-level tribulation, that is simply unprecedented. He silently pictured a muscular, imposing Etienne. The son of Etienne, you say? In that case, he's no different from Etienne himself. Wiping out all life in this world would be a trivial matter for him. The tribulation he summoned yesterday. I suppose it's not entirely impossible. But if that's true, why are we all still perfectly fine? Sheena's face lit up as she raised her hands in delight. Brother Nya is back. Hearing this, Fungi looked over, a bit stunned. Nya Tian walked in, holding a pan. His clothes were in tatters, and he scratched his head with an awkward smile. Old Master Li. Miss Yao. Miss Lu. Morning, everyone. The sight nearly made Fungi cough up a lungful of blood. He absolutely reeks of something burnt. It's just as I suspected. He dropped to his knees. Crawling inside, he began to sweat profusely. And yet this kid is completely unharmed. This is just, it defies all logic. The two girls warmly rushed over to greet him, as Nya Tian asked with growing embarrassment. Miss Yao, are your injuries healing okay? Bu Hui immediately clasped his hands. He replied, after your treatment yesterday, Mr. Nya, my wounds are almost completely healed. Thank you so much for saving me. That's good to hear. Miss Yao, you still need a rest for now. In another 2 days, you should be fully recovered. Beside him, Shir tugged at his sleeve, repeatedly calling out, Brother Nya. With wide eyes and animated gestures, Shir spoke earnestly. Did you see all that lightning in the sky last night? It was insanely huge, and it just kept striking right here. My master said it was a 9th-level lightning tribulation. He said it's supposed to be super duper powerful. Hearing this, Nya Tian looked surprised too. Whoa, that name sounds pretty impressive. But I don't think last night was any kind of tribulation. The voltage was way too low. I got zapped all night, but aside from my whole body twitching a bit, I didn't feel a thing. Nya Tian's words were like an arrow straight through Fungi's chest, making the old man want to just cough up blood and die on the spot. Fungi's eyes went wide with terror, sweat pouring down his face as he thought to himself. The voltage was too low. Just a little twitching. Are you still trying to hide your true identity? Can you just drop the act already? Why don't you just come out and say that little pet of yours summoned yesterday's tribulation? As if on cue, the little flame creature, seemingly being bad-mouthed from afar, let out a flurry of sneezes. His eyes narrowed, gazing intently at Nya Tian. Etienne is truly Etienne. After all, even without his full power, he's completely unfazed by a 9th-level lightning tribulation. He was only just reincarnated, and he already shows no fear of such a trial. The day he regains the strength of his past life, this entire world will be his to command. This boy, he absolutely cannot be allowed to grow any stronger. A while later, Nya Tian lay exhausted in bed as Fungi and his disciples stood nearby. With dark circles ringing his eyes, Nya Tian's face was grim as he thought to himself. Last night, I was praying the lightning would just strike me dead. I was so excited I didn't get a wink of sleep. The second I get home, I'm hit with a wave of sleepiness. Both Ku'er and Bu Hui were incredibly worried. Brother Tian, you look completely drained. Are you okay? Fungi, on the other hand, had a mysterious look on his face, as if he were plotting something. Shaking like a leaf, Tian raised a hand, assuring them he was fine. I'm just a little sleepy. I'll be fine after a quick nap. Just wait. When I wake up, I'll cook everyone a delicious meal. Upon hearing this, a murderous glint flashed in Fungi's eyes. He smiled, clasped his hands together, and made an offer. Mr. E, if you're not feeling well today, please get some rest. This old man knows a thing or two about cooking. Just leave today's lunch to me. At this, both of his disciples stared in horror, their jaws on the floor. What? Master is going to cook? Tian quickly turned, grabbed an iron wok, and handed it to Fungi. Old Mr. Li, won't this be too much trouble for you? Not all. Consider it my way of repaying your hospitality these past 2 days. After taking the wok, Fungi glanced behind him. Bu Hui, Ku'er, come and give your master a hand. Ku'er grabbed onto Bu Hui, sobbing. Senior sister, what do we do? Master said he's going to cook himself. The last time Master roasted a rabbit, I only had one bite and was bedridden for 3 days. This time, are we going to be unable to eat for 3 months? A loud clang rang out as Fungi bonked Kuer on the head with the wok before turning to walk away. How dare you doubt my skills? When I'm done, I'll cook you a meal so good your stomachs will burst. A short while later, at the kitchen door, Kuer and Buhue pressed against the door, eavesdropping on their master. In the wok sat 2 steamed chickens. They were a glistening golden brown, giving off, a fragrant aroma that wafted through the air. Fungi stood before the wok with his hands clasped behind his back. The finest ingredients require only the simplest of cooking methods. Then his expression turned sinister and mysterious as he held up 4 small vials. The same goes for poison. These 4 vials of poison were, in order, the 4 origins pill, the ice body pellet, soul-piercing powder, and demonic soul dew. Without a moment's hesitation, he dumped all 4 vials into the wok. With my current strength, I have no way of defeating Etion. But poisoning him, that's no problem at all. Etion, oh Etion. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for being too arrogant. You actually let me cook for you. Now watch as I poison you to death. But the moment he poured the poison in, he froze, his eyes wide as he stared at the 2 chickens. A brilliant light, as bright as headlights, flared up, and Fungi's face turned black with shock. Oh no. Boom! A massive explosion sent both Kuer and Buhue flying out into the yard. Buhue scrambled over, frantic with worry. Master, are you all right? Fungi stood amidst the billowing white smoke, covered in soot and splattered with bits of exploded chicken. Why would a wok explode? As soon as the words left his mouth, he flopped to the ground like a frog, his eyes spinning like pinwheels. Seeing this, Buhue panicked, screaming her master's name. After being bandaged up by his 2 disciples, Fungi sat and stared intently at the wok. He dazedly flicked his finger against it over and over. This can't be right. It looks like just an ordinary iron wok. How could it have just exploded like that? Suddenly, a blinding white light emanated from the center of the wok. From within the light, a small, golden lightning spirit appeared with an angry expression, leaving him even more stunned. Fungi broke out in a cold sweat, his mind racing. This is the 5-star heavenly Daomite. I get it now. Last night, Etion intentionally drew a 9th-level lightning tribulation for the sole purpose of sealing its power into this iron wok. This wok has now become a top-tier magical artifact of immense power. It's terrifying. The explosion was because I accidentally triggered the artifact. The power sealed within it erupted to defend itself, to forge an ordinary object into a top-tier magical artifact. His own power is already frightening enough, but he can also lull his opponents into a false sense of security and catch them completely off guard. Etion, he truly is something else. Such a cunning mind. Such clever methods. From now on, when dealing with him, I absolutely cannot be as careless as I was this time. Suddenly, Etion walked in and called out to them, making Fungi leap to his feet in fright. Etion touched his cheek, looking confused. I heard an explosion, so I came over to see what happened. Old Mr. Lee, what happened to you? He probably just thinks this old man was careless and got hurt. But damn it, I'm absolutely furious. What's happening to me? Why did my mind suddenly go blank? Xiao Tian's expression was one of disbelief as he replied. Oh, so that's what happened. Are you all right, sir? Nothing too serious, I hope? Xiao Tian mused. A minor injury? From the looks of it, if you were any worse, you'd be in the ICU. Watching the master and his disciples argue over Fungi's injury, Xiao Tian grew suspicious. I'm just an ordinary guy who knows his way around a kitchen. But this old man, there's no way he's just some clumsy cook who burned down the kitchen and nearly roasted himself alive. Xiao Tian's thoughts drifted to someone else's bizarre behavior. Explosions are an art form. That's it. It's common for powerful masters to have some sort of latent internal injuries. Their inner energy could suddenly erupt, causing fires or explosions. Seeing the old man's state, he must be one of those masters, right? Just as Fungi turned to leave, Xiao Tian raised a hand and called out, Old Mr. Lee, your injury doesn't look minor at all. Why don't you let me take a look at it for you? Fungi spun around, waving his hands in frantic refusal. No, it's just a flesh wound. I'll be fine after a little rest. His eyes narrowed in suspicion as he thought. Is this his ploy? Is Nye Etienne using this checkup as a pretext to assassinate me? I will not fall for your devious trick. Suddenly, to his shock, Xier and Bu Hui came over and grabbed him by the arms. He turned pale, sweat pouring down his face as he whimpered. What do you two think you're doing? Master, even though Mr. Nye is only a mortal, his medical skills are extraordinary. You should just let him take a look. She's right, Master. Your health is what's important. Please, just listen to Brother Nye. The old man struggled relentlessly. Let go of me, you two wretched disciples. After a few steps, Bu Hui's eyes suddenly shot open, as if she'd realized something. Then, she abruptly dropped to her knees. Seeing Bu Hui kneeling and trembling, Fungi grew extremely worried. Woo! Child, what's wrong? Bu Hui broke out in a sweat, her face twisted in discomfort. It's nothing. It's just this feeling. Bu Hui clutched her stomach as beads of sweat trickled down her arm. She started writhing like an eel, crying out in pain. This sensation of spiritual energy surging through me. Just then, Xiao Tian approached, and Xier turned to him, calling out, Brother Nye, hurry, come see what's wrong with my senior sister. The scene shifts to a hand channeling spiritual energy into an acupuncture needle placed on Bu Hui's abdomen. Her face was flushed as she gritted her teeth against the pain from Xiao Tian's acupuncture. With 2 fingers, Xiao Tian gently removed the needle. Holding the needle, Xiao Tian scratched his head with an awkward laugh. My apologies, really. My mistake. Yesterday, when I was treating Miss Yao, I must have left a needle in. It was stimulating her qi and blood flow. I completely forgot to take it out. Hearing this, both Fungi and Xier placed a hand on their chests, sighing in relief. Oh, so that's all it was. You really gave us a scare. Bu Hui pushed herself up, her eyes wide as she looked at Xiao Tian, as if wanting to say something. She touched her neck, blushing as she shyly looked away. If Mr. Nye hadn't helped me yesterday, I'm afraid I would have already become gravely ill. This little oversight was surely just a slip-up from being so focused yesterday. Please, don't blame yourself. I'm just glad you're not blaming me, Miss Bu Hui. Suddenly, a look of realization dawned on his face. Oh, right. He dashed out the door in a blur. Old Mr. Lee must have gotten hurt because he's not used to cooking. Why not just make breakfast for everyone? The 3 of you, please wait just a moment. A short while later, Xiao Tian returned carrying a pot of fragrant congee. Everyone, breakfast is ready. Please help yourselves. The master and his 2 disciples immediately took their seats at the table. All right, breakfast time. Staring at the bowl of congee, which glowed with a brilliant aura, Fungi's eyes widened in awe. This congee looks simple, yet it feels so pure and natural. As pure as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth itself. This is definitely no mortal dish. What is Nye Etienne trying to achieve by presenting something so precious to us? Is this a deliberate show of goodwill? No, that can't be it. With his level of power, he wouldn't give our current selves a second glance, let alone try to show us kindness. Could it be a bribe? A treasure to win us over? My cultivation may not match Nye Etienne's, but my integrity is something I still possess. I'll accept the gift, but if he thinks he can make me serve the demonic path, he's got another thing coming. Suddenly, a bowl of congee crashed to the floor with a clatter. Seeing Bu Hui huddled over and trembling, Fungi and Xier were overcome with worry. Senior sister, are you okay? Is it a lingering injury from yesterday? Is it acting up? Bu Hui's body glowed as she writhed in pain. No, that's not it. I think I'm about to have a breakthrough. It was as if flames were engulfing Bu Hui, causing her to arch her back and scream. Xier watched, her jaw dropped in astonishment. Master, look. Hearing this, Fengzi looked surprised, but he had no idea what Xier was telling him to look at. 2 glowing golden leaves appeared between Bu Hui's eyebrows, shining brilliantly. Soon after, a 3rd leaf materialized, completing a cluster of 3 on her forehead. Bu Hui raised her hands, breathing in and out, feeling her power surge as she broke through to the mid-stage of the 3-leaf sword saint realm. Xier exclaimed excitedly, Master, senior sister leveled up. This is great. Fengzi thought in alarm. Bu Hui, she advanced just like that? And she skipped 2 whole levels, going straight to the mid-stage of the 3-leaf realm? As he thought, his eyes darted to the bowl of porridge. Could she have advanced because she ate this porridge? No, that can't be it. This porridge contains spiritual energy, but to use it for cultivation, it has to be refined first. There must be another reason. That's right. Earlier, Nie Xiaotian used acupuncture on Bu Hui to clear her meridians. And then she ate this bowl of porridge filled with spiritual energy. With the spiritual energy flowing freely through her now unblocked body, she naturally broke through. If that's the case, if Xiaotian could use a few needles on me, and I had this spiritual porridge to help, couldn't I also? Having made up his mind, he cleared his throat and called out, Mr. Nye. A slightly startled Xiaotian turned around. Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Zi downed the entire bowl of porridge. He thrust a hand forward and declared dramatically, I've just had a few bites of that porridge, and I'm already feeling a bit unwell. I'll have to trouble you to insert a few needles for me. Nie Xiaotian's face went pale as he stared blankly. I'd be happy to help. That's what he said, but inside he was thinking this old geezer was terrified just a moment ago. Now, he's suddenly asking for acupuncture? He's not trying to pull a fast one on me again, is he? The scene changes. A little while later, Shi Er and Bu Hui are standing outside, covering their ears against the sound of Feng Zi's blood-curdling screams coming from inside the room. Inside, after turning Feng Zi into a human pincushion, a smug Nie Xiaotian grinned. Elderly, this session is now complete. However, I can see you still have some deep-seated ailments. It would be best to have one acupuncture session every day for the next few days. Hearing this, the old man's face darkened with horror. You mean for the next few days, it's going to be just like today? I'll be stuck with 81 needles every single time? It's a good thing you proactively asked for my diagnosis, elderly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have discovered your numerous conditions. I can't promise a complete cure, but if we continue with 9 consecutive treatments, I'm confident I can help you recover quickly. Feng Zi sighed, slumping back as tears streamed down his face. So you're saying I have to endure that agony 8 more times? He clasped his hands and looked toward the heavens. 9 straight days of acupuncture. For me, that's a 9th-level lightning tribulation I can barely withstand. Nie Xiaotian packed up his tools, turned, and smiled. Ahem. I just heard you mention it, elderly. That thing last night. Was that a 9th-level lightning tribulation? It sounded powerful, and I guess that's what it was. Feng Zi shot up and pointed. Mr. Nye, I'm afraid you don't understand. The 9th-level lightning tribulation is the most terrifying of all. It strikes a person's body for 9 consecutive days. Not only that, with each strike, its power doubles from the previous day, all the way to the 9th day. According to legend, the power of the 9th day's tribulation far exceeds the combined power of the previous 8 days. A single bolt is enough to reverse the ley lines of an entire region. The entire region. A 1,000-mile plain would be turned into a desolate wasteland. It would be impossible to recover for 10,000 years. I have consulted the ancient texts. The 9th-level tribulation has only appeared a few times in the last 10,000 years, and no one has ever survived past the first 5 days. The old man said, stroking his beard and turning to look away. Although no mortal has ever witnessed the 9th day's tribulation, my description is merely a speculation from our ancestors. But I fear its true power isn't far from what I've described. After listening to the explanation, Nie Xiaotian propped his chin on his hand, looked up at the ceiling, and just said, oh. Nie Xiaotian thought, this world of cultivation is truly bizarre. Getting struck once a day, with the power doubling each time? Doesn't that imply the tribulation has a mind of its own? Even cultivation novels wouldn't dare to be this wild. Wait a second. The lightning's power doubles every day? So there's going to be another tribulation today, tomorrow, and the day after? And each one will be even stronger? At this thought, Nie Xiaotian brought his hands together and grinned with delight. So, you're saying today's lightning will be a bit stronger? Feng Zi trembled uncontrollably. Xiaotian. Huh? What is it? Oh, the only thing you have to say? I've explained everything in painstaking detail, and all you can say is, oh. Don't you realize I told you all that to give you a sense of the danger we're in? Seeing Xiaotian just standing there laughing like a madman, the old man snatched his hand back in fear. He racked his brain, trying to figure out a plan. This is hopeless. When a world-ending calamity descends, the danger is probably far greater than a 9th-level lightning tribulation. The best outcome now would be for the lightning to just strike him dead. In a godforsaken place like this, how am I supposed to show him a way out? But he did use his medical skills for me, and it truly helped treat the hidden injuries in my body. I can't just walk away without a word and be at peace with myself. Consider my warning as me repaying his kindness. That way, I won't have this weighing on my conscience later. Xiao Tian smiled as he pulled the acupuncture needles from Feng Zi's arm. Ha ha ha. I won't forget to take the needles out this time. Feng Zi thought to himself. Although the power of the 9-day lightning tribulation will multiply each day, the bolts in the first 2 days still aren't strong enough. I could still escape with my 2 disciples. As he thought this, his eyes drifted toward Xiao Tian. For the next 2 days, I'll stay here and keep an eye on this world ender. The scene shifts. Xiao Tian stands atop a high mountain, holding a walk up to a dark, roiling sky filled with thunder and lightning. With his hands on his hips, Xiao Tian boomed with confidence. Bring it on. I'm ready for you. Don't hold back just because I'm handsome. Hit me with everything you've got and try to kill me. Meanwhile, up in the heavens, the Thunder Lord sits cross-legged, charging up next to a 22nd LG brand car battery. Damn it. I struck it all night yesterday, and I probably didn't even singe that little fur ball of a donkey. This old man is pissed now. I'm cranking up the voltage today. I refuse to believe I can't take it down. He parted the clouds with his hands and peered down. The charge is just about full. Let's see if that donkey is still there. Seeing not the donkey, but Xiao Tian standing there holding a walk, the Thunder Lord gritted his teeth in stunned confusion. Huh, who the hell is that kid? He remembered the lightning from last night while he was in the middle of his martial practice. I remember now. The reason I couldn't kill that donkey last night was because that little brat was hiding off to the side, drawing the tribulation lightning away. Yesterday, I was so focused on hitting the donkey that I didn't even notice this kid. And now, he's just serving himself up on a platter? The Thunder Lord grimaced and pointed down. To shoot the rider, first shoot his horse. To get the donkey, first get its master. I'll kill you first, then come back for that donkey. Today's charge is supersized. Double the power. I refuse to believe I can't obliterate you. Boom. The lightning crashed down like a nuclear bomb, the explosion blasting the mountaintop apart with incredible force. Clang, clang. The sound of the iron walk hitting the ground, wobbling nonstop. Xiao Tian furiously pointed at the sky and yelled, Are you kidding me? You zapped me all night, and I didn't even feel a tingle in my leg hair. You can't even kill a regular person, and you dare call yourself a heavenly tribulation? From above, the Thunder Lord watched Xiao Tian's furious figure storming off. He was seething, utterly humiliated. Son of a bitch, I only brought the small charger today. Tomorrow, I'm doubling it again. I will absolutely, positively strike you dead. And so the 3rd day passed, the 4th day, the 5th day, the 6th day, and the 7th day. By the 8th day's strike, Xiao Tian was merely dazed, but otherwise completely unharmed. On the 9th night, Feng Zi was on his knees. He was terrified. It's over. We're really done for this time. I only stayed to see how many days this world ender could withstand the tribulation, but he actually made it to the 9th day. Forget withstanding it. Just a tiny bit of the fallout could turn the 3 of us to ash. He glanced back at his 2 female disciples, asking, Fair, what's it like outside now? Chiara looked out at the sky and answered, The lightning in the sky is terrifying. It's flashing and booming like crazy. It seems even more powerful than the lightning from the past few days. But we had a worried look on our face. Master, if this 9th level lightning tribulation is so powerful, why does Mr. Nye run out there every day to provoke it? Could it be he's using the tribulation to cultivate some kind of technique? Feng Zi shakily stood up. This Mr. Nye isn't as simple as you think. For now, let's just stay here and observe calmly. Feng Zi thought, the lightning tribulation has already reached the 9th day. Its destructive power and range have reached their peak. Even if we want to run now, we couldn't. All I can hope for is that this world ender can survive the tribulation, giving us a slightly better chance of survival. The scene changes to Xiao Tian, sitting cross-legged next to the iron walk on the high mountain peak. With a look of utter boredom, Xiao Tian complained, It's been 8 whole days, and I haven't felt a single thing. And you still dare to call yourself a heavenly tribulation? Are you even trying, Sky Pup? Bright streaks of tribulation, lightning, flashed across the sky. The Thunder Lord stood splayed out before a towering stack of batteries, absorbing their energy. It angrily raised its hands high and roared. Today, I brought every heavenly tribulation fast charger I could get my hands on. I guarantee this high-voltage, high-powered blast will have you seeing stars. Just sit there and wait to get zapped, you hear me? I refuse to believe I can't fry you to a crisp. As soon as the words were spoken, it swung its arms down, unleashing an incredibly powerful lightning strike. The tribulation bolt slammed straight into the wok in Xiao Tian's hand. Xiao Tian's body was now completely engulfed in the raging tribulation lightning. His eyes widened, as if he'd just realized something. Then, his face flushed, eyes sparkling as he shared his thoughts. Tingly. ZZZT. Ah, that feels amazing. So this is what it feels like to be struck dead by lightning? This is great. Hearing this, the Thunder Lord looked like it was about to lose its mind. What the hell did you just say? You think this feels good? I'll give you something to feel good about. Take this, and this, and this. Boom, boom, boom. A series of massive explosions shattered the ground, sending debris flying as the sound echoed across the sky. The blinding light spread out, forcing the sleeping donkey to crack open its eyes. It opened its eyes, its seductive lips parted in confusion, as it was being prodded by the sharp talons of the owl perched on its head. Sis, why are you here? The owl brought up a system-like panel, explaining it was here to watch the master play. It's quite amusing. What? This pathetic heavenly Tao, according to this world standards, is only at a power level of a few hundred yi. How could it possibly harm the master? There's a hidden rule on the Xianyi continent. Knowledge is power. The master's 100 years of reading and studying is that knowledge. In fact, by completely filling out his tree of knowledge, he has awakened his true power. He is now unparalleled and invincible. Because of that, a natural lightning tribulation could never harm him. The master is so powerful. His cultivation must be in the thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of yi. So why is he having so much fun playing around with those 3 newbies? He's even let them take advantage of him so much these past few days. The master cannot yet consciously control the power within his body. So everything he does involuntarily triggers his power. The food he makes or the treasures he creates stimulate that power, which is more than enough to grant immense benefits to ordinary cultivators. If they are fated to be with the master, then consider this their lucky break. The scene shifts to the next morning. A dejected Xiao Tian trudges along a cliffside path. Damn thing zapped me all night long, and it still couldn't kill me. Figures. This whole heavenly tribulation thing is completely unreliable. As he was walking, a sudden, blinding light from the side made him turn his head in confusion. The light grew brighter, like a car's headlights, forcing him to shield his eyes. What the hell is that? Last night, while a certain someone was undergoing their tribulation, a bolt of lightning struck down from a high mountain peak. It struck the grave of a treasured sword. The impact created a heaven-shaking explosion. The calligraphy scroll buried beneath it began to glow and slowly rise. It then unfurled, wrapping itself around the broken sword, which was emitting a blinding aura. The characters that Xiao Tian had written on the scroll flew off the page. A stream of characters surged into the sword. After the successful fusion, the sword began to crack, shot through with arcs of lightning. Instantly, the sword shattered into fragments. The small fragments hovered in the air, absorbing the lightning that rained down from the sky. But they didn't stop there. The fragments slowly flew back together, merging and reforming. In the blink of an eye, the pieces shattered and reassembled. Reborn as a brand new greatsword. Xiao Tian stared in shock at the greatsword hovering before him. What the hell is this? Don't tell me. The sword that little donkey broke yesterday has been reforged? Xiao Tian reached out and gripped the greatsword. Whatever. I should take this to Miss Bu Hui and see what she thinks. Suddenly, Shi called out, startling Xiao Tian, who quickly hid the sword behind his back. Shi clasped her hands worriedly. Brother Nya, last night's tribulation lightning looked so scary. Are you okay? He raised a hand and answered awkwardly. I'm fine. Just a little numb all over, that's all. But I can walk, I can jump. Nothing's wrong. He glanced over at Bu Hui. Oh, right. Miss Yao. Hearing her name, Bu Hui looked a bit stunned. Xiao Tian decisively took out the great sword. Just now, when I was coming down the mountain, I found something strange. I felt I should tell you about it. He gently presented the sword to Bu Hui with both hands. It looks like your sword has come back to life. Taking back the sword, Bu Hui was still in a daze, unable to believe her eyes. She leaned close to Fungi and whispered, Master, is that sword really Senior Sister's broken one? Senior Sister seems to have been handling it just fine for a while now. There shouldn't be any more problems, right? I can't tell either. Logically, a sword that was shattered to that extent should have been impossible to restore, let alone be reforged into an entirely different form. But for some reason, I get the feeling that this is its true form. He turned toward Xiao Tian. Nyeh, what exactly happened when you found this sword? Well, when I came down the mountain, I just happened to see this sword floating above its own grave mound. So I just picked it up. Even though its form has changed significantly, I believe this is the very same sword that belonged to Miss Bu Hui. Fengzi stroked his magnificent beard and thought. Yesterday when Xiao Tian wrote that inscription for the broken sword, his poem was overflowing with sword intent. It must have been that very sword intent that allowed the broken blade to be reborn. But if he clearly went to the trouble of helping Bu Hui reforge her treasured sword, why is he pretending to know nothing about it? Sheer walked over and spoke up. Brother Nya, so, do you know what kind of transformation the sword went through? Xiao Tian gestured with his hands as he replied. I'm not really sure about that myself. If you want to know who understands this sword the best, he turned to look directly at Bu Hui. I believe that would have to be Miss Yao herself. Hearing this, Bu Hui raised the sword, her fingers forming a seal to test it. Sword. She swung the sword forcefully, unleashing a torrent of dazzling sword energy that surged forward with immense power. After a moment, she knelt, sheathing her sword amidst a cloud of white dust. But it didn't end there. The sword began to glow once more. Bu Hui lowered her stance and pointed the sword forward, unleashing a continuous stream of blade shards crackling with arcs of lightning. The shards swirled and coalesced, wrapping around Bu Hui's body. Witnessing this, Fengzi was stunned. This sword, it's manifesting the laws of a heavenly tribulation. Could it have absorbed the power of last night's lightning tribulation? At the same time, the swirling shards began to converge. In the blink of an eye, the sword was whole again, emanating a brilliant, resonant blue light. Sheer gazed at the sword in Bu Hui's hand, her eyes wide with admiration. Senior Sister, you're amazing. Bu Hui held the sword in both hands. No, it's not me. It's the sword. I feel like this sword has a spirit of its own. It even guides my hand as I execute my techniques. She turned to Xiao Tian and bowed her head. Nyeh, thanks to you, my companion has been given a new life. I, Bu Hui, am eternally grateful. Eternally. Miss Yao, there's really no need for that. I just brought the sword back. I didn't do anything to it. But, speaking of the sword, he stroked his chin, looking at the blade. It separates and unites at will. Its transformations are endless, and it is wondrously strange. Truly a magnificent, a divine sword. Suddenly, something appeared that left them both speechless. This is... The characters for Li He had appeared on the blade. Seeing this, Bu Hui was completely astonished. Li He, realization dawned on Bu Hui, and she immediately clasped her hands in a formal salute. Mr. Nya, not only did you reforge my treasured sword for me, but you have also bestowed a name upon it. I am beyond grateful. Beyond grateful. Fengzi observed, thinking to himself, to use pure sword intent to temper a blade's soul, and then to harness the power of a heavenly tribulation to forge such a divine weapon. I have to admit, Nya Tian's abilities far exceed my imagination. But to go through all this trouble, just to reforge a broken sword for an ordinary person like Bu Hui, what could his motive possibly be? Could it be that he's preparing to re-enter the world of men and intends to win the three of us over to be his pawns? I'm a righteous cultivator. How could I pledge myself to a demon lord over such a small favor? Xiao Tian raised his hands, looking flustered. Miss Yao, I really just saw your sword had been reborn when I came down the mountain, so I picked it up on a whim and brought it back. I honestly didn't do anything else. For you to bow to me like this, it makes me feel terribly awkward. I don't deserve it. Mr. Nya, you reforged Li He for me, a great kindness for which you seek no reward. Such magnanimity is truly worthy of admiration. But a favor this great, how could I possibly not repay it? Just as she said that, Bu Hui's robes were suddenly torn to shreds, fluttering away in tatters. She froze, stunned and sweating, with no idea what had just happened. It all happened so fast that Fungi and his two disciples could only stand there, completely thunderstruck, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. With a dumbfounded look on his face, Xiao Tian's eyes were glued to Bu Hui's generous bust. He didn't even last 3 seconds before he reeled back, blood gushing from his nose like a waterfall. Seeing Xiao Tian collapse, lying motionless on the ground, Bu Hui quickly crossed her arms over her chest and cried out in alarm. Mr. Nya. A little while later, after Shi had found a new set of robes for Bu Hui. Oh, senior sister, your sword is incredible, but it sure is rough on clothes, haha. That's only because I can't quite control it properly yet. It was caused by Li He's sword chi. Once I've had a few more days to train and get in sync with Li He, it won't be an issue anymore. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian was huddled in a corner by the wall, muttering to himself, Miss Bu Hui, that sword is way too powerful. Just a slight loss of control, and it shreds clothes to pieces. If she were to accidentally lose control at some point, wouldn't she slice herself to ribbons? Piece by piece. As the words left his lips, Xiao Tian's eyes shot open as he had a sudden realization. Lose control? He quivered with giddy excitement. Hey, I've come up with another perfect way to die. The scene shifts to Dang Ji, who's sitting by the door and stewing, her face cupped in her hands. Master is such a complete idiot. How could he fall for such a cheap honey trap? He didn't just help that wicked woman with her sword. He even gave that piece of junk a name. Recalling the moment Bu Hui's robes were shredded, Dang Ji's face fell. It's true what they say. All men are just a bunch of pervs. I guess I'm just not as well endowed as that evil woman. And now Master won't even give me the time of day. Her fists tightened, her expression hardening with resolve. I can't let this happen. I can't just let those two get everything they want. I have to find a way to win Master back. She peeked around the corner, drawn by the sound of voices. Miss Bu Hui. Miss Shi, my apologies for earlier. I was a bit overwhelmed. I hope I didn't make a fool of myself. Dang Ji watched as Xiao Tian stood talking with Bu Hui and Shi. Bu Hui bowed her head slightly. You're too kind, Mr. Nya. It was all my fault. My own skills are still lacking. I haven't mastered control of Li He yet, and that's what caused such an embarrassing situation. No, not at all. Miss Bu Hui, you've only just acquired Li He. I'm sure you're not used to it yet. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps we could spar for a bit? It might help you get a feel for Li He's temperament. As he spoke, Xiao Tian held out a hand and beckoned. Don't let my appearance fool you. I actually have a bit of knack for martial arts. So you have nothing to worry about. Just relax and let loose. A grin spread across Xiao Tian's face as he pictured Bu Hui killing him with a single strike. This sword of hers is ridiculously powerful. And on top of that, she can't even control it. All it would take is for her to lose control for just a moment. Lose control? And wouldn't that be a convenient way for me to die? Bu Hui placed a hand on her chest, looking startled. For Mr. Nye to offer his personal guidance. I couldn't ask for more, but my cultivation is still so low. I'm afraid that Mr. Nye's cultivation is unfathomable. Even the simplest of his movements reveals the profound nature of the Tao. Who am I to spar with someone like him? A gloomy look crossed Xiao Tian's face. This is weird. I thought a sword fanatic like her would be dying to test out a new blade on someone. Why is she refusing? Is she afraid she'll slip up and hurt me? Or does she think I'm too weak? So weak that she doesn't dare to make a move? If that's the case, then how am I supposed to get her to kill me? Xiao Tian glanced down at his hands. Oh, maybe she thinks that since I'm unarmed, she'll definitely hurt me if we fight. In a flash, Xiao Tian spun around and bolted, leaving a trail of dust as he yelled back. Miss Bu Hui, I get it now. Just wait a second. Bu Hui and Shi just stared after him, completely baffled. Xiao Tian dashed back to his room and grabbed his iron wok with both hands. Wasting no time, he charged back outside like a freight train. In just a few seconds, he was back, holding his trusty wok up like a shield. Miss Bu Hui, you were holding back because you thought I was defenseless, weren't you? Afraid you might actually hurt me? Well, I brought my protection now, so you don't have to hold back anymore. Come on, let's have a proper match. Give me everything you've got. From behind them, Feng Zi's voice rang out. Bu Hui, go ahead and accept. Hearing this, both women turned to look. Mr. Nye's abilities are profound and immeasurable. We're both perfectly clear on that. You don't need to be afraid of accidentally hurting him. Feng Zi's assessment. I don't know what Tion is planning, but if he wanted to kill me, he would have done it already. This is also a good opportunity to gauge the true extent of his power. At those words, Bu Hui relaxed and took a defensive stance, preparing to attack. If that's the case, then please forgive my impertinence. Xiao Tian held the pan in one hand and raised the other in a fighting stance. Whenever you're ready, Miss Yao. The two faced off as the wind whistled and leaves fluttered, each waiting for the other to make the first move. Hiding in a corner, Dang Ji excitedly pumped its fists in the air. Go, master. Teach that nasty woman a lesson. Xiao Tian stared ahead, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Bu Hui was just as focused, her gaze sharp and vigilant. She thrust her sword forward, unleashing a flurry of blade shards at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian pushed off the ground, moving to meet the attack. With a serious expression, he clenched both his hands. He raised the pan. He continuously blocked Bu Hui's assault, all the while thinking to himself, this pan is really just for show. It definitely won't be able to take more than a few hits. Now I just have to wait for Miss Yao to use her real skills. Xier excitedly grabbed Feng Zi's arm. Master, senior sister is so strong. But big brother Nya seems even more incredible. Feng Zi's expression was one of utter disbelief. Incredible? You call this incredible? No, this can't be called incredible at all. This is terrifying. Each time Xiao Tian blocked, some unknown force struck the wall behind her, causing this much damage. As the attacks intensified, the cracks on the wall behind Bu Hui's spiderweb, growing wider and more numerous. Feng Zi thought to himself, his fists never land, never harming Bu Hui. Yet the force passes through her completely undiminished, shattering the wall behind her. This is far beyond simply parrying to avoid injury. To use a technique like this, one must not only have achieved a profound level of enlightenment, but also possess immeasurably deep and powerful energy to project force right through a target like that. Even at my peak, I never attained this level of power. This fiend, what is the true extent of his strength now, displaying this kind of divine technique in front of me? What is he trying to accomplish? Could it be that he realized trying to entice us wouldn't work, so he switched to a show of force to intimidate me into following him? Meanwhile, Xiao Tian wore a look of confusion as he thought to himself, Miss Bu Hui must just be warming up with these moves. Once she's done, she'll probably unleash a real killing blow. Then I can just go with the flow and run right in her blade. That should be a pretty smooth way to get myself killed. Xiao Tian watched Bu Hui's expression, thinking it looked like she was finally about to unleash her ultimate move. She raised her sword high, channeling her technique. Swirling blade shards, interspersed with crackling arcs of lightning, enveloped her. Then, she swung her sword forward with all her might and shouted, Emmer, ne, receive this. As the storm of blades rushed toward him, Xiao Tian smiled. Here it comes, here it comes. Xiao Tian closed his eyes and grinned, awaiting the moment he could finally return to his own world. As the blade storm shot towards him like an arrow, Xiao Tian slowly lowered his hands. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Xiao Tian dropped his defenses, letting the attack come. An attack this fast and powerful. This has to be enough to kill me, right? Seeing this, Feng Zi broke out in a cold sweat. Is he trying to take the hit on purpose? Xier screamed in alarm. Senior sister, stop your attack. Maintaining her stance, Bu Hui was just as horrified. I can't. It's too late. The lightning bolts converged above Xiao Tian's head, forming what looked like a furious thunder spirit. After a moment, both the lightning and the countless blade shards simply dissipated around his body. Bu Hui stared in stunned silence as the shards clattered harmlessly to the ground. The lightning, meanwhile, was simply absorbed into the pan. Xiao Tian remained standing silently, his eyes still closed. He focused on the feeling, not saying a word. Sweat poured down his face as he grimaced, thinking, why don't I feel dead yet? Was the sword so sharp that it killed me before I even felt it? Wanted to know if he was dead or not. Xiao Tian slowly cracked his eyes open. When he saw that he was still alive, he was utterly bewildered. Whwa, what just happened? Terrified, Bu Hui rushed forward and clasped her hands, exclaiming loudly, my skills are still lacking. I nearly injured you, Mr. Nya. Please forgive me. Xiao Tian raised his hands as if to say she was being too hard on herself. It was nothing. Don't worry about it. Please, don't be like this. Xiao Tian stared blankly, his mind racing. She must have pulled her attack at the last second. That's why I'm not dead. As the realization hit him, Xiao Tian sighed in frustration. Are you kidding me? That sword was literally right in my face. He can actually pull back a move like that? This is just ridiculous. Bu Hui held the sword with both hands and placed it on his head. No, Mr. Nye helped me heal my injuries and even helped me achieve a breakthrough. Then he reforged the Li He for me. And yet, I almost injured you, sir. I have truly failed to repay your great kindness. Fungi coughed awkwardly, breaking the tense atmosphere. He walked over and spoke. Woohoo! Acting like this shows you clearly don't understand Mr. Nye's good intentions. Hearing this, a confused Bu Hui turned to look at him. Stroking his beard, he said, Now, try to recall the Li He. Bu Hui raised the sword, which crackled with lightning, and shouted, Recall. Instantly, the sword fragments on the ground began to tremble, move, and glow. Then they slowly lifted off the ground and flew into the air. The floating fragments swarmed together, merging back into the sword, much to Bu Hui's astonishment. This is... Fungi looked on, asking, Do you feel that controlling the Li He is much easier now? Bu Hui turned to look at him. Don't tell me. Mr. Niao was... Fungi cut him off. That's right. It's exactly as you think. Before, the Li He seemed to contain the laws of heaven and earth. But last night, its ability to absorb power was limited, which is why you struggled to control it. Mr. Nya, under the guise of sparring, has gradually awakened the Li He that lay dormant within you. And then he infused new laws of heaven and earth into it. Stimulated by these new laws of heaven and earth, the Li He was finally able to awaken its spirit, creating a true spiritual connection with you. Bu Hui recalled the image of the lightning tribulation that had just appeared above Xiao Tian. So that's how it is. So you're saying, Mr. Nye did all of that on purpose? Shier walked over full of praise. To think he could do something like this. Brother Nye is amazing. Mr. Nye's power is truly beyond our imagination. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian lay gasping on the ground, dejected after another failed attempt to die, not wanting to hear any of it. Fengzi clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes narrowed in thought. To be able to play with the power of heaven and earth like that, Nye Xiao Tian's current strength has likely far surpassed that of his previous life. Even if the three of us, master and disciples, used all our strength, I doubt we could even injure him now. But if Yi Tian is so powerful, why does he keep helping us over and over again? Does he really intend to recruit us? His thoughts concluded, he spoke up. Emer, Nye, I wonder if this old man's earlier speculation was correct. Seeing Xiao Tian walk away with the pan, looking completely lost and soulless, Fengzi was left stunned and speechless. Huh? Emer, Nye. Reaching the gate, Xiao Tian turned back to give instructions. You three, I'm going out for a walk. Make yourselves at home. Xiao Tian was miserable. Damn it. I can't believe even that didn't kill me. I need to find a place to cool my head. Inside, Shier and Bu Hui watched him go, worried. Emer, Nye, is there anything we can do to help? He raised a hand and said, Just feed the donkey for me. Oh, right. I've spoiled that donkey rotten. It doesn't like grass. Just feed it whatever you're eating. Hearing this, Fengzi gave a sly grin. Haha, the donkey eats whatever people eat, you say? This donkey must be the spirit pet Yi Tian is raising. If that's the case, the old man smiled and announced loudly, Rest assured, Mr. Nya, I will do my utmost to serve your donkey. He schemed like a calculating old fox. To think he'd asked me to prepare food for this spirit donkey. Yi Tian really does want to recruit me and my disciples. If that's his plan, then I don't mind temporarily lowering myself to serve a demon lord and plant the seeds for vanquishing evil in the future. Suddenly, Shier grabbed Bu Hui and burst into tears. Senior sister, what are we going to do? It looks like Master is serious about cooking for us. I'm still so young. I don't want to die yet. It's hopeless. Although Master's cooking is admittedly a bit lacking, the scene shifts to a barren plain in the Forbidden Lands. Xiao Tian sat huddled by himself, muttering, All I wanted was to find someone to kill me, quietly. Why is it so damn hard? I shouldn't have been so roundabout in the beginning. I should have just begged the old master to kill me with a single palm strike. But now we're all acquainted. Even if I got on my knees and begged them to kill me, they wouldn't agree now, would they? Lost in his gloomy thoughts, he glanced to the side and saw an owl appear next to him, seeing the owl constantly waving at him with a look of pure contempt. Xiao Tian was furious. He shot out a hand and snatched the owl by the neck, stunning it. You piece of shit system. Tricking me into studying for 500 years was bad enough. And now you're here to laugh at me? You think I can't do a damn thing to you just because this is a cultivation world? The owl kept pointing its wing in one direction, which only made him angrier. You're still pointing the thing at me? What? Are you saying some old cultivator is going to pop out of nowhere and run me through with a single sword strike? Just as the words left his mouth, Xiao Tian's expression froze, a look of dawning realization spreading across his face. A super powerful cultivator. He gently let go of the owl and set it down. Then, spreading his arms wide, he burst into a gleeful laugh. That's it. This is a cultivation world, packed with experts. I just have to go out there, pick a fight with someone I rubbed the wrong way. A couple of quick slashes and boom, I'm dead. With that, an ecstatic Xiao Tian took off running as fast as he could. Let's go, let's go. Cultivation world, here I come. The scene shifts to Sheer, who is staring in horror at the pile of empty bowls on the table. I've never seen anyone take more than 3 bites of Master's cooking. But Sister Donkey, she ate everything he made. She's incredible. Dang Ji sat with her legs crossed, casually picking her teeth. Little girl, you've got a good eye. This big sister has been through some serious training. Forget about this little meal. I could chug a poison that would melt you into a puddle of blood and not even blink. But seriously, what the hell was that food? It was so dry and tough. If my master hadn't drilled it into me to never waste food, I would have flipped this table ages ago. Fungi approached, clasping his hands together sheepishly. Haha, the little donkey has a point. This old man's culinary skills are admittedly a bit subpar. He might have been smiling, but inwardly, he was seething with rage. All that complaining, but you didn't seem to have any trouble stuffing your face. If you weren't Yi Tian's pet, I'd have sent you flying with a single palm strike. He walked over to the table, carrying 2 more dishes. This is my specialty. Please, eat while it's hot. Sometime later, a crestfallen Bu Hui cleared the dishes, lost in thought. Master can't tell salt from sugar when he cooks, much less get the portions right. I hate to admit it, but the fact that this demon donkey can finish everything he makes is actually impressive. Blushing, Sheer shyly approached Dang Ji. She wanted to ask her something. Sister, you're so incredible. Could you tell me the name of that song you were singing when we met? It was so beautiful and had such deep meaning. Brother Nye must have taught it to you, right? At this, Dang Ji instantly produced a handkerchief and a fan without a moment's hesitation. You've got good taste, little girl. I heard the master humming it so often that I just learned it by heart. And he knows tons of songs. All right, big sister here will sing you the very best part. And just like that, Dang Ji stood up to showcase her talent. At the 5th watch, when dawn is near. The sky is growing light, my dear. A voice calls out, my love, wake up. Outside, the rooster crows and crows. The light through yonder window shows. She sees him to the outer door and asks, my love, when will you come once more? You want me to come back, you say. I wouldn't want to anyway, but your family walls are high and steep, and your old dog won't stay asleep. I call your name 10 times, but hear no sound 9 times from thee. So then, I'm scared your daddy's gonna set his shotgun on me. Bravo, bravo. The moment the song finished, a glowing emblem of 3 leaves appeared between Sheer's eyebrows. Fungi stared, his eyes wide and his mouth agape in utter shock. Bu Hui was equally flabbergasted, completely speechless. Fungi stared at the light radiating from Sheer's forehead, his mind racing. Asterisk is Sheer breaking through to the heavenly sword guest realm? Asterisk. Asterisk the 3rd leaf stage. Asterisk. But she just reached the 2nd leaf stage a few days ago. To think a simple song could advance her cultivation this quickly. Yi Tian, just what other incredible skills are you hiding? Having successfully broken through, Sheer gently spread her arms and landed softly on the ground. Dang Ji snapped her fan shut and turned to face her. That's a song the master sings all the time. I think it's called an Arinzuan or something. So, pretty good, right? Shi'er clapped her hands in delight. It was wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Is that another one of the songs Brother Nye used to sing? Brother Nye is truly amazing. She tugged on Dang Ji's sleeve. Her curiosity piqued. Sister Donkey, Brother Nye is so incredible. What kind of person is he really? When I was training with my own master, I used to hear him talk about the legendary experts of the immortal realm. They don't seem nearly as incredible as Brother Nye. Fungi, eavesdropping from behind, smirked to himself. So Shi'er is trying to butter up Yi Tian's spirit pet. A perfect way to get information on him without leaving a trace. Heh, I never would have guessed. Shi'er usually looks so innocent and naive, but it looks like she can actually be useful once in a while. Dongji covered its mouth and let out a laugh. I can't reveal the details of my master's origins. Besides, even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to comprehend it. But my master once told me about his past life. I can give you the gist of it. How much you can understand, well, that depends on your own insight. Shi'er clasped her hands, her eyes sparkling like stars in the sky. Really? What was Brother Nye's past life really like? Dongji began to recount the story in a knowing tone. Speaking of his past, my master is profoundly mysterious. I remember he told me quite a bit once when he was drunk. Even while sitting at home, my master could know everything that happened that day through a special art. If my master wanted to travel to a faraway place, he would simply ride an iron spirit beast, and in the blink of an eye, he'd be there. I also heard that my master's ancestors were utterly lawless and heaven-defying. With a single flick of a finger, they could level a land 100 miles wide. Hearing this, Fungi and his two disciples trembled uncontrollably, their faces pale with terror. Fungi broke out in a cold sweat. Knowing everything that happens in the world in an instant, traveling 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye, leveling 100 miles of land with the flick of a finger? But wasn't Yi Tian sealed away in the Forbidden Land this whole time? Could he have stumbled upon some great opportunity while sealed away? Maybe he entered a secret cultivation realm? Shi'er turned and whispered to Fungi, Master, Brother Nye seems even more incredible than we imagined. Could he have cultivated in the immortal realm before? According to what Sister Donkey said, those artifacts and techniques are truly on another level. We've never even heard of such things. Fungi was still lost in thought. I have to stay calm. At the very least, I can't let my two disciples think Yi Tian is invincible. Otherwise, when Nye Xiao Tian's true identity is revealed, I'm afraid the fear will scar their minds and create a heart demon. I'll have to make up some other experts, even if it's a lie, just to give them some hope. As Dongji returned to its donkey form, Fungi spoke up. The techniques Miss Donkey described are indeed profound, but the world is a vast place. It's not as if no one else can reach that level. In my day, this old master has met many experts who could turn a mountain to ash with a snap of their fingers. I've also seen masters who could tear through the void with just a few simple steps. A gentle wave of their hand, and the dark clouds would part. At that moment, a hand rested on the doorframe. Xiao Tian stood there, stunned, listening to Fungi's voice from within. The world is vast. Anything is possible. Besides, there's always someone stronger out there. So there's no need for you two to be so shocked. You must reach a state where even if the sky itself were to fall, you would remain completely calm. Only then can you forge a flawless Tao heart to aid in your own cultivation. After listening, Xiao Tian smiled to himself. So, there really are other experts in this world after all. If I can find them, one of them will surely be able to kill me. Seeing Xiao Tian, Shi'er waved happily. Ah, Brother Nye, you're back. Fungi turned his head, his face a mask of panic. What? When did this monster get back? He didn't take what I just said as a challenge, did he? Is he going to kill me now? Xiao Tian walked over to Fungi, clasped his hands, and bowed his head. Elderly, this humble one has a request. Fungi flinched back in fear. Hith, please speak. Xiao Tian then grabbed Fungi's hands and made his request. I want to go out and meet the masters from all over. I was wondering if Elderly could take me? Hearing this, Fungi stared, utterly dumbfounded. What did this demon just say? He wants me to take him to meet experts from all over? Does he want to leave this place to go out and wreak havoc on the world? Shi'er and Bu Hui spoke up, confused. Brother Nye, you want to go out too? Mr. Nye, you've been in seclusion for so many years. Why the sudden desire to enter the world? Is there something you need to take care of? No, not at all. It's just that I've been here for so long. I'd like to go out and have a look around. And while I'm at it, I'd like to witness the prowess of other masters. Xiao Tian sighed in frustration. If you guys could just kill me cleanly, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. With that thought, he continued speaking. However, I know nothing about the outside world. I'll need all of you to show me the way. Sheer immediately stepped forward, volunteering reassuringly. We've traveled far and wide with our master over the years. We know so many places. Besides, my master is incredibly knowledgeable about the affairs of the Jianghu. There's nothing he doesn't know. She turned, startled to find Fengzi huddled in a corner, and called out, "Master!" Fengzi clutched his head, his eyes darting wildly from side to side. So, Tian intends to enter the world? It makes sense. After 100,000 years in seclusion, once the seal is broken, he was bound to rejoin the world of martial arts sooner or later. I can't just stand by and watch him wreak havoc on the mortal realm. I must rally my fellow cultivators to vanquish this demon. Ku'er walked over, her voice filled with concern. "Master, what are you doing?" "Haha, it's nothing. I was just lost and thought about a few things, that's all." Ku'er and Bu Hui helped the old man over. "Master, you shouldn't dwell on such pointless things. It's not good for you. You always taught us that the most important thing in life is to be happy. So why is it, when it comes to you, you always seem to be looking for trouble?" Fengzi shot them a look. "Looking for trouble? What nonsense. This old man is planning for our future, thinking about the bigger picture. If you two could just learn to tell right from wrong, and to think before you act, then this old man wouldn't have to go through all this suffering." All right. But Master, Brother Nye has a question for you." "Master, Mr. Nye has been incredibly kind and has taken such good care of us. I was thinking we should find a way to repay his kindness." His two female disciples helped Fengzi over to where Xiao Tian was standing. Xiao Tian asked curiously, "About that? Emer, Nye, did I hear you say you wanted to learn about the path of the great masters on this continent?" "You flatter me, old Mr. Li. Although I am merely a mortal, I've always yearned for the path of cultivation. I was hoping to go out and broaden my horizons. Having lived here for so many years, I know very little about the outside world. I wanted to ask you, old mister, which of the sects out there are considered the most powerful?" He stroked his beard and replied, "Let this old man think. Perhaps I can provide you with a few suggestions." Fengzi pondered, a scheme forming in his mind. So, this Tian wants to scout out the major powers of the continent. Is he planning to gauge his opponent's strength before making a move? Makes sense. He hasn't been free from his seal for long. His power probably hasn't returned to its peak yet. Of course, he can't afford to be reckless. However, if Tian really intends to enter the world, perhaps I can use him, pit him against those people. Those people are the most powerful masters on the continent. Once they and Tian have destroyed each other, I can seize the opportunity to vanquish the demon and eliminate the traitors, and finally fulfill my long-cherished wish. But before that, I need some time to finish one incredibly important thing. With that thought, he began his performance. He suddenly collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony. Bu Hui, Ku'er, and Xiao Tian rushed to his side in a panic. Master, what's wrong?" "Old Mr. Li, are you all right?" Fengzi looked up, his face twisted in pain as he trembled. "Emer, Nye, my apologies. It's been far too long since this old man has cooked. I was careless, and I think I threw out my back. How about we wait a day for me to rest up? We can set out tomorrow, perhaps? What the hell is this old man up to? His acting is terrible. This guy couldn't even convincingly fake an injury to run a scam." He knelt down to help Fengzi up. "Old Mr. Li, it must be an old injury acting up. Of course, you must rest and recover. Besides, I still need to pack my things anyway. Let's depart tomorrow." Xiao Tian quickly took the opportunity to check Fengzi's pulse. But for this old man to fake an injury right now, he must have a reason. I suppose I'll just play along for now. Later that night, Xiao Tian sat on a rooftop, confiding in an owl perched beside him. "After 100 years here, I was completely sick of this place. I never thought that now, on the verge of leaving, I'd actually feel a little sad to go." Xiao Tian recalled the image of Fengzi collapsing earlier. His heart was racing. The tone of his voice was unnatural, and he couldn't look me straight in the eye. On top of that, he was blinking constantly. From a psychological standpoint, he was definitely lying. Which reminds me, for old Mr. Li to suddenly fake an injury and ask to stay one more day Could there be some important reason behind it? Still, that acting was just awful. It'd be hard for anyone to fall for that, especially not me, someone who's actually studied criminal psychology. Suddenly, Xiao Tian's eyes widened as he spotted something. Watching Fungi sneaking around below, Xiao Tian thought to himself, "Old Mr. Li, it's so late. Why isn't he resting? We're going to be going." Fungi gently closed the door, a shroud of mystery around him as he turned to head out. Xiao Tian immediately leaped down. In the dead of night, where on earth is old Mr. Li going? And to think he'd lie to his two disciples about it. This must be something incredibly important. He ran to the wall and peered over. He watched Fungi's retreating figure. Even though old Mr. Li is a cultivator, it seems like he's still suffering from an old injury. With that thought, Xiao Tian vaulted over the wall. He landed gracefully, like a superhero. Maybe I should follow him, just to see what's going on. If his old wound is really acting up, I might be able to help. An owl on a high rooftop watched the entire scene as Xiao Tian did his best to keep up with Fungi. The scene changes to the outskirts of the Crimson Fog, Forbidden Land. Blackstone Forest. Someone's feet tread softly and slowly on the ground. Fungi surveyed his surroundings, wondering, "This should be the place." I originally came to the edge of the Crimson Fog, Forbidden Land just to observe the seal. I never expected to run into a major event like Etion's reincarnation. But while Etion's return is a potential catastrophe, for me, it was a blessing in disguise. He healed 80 to 90% of my injuries, which is why today, I finally have a chance to reclaim that. After saying this, he sat down and crossed his legs. He raised his hands, and as he channeled his power, his body was enveloped in a shroud of spiritual energy. Now that Etion plans to leave the Forbidden Land, I need to follow him and monitor his every move. Tonight is my last chance to obtain that item. However, it's protected by a royal blood seal. Only those of the royal bloodline can awaken it. Anyone else who touches it will suffer the seal's backlash. There's no other way. I have to restore my true form first, then I can figure out the rest. A dazzling golden tree manifested above his head. Innate hidden origin. Concealed chi, hidden veins. Bloodline. Restore truth. Return me to my original form. From within the tree, the ethereal, shimmering form of a woman emerged, rising high as torrents of spiritual energy flowed down. The golden bronze hue of Fungi's body gradually faded and disappeared. In just a few short seconds, he had fully materialized into a woman with flowing white hair, hovering in the air. She descended slowly, her feet touching the ground with a gentle grace. Surveying her body, she let out a delighted smile. To think I'd be able to restore my true form a day before my 1000th year. This person is known as the last empress of the Xiantian dynasty. Li Fengxi, peak leaf-plucking swordmaster. 2 years ago, I ventured deep into the Crimson Fog Forbidden Land and was ambushed by royal traitors. Although I managed to escape in the end, I was gravely wounded. Left with no other choice, I used a secret art passed down through the Xiantian dynasty. The sky-deceiving hidden vein art allowed me to temporarily suppress my injuries and hide my identity to survive. But while the technique saved me, its side effect transformed me into an old man. Even my temperament changed. Thinking back on all my actions from that time, it was truly a disgrace to my innate royal dignity. She recalled the times Xiao Tian came at her with acupuncture needles and how terrified she was. I have to say, I owe my recovery to the acupuncture treatments Tian gave me during this time. But he offered to help me in exchange for my servitude, and his attitude was just too sincere. I wonder what his true purpose is. The memories of the past few days were unbearable to recall. With a force of will, the Empress shattered the intrusive thoughts and refocused. All right, there are more important things to do. Back then, when I was attacked by the royal traitors, I was forced to the outskirts of the Forbidden Land. In the end, I was no match for them and was severely wounded. The Xiantian dynasty's treasure, passed down for 10,000 years, was accidentally lost here during the fight. She brought her hands together, her expression serious as she began to cast a spell. "O ancient spirits of this land, vast heavens and great earth, from darkness, enter the light. Reveal it to me. I cannot be stopped." She could feel the treasure was close. I'll retrieve it now and hurry back to the courtyard. Perhaps then, that Etion won't suspect a thing. As the Empress chanted, A mound of earth began to swell and glow. My body, soul, and spirit. 5 organs profound and bright. The azure dragon, the white tiger. God, I'm all mixed up. The vermilion bird and the black tortoise stand as my sentinels. The empress stood before the mound of earth, her eyes dark and intense, her hair whipping in the wind as she radiated an aura of absolute authority. Royal treasure, buried in dust for years. I summon you to appear now. As soon as the words left her lips, something shining with a brilliant golden light shot up from the mound. Her eyes widened as she looked up. Lost for so many years. Now, I've finally found you. The ultimate heirloom of my Xiantian dynasty. The Pu Yu Chong Tong. Clearly visible within the light was a beautiful, golden bronze jade pendant. The empress leaped into the air, reaching for the jade pendant. The Fa Yu Chong Tong. My royal bloodline can't be used to control it by force. Any attempt would trigger a backlash from the royal blood seal, and my powers would be locked away. Unfortunately, my wounds haven't fully healed. If I rush to take the treasure now, I probably won't be able to unleash its true power. The only thing I can do is use the bloodline in my veins to nurture it. Once the treasure awakens from its 100-year slumber, it will be given to the bloodline of the last royal. Suddenly, a massive, coiling shape flew toward the queen from behind. The impact sent her stumbling forward, caught completely off guard. In the chaos, the jade pendant on her wrist slipped from her grasp. Wincing in pain, she looked up and screamed, "No, no, my treasure!" As the white dust settled, a giant wolf emerged from the haze. Its eyes glowed with a blood-red aura, its sharp fangs bared in a ferocious snarl. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the red mist forbidden zone, Blackstone Forest, Xiao Tian paced back and forth, scanning the endless rock faces. This outer stone forest is huge, so many twists and turns, and the terrain is a nightmare. Damn it, I finally managed to follow Old Masterly this far, but there's nothing here except a bunch of rocks. Did I lose his trail again? Suddenly, a sound froze him in his tracks. No way. Is it the sound of fighting? Could that be Old Master Lee? He scrambled toward the sound as fast as he could. Old Master Lee's injuries haven't healed yet. It would be incredibly dangerous for him to use his martial arts right now. I have to get over there and check it out. Peeking out from behind a cliff, Xiao Tian cupped his hands to his mouth and shouted, "Old Master Lee." But what he saw only left him more confused. Huh? Where did this warrior lady come from? And what's the deal with that giant wolf? A wolf that big actually exists in this world? And of course I'd be the one to stumble right into it. Staring into the wolf's massive jaws, the queen's mind raced. Damn it, this moon-devouring wolf. It was a tribute offering to our Xiantian imperial dynasty. There was only one in the entire imperial territory. After the Xiantian dynasty was overthrown, all these tributes must have fallen into the hands of the rebels. Could it be that this wolf was sent by the rebels to ambush me near the Forbidden Zone? When I lost the FAU Chong Tong, I assumed that since it was protected by the royal blood seal, the rebels wouldn't be able to take it, so I didn't try to reclaim it immediately. I never expected them to have already found the treasure's location. And even though they couldn't touch it, they left this moon-devouring wolf here to guard it. It seems the rebels also placed a restrictive command on the wolf, forcing it to fight any member of the royal bloodline to the death. To the death. As the thought crossed her mind, she conjured her magic, causing her sword to glow and fly forward. If I were at my peak, I could have easily destroyed a demonic wolf like you. But unfortunately, I'm injured, so this is going to take some effort. But no matter what, I will defeat you and take back the Fa Yu Chong Tong. No sooner had the thought finished than she thrust her hands forward, unleashing a powerful palm strike. A brilliant column of golden energy shot out, striking the wolf right between the eyes and erupting in a blinding shockwave. The massive beast was seemingly obliterated by the queen's powerful attack. She landed gracefully before the wolf's smoldering corpse, certain of her victory. But then, something like a bolt from the blue struck her, and she froze, her eyes wide with shock. The strain of overexerting her power with unhealed wounds was too much. She coughed up mouthful after mouthful of blood. Hiding behind a cliff, Xiao Tian was filled with anxiety. She was so powerful just a second ago. Why is she suddenly throwing up blood? Is she injured? Suddenly the wolf's eyes snapped open, glowing a ferocious, bloody red. It rose to its feet and let out a savage roar at the queen, the force of its breath sending her flying backward. She skidded across the ground, barely conscious. I was careless. I pushed my power too far. The injuries Shao Tian helped me suppress. I can't keep them in check anymore. And this wolf, it's much stronger than when it first arrived in the Imperial territory. To think it could withstand a full power attack from me. I fear the rebels must have fed it countless spirit pills and elixirs just to ensure it could wipe us out for good. Her body trembled uncontrollably as she huddled before the wolf's gaping maw. It seems fate intends for me to die. Here. Just then a rock smacked the wolf hard on the head, followed by a voice. Hey, you bag of bones. Shao Tian stepped out, hands on his hips, pointing tauntingly. Picking on a helpless woman? What kind of guts does that take? If you got any real courage, come and get me. The queen, lying weakly on the ground, managed to lift her head. Yes, Shao Tian? Why is he here? It's no use. Shouting like that is pointless. The moon-devouring wolf is under a restrictive spell. The moon-devouring wolf is under a restrictive spell. The moon-devouring wolf is under a restrictive spell. Specializes in killing specific bloodlines. The innate imperial clan. How could it change its target just because of a few taunts? Seeing the wolf ignore him, Shao Tian frowned in frustration. This monster is completely ignoring me. Was my taunt not strong enough? He reached his hand forward, activating a technique from the art of language. Skill, super-level taunt simulation. Performance art. Skill, declarative action. Shao Tian bellowed. I said, get over here. The sound formed into rippling waves. The echo was so powerful that even the owl perched on the cliff behind him was overwhelmed. All of Shao Tian's efforts finally paid off. The wolf stopped dead in its tracks and turned its head. The 5-character restriction on the wolf, kill the innate imperial clan, shattered into pieces. Seeing he finally had its attention, Shao Tian froze, staring straight at it. And just like that, the chase was on. Shao Tian turned tail and ran for his life, all while continuing to provoke it. Hurry up and get over here. The queen watched, completely stunned. Nishiaoken, you think you can break the moon-devouring wolf's restriction with just a shout? Is he really that powerful? But why would he show up here and help me? As she spoke, the queen's head lolled to the side, and she collapsed, motionless. He's definitely never seen my real face before. Shao Tian ran at incredible speed, giddy with excitement. This beast is so obedient. It's really chasing me. That warrior lady can probably use this chance to escape. Once she's gotten away safely, I'll just let this wolf have me for dinner. Watching the furious wolf chase him with all its might, Shao Tian grew even more smug, thinking he was about to get the easy death he wanted. The system owl spread its wings and silently followed the endless chase between the wolf and Shao Tian. Shao Tian glanced back with a grin. Yes, that's it. You skinny bag of bones. This wolf looks ferocious. It must be about to reach its boiling point. This isn't far enough. I have to run a little farther. Only then can that beauty escape safely. The owl landed on a rocky peak, its body erupting in a brilliant halo of light. In an instant, the owl transformed into an adorable lowly with big, sparkling, round eyes. The master has been cultivating for 100 years through the system. His physical speed alone is already this fast. How could this little mutt possibly catch up to him? It's hard to believe he's deliberately slowing down just so the little mutt can keep up. But I suppose it's about time to end this. Running at full tilt, Shao Tian screeched to a halt. Ahead of him was a dead end, a solid wall of rock. Shao Tian spun around 180 degrees, coming face to face with the wolf's snarling maw, which looked ready to devour him whole. Shao Tian raised his hands, looking around as he thought. I thought I'd get a longer run out of this. I was ready to jump right into its mouth, but I never expected to hit a dead end. Shao Tian put on a defiant, taunting expression. Come on. If you got the guts, then bite me. Kill me. Still, this is good too. Looks like I'll get an easy death this time. Hif hif. The wolf, enraged, its eyes glowing red, opened its mouth wide, preparing to swallow Shao Tian. Shao Tian imagined himself sprawled out on a warm, soft bed. So refreshing. He closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and spread his arms wide to embrace the moment. My sweet home. Wi-Fi. Air conditioning. My cell phone. Even the college entrance exams that I miss so dearly. I'm finally coming home. Shao Tian's voice exploded into a layered, crimson shockwave. The sound waves spiraling from Xiaoyan's mouth completely vaporized the wolf, leaving behind nothing but a few drops of green slime. The little owl girl watched from her perch high above. The master has already maxed out the entire art skill tree. That move, Sonic Art, Resonant Shield, is simple and unassuming. However, the master's own power amplified the Resonant Shield's effect by tens of thousands of times. It's even more terrifying than a lion's roar. It'd be a miracle if that little mutt wasn't blasted into oblivion. A confused expression on his face, Xiaoyan slowly cracked, open his eyes. Huh? Why hasn't this wolf bitten me yet? His jaw dropped in shock. Before him was nothing but empty ground. What the hell? Where'd it go? Don't tell me it ran back to deal with that warrior lady. Was my entire run a waste of time? Couldn't it at least have had the decency to kill me before taking off? The scene shifts back to the queen, lying unconscious on the ground. A hand appears, gently poking her cheek. Xiaoyan sat beside her, pondering. I can't believe it, the warrior lady. Instead of running, this big sis just passed out right here. And that monster didn't come back to bother her. Maybe she wounded it so badly before that it didn't dare to return? He took a closer look at the queen's figure and let out a whistle of admiration. But man, I gotta say, this lady is an absolute knockout. Xiaoyan took off his own tattered outer robe with a smile. Oh well, there are more important things to do. A while later, the queen groaned, clutching her head as she slowly opened her eyes. She awoke to find her arm and chest bandaged. She shot upright in a panic. Why is it so cold? Am I dead? Wait, where are my clothes? Xiaoyan picks up a glowing needle from beside her and speaks. Oh, you're awake, miss? Perfect timing. Let's continue. The empress, terrified, covers her chest with her hands. Xiaoyan? She imagines Xiaoyan's lecherous face as he took off her clothes. Continue? What does he want to continue doing? Don't tell me. While I was unconscious, he assaulted me. Xiaoyan places a hand on the empress's abdomen, smiling brightly. No need to be alarmed, miss. My name is Xiaoyan. I know a little bit about medicine. You took a blow from that wolf earlier, and it blocked your meridians. If left untreated, it could cause serious internal injuries. As he speaks, Xiaoyan inserts a needle into the empress's hand. Phew! After half an hour, the blockage is finally clearing up. Next, I'll use the needles to help you unblock your meridians completely. Xiaoyan continues the acupuncture treatment, lost in thought. Strange. Why is this warrior's injury so similar to old man Li's? Do all cultivators suffer from the same kinds of old wounds? The empress dazedly wonders to herself. Could it be that he killed that Wei Yu Lang and then bandaged my wounds? Why would this great demon lord suddenly start doing good deeds? And yet, the old injuries in my body seem to have been suppressed. The bandages, they're made from his own outer coat. Could it be? I misjudged him. Although, I have no idea if he saw anything he wasn't supposed to see. After a while, the acupuncture treatment finishes. The empress stands up, smiling brightly with relief. Thank you. It was nothing. But for the time being, you'd best not circulate your energy. Otherwise, your qi and blood will flow in reverse, and your injuries will worsen. Watching Xiaoyan remove the needle from her hand, the empress says, I understand. But there's one thing I don't get. We're complete strangers. Why would you save me? He gathers his needles back into their cloth pouch and replies, Does saving someone need a reason? Oh, right. Miss, what brings you to a desolate place like this? The empress's eyes widen in astonishment. What? Xiaoyan, the man who caused a bloodbath across the entire continent, wants to save people? Xiaoyan takes a step back, holding his hands up. He blushes, feeling awkward under her intense stare. Miss, is there something else wrong? As he backs away, Xiaoyan's foot accidentally steps on a jade pendant. Confused, he looks down, a question mark practically appearing over his head. Xiaoyan crouches down and picks up the jade pendant, puzzled. Jewelry? What's something like this doing out in the middle of nowhere? She imagines Xiaoyan with a vicious expression on his face. As he grabs the jade pendant, the empress grits her teeth in fear. A fatal mistake. The Zhongtong Dharma jade has fallen into his hands. Xiaoyan turns his head. Did you drop this? The empress is stunned. Impressive, Xiaoyan. My imperial family's blood seal is on the Zhongtong Dharma jade. Anyone who touches it should suffer a fatal backlash. In a mild case, they're killed on the spot. In a severe case, their chi and blood flow in reverse, destroying them from the inside out. And yet, he can hold it without any effect whatsoever. Then again, it makes sense. Not even the 9 tribulation thunders of the heavenly Tao could harm this demon lord. The blood seal, forged from generations of our imperial bloodline, is also powerless against him. Now that the Zhongtong Dharma Jade is in his hands, I fear there's no hope of getting it back. The dream of restoring our imperial clan to its former glory feels more distant than ever. Nie Shao Tian takes the Empress's hand and gently places the jade pendant in her palm. Here, it'd be hard to find if you lost it out here in the wilderness. You should keep it safe. Try not to drop it again. Seeing this, the Empress purses her lips, her mind in a total mess. How can this be? Even if Nie Shao Tian doesn't know what the Zhongtong Dharma Jade is, judging by its quality, there's no way he'd mistake it for an ordinary piece of jewelry. Asterisk, and now he's just handing it back to me? Just like that? Asterisk. What is he playing at? Is he looking down on my family's treasure? First, Nie Shao Tian heals my wounds, and then he returns my treasure. If I didn't know who he really is, I might have actually believed he was a good person. But no matter what, he definitely took advantage of me during the treatment. On that point alone, as the thought crosses her mind, she pushes off the ground and leaps into the air. The score between us is destined to never be settled. Glaring down at him, she declares, "I will remember what you did to me today." This humble girl has nothing to offer in repayment. But one day, and with that, she soars through the sky, her voice echoing as she departs. I swear, one day I'll be back to take your life. Shao Tian clenched his fists, looked up, and shouted, "Are you serious? I saved your life, you know. You can't even say a simple thank you. And you're just going to leave like that? And what the hell was that last thing you said?" Then, as her words sank in, Shao Tian's anger suddenly vanished. Wait a sec. What did she just say? Why would she suddenly want to kill me? Could it be? Did that swordswoman understand my heart's desire and decide to repay me this way? As realization dawned on him, tears welled up in Shao Tian's eyes. Overcome with emotion, he reached his hand toward the heavens. "My lady knight, then it's a promise. You have to come back and kill me." The next morning, at the crack of dawn, Fungi stumbled slowly back to his room. He recalled spending the previous night meditating to heal his wounds, thinking what a waste of time it had been. Using his boundless heaven hidden meridian art, Fungi pushed open the door and went inside. I wonder if Nie Shao Tian is back yet. I hope I can keep up this Li Fungi act for a while longer, so Nie Shao Tian and those 2 disciples don't get suspicious. Suddenly, a voice calling out "Master" made him freeze, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. A flustered Fungi turned around. "What is it? Woo! Did you need me for something?" Bu Hui, like an avenging spirit, stood with her arms crossed, accentuating her full chest. "Shao Tian said you ran off last night. Why would you stay out all night when you're still injured? Master, can't you take better care of yourself?" Shao Tian hurried over, trying to mediate. "Miss Bu Hui, I'm sure old Mr. Li had something important to do last night. Besides, he's back safe and sound now, isn't he? You don't have to be so angry." Fungi scratched his head sheepishly. "Huh, my apologies, Mr. Ni. I was just getting stir-crazy, cooped up in the courtyard, so I went out for a little fresh air and exercise, hoping it would help. My wounds heal faster." Fungi thought to himself. A perfect opportunity. I'll quickly change the subject to Nie Shao Tian. Knowing Bu Hui's personality, she won't keep pestering me then. Shao Tian turned and put a hand on Fungi's shoulder. "Old Mr. Li, for the past few days, I've basically been your physician. Your 9-day acupuncture treatment just ended. Your body is still recovering, so don't get careless." Shao Tian stared at him, his expression serious. Shao Tian thought, old Mr. Li's heartbeat is erratic. His pulse is racing. It seems like he engaged in some strenuous activity not long ago. He must have fought someone. But this place is a wasteland for miles around. Who could he have possibly fought out here? He recalled the image of the Empress lying face down on the ground. Shao Tian blushed. Could old Mr. Li have been the one who fought that swordswoman last night? With that thought, Shao Tian removed his hand from Fungi's shoulder. He turned to walk away, calling back over his shoulder. "It's getting late. We should pack up and get ready to leave." Stepping outside, Xiao Tian gazed into the distance. Whatever. Best to get an early start. I need to see if there's anyone else in this cultivation world who can actually kill me. That swordswoman wants to kill me, which is great. And she seems pretty strong, but the chances of running into her again are slim. Back in his room, Fungi leaned back in his chair, exhausted. That Bu Hui is so stubborn. I was only gone for one night without telling her, and she lectured me for a whole hour. He reached into his robes and pulled out a jade pendant. As he held it, the phantom image of an empress appeared beside him. Still, last night's excursion wasn't fruitless. At the very least, I found the soul pupil jade. Now that I've nourished it with my bloodline, I can use it again. He slowly raised the jade pendant, placing it against his forehead. Before, I was worried there wouldn't be enough time, that Nie Xiao Tian and Bu Hui would see through my disguise. I've just now reawakened the soul pupil jade. It seems they're too busy to pay me any mind right now. I'd better activate this treasure now to be safe. No sense in delaying. With a serious expression, he formed a hand seal. The jade pendant erupted in a blinding light. The pendant gradually faded, as if it were being absorbed into him. The boundless heaven hidden meridian art is now officially active. My own consciousness will soon fall dormant for a while. Thankfully, I was able to retrieve the soul pupil jade from the Forbidden Land this time. Next, I just have to deal with Nie Xiao Tian. Once I complete my strategy of letting the tiger devour the wolf, the Xiantian Imperial Dynasty will surely have a chance to be restored. As the thought faded, so did the Empress's phantom, vanishing into thin air. Fungi stood up, letting out a sigh of relief. I've finally recovered the soul pupil jade. Even though I can't fully awaken it yet, at least I can use some of its basic abilities. He peeked out through the crack in the door. This is the perfect chance to see Bu Hui and Shier's current strength. And if I'm lucky, I might even uncover Nie Xiao Tian's trump card. Two pupils materialized in his eyes as he activated his technique. Jade pupils of insight. Shier has been breaking through one realm after another these past few days. She's already reached the Leaf realm, a sword master. However, she's leveled up too quickly, so her foundation is unstable. She'll need to stabilize her realm next. Bu Hui is now at the mid-stage of the Three-Leaf realm. Although she needed Nie Xiao Tian's help to advance, she's also worked incredibly hard. Her foundation is nothing to worry about. It seems my jade pupils of insight haven't revealed anything major about Bu Hui or Shier. Next up, Nie Xiao Tian. Strange. Nie Xiao Tian's entire body is glowing. It's bizarre. But I can't see his cultivation level at all. Just then, a powerful golden light erupted from Xiao Tian's body. The light was as blinding as car headlights, causing Fungi to cry out in alarm. Ack, why is the light getting stronger? My eyes. Seeing Fungi clutching his eyes and trembling like a leaf, the two female disciples and Xiao Tian rushed over in concern. Master, what's wrong? Oh, Masterly. Shier knelt down. Master, are you all right? I'm fine. Just got some dust in my eye, that's all. He gritted his teeth, thinking resentfully. Damn it, I was tricked. Not only did I fail to see Nie Xiao Tian's cultivation level, but he even startled me and made my eyes burn. But was that light really generated by Nie Xiao Tian's power? The terrifying strength of this great demon lord truly exceeds my imagination. Xiao Tian raised his hand to get their attention. My luggage is all packed. Once the old master has rested, we can head out. Fungi stood lost in thought, his eyes pensive. That's right. Even if I can't see his cultivation level, I can still see what kind of world-destroying items he plans to bring with him. He activated his jade pupils of insight again. Damn it all. What kind of magical treasures are these? How can even those seemingly ordinary glass beads exude such powerful Tao rhythm and pressure? Come to think of it, these treasures only started releasing their power after leaving the courtyard. Could it be that they were suppressed by the courtyard before, which is why they looked so ordinary? But now they've escaped that suppression and are revealing their true power. As he thought this, he reached into his robes and fumbled for something. This won't do. If they continue to release this pressure, forget Bu Hui and Xia. Even my own Tao heart could be affected. I have to make Nie Xiao Tian get rid of them. The old man stepped forward. Mr. Nie, carrying so much luggage will surely be inconvenient on the road. I have a storage ring here. If you don't mind, you can put all your luggage inside it. But old Masterly, I'm just a mortal. I'm afraid I can't use such a treasure. Haha, You're overthinking it, sir. Even ordinary people can use this storage ring. See? Just focus on what you want to store and think the word store. Xiao Tian immediately put the ring on his finger. Really? Let me give it a try. He pointed his hand at the luggage on the cart, and it was instantly sucked in. Whoa, this ring is amazing. Now, we could travel light. Inside, Fungi was seething with rage. Oh, for heaven's sake. To protect my Dao heart, I had to give up a storage treasure. Outwardly, he smiled and stroked his beard. I'm glad I could be of help to you, Mr. Nya. Xiao Tian took the donkey's reins. All right, you three. Since that's settled, let's get going. Xiao Tian rode the donkey while Fungi's two female disciples excitedly flew alongside on their swords. Yeah, let's go. Left alone, Fungi trudged behind, glancing back at the small courtyard as he thought to himself. A cart full of top-tier immortal artifacts and magical treasures, and a courtyard that could suppress their auras. It's all clearly the work of Nya Xiao Tian alone. His power is just too terrifying. I wonder what impact this journey will have on the outside world. Ah, forget it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Worrying about what might happen in the future is pointless right now. I should be thinking about how to deal with Nya Xiao Tian and the outside world. Lure the tiger to drive out the wolf. That's the plan. And so, they all rode their swords, soaring off toward the distant horizon. Not long after they left, the ground at the small courtyard began to tremble violently. Then, a mound of earth cracked open as wisps of pink spiritual energy began to drift upwards. As the ground of the courtyard quaked and split, the system owl flew over and looked down. With a delighted gleam in its eyes, it spread its wings, as if declaring that the day had finally come. From the courtyard ground, a towering pillar of swirling pink spiritual energy erupted. Within the column of energy, an evil demon could be seen, spreading its arms and laughing triumphantly. Ha! After all these years, I'm finally free. From this day forward, I shall trample the heavens. I will rule over all creation. But just then, a powerful bolt of heavenly lightning struck down from the sky. Faced with a blinding flash, the evil god was struck completely silent. Crackle. Poor fella. He didn't even last 5 seconds before the lightning blasted him into oblivion. In the blink of an eye, the evil god vanished, leaving behind only faint wisps of spiritual energy. Tianlei raised his smoking finger, putting his other hand on his hip. Oomph. How dare you cause trouble? In my presence? What kind of trash is this? Do you even know your place? The owl girl appeared behind him and smacked him hard on the head, scolding him. Look at you, all smug. Have you already forgotten what I told you to do? His face turning grim, Tianlei clutched his head and turned around in fear. Big sis, the task you gave me, I will definitely handle it properly. With me guarding this place, that worthless remnant soul of Tian won't be able to escape. The girl, Tu Ling, crossed her arms, annoyed. Tu Ling crossed her arms, clearly irritated. Good that you know. If you screw this up, I'll skin you alive. Tianlei thought of Xiao Tian and couldn't help but wonder. But big sis, I wanted to ask something. What is the origin of that person? Why would someone as great as you have to work for him? A murderous glint flashed in Tu Ling's eyes. Is my master's origin something you're qualified to ask about? Tianlei frantically waved his hands, trying to explain. No, that's not it. It's just, I accidentally offended him before. Now that I know better, I regret it deeply. So I just wanted to know his true identity, to understand my own insignificance. Tu Ling transformed into an owl and spread her wings, taking flight. The fact that you can recognize your own insignificance means you're not a lost cause. Don't worry. As long as you stand guard here and don't let that piece of trash escape, the master won't hold your past disrespect against you. But Tianlei was worried that he alone couldn't completely suppress the entity. The owl flapped its wings and flew off, its voice echoing back. Just hold out for as long as you can. You were brought here to guard the seal. If anything happens to it, I will personally skin you alive. Watching the owl fly down toward the small courtyard, Tianlei cried out in despair. I definitely won't let you down, sis. Arriving at the courtyard, the owl spun around, creating a violent vortex. From within the vortex, a towering pagoda materialized, suppressing the evil spirit. A brilliant, swirling beam of light shot down from one of the owl's eyes. Then, it spread its wings and flew away. although the master has cultivated for 100 years and is strong enough to crush the weaklings of this continent. This worldly experience is necessary for him to reach his peak state. I can't miss such a good show. The heavenly Tao can't suppress the crimson fog, forbidden land for the time being. This is the perfect chance for me to go out and have some fun with the master. A few days later, Xiao Tian, along with Master Feng Zi and his 2 disciples, arrived in a dusty region. My apologies. I've troubled you all by making you walk so slowly with a mortal like me. Feng Zi smiled, his hands clasped behind his back. Haha, Mr. Nya, you're being too formal. Shi Er and Bu Hui were puzzled. Master, Mr. Nya is clearly so powerful. Why is he walking on the ground instead of flying on a sword with us? That's right. Mr. Nya is wasting so much time doing this. You are too young and inexperienced to understand Mr. Nya's intentions. Let me ask you, what is the name of the continent beneath your feet? And why is it called that? This continent? It's called the Xianyi continent. It was named after our cultivation realms. Isn't that something everyone knows? Master, does the origin of the name have something to do with what Mr. Nya is doing? Feng Zi stroked his beard as he pictured a 5-color diagram. You're still too young. You only know that your cultivation is measured in leaves, but you're unaware that above it, there are other realms like flower and branch. But the great predecessors named this continent Yi, meaning leaf. One reason is that our cultivation begins with a leaf realm. But more importantly, it was to teach us a principle. To understand the vast forest, you must first know a single leaf. To know how high the moon is, you must first see the light at your feet. Listening to Feng Zi's eloquent speech made Shi Er's head spin. Bu Hui, looking serious, stroked his chin thoughtfully. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. A vast forest begins with a single leaf. Feng Zi continued. The pinnacle of cultivation is to know how to reflect upon oneself. You can never lose sight of reality. Only then can one cultivate with a steady heart. It might look like Mr. Nya is just walking, but every step he takes is tempering his Tao heart. He's reconsolidating his own cultivation base. It's all because he truly understands the truth that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. A forest of 10,000 acres begins with a single leaf. This very truth reflects the profound meaning behind why the ancient masters named this continent Xianyi, the profound leaf. Hearing this, Shi Er and Bu Hui gaped in amazement. So that's how it is. Brother Nya is so incredible. Mr. Nya truly is a grandmaster of cultivation. But in reality, Xiao Dian had no idea he could even ride a sword. Feng Zi thought to himself, Nya Xiao Dian, oh, Nya Xiao Dian. I wonder how surprised you'll be when you find out I was just making up all that secret about your cultivation. Will you be shocked? That said, although I'm intentionally leading Nya Xiao Dian into my old enemy's sphere of influence, he's no saint himself. He might just see through my plan. Besides, the strength of both sides is unknown. How to make sure they both suffer heavy losses? I'll need to plan this very carefully. From below, Xiao Dian waved up at him. Old Masterly, could you come down for a moment? Hearing the call, Feng Zi was a bit stunned. He flew down, clasping his hands with an awkward smile. Mr. Nya, is there something you wish to ask? Haha, it's my first time out in the world, so I can't help but be excited. I wanted to ask, where's our first stop? And are the masters there any good? Our first stop is Sanjiu City. It's part of the Joseon Imperial Dynasty. The place is famous for taking in all sorts of people, from saints to sinners. It's a hub for every strange rumor and tale in the world. As for masters, I can guarantee there are many four-leaf experts in the city. The city lord himself has even reached the peak of the seven-leaf stage. In this region, he's a true powerhouse. A vision of a vast, magnificent city appeared in Xiao Yin's mind. The city lord is a peak seven-leaf expert. Looks like old Master Li is only at the peak of the four-leaf stage. An expert like that could probably kill me. And since it's a cultivator city, after all, there must be other masters who can kill me, too. If that's the case, Xiao Dian pumped his fist, absolutely thrilled. Then let's go to Sanjiu City. First stop. Here I come. A short while later, Xiao Dian arrived before the gates of Sanjiu City, riding his flame out. Inside was a dilapidated city full of thatched huts. Xiao Yin's face twisted into a grimace. A million question marks popped into his head. Are there really powerful masters in a place like this? And so, Xiaotian and Fengzi's disciples followed him into the city. Xiaotian was completely dejected. This is a town in the world of cultivation? You gotta be kidding me. Where's all the floating immortal energy? Why does it look like this? Shi'er and Buhui looked around, confused. Master, where on earth is this place? Why is it so run down? This is a bit different from what you described earlier, Master. Fengzi raised a hand to answer. The world is a vast place. There will always be some places that defy your imagination. Besides, it's been hundreds of years since I was last here, so some discrepancies are to be expected. Fengzi's eyes grew thoughtful. For years, I've told my two disciples about the glory of the Jioshuan imperial dynasty, but I never expected the first thing they'd see would be its dark underbelly. But that's fine, too. They need to learn that this world is a dangerous place. So let's start here. Xiaotian turned to him with a smile. So, old Master Li, what's the deal with this Sanjiu city? Xiaotian's expression soured as he thought to himself. I don't want to doubt old Master Li, but are there really masters stronger than him in a dump like this? What if I end up facing some weakling? Could they even kill me? Fengzi spoke up. Mr. Nya, Sanjiu city may not be as prosperous as you imagined, but its hypocritical city lord is indeed a peak seven-leaf expert. Furthermore, Sanjiu city is located on the very edge of the Jioshuan dynasty's territory. This is just one peak seven-leaf expert in a border region. Imagine what we'll find if we go deeper into the heart of the Jioshuan dynasty. Hearing that, Xiaotian's eyes lit up with excitement. That's right. This is just the frontier. We'll definitely meet even stronger masters later on. If that's the case, then I'm really looking forward to it. Fengzi wiped the sweat from his brow, breathing a sigh of relief. Good. It seems Nye Xiaotian doesn't suspect me too much. If he's turned around and left, how could I lead him to an old enemy, huh? But it's been hundreds of years since we last met. I can't believe Sanshang City in the morning is still the same as before. Dilapidated. But the real Sanshang City only comes alive at night. Sanshang City was originally a key border town of the Xiantian dynasty. In truth, the powers within Sanshang City are the very traitors who secretly colluded with rebels to betray the Xiantian dynasty. Later, those traitors established the Jioshin dynasty to replace the Xiantian dynasty. Sanshang City's self-proclaimed heroes ended up creating a land of lawlessness on the border. And I hate how naive I was back then, thinking I could rebuild the dynasty just by rallying the old troops. But the first person I sought out was a complete hypocrite, one who was secretly plotting his own rebellion. As a result, that villain exposed my whereabouts. I was hunted down by him and the other traitors all the way to the Crimson Fog Forbidden Land. Not only was I gravely injured, but I also lost the Jade Chong Tong. This time, I brought Nye Xiaotian to Sanshang City. I must use his power to get my revenge. No, that's not right. The Detian rebirth is a catastrophe for the entire continent. How can I be so focused on my own vengeance? What I need to do is use the conflict between that hypocrite and Nye Xiaotian to trigger the signal for the Detian rebirth. Then, I can unite the righteous path of the world. That's the only way. Watching Nye Xiaotian's back, he clenches his fist with determination. What I have to do now is create the right conditions for Nye Xiaotian and that hypocrite to clash, so they'll truly go head-to-head. From behind, Shi'er clutches her stomach and whines. Ugh, we've been walking all day. I'm starving. Fengzi hurries to walk beside Nye Xiaotian, gesturing with his hand. Mr. Nye, it's getting late. How about we find a place to rest and eat first? We can also use the opportunity to gather some information about Sanshang City. Let's do as you suggest, old Mr. Li. Fengzi grabs Nye Xiaotian's hand and pulls him along. This old man remembers a century-old restaurant nearby. It has an excellent reputation. Mr. Nye, you can follow me and experience the local culture of Sanshang City. All right, sound good. Seeing this, both Shi'er and Bu Hui are utterly surprised. Senior sister, why is Master suddenly so enthusiastic? I don't know, but I have a feeling he's hiding something from us. The scene changes. A while later, the donkey is tied up in the Mount Pet area, munching on its food. If Sister Owl hadn't told me to keep this a secret from Master, I'd totally turn back into my human form and eat with him. Inside the restaurant, Shi'er, now full, happily rubs her belly. So full, so full. These dishes aren't as good as Brother Nye's cooking, but they're still pretty tasty. Fengzi holds a teacup and turns to Nye Xiaotian, asking, Mr. Nye, Is the food here to your liking? Haha, it's quite delicious. The old shopkeeper walks over, clasping his hands with a smile. Have you all finished your meal, esteemed guests? I was just wondering who will be settling the bill. Fungi holds his head, looking embarrassed. This is quite embarrassing to say. I've lived in the mountains for so long. It's truly a shameful situation. I was wondering if Mr. Ni. Xiao Tian gives a slight smile and raises a hand to speak. Old Mr. Li. Actually, I also. Xiao Tian thinks to himself. Oh great, so this old man expects me to pay. But I don't have this world currency. Am I supposed to work it off? Wash dishes all day to pay for our food. Buhui places a hand on her chest and offers. Mr. Nya, please, allow me to pay for this meal. After all, you've taken such good care of us. Let this be a small token of our gratitude. How can I let you do that? Miss Buhui, why don't I pay instead? He says that, but inside, Nia Xiao Tian is thinking, perfect. Miss Buhui, your timing is impeccable. Xier walks over and massages Feng Zi's shoulders. It's all right. Master might be a little cheap, but he never shorts us on our allowance. We can definitely afford one meal. Feng Zi thinks with alarm. Oh crap, they're usually so frugal around me. Why are they suddenly being so generous? This is getting a little tricky. Buhui raises her hand and calls for the shopkeeper. How much is the bill? The shopkeeper clears his throat, looking very tense. He holds up one finger and says, that'll be 1,000 spirit stones. Hearing this, Nia Xiao Tian freezes in absolute shock. Buhui is just as stunned, her eyes wide and mouth agape, utterly speechless. Feeling a stab to the heart, Feng Zi clutches his chest and thinks to himself, I knew this and was connected to the city lord's mansion and the city patrol, and that they specialize in extorting outsiders. That's exactly why I brought Nia Xiao Tian here. Based on his personality and his past life, Nia Tian would never let himself be taken advantage of. Once he causes a scene, the city patrol is bound to show up. So if I add a little fuel to the fire, I might be able to provoke a conflict between him and the city lord. But after all my calculations, I never expected my two disciples to be so reckless and ruin my plan. Xier and Buhui shot to their feet, shouting indignantly. 1,000 spirit stones. This is straight-up robbery. A single meal can't cost that much. Yeah, our master is usually a total cheapskate, but even he takes us out to eat sometimes. And a full table costs 3 spirit stones at most. The manager's eyes narrowed with contempt. He clapped his hands, as if signaling for something. So, you're saying you'd rather do this the hard way? The moment he clapped, a hand slammed the door open. A pack of dogs, a squad of soldiers, marched in, their eyes dark and menacing. One of them scowled and boomed. Is someone causing trouble here? The manager walked over, clasping his hands respectfully. Captain, these customers of mine are looking for trouble. Please, uphold justice for me. Xier and Buhui furiously spoke up. You're framing us. That's right. Have you no shame? Behind them, a terrified Feng Zi put a hand to his mouth, whispering, Buhui, Xier. Shush. He thought to himself, why do these two kids always have to stand up against every injustice? How am I supposed to spark a conflict between Nia Xiao Tian and the city lord's manor like this? Even though we're not afraid of these second-leaf cultivators from the city patrol, they still work for the city lord's manor. We can't afford to offend them directly. The conflict has to be shifted onto Nia Xiao Tian. As he finished his thought, he activated the heavy pupil spirit jade. Nia Xiao Tian watched the manager and the captain, smiling to himself. Oh, I'm in quite a bind now. So, my opponent is in cahoots with the city patrol? Perfect. This must be that legendary collusion between officials and merchants. All I have to do now is act all high and mighty, argue with them a bit, and I'll definitely piss them off. If I'm lucky, they might just run me through with a sword. If I'm unlucky, I'll probably just get beaten to death. With that thought, Nia Xiao Tian pointed arrogantly and declared, This is a crooked establishment. Even better, you're in league with the authorities. Trying to take advantage of me? Not a chance. All I have to do is show them a little defiance. A thug like this will definitely lose his cool when a commoner stands up to him. Then he'll have no choice but to kill me or arrest me. And then, hith. The captain crossed his arms and sneered. All right then. So you're one of those types who values his money more than his life. He slowly walked forward, grabbed Nia Xiao Tian by the collar, and lifted him up shouting, What's this nonsense you're spouting? You dare disturb the peace in 39 City? You're coming with me. Heh, once you're on my turf, killing you will be as easy as crushing an ant. And then, however much I want you to pay, you'll have to pay double. Just then, a small, five-colored, glittering pouch fell from inside Nie Xiaotian's robes from the impact. Fungi gasped in alarm. Aren't those the glass beads from Nie Xiaotian's pouch? He actually carries a treasure like that on him? He stared at the beads, which were now emitting a steady light. This is bad. My eyes. Ack. The light grew brighter and brighter, like a car's headlights, forcing the soldiers to shield their eyes and cry out. Arg. I can't see anything. Help. Damn it. I'm a master who just reached the third leaf realm, for crying out loud. And yet the light from a single tiny bead is blinding me. Moreover, there seems to be an immense amount of power hidden within this bead. Could this be the life-bound, spiritual treasure of some top-tier master? Nie Xiaotian bent down and slowly picked up the beads. He held them up, scratching his head in confusion. When I first made these, I didn't realize they could glow. Is it because the materials I used this time were different? Is that why it has this special effect? The captain grit his teeth, thinking in terror. What did he just say? Made them? He created these? As the thought crossed his mind, he dropped to his knees, trembling like a leaf. What kind of grandmaster can forge a divine-grade spiritual weapon like this? And I was trying to extort a grandmaster like him. I'm lucky I wasn't turned to dust. Nie Xiaotian stared blankly at the captain, thinking to himself. I was so surprised by my glowing beads that I forgot about the important part. This isn't a small amount of money. But if I don't have the money to pay, I'm guessing the authorities in this cultivation world must have some powerful ways to punish me. Xiaotian raises his fists and yells right in the face of the captain. So you want money more than your life, huh? If you've got the guts, then arrest me. I dare you to try and execute me for this. The captain throws up his hands, turning his face away in fear. Hey, don't come any closer. Seeing the captain's reaction, Xiaotian is completely stunned. Xiaotian strokes his chin, confused. This isn't how the script is supposed to go. You should be dragging me away in a rage right now. Why does he look so scared? The captain's face was pale as a ghost, sweat pouring down as he trembled. What did this master just say? He wants me to arrest him? Is he trying to use this as an excuse to get into our prison and slaughter us all? No way. I can't afford to offend a master like him. I need to find an excuse to get out of here now. With that thought, he calmly points at the glass beads. Did you make these beads yourself? That's right. I was bored with nothing to do, so I made a few to play with. What about it? Can these things actually be used to pay for a meal? The captain's hand slowly reaches for the 3 beads of different colors. Without a moment's hesitation, he snatches 2 of them. Then, he pushes 1 purple bead into the shopkeeper's hand. That's right. These 2 beads are enough to cover the meal, and any fines for clashing with the patrol team. With that, he and his men turn and bolt, kicking up dust, shouting back as they fled. You don't need to come with us. Let's move out. Clutching the crystal bead as he ran, he glances back, stammering. Good. It doesn't look like he's following us. A master who can create so many magical artifacts wouldn't care about 1 little bead. Besides, he said himself they could be used to pay for food. In that case, taking 1 was a way of giving the master an out. I can also bring this back to the experts at the City Lord's Manor to see what kind of artifact it is. His mouth wide open, he urges his soldiers on. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and run. Back in the shop, Xiaotian and the shopkeeper are frozen in place, having no idea what just happened. Xiaotian turns his head and looks at the shopkeeper expectantly. The patrol team left, but you're not just going to let this go, are you? What is wrong with these people? Seriously? You just up and ran. You said you were going to throw me in jail and kill me. Looks like my only hope now is this shopkeeper. Let's see if he has any deadlier tricks up his sleeve. The shopkeeper drops to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly. Master, I was wrong. Please, this meal is on the house as my apology. You won't hold a grudge against a lowly person like me, will you? Xiaotian recoils slightly. What the hell is going on the house? I thought this was about extortion. The shopkeeper bites his lip, tears streaming down his face like 2 waterfalls as he thinks. Who in the world is this young man? He even scared Captain Xiao into running for his life. How could I dare to offend a big shot like that? What if he gets upset one day and just demolishes my entire inn? Cheer, and Buhui look at each other in confusion. I don't get what's happening, but it looks like Brother Nya has handled it. Master, what's going on? Feng Zi grimaces, thinking to himself. I never imagined such a small bead could contain such terrifying power. Just one could probably level half this street. I'm afraid even I couldn't withstand that blast. That madman, Di Tian, must have integrated his own skills into this bead when he created it, turning it into a weapon of mass destruction. It looks ordinary, but its power is immense. The shopkeeper, still on the floor, continues his frantic apologies. Master, I was wrong. If a free meal isn't enough to appease you, then how about I cover the food and lodging for your entire group? What do you say? Xiao Tian waves his hand dismissively while cleaning his ear. All right. Get up. Feng Zi's face turns grim. He grinds his teeth. He so casually admitted to making these beads himself, as if it were nothing. It seems his true strength is far beyond what I had estimated. Sometime later, a dejected Xiao Tian walks into his room, looking completely listless. He recalls the image of the shopkeeper trembling as he spoke to him. He stands by the window, looking out with a frustrated sigh. I never thought this glass bead would be so valuable. Not only can it pay for our food, but it can even get us some of the best rooms. But then again, wasn't that shopkeeper just some country bumpkin? Why would he be so cautious about a single glass bead? Looking down, he sees a huge, noisy crowd bustling below, and his eyes widen in confusion. Whoa, why are there so many people on the street all of a sudden? Just then, Feng Zi and his two disciples walk in. Brother Nya, Master said there's a huge, lively lantern festival in Sanjiu City tonight. We were just about to head over and check it out. Do you want to come with us? With a sour look, Feng Zi forces a cheerful expression and speaks up. This old man has traveled all over for years, and I've seen the lantern festival in this very city before. I hear it's the grandest event in all of Sanjiu City. A lot of powerful masters will be there. If Mr. Nya misses an occasion like this, it would be a great loss for you, I'm afraid. Hearing this, Xiao Tian's eyes light up with excitement. Really? Then let's get going. Xiao Tian smiles to himself. Even famous masters will be at the Lantern Festival? Then I have to go. Maybe I'll find someone who can finally kill me. Later that evening, the donkey watches the backs of Xiao Tian's group as they head out, whimpering sadly. Wah! Master left me behind. Suddenly, an owl lands gently on the donkey's head. The owl spreads a wing and speaks. Let's go. Big Sis will take you to the Lantern Festival. The donkey blushes with delight. Big Sis, you're here. The scene shifts to a crowded street, where a man is performing a sword-swallowing act for a large audience. Next is a spectacular fire dancing performance, followed by a dramatic and incredibly skillful balancing act. Aboard, Xiao Tian thinks to himself. Figures. Magic and circus acts are the same in every world. But compared to the shows in my past life, this is pretty low level. It's barely better than a basic cultivation trick. Hui turns his head and asks, Junior sister, have you seen Master? Sheer looks around in a panic. Oh no, wasn't he right behind us? Suddenly, Feng Zi's angry roar echoes from nearby. You cheats. Hearing this, both Sheer and Bu Hui cover their faces in utter exasperation. Inside a packed gambling den, Feng Zi's furious shouts are the only thing that can be heard. How could I lose? How could this old man possibly lose? Xiao Tian looks on, embarrassed. You too. Is that old Mr. Li? Is he? My apologies for this embarrassing display, Mr. Nya. Our master has a terrible weakness. He gets an itch for gambling. And once he starts, he loses all control. It's a huge headache for us, too. Inside the gambling den, Feng Zi continues to cause a scene. Damn it. How can it be small more than 10 times in a row? You're definitely cheating. The owner of the den crosses his arms and speaks up. Old man, if you don't have any proof, don't run your mouth. We run a legitimate business here. Just then, Sheer, Bu Hui, and Xiao Tian walk in. Master, you fell back into your old gambling habits again. The voice startles Feng Zi, who instinctively whips his head around. Feng Zi thinks to himself, I can't believe Nya Xiao Tian followed us here. Perfect. I can drag him into this mess. He points a finger right at the den owner. Mr. Nya, you've come at the perfect time. This gambling den is brazenly cheating its customers. You have to help this old man get justice. Show everyone how they've been cheating me. Hey, old man, you need proof to make accusations like that. If you keep slandering our establishment, You want me to call the city patrol? They'll make you regret it. You're accusing us of cheating? How? Using some kind of magic? I didn't use any spiritual energy to manipulate the dice. As an enraged Feng Zi cracks his knuckles, Xiao Tian steps forward and puts a hand on his shoulder. All right. Old Mr. Li, calm down. Let me give it a try. The den owner smirks smugly. Kid, don't get me wrong, but you need collateral to play at this table. And from the looks of you, I doubt you have anything worth betting. Xiao Tian calmly takes out a glowing crystal orb. Will this do? Xiao Tian thinks to himself. The innkeeper from before thought this crystal bead was extremely valuable. I wonder if it'll work as payment here. Seeing it, the den owner's two lackeys gasp in shock, their jaws dropping. Boss. I've never seen anything like that before, but it looks like a rare treasure. Why, yeah, no doubt. I can even feel the rhythm of the Tao coming from it. Hearing this, the den owner points with a greedy smirk. I'll take your bet. If you win, I'll return all of that old man's money. But if I win, that jewel is mine. That belongs to us. I'll see this through with you to the very end. The scene shifts to a towering pagoda, its surroundings aglow with lanterns. A man stands beside his massive spirit beast, looking down from on high. The Lantern Festival is quite lively tonight. A soldier approaches from behind, bowing with his hands clasped. Of course, City Lord, you are truly wise. Under your brilliant leadership, Sanjiu City has only continued to prosper. Now, even the legendary Stoneflame Beast has submitted to you. In the future, the 9 Grand Tutors will surely hold you in even higher esteem. He rests a hand on his spirit beast. The 9 Grand Tutors entrusted Sanjiu City to me. Naturally, I must do everything in my power to manage it well for them. However, I hear a mysterious master arrived in the city today. His allegiance is unknown. I wonder if he can be recruited to our side. The soldier then presents a crystal orb with both hands. Speaking of that mysterious master, one of my patrols happened to acquire this treasure from his party. I don't understand its secrets, but this object is clearly unlike any other. City Lord, please take a look. Taking the crystal, the City Lord smirks. Oh, a treasure, you say? Let's have a look. There does seem to be something unusual about it. I wonder, what is the origin of the mysterious master who created this? The scene changes. On a rooftop, a young woman sits talking with her owl. TT, sis, are you sure it's okay for you to sneak me out? Master tied me up back at the inn, so I wouldn't run off. It's fine, as long as he doesn't find out. Master still doesn't know your real identity. You say that so casually. There. We're just here to watch the show. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Back in the casino, Feng Zi's 3 junior brothers cheer wildly as Xiao Tian wins again and again. Brother Nya, you're incredible. He won again and again. That's 15 rounds in a row. Feng Zi approaches Xiao Tian, completely baffled. How strange. There's clearly no one using spiritual energy to control the dice. So why can't this old man guess even a single outcome correctly? And yet, Mr. Nya, you've managed to win every single time. Old Mr. Li, can cultivators like yourselves actually use spiritual arts to control the dice? Of course we can. However, when it comes to gambling, we'd never stoop to such a thing. Besides, we're always on guard for opponents who might try it. That's why all gambling implements are crafted from special material. It makes them incredibly difficult for the average cultivator to manipulate. I see. Xiao Tian thinks to himself, who needs spiritual arts to cheat? A little something on the inside, like mercury, is all it takes. But I know the old mercury-loaded dice trick like the back of my hand. Getting the number I want just takes a bit of sleight of hand. Step 1. Hold still for 3 seconds, let the mercury settle. Step 2. Combine that with a special wrist flick, and you can roll whatever you want. Once you understand the principle, you can tell what the outcome will be just by watching how it's thrown. The casino owner starts to sweat, thinking to himself, this kid just won half a year's worth of profits in a mere 10 rounds. If the boss finds out, the young city lord will have my head. I can't let him just walk out of here. His eyes bloodshot, he points and bellows. You damn cheat. How dare you pull a fast one? Right under my nose. You got a death wish. The ever-impetuous Shi'er and Bu Hui jump to his defense. Hey, watch your mouth. Since when did you see Brother Nye cheat? What's the meaning of this? You run a casino just to rip people off? Why don't you see if my sword agrees with that first? The owner points a thumb at his chest, puffing it out with arrogance. This is my house, and if I say you cheated, You cheated. Let me tell you something. Our boss happens to be the young lord of Sanjiu City. So you'd better hand over those spirit stones, if you know what's good for you. Hearing this, Xiao Tian feigns a look of panic. What? The young lord of Sanjiu City is your boss? He acts terrified, but inside he's ecstatic. Holy crap. Talk about a lucky break. This young city lord doesn't sound like a very nice guy. If I manage to piss him off, he'll definitely try to kill me. Just then, a new voice cuts in. I heard someone's looking to start trouble. The captain crosses his arms, looking full of himself. Let's see what kind of moron dares to cause a ruckus on my turf. Hearing a voice, Xiao Tian instinctively turns to look. The captain's cocky smirk freezes, his eyes bulge in sheer horror. Why is it this goddamn monster? The casino owner walks up, clasping his hands and glancing over. Captain Xiao, you're right on time. These guys cheated. Please deal with them and make them compensate me. Xiao Tian raises a hand with a friendly smile. Well, if it isn't the esteemed patrol captain. It's only been 3 days. Fancy seeing you here. Xiao Tian's thoughts turn sinister. At this point, I'm practically a serial offender. This is my second offense. You probably won't let me off the hook this time, huh? The captain and his men leap back a good 10 meters. This. What proof do you have that he cheated? Sanjiu City is a society of laws. We need evidence for everything. The casino owner looks on in utter confusion. Did old Xiao take the wrong medicine today? What's with this righteous act? Why isn't he acting like his usual self? The crowd rushes over, buzzing with chatter. What's going on? Looks like something's happening over there. I think someone's causing trouble at the casino. Trouble at the casino? Who's got a death wish? Just then, Tu Ling leads the donkey into the crowd, watching Xiao Tian and the captain. Hee-haw, master is truly master. Looks like he's about to teach some bad guys a lesson. Tu Ling excitedly pulls the donkey forward. Let's get a little closer so we can catch all the drama. Xiao Tian thumps his chest and holds out his hands, bravely declaring, Officers, I alone am responsible for my actions. Please punish me. If it's not too much trouble, you can take me in for torture. I don't mind. The captain stumbles back, completely stunned. This is just bullying, plain and simple. Suddenly, a shrill ah cuts through the air. Xiao Tian freezes, his eyes wide in a daze for a full 5 seconds. Kuru clutches her backside, her face red, as she glares at the fat man. She screams at him, You damn pervert! How dare you grope me? The casino owner sees this and becomes even more panicked. What the hell? Isn't that the young city lord? What's he doing here? The fat man gets up, flanked by his 2 subordinates, and lets out a lecherous laugh. Hith. Since when were there so many pretty girls in the city? I want her to be my concubine. This is the young lord of Sanjiu City, Jia Fugui. Fungi strokes his beard, his expression worried. Isn't that Jia Fugui, son of Jiarani? He's probably just as depraved as his father. Xiao Tian's conflict must have drawn Jiarani's attention, and his 2 bodyguards are at the 4-leaf level. If a fight breaks out, it won't be easy to take them down. And now, of all things, the young lord has his sights set on her. This is trouble. Xiao Tian points directly at Jia Fugui's face. You're the young city lord of Sanjiu City? Does this casino belong to you? They're falsely accusing me of cheating. You owe me an explanation. Xiao Tian's face flushes as he thinks to himself. Holy crap. I can't believe I ran into the young city lord here. He's exactly the kind of degenerate I imagined. Going after a kid like that. Even if he doesn't kill me, his father, the city lord, definitely will. The casino owner steps forward and points, shouting, You peasant scum, shut your mouth. Hovdara Chobasudes. Respectful to the young lord. Aren't you afraid he'll have your entire clan executed? Then his attitude does a complete 180 as he turns to Jia Fugui. Young city lord, sir, I was unaware of your esteemed presence and failed to greet you properly. I deserve death. But this is all because these people were causing a scene in front of our casino. I beg for your judgment, my lord. Just kill anyone who makes trouble. If I can't kill them, my dad will. Xiao Tian's face darkens. Is there something wrong with this young lord's brain? Why is kill the only thing he thinks about? So much for the city lord's parenting skills. Still, this is good. If I just provoke him a little, he's sure to lose his temper. And then he'll kill me. With that thought, Xiao Tian raised a hand and slowly walked forward. This young city lord, he's quite handsome. Truly blessed by the heavens. If I'm not mistaken. He playfully pinched Fu Gui's chubby cheek and lifted it. You must be a complete idiot. The casino owner and his guards looked on in terror, as if struck by lightning. This guy really dares to say anything, to curse the young city lord in public. Does he have a death wish? Fungi was just as worried. Xiao Tian is actually provoking him on purpose. The young lord of Sanjiu City. Even if he isn't afraid of Jiaorini, Sanjiu City is full of powerful masters. No matter how strong he is, I doubt he can fight them all. Forget it. Why am I even worried about this devil? He and Jiaorini are both bad news anyway. Whichever one of them gets taken out, it's a good thing for the world. As he was lost in thought, Xiao Tian suddenly turned, looked at him, and told him to hurry and go, leaving the old man stunned. He's telling us to leave? Could it be he's planning to face all this trouble alone to cover our escape? Suddenly, Fu Gue clapped his hands in delight. He pointed to Xiao Tian and praised him. You actually figured out that I'm an idiot. You're so smart, just like my dad. Because besides my dad, nobody else in the world knows I'm an idiot. Today, you become the third person to know this secret. Hearing this, the casino owner and his men sighed in exasperation. Oh, for crying out loud, young master. It's not that we don't know, it's that we don't dare to say it. You think we're not afraid your father would kill us? Fu Gue turned and clapped Xiao Tian on the shoulder. I've decided, you're a real talent. From now on, you'll be my little bro. I'll give you all my leftovers. He then strolled over to Shi'er and Buhui. His lecherous hands reached for their thighs. You two can be my wives, too. We'll experience all of life's ups and downs together. Both girls flushed red. They shouted in outrage. You damn pervert. Have no shame. Xiao Tian sent Fu Gue flying with a single palm strike, sending him sprawling face first onto the ground like a flattened frog, still wet behind the ears and already trying to take advantage of women. That's just not right. Xiao Tian wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. That was way too close. If I had let those two ladies slap him, the grudge wouldn't have been directed at me. And then how would I ever get myself killed? The air went completely still. Not a single person dared to utter a word. Everyone stood frozen in silence. Suddenly, a voice boomed from outside. Who dares to harm my precious son? The sound was so immense that Feng Zi and his two disciples had to cover their ears and grit their teeth. The city lord charged in, riding a massive beast and followed by a cohort of soldiers, roaring, You dare to hurt my son? I'll rip out your bones and peel off your skin, and hang you from the city gates. Xiao Tian stood before the city lord's massive, grotesque beast with its sharp fangs and deep-set eyes, his mind racing. So this must be the lord of Sanjiu City. Old Masterly once said that this city lord is even more powerful than him. If I provoke this guy, won't I finally be able to die? But if the city lord kills me here, he'll turn on the old master and his disciples. I'd better lure him away first. Xiao Tian turned and winked, signaling to them, Pretend you don't know me. Run, now. I have a plan, don't worry. Feng Zi saw this and felt a wave of confusion. Did Xiao Tian just wink at me? Does he want me to? Xiao Tian's hand shot down, grabbing Fu Gue by the collar and hoisting him up. He took off at lightning speed, carrying Fu Gue like a teddy bear. Out of my way! Out of my way! Get out of the way if you don't want the young city lord to get hurt. As he ran, Xiao Tian let out a sharp whistle. First, I need to get this troublemaker away from the crowd to avoid innocent casualties. Gotta get out of here fast. It's time for him to play his part. Peeking out from a corner, the donkey looked on, bewildered. That whistle. Is Master calling for me? Xiao Ling gave the donkey a swift kick to the rear, sending it forward. Master definitely knew you snuck out a long time ago. He just didn't bother with you until now. Now hurry up and help him. Seeing the donkey appear before him, Xiao Tian broke into a delighted grin. Huh, Sister Donkey. I knew you wouldn't just stay, put at the inn. I could smell the grass you were munching on from a mile away. With that, he stomped his foot and launched himself into the air. Xiao Tian landed perfectly on the donkey's back, exhilarated. Just in time. I was hoping you'd show up to help. I'll lead them far, far away. Xiao Tian turns, slinging the young master, Fu Gue, onto his back. As he runs, Xiao Tian keeps looking back to taunt them. Hey, father of that moron young master. If you want your precious son back, then come and get me. Enraged by the taunts, the city lord spurs his beast onward in hot pursuit. You damn scoundrel, let my son go. I'll make sure to leave your corpse in one piece. Bu Hui and Xiaoer draw their swords, their faces etched with worry. Master, we can't just stand by and watch Mr. Nye fall into danger. That's right. I want to go help Brother Nye too. Fungi quickly raises a hand to stop them. Mr. Nye is deliberately luring Jia Rini away for our safety. Don't let his efforts go to waste. But Master, he glances back at the soldiers and says, no, but With that, he stomps his foot and leaps forward with blinding speed. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicks a soldier square in the face. First, we break through this encirclement. I will, of course, go and lend Mr. Nye a hand. The old man grinds his teeth in thought. Oh, Nye Xiao Tian. Nye Xiao Tian. To think you try to take on Jiarini all by yourself. Then don't blame this old man for abandoning you. No, wait. Nye Xiao Tian is incredibly powerful. Jiarini is no match for him. If he's planning to make Jiarini his subordinate, wouldn't I just be handing a weapon to the enemy? The old man and his two female disciples cut down soldier after soldier. This won't do. Once Bu Hui and Xiaoer are out of danger, I have to go back and find Nye Xiao Tian. I must crush them completely and give them zero chance to join forces. The scene shifts to Xiao Ling, who flies above, watching the city lord's relentless pursuit of Xiao Tian. The city lord's eyes are dark with fury as he bellows. Nowhere to run, you damn thief. Get off that donkey and prepare to die. He thinks to himself, damn it, my stone-flame beast can't even catch up to that donkey he's riding. Could that donkey be a spirit beast, too? Meanwhile, Xiao Tian is sitting backward on his mount, watching them. Strange. This city lord's mount looks so majestic, but its speed and stamina are pathetic. He's been chasing me for this long and still can't catch up. In fact, it looks like it's about to collapse from exhaustion. He turns and tells his donkey, Sister Donkey, slow down a bit. We still need to buy time for old Mr. Li and the others. Don't run so fast. Seizing the opportunity, the city lord points forward, triumphant and eager. He's slowing down. Stoneflame Beast after him. Kill that thief. Do this, and I, the city lord, will reward you handsomely. The soldiers also surge forward. The kidnapper, the young master, is just ahead. Don't let him escape. Another group gives chase with renewed vigor. Seeing he's being blocked from three sides, the donkey expertly drifts around a sharp right corner. As he zips past the city lord's men, Xiao Tian grins. I've been dragging this young master around for a long time now, and only now are they sending backup for him. The strength of this patrol team is pretty pathetic. Still, there's so few of them. Looks like I haven't made a big enough scene yet. I wonder if old Mr. Li and the others have gone away safely. He weaves through the city, from one alley to another, riding like a street racer. Good thing I've been running around this city for a while. I'm pretty familiar with the layout now. While luring them, I've also managed to get a basic understanding of the resources here. This city trades and manufactures a lot of gunpowder and weapon materials. It must be a black market hub. Xiao Tian reaches out and grabs a handful of charcoal from a nearby pile. Looks like this city lord doesn't just control a shady inn, but is also involved in a lot of other dirty business. In that case, borrowing some of these materials to do the public a favor by getting rid of a menace doesn't sound too bad, does it? Then, Xiao Tian scoops up a handful of saltpeter from another corner. Holding the saltpeter and charcoal, Xiao Tian's eyes widen as he calculates. Saltpeter, charcoal. If I had a few more things, it'll be enough to create a massive assault. Xiao Tian reaches into a spatial ring and pulls out 3 items. Let's see here. Clay pot. Sulfur. White sugar. Perfect. I still have some leftovers from when I was learning chemistry. Combined with the stuff in this box, I should be able to make that. Flying above, Xiao Ling looks down and stammers to herself. With Sister Donkey's speed, he should have escaped that garbage city lord long ago. But Master keeps sticking close to them. Could he have some other plan in mind? Xiao Tian grins mischievously as he busily crafts something in his hands. Maybe I should add a few more ingredients. Gotta make a bigger mess to draw more people in. That's the only way old Master Li and the others can escape. Back when I was studying, what was that phrase from chemistry again? Something like 1 part sulfur, 2 parts saltpeter, 3 parts charcoal, and a little white sugar for good measure. At that moment, Xiao Ling's eyes went wide with absolute horror. Oh crap, crap, crap. What is the master trying to do? He still can't control his own immense power. When he creates things, he accidentally channels his power into them. He's still just experimenting with this stuff. The power it'll unleash will be beyond terrifying. After finishing his creation, Xiao Tian tosses it towards the city lord's men. Here's a big firecracker for you. Go! The city lord could only stare, completely baffled, as the glowing orb flew toward him. Xiao Tian threw his arms wide and yelled with excitement. Bronze League. His eyes narrowed as he stared ahead. It's just ordinary gunpowder, after all. It probably won't even hurt that idiot young lord. But as they say, low on damage, but maxed out on humiliation. Boom! A thunderous explosion, like a miniature atomic bomb, erupted into a brilliant golden mushroom cloud. Bathed in the blinding light, Xiao Tian looked on with delight. The materials in this cultivation world are insane. Even a basic gunpowder recipe can create a mini nuke. The scene rewinds to 3 minutes before detonation. Then, to 2 minutes before. 1 minute before the blast, the old city lord urged his Stone Flame Beast, give me all your power. In the final seconds before impact, the soul of the Stone Flame Beast finished fusing with the old city lord. 0 hour. The moment of impact, just as we saw last chapter. Xiao Tian and his donkey stare at the massive mushroom cloud. He's a cultivation master, after all. There's no way he'd die for one of my little physics experiments, right? As the smoke cleared, only the old city lord remained standing amidst the disintegrated remains of his soldiers. His body was covered in wounds. One of his horns was broken, and he gritted his teeth in terror. That magic treasure was terrifying. It tore through my protective chi in an instant. If I hadn't been quick-witted and sacrificed the Stone Flame Beast to boost my power right before the blast, I would have died. Just then, a crystal bead floated out, glowing, and he suddenly understood. Wait, no. Even with the power of the Stone Flame Beast, I still shouldn't have been able to withstand that. It was this bead. At the last second, it released an immense power that blocked most of the impact. I don't know who made this bead, but I must get on the good side of this mysterious master. If I could gain his support, forget Sanjiu continent. Even a 9 great sects wouldn't dare to disrespect me. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian was scratching his head. An explosion like that, and he's fine? Looks like he's going to kill me in a few minutes after all. In this cultivation world, even a mortal like me can withstand heavenly lightning. So dying isn't exactly easy. This guy survived that blast, so he must be way stronger than me. Giving me a quick, clean death should be no problem for him. The old city lord stalked forward. He approached Xiao Tian, thinking, first, I need to get through this crisis. I'll figure out the rest later. He planted his feet, pointed, and roared. You punk. First, you humiliate my son. Then, you lay waste to my Sanjiu city. Such acts are enough to earn you the wrath of all of Sanjiu city. He finished, gritting his teeth. The power of that last attack was immense. There's no way this brat can unleash something like that again. In that case, I'll use the name of that mysterious master to scare him off for now. Listen up, Xiao Tian, he bellowed. Sanjiu city is protected by a great master. You're no match for him. Release my son, and we can consider our feud settled for now. Otherwise, prepare to lose your head. As he spoke, he held up the crystal bead. See this gem? This is the handiwork of that very same mysterious master. If you provoke him, you won't even have a corpse left to bury. Unafraid, Xiao Tian stepped forward to challenge him. Lord City Master, if you really have a master backing you, why don't you go ahead and try to kill me yourself? Xiao Tian's eyes glinted as he thought. If he's going to drag this out, I might as well be proactive and speed up my death. As he was thinking, the sparkling crystal caught his eye. His gaze locked onto it. Wait a minute. Why does that gem in his hand look so familiar? Xiao Tian points, a smirk on his face. Wait, isn't that the jade orb a captain took from me earlier? So the great city lord carries around something I just whipped up on a whim. He seems quite fond of it, doesn't he? Hearing this, the old city lord's eyes went wide, his jaw dropping in horror. Damn it. The one who made this orb is him. How about we make a deal? Don't kill me, and I'll give you a few more of these. How about it? The old city lord looked on, his expression dazed and fading. What the hell are you talking about? This city lord's voice sounds pretty angry, Xiao Tian thought. Looks like that last attack didn't hurt him much. Killing me probably wouldn't be too hard for him. The old city lord collapsed to his knees, utterly defeated. Despondent. My last trump card. The orb brimming with immense spiritual power. To think it was just casually created by this little bastard. Xiao Tian points to himself, pleading anxiously. Your Excellency, the city lord, please just kill me with one strike. Don't worry. I absolutely won't fight back. Just one quick stab, and I promise I'll go peacefully. The old city lord, weeping and clasping his hands, stammered in fear. Master, oh great master, I had eyes, but was blind to your greatness. I must have been blind for 8 lifetimes to have been so reckless as to offend you. From now on, I'll be a good man. No, I'll be a dog at your feet. I'm begging you, please spare my life. Xiao Tian's face went pale with utter shock. What the hell? Weren't you just furious a second ago? How are you on your knees already? Is this guy with the thick eyebrows and big eyes really this spineless? I'm just a prisoner. Does it even make sense for you to be kneeling to me? Just then, Fungi landed behind him, a questioning look on his face. Mr. Nya, are you facing some trouble? Xiao Tian turned his head, looking bewildered. Old Mr. Li, you're here too? Are Bu Hui and Shi are all right? He raised a hand and said loudly. They are out of danger. I was worried, so I came to back you up. It seems Mr. Nya has already subdued Jiarani. This man cannot be left alive. I hope Mr. Nya will eliminate this scourge for the people. Fengzi thought to himself. Good thing I followed him. Jiarani has committed countless evils. How can we let him continue his wickedness? I have to find a reason for Nya Xiao Tian to kill him. Xiao Tian stared back, stunned. Me kill him? How could I possibly have the power to do that? Are you kidding me, old man? This old guy makes it sound so simple, he thought. Never mind whether I even have that kind of power. The important thing is, if I kill him, then who's going to kill me? Suddenly, a voice echoed through the air. It seems you two don't intend to take his miserable life. In that case, allow me. Hearing this, all 3 of them froze, dumbfounded. Xiao Tian looked up to the rooftop to see a group of assassins standing there imposingly. One of them stood with his arms crossed, looking down as if contemplating something. Fengzi shrank back, breaking into a cold sweat as he thought. That's... His eyes fixed on the Xiantian token at the assassin's waist. Xiantian's blood is spilled. For justice across the world. It's actually them? The assassin pointed and spoke. Jiarani, once favored by Empress Fengzi of the Xiantian dynasty. You have governed Sanjiu city for 732 years. During this time, you have oppressed the people, deceiving your superiors and swindling those below you. After Grand Tutor Jiao overthrew the Xiantian dynasty, Empress Fengzi sought refuge in Sanjiu city. Not only did you refuse to help, but you revealed her whereabouts, allowing the Empress to be besieged by Grand Tutor Jiao. To this day, her fate remains unknown. You fear neither heaven nor earth. First, you betrayed your ruler, then you deceived the people. As the words fell, a red line traced its way down the old city lord's body from head to toe. In the name of the Xiantian and Ya, I sentence you to be split in 2 as atonement for your sins. And just like that, the old city lord's body was sliced in half, blood spraying everywhere like rain. Seeing this, Xiao Tian was completely horrified. The city lord died just like that? Damn it. Could this plot get any more melodramatic? I was still hoping he'd be the one to kill me. The lead assassin clasped his hands and spoke to Xiao Tian. My friend, thank you for your timely assistance. You helped us eliminate a blight upon the Xiantian imperial dynasty. If you ever have need of us in the future, we will not hesitate to answer. Xiao Tian's mouth gaped wide in fury like a shark's jaw as he flipped them the bird and screamed. Shove your thanks up your ass. A whole crowd of you, and you're just standing there? You murder someone, and you make me watch. I was ready to call a night. You're nothing but bandits. No, you're worse than bandits. And you have the nerve to tell me to remember your kindness? How stupid. Disgusting. After his inner rant, Xiao Tian's expression changed, and he let out a sigh. So they killed the city lord after all. All right, let's see if I can piss these morons off enough to kill me. Enraged by the insults, a subordinate next to the leader drew his sword to attack, but the leader stopped him. This man's power is not to be underestimated. Don't be reckless. Xiao Tian continued to point and shout at them. Get your asses down here now. Let me teach you why flowers are so red. And just like that, the group of assassins began to vanish, their leader's voice echoing back. Friend, may our paths cross again. TCH. Damn it. They're really just leaving like that? He held his pointing posture, but his face was scrunched up on the verge of tears. Did I do it wrong? Didn't I just cuss you out? Normally, shouldn't you think that, eh? Mere mortal like me has a death wish and come down here to kill me on the spot. How about you all just run away? Where's all that cultivator pride you're supposed to have? Xiao Tian turned to Feng Zi, puzzled. Old Mr. Li, you're a worldly man. Did you recognize those mysterious figures in black? Although I've never faced them directly, I have heard of their reputation and origins. Their story is tied to the history of the very land beneath our feet. Feng Zi said, pointing down at the ground. Mr. Nya, I've told you before that the region we now live in is called the Nine Profound Imperial Dynasty, correct? Yeah, that's right. Well, this land was once known as the Xiantian Imperial Dynasty. Centuries ago, the 9 Grand Preceptors conspired to usurp the throne, establishing the Nine Profound Dynasty we know today. But an old dynasty doesn't fall so easily, especially not one like the Xiantian Imperial Dynasty, which had ruled for 1,000 years. Over the years, countless forces have risen up under the banner of the old dynasty, fighting against the tyranny of the 9 Grand Preceptors. Those figures in black we just met belong to a faction called the Xiantian Blood Alliance. They claim to be led by the imperial bloodline of Xiantian. Their goal is to overthrow the 9 Profound Dynasty so the true bloodline of Xiantian can once again rule this land. Oh, so that's how it is. So, does that make them the good guys? Trying to save the Xiantian Dynasty? Heh, you're mistaken, Mr. Nya. They're just a bunch of thugs using a noble cause as a front. I doubt they even understand the true meaning of the name Xiantian, let alone its imperial bloodline. The true Xiantian. Xiao Tian stroked his chin, lost in thought. Judging by the way old Mr. Li talks, he must have some connection to the old Xiantian dynasty. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so dismissive of those figures in black. Still, the feuds of the cultivation world probably won't involve a mere mortal like me, which is a shame. It'd be a great way to get myself killed. His eyes drifted back to the City Lord's body as he mulled it over. So much for the City Lord. What a pathetic way to go. The least he could have done was kill me before that guy in black got to him. Now that you're dead and gone, what am I supposed to do? Xiao Tian's eyes widened in a sudden realization. That's it. Those guys in black were strong enough to kill the City Lord. Their power is clearly far greater than his was. Even if they didn't kill me just now, I can still go find them and pick a fight. I just need to find their base and toss a couple of grenades in to liven things up. With their power and their precious cultivator pride, there's no way they'll let me off the hook again. Snapping out of his thoughts, Xiao Tian turned back to Feng Zi. Old Mr. Li, since you know so much about the background of those guys in black, you must know where their base is, right? I do have some information. But why do you wish to find them, Mr. Nya? Hearing this, Xiao Tian slapped both of Feng Zi's shoulders enthusiastically, leaving the old man wide-eyed and speechless. A savage grin spread across Xiao Tian's face as he chuckled. They just ruined my fun. So naturally, I'm going to find them and demand satisfaction. So, Mr. Nya wants to go cause trouble for them. Feng Zi thought to himself. It seems Nya Xiao Tian really does intend to bring those hypocrites under his command. The Xiantian Blood Alliance ruined his plans. He wants revenge. After a moment, the old man pointed off to the side. This old man does indeed have some intelligence regarding them. I know of one of their strongholds, located about 100 meters east of Jade Mountain City. He glanced over, thinking to himself, fine, the Xiantian Blood Alliance may operate under the name of the Xiantian Imperial Dynasty. But in recent years, they've committed countless acts of oppression against the people. If Nya Xiaotian intends to confront them, I might as well point him in the right direction. Judging by the methods the Xiantian Blood Alliance used to kill Jiarani, their strength seems to have far surpassed what it was when they were first founded. I wonder who will come out on top when Nya Xiaotian faces them. Xiaotian turned his head excitedly. 100 meters east of Jade Mountain City? I got it. Old Mr. Li, let's part ways here. Mr. Nya, you plan to go to Jade Mountain City alone? Of course. It's just that the road ahead is sure to be filled with trouble. I don't want to drag you, Bu Hui, and Sheer into this. Xiaotian's gaze turned serious. Those men in black are way stronger than the City Lord. Going there is just asking them to kill me. If old Mr. Li and the others follow me, there's no telling if those men in black will target them too. It's better to let them go home. Feng Zi was puzzled. Excuse me, Mr. Nya, why do you want to go up against the Xiantian Blood Alliance? Is Nya Xiaotian really planning to uproot one of the Xiantian Blood Alliance's strongholds? But for what reason? Well, They're not very good at hiding their intentions, are they? Everything they do is shady and dishonorable. I suspect they're plotting something, so I intend to investigate. If they truly are treacherous villains, then I'll risk my own life to deliver heaven's justice. Fungi trembled in disbelief at Xiaoyan's words. Mr. Nye intends to face those treacherous villains all by himself? Did I hear him right? Him? Has Nye Xiaoyan been reborn or something? He's going to deliver heaven's justice? To banish evil and defend the righteous path. To preserve peace and order in this world is the duty of every man. It's just that this time, it's too dangerous. It's better if I bid the three of you farewell here. If I just straight up tell them I'm trying to get myself killed, old Mr. Li will definitely stop me. I'd better find an excuse to go my own way. Fungi raised a hand to his mouth and let out a series of coughs, interrupting Xiaoyan's thoughts. Mr. Nye, you've lived in the mountains for a long time. Perhaps you're not familiar with the ways of the world. In this day and age, to find someone willing to fight for the common people, this untalented old man is willing to stand with you through thick and thin. His gaze was pensive as he looked ahead. Nye Xiaoyan, righteous? I wouldn't believe that if you beat me to death. But he might be plotting to use his own power to absorb the Xintian Blood Alliance and fill the void left by Jiarani. If so, I must watch him closely. And if necessary, I can even ruin his plans. Snapping out of his thoughts, his eyes sparkled as he leaned close to Xiaoyan. Mr. Nye, what do you say? He continued with his own calculations. The Xintian Blood Alliance's power is extraordinary. If I can get in the middle of this, I might even be able to provoke a war between them and Nye Xiaoyan. Let them destroy each other. That's why I absolutely have to go. Seeing that damned look of sincerity on Fungi's face, Xiaoyan clutched his head in defeat. All right, fine. Since old Mr. Li is so insistent, how could this humble junior refuse? Suddenly, a cry of master made them both freeze and look up. Shi'er and Bu Hui descended from the sky, calling out, Master, Mr. Nye, is everyone okay? Bu Hui, Shi'er, what are you two doing here? We saw a huge explosion from over here. We were worried about you and Master, so I brought Shi'er along to check. This disciple has disobeyed your orders. I await my punishment, Master. Fungi stroked his beard and chuckled. You only did it because you were worried for my safety. I won't punish you. Mr. Nye is planning to leave Sanjiu City. We'll return to the inn, pack our things, and leave with him. I'll explain everything on the way. Bu Hui, ever serious and calm, simply nodded in obedience. Sure, on the other hand, was ecstatic, throwing her hands in the air. Yay, on to the next destination. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing all four of them to freeze with question marks over their heads. Fu Gui rubbed his eyes and turned to look, completely bewildered. Where am I? Where's my dad? Xiao Tian's eyes went wide with shock. Damn it, I completely forgot this kid even existed. With a contemptuous snort, the donkey kicked out its hind legs, sending Fu Gui flying high into the air. After a brief, soaring arc, he crashed face first beside the mangled corpse of the city lord. He looked up, his face draining of all color as he let out a terrified, unending scream. Daddy! Daddy! Daddy, what's wrong? Tears streamed from his eyes like twin waterfalls. Daddy, please don't sleep anymore. Get up and play with me. Fengzi nudged Xiao Tian with his elbow, catching his attention. Emmer, Nye, we have to pull the weed out by the root. Should we? Forget it. The kid's already got problems, and now his father is dead. It's questionable if he'll even be able to survive from now on. This isn't the time to kick a man when he's down. That would just be creating bad karma. Shi'er and Bu Hui cried out in protest. Emmer, Nye, how can we be so merciful? Yeah. Besides, just a little while ago, Sheener's face flushed with a mixture of anger and shame as she spoke. He even groped my butt, Xiao Tian gestured, acknowledging that the disabled boy's actions were indeed wrong. If I were Shi'er, I'd have cut him down on the spot with a single strike. But he was only so shameless because he had a tyrannical city lord for a father backing him up. Now that the city lord is dead, I think we can all imagine what's in store for his mentally handicapped son. The citizens of the city began to stir, gathering in the streets. What was that explosion just now? That was terrifying. I don't know, but it looks like the acting city lord was blown to bits. One of the young men pointed directly at Fu Gui, urging the others to look. They remembered how he looted their property, how he used their women to threaten them. and how he sold goods at exorbitant prices, lining his pockets with gold and silver. The city lord is dead. The city patrol is half dead. I heard even his subordinates' assets were confiscated by the Xiantian imperial dynasty. All that's left is this idiot young master, and there's no one around to protect him. If that's the case, one by one, the townspeople bent down and picked up wooden clubs from the ground. Fu Gui, still weeping beside his father's body, remained oblivious. He had no idea that behind him, a crowd armed with makeshift weapons was preparing to send him to join his father, a final payment for years of tyranny. Fungi stepped in front of Xiao Tian, suggesting that now was a good time to leave. Yeah, I know. Xiao Tian paused, watching the scene unfold. I don't know the full extent of the evil that City Lord and his son committed, but judging by the looks on these people's faces, they must have suffered immensely. Leaving the disabled young master to be dealt with by the townspeople. I guess you could call it poetic justice. Whether he lives or dies now depends on whether he can withstand their wrath. The next morning, Fungi, his two disciples, and Xiao Tian set out for their next destination. Xiao Tian turned his head. He called out to old Mr. Li. You said the Xiantian Blood Alliance has a stronghold in Jade Mountain City. How much do you know about the situation there? I won't hide anything from you. This old man only knows the location of the Xiantian Blood Alliance's stronghold. As for the specifics, I'm afraid we'll have to investigate further to find out. However, I do know little about Jade Mountain City itself. After all, a great master holds the position of city lord there. He looked ahead, his mind racing. Nie Xiao Tian is asking about the Xiantian Blood Alliance because he's clearly testing to see if they're worthy of becoming his pawns. I can't let that happen. When the time is right, I must intervene and shatter his insidious plot. It would be best if I could make them destroy each other. Not only would it eliminate that demon, but it would also serve as a just punishment for those rebels who dare to cause chaos in the name of the Xiantian imperial dynasty. Xiao Tian's face paled. He looked up and asked, "A great master, you say? Is he as strong as that last city lord who got himself killed by the Xiantian Blood Alliance? He is an absolute master, far stronger than Sierrani." Hearing this, Xiao Tian let out a sigh of relief. Oh good, then I'll look forward to you showing me the sights, old Mr. Li. He recalled the thunderous explosion from the night before. Fungi gritted his teeth. Damn it, I never thought Nie Xiao Tian could create such a devastating weapon. It was powerful enough to severely injure Sierrani in a single blow. Without that, the Xiantian Blood Alliance would never have been able to kill him so easily. I wonder about that rebel. In Jade Mountain City, what realm has he reached by now? I hope he's strong enough to help me probe Nie Xiao Tian's true power. That reminds me, to get to Jade Mountain City, we'll have to pass through Autumn's Wool Manor. The old manor lord, there was once a loyal ally of the Xiantian imperial dynasty. But that was 100 years ago. I don't even know if he's still alive. If I ever get the chance, I'd really like to go visit him. Seeing him lost in thought, Xiao Tian spoke up. Elder Li, are you all right? Did something come to mind? Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking an old friend. Just feeling a little nostalgic, that's all. But, Xiao Tian, we're still over 100 miles from Jade Mountain City. It's a long way, and there's no telling if we'll run into bandits. We should be careful. Just as the old man finished speaking, a voice called out from up ahead. Did I just hear someone say they're heading to Jade Mountain City? A young man was collapsed on the ground, face down. From up ahead, he raised a weak hand. Kind people, please have pity on this poor soul. Xiao Tian sighed internally. Elder Li just said we might run into bandits. And now we meet someone who's just been robbed. Did he speak it into existence or something? The young man's eyes were dark as he looked up, a mysterious, scheming smile on his face. A little while later, after they'd given him a full meal, the young man clasped his hands together and thanked them with a cheerful laugh. I ran into some mountain bandits yesterday. They took all my rations, and I've been starving for a whole day. I'm so lucky I ran into you all. Otherwise, I probably would have starved to death today. Xiao Tian stammered helplessly. Well, it's good that you've eaten your fill. God, was this guy a starving ghost in a past life? Kuer was fuming, baring her sharp teeth, as if ready to pounce. Senior sister, don't hold me back. He ate all the provisions we just bought. I'm gonna kill him. The young man, blushing, sidled up to Xiao Tian. By the way, I heard you benefactors say you're headed to Jade Mountain City. I was wondering if I could trouble you to let me tag along? I'm not just bragging, but I know all the major powers along this route. I can definitely help you all avoid any trouble. and get you there safely. Xiao Tian awkwardly held up his hands. That won't be necessary. It was fate that we met today. But it's time we went our separate ways. Xiao Tian's inner thoughts were filled with disdain. If you're so good at avoiding trouble, how'd you get robbed? Sounds more like you're looking for a free bodyguard. Besides, I'm actively looking for a way to get myself killed. Why the hell would I want to avoid danger? The young man grabbed Xiao Tian's leg and started wailing. Big bro, I'm begging you, please take me with you. I'm always getting robbed on this road. I almost lost my underwear last time. Trust me, I can absolutely be of help to you all. Please don't leave me behind. Not wanting to refuse him outright, Xiao Tian looked for an excuse to get rid of him. All right then, tell me. How exactly can you help us? To be honest with you, great hero, my family lives in Jade Mountain City. I'm a merchant, so I'm very familiar with the distribution of power in these parts. I even have a few connections here and there. If you can get me back to Jade Mountain City, I swear I'll do everything in my power to repay you. Fine, I'll ask you one question. Consider it a test to see if you can join us. Do you know where the Xiantian Blood Alliance's forces are based in Jade Mountain City? Hearing this, the young man froze, completely stunned. He nervously wrung his sweaty hands as he asked, may I ask, what sort of grudge do you benefactors have with the Xiantian Blood Alliance? They're a ruthless bunch in Jade Mountain City. Even our city lord doesn't dare to cross them. If you're planning to go up against them, you should really reconsider. You don't need to worry about that. But if you don't give us information on the Xiantian Blood Alliance, then we can't take you to Jade Mountain City. I will. I'll tell you everything right now. When it comes to the Xiantian Blood Alliance, most people only know that they are the heirs to the old Xiantian dynasty. But their internal hierarchy can be summed up like this. 1 emperor, 2 saints, 3 sovereigns, 4 deities, 5 demons, and 6 esteemed envoys. The 1 emperor is, of course, Empress Fungi, but she disappeared several hundred years ago. So now, the ones calling the shots are the 2 saints under her, the Sun Saint and the Moon Saint. Before he could finish his sentence, an enraged Fungi slammed her fist down on the young man's head and yelled, "What's all this about 1 emperor, 2 saints? The Empress's faction joined in? When did the innate Blood Alliance get involved? Spit it out. Who's in charge of Jade Mountain City right now?" This I actually know. The 6 venerable envoys are also known as Wind, Fire, Thunder, and Gold. The one guarding Jade Mountain City is the Fire Envoy. As for the specific intel on her, once I get back to Jade Mountain City, I'll have my people investigate everything for you. So you're using intel on the Fire Envoy as a bargaining chip to get us to protect you all the way back to Jade Mountain City? Haha, a deal's a deal. Information is a commodity, too. Consider what I just told you a down payment. So what do you say? I can guarantee you, no one in Jade Mountain City has better intel than I do. Fine. I just hope the information you dig up is worth our protection. Hearing this, the young man throws his hands up in joy. Yes, it's a deal. He tucks his hands into his sleeves with a triumphant grin. To show my gratitude to you great heroes and heroines, I'll do a free reading for you. He pulls something out and hold it high. And I'm not just bragging. I've had a knack for divination since I was a boy. I can definitely be of service. He shakes a turtle shell vigorously, the coins inside rattling as he performs his divination. As 3 coins fly out of the shell, Kyra and Buhue can't help but comment. If you're so good at telling fortunes, how'd you let yourself get robbed? Kyra, don't kick a man when he's down. Haha, a diviner can't read his own fate. All 4 of them lean in, staring down at the 3 coins with confused looks. So, what does your reading say? What did you find out? He tucks the turtle shell back into his robes. I read the weather. The signs show that today will be clear and sunny all day long. Not a single drop of rain. The moment the words leave his mouth, dark clouds swarm the sky. A storm breaks with a crash of thunder and a flash of lightning. The rain begins to pour down relentlessly. The scene changes to a stone cave, lit by the bright flashes from the storm outside. Fungi, his 2 disciples, and Xiao Tian are all huddled around a fire, shivering from the cold. You and your big mouth. I can't believe this. What happened to clear and sunny? Are all your readings this cursed? Fungi grinds his teeth in frustration. Nyeh. This man is nothing but trouble. If you ask me, we should just leave him behind. Xiao Tian considers this. The guy's unreliable, but he might actually be able to get us intel on the innate blood alliance in Jade Mountain City. And since I'm planning to cause trouble for them anyway, it wouldn't hurt to know a little more. Besides, I already promised to protect him. I can't go back on my word now. An image flashes in his mind, the young man giving him a reading, saying, "You won't die." It's followed by the memory of an assassin's blade piercing his chest, sending him to his death. He might seem like a joke, but this guy's jinx is the real deal. If I let him predict something bad for me, I could really end up dead for good this time. After thinking it over, Xiao Tian walks over and claps Fungi on the shoulder. Old Masterly, it's not easy for anyone trying to make a living out here. Plus, we're still a long way from Jade Mountain City. We should stick with him. If we just leave him here, and something happens to him on the road, it'll be our fault. If you insist, Mr. Nya, we'll do as you say. He studies Xiao Tian's expression. Could he have some other plan for this guy? The young fortune teller grabs onto Xiao Tian's leg and slides across the dirt floor. Oh, great hero. I knew you were a man of honor. So kind-hearted. And handsome, too. What the hell? Is this guy addicted to bootlicking or something? Seeing the display, Fungi reconsiders his earlier suspicion. Maybe Xiao Tian just had a moment of compassion. A pathetic guy like this? What could he possibly be capable of? I guess I was overthinking things. The scene shifts to late that night. Outside the mouth of the cave, the rain has finally dwindled to a soft patter. Inside, everyone is sprawled on the ground, deep in a dreamless sleep. The camera closes in on the fortune teller's face, peaceful and without a hint of deceit. Then his eyes slowly open, his gaze sharp and serious as he stares into the darkness. Placing his hands on his knees, he pushes himself to his feet without a sound. With light, deliberate steps, he walks out of the cave, an aura of profound mystery surrounding him. He walked through the quiet forest, hands clasped behind his back. After a short walk, an assassin dropped from the sky, landing before him. The assassin looked up, his gaze cold and sharp. "How's it going?" The young fortune teller flashed a wicked grin. "It seems you doubt my professional skills." As he spoke, his body began to dissolve into a wisp of spiritual energy. "Don't worry. I've successfully infiltrated their group. They've already agreed to let me travel with them." In the blink of an eye, the young fortune teller transformed into a voluptuous woman, one who was clearly no saint. Within a few days, I'll have a complete file on them, down to the very last detail. Xiaoji. This target is no simple matter. Sierrani of Sanjiu City was crippled by that kid in a single move. We're concerned he could be a threat to the Blood Alliance. That's why we hired you to find out everything about him. Don't be careless. Wan Xiaoji, specializing in intelligence and espionage. 5-leaf assassin. She put a hand to her chin. Sierrani may have been a 7-leaf, but he hasn't been in a life-or-death battle for years. His actual combat skills were probably worse than a 5- or 6-leaf rogue cultivator. For that kid to cripple Sierrani in one move, his strength is likely around the 8-leaf level. In the 9 Profound Empire, that's considered an expert. You say it's fine, but it's not easy for an ordinary rogue cultivator to reach the 8-leaf level. And what's more, the target is just a teenager. That's precisely why we need to dig up every detail on him. See if he's a disciple from some ancient sect, out gaining experience. That's not a problem, as long as the money's good. No one I want Xiaoji investigate can escape my grasp. After all, wasn't it for me that you learned Sierrani had subdued the stone, Flame Beast, but hadn't fully recovered, leading you to plan your move to finish him off? Speaking of the Flame Beast, Sierrani was killed by that kid in a single blow, while he was possessed by the stone. Flame Beast. Hearing this, Xiaoji broke into a cold sweat. What? She molded over. Sierrani's own strength might not have been much, but possessed by the stone Flame Beast, he should have reached the peak of the 9-leaf level. And that kid took him down in a single move, even then? This is bad. Looks like I need to completely reevaluate this kid's strength. Snapping out of her thoughts, she turned to leave. All right, I've been gone long enough. I should head back before they get suspicious. For now, just wait for my report. I'll contact you as soon as the reconnaissance is complete. Remember your mission. Don't even think about doing a half-assed job for us. The Blood Alliance hiring you is a testament to your skills. I know. Just wait for my good news. Meanwhile, an owl landed silently on a branch. Watching her leave, the owl sneered. Truly, the ignorant have no fear of death. To think they dare investigate the master with such pathetic strength. If they actually end up bothering the master, he could probably wipe them from existence with a wave of his hand. As she walked, Xiaoji disguised herself again, her body glowing with a golden spiritual aura. Soon, she was back in the form of the young fortune teller, a sly grin on her face. So that Rao Tian could take down Sierrani while he was possessed by the stone. Flame beast in a single blow. His power might even be on par with the 9 Grand Preceptors. I wonder what his background really is. Behind him, the owl grew in size, its eyes glowing a menacing red. It sent a chill down his spine. Weird. Why did it suddenly get so cold? He bolted. Haha, it must be the weather changing. A sudden drop in temperature. I should just go back and get some more sleep. The scene shifts to the next morning. Xiao Tian was training outside the cave entrance. Lowering his stance, Xiao Tian breathed heavily, thinking to himself, the journey is 100 li. Even with all these mountain paths, an ordinary person could make it in a day or two, even taking it slow. The heavy rain yesterday delayed us a lot. We should be able to reach Jade Mountain City today. Just then, the young fortune teller emerged, looking groggy. Sir, you're up so early? Yeah, I didn't sleep well, so I got up early to practice my forms and clear my head. By the way, how much longer until we reach Jade Mountain City? Almost there, almost there. Just ahead is the Autumn Breeze Manor. It's the last stop on the road to Jade Mountain City. It's about 20 li from the city itself. We'll rest and near the Autumn Breeze Manor tonight. We'll set out early tomorrow morning. We should be able to get there before noon. Xiao Tian remains impassive. Oh, so that's how it is. Suddenly, a piercing scream makes the young fortune teller jump in fright. Moving like a bolt of lightning, Sheer casually sends the fortune teller flying with a single swing of her arm. Sheikah skids to a smoking halt right in front of Xiao Tian. Brother Nya, you're practicing your fist techniques, right? Right? I am. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. Sheena's eyes sparkle with delight, her face beaming like a freshly bloomed flower. Really? This is amazing. Bu Hui and Feng Zi emerge and speak up. Sheer, that is likely Mr. Nye's ultimate sect technique. It's not proper for you to ask like that. At his words, Sheer sighs sadly. You're right. I already have a master. I can't just join Brother Nye's sect to learn his fist techniques. What's the big deal? This is just my normal physical training routine. Anyone who wants it can learn. I can teach it to all of you. Hearing this, Feng Zi and his 2 disciples stare in wide-eyed astonishment. For real? The physical training techniques from Mr. Nye's homeland? We can learn just by asking? Xiao Tian raises a hand. Of course. But we need to get on the road soon. We probably don't have enough time. How about you practice 1 round with me? And we'll head out, all right? Bu Hui steps forward, placing a hand on his chest. In that case, Mr. Nya, may I learn as well? No problem. Anyone who wants to learn is welcome to. Moments later, the 3 of them are in position, lowering their stances to follow the fist forms demonstrated by Xiao Tian. The old man is trying to act all high and mighty, but he clearly wants to learn too. The young fortune teller stands to the side, arms crossed in confusion. It's just a fist technique, isn't it? Look how serious they are. Is there something special about these moves? Suddenly, something makes the young fortune teller break out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with shock. No way. Both Bu Hui and Shi just simultaneously broke through to the Sword Master Realm. Initial 10-leaf stage. Whoa, we broke through just from practicing for a few minutes? Bu Hui clutches his bursting pecs and cries out in pain. Arg, I can feel the true qi rampaging inside my body. Shi is in a similar state, pressing her hands against her own ample chest. Brother Nye's fist technique is incredible. Blinded by a glare as bright as a pair of high beams, the young fortune teller is utterly dumbfounded. They can break through just by practicing for a moment? How in the world did that great hero do it? Could he be a 10-leaf master? No, that can't be it. A technique like this is even more effective than an immortal's anointment. A mere 10-leaf master could never pull this off. Could it be that he has broken past the limit of condensing leaves into flowers? But what realm is that? 5-flower? Or maybe 6-flower? Feng Zi rushes over frantically, his mind racing. I'll be damned. I can't believe Nye Xiao Tian can help people level up just by demonstrating a martial art. An opportunity like this won't come again. I absolutely cannot miss this fortuitous encounter. After their successful breakthrough, Shir and Bu Hui collapse to the ground, exhausted. Xiao Tian turns back, concerned. What happened to you two? Mr. Nya, your fist technique is simply too profound. This was as much as we were able to comprehend. Please do not hold it against us, Mr. Nya. I can't. That level up felt so good. But now my head is spinning. Xiao Tian scratches his head and chuckles. All right, I'll go make breakfast for everyone. We'll head out after we've eaten. Xiao Tian thinks to himself, you gotta be kidding me. Are cultivators' bodies really this frail? Maybe I should whip up some restorative medicine for them another time. Fengzi drops to his knees, utterly defeated. I completely misjudged the situation. Shir told me before that she'd secretly watched Nya Xiao Tian practice his fist forms, and that they contain the essence of the Tao, but I didn't believe her. Not only was it true, but by practicing under Nya Xiao Tian, that very essence helped Shir and Bu Hui achieve a breakthrough. If I had known practicing one set of moves with him could trigger a breakthrough, I wouldn't have acted so damn proud. I really just threw away a priceless opportunity. By afternoon, the group was on its way to the Autumnal Manor. After walking for a while, the young fortune teller pointed ahead. Hirounye, right ahead is the Autumnal Manor. Looking at the spacious and well-kept town at the foot of the cliff, Xiao Tian was rather impressed. You're saying that settlement at the foot of the mountain is the Autumnal Manor? It looks more like a town than a manor. No. You've misunderstood, great hero. The Autumnal Manor is high up on the mountain. What you see down there is just a small town. You see, the Autumnal Manor was built over 1,000 years ago. Because of their great righteousness, fighting the strong to protect the weak. Many mortals sought the protection of the Autumnal Manor. The old manor lord is a good man, so he allowed them to settle at the foot of the mountain. Over time, it gradually grew to its current size, to be able to protect so many mortals. I'm guessing the old manor lord must be quite the master, huh? As he finished, a sinister, calculating smile spread across his face. If he's a master, he might actually be able to kill me. Looks like this is worth a shot. But from the sounds of it, the old manor lord is a good person. How could I get a man like that to attack me, though? Forget it. If he's a good man, I can't just charge in and ask him to strike me down. That would just tarnish his name for killing an innocent person. The plan to find death will have to be put on hold for now. Bu Hui flew to Feng Zi's side. Master, you seem troubled. Is something wrong? It's nothing. I was just thinking about something from the past. He grew somber as he recalled a memory. I remember, the Autumnal Manor was once a loyal supporter of the Xiantian imperial dynasty. There were even rumors that the old manor lord was an acquaintance of one of the dynasty's ancestors. Back then, when I was being hunted by the 9 Grand Preceptors, it was the old manor lord who stood up and helped me fend off some of the pursuers. I wonder how that old man has fared after all these hundreds of years. Below, Xiao Tian turned and called out. Old Mr. Li, it's getting late. Let's rest here for the night. We can head out to Jade Mountain City tomorrow. Feng Zi and Shir were enthusiastic. Whatever Mr. Nye says. Great. Time to eat. Soon after, the group entered the town, mingling with the locals of the Autumnal Manor. 2 young townsfolk were chatting nearby. Hey, did you hear? In 2 days, it's the old manor lord's 1700th birthday banquet. Heard about it ages ago. I also heard that to celebrate, the 9 Grand Preceptors are sending him a special gift. Overhearing this, Feng Zi was alarmed. The 9 Grand Preceptors want to congratulate old manor lord Xiao. How is that possible? Back when the 9 Grand Preceptors rebelled, old manor lord Xiao was the first to stand up in support of the Xiantian imperial dynasty. How could he possibly welcome their hunting dogs now? Something is definitely wrong here. It seems I'll have to find a chance to meet with the old manor lord. Later that night, inside an inn, a voice called out. Everyone get some rest. We'll set out tomorrow morning. Shir, where's master? I don't know. He went back to his room right after dinner. Said he wanted to rest. Meanwhile, Feng Zi was leaping across the rooftops like Spider-Man. He had abandoned sword flight to avoid having others sense the fluctuations in his spiritual energy. The scene shifts to the Autumnal Manor, where the air was perfectly still. The old manor lord, his beard long and thick, sat on his chair, muttering to himself. In the past, the Xiantian imperial dynasty was revered by all, and peace reigned across the 4 seas. Although my Autumnal Manor was no great or prestigious clan, we could still live freely and at ease. He raised a cup of wine to his lips as he spoke. Who would have thought the 9 grand preceptors would conspire to usurp the throne and act with such tyranny? Now, this old man has become a cripple, and those ungrateful descendants, to save their own skins, they've allied themselves with the disciples of the 9 grand preceptors to commit evil deeds. How sorrowful, how pathetic. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Old man or Lord Xiao, it's been hundreds of years. I hope you've been well. He whipped his head around. Who's there? Light footsteps approached. Years ago, when this junior was in peril, I was fortunate enough to receive your aid, Manor Lord. Years ago, when this junior was in peril, I was fortunate enough to receive your aid, Manor Lord. Light footsteps approached. Years ago, when this junior was in peril, I was fortunate enough to receive your aid, Manor Lord. A narrow escape from death. He seems to have recognized someone he knows. Xiao is taken aback. You are. A chance encounter brings me back to this familiar place today. As a junior, I naturally had to come and pay my respects to the old master of the villa. Appearing before old Xiao was Fungi, having returned to her form as the empress. Overcome with emotion, he sank to his knees, tears streaming down his face. This aura, it's the bloodline of the Xiantian imperial dynasty. No one else could possibly fake this. I pay my respects, your majesty. This old servant has suffered so much waiting for you. The empress rushed forward to help him up. Grandpa Xiao, back then, you became sworn brothers with my imperial grandfather. By seniority, that means I should call you granduncle. Besides, you did me a great service all those years ago. How could I possibly accept such a formal greeting from you? After helping Grandpa Xiao to a chair, the empress continued. Grandpa Xiao, how have you been all these years? Why are you so gravely injured now? Is a disgrace to my family. Back then, the 9 grand preceptors discovered that your majesty was hiding at Autumn Wool Villa. After that, they came to cause trouble. Although this old man managed to stand in their way for your majesty. I'm old, after all. In those days, the 9 grand preceptors were at the height of their power. Grandpa Xiao, for the sake of justice, did not hesitate to stand against them. As a result, he was gravely injured. Grandpa Xiao's great kindness is something Fungi will never forget. Your majesty is too kind. It was this old servant's duty. It's just a shame. The spirit of my descendants was broken by the 9 grand preceptors. For years, they have served as their most diligent lackeys. A pity that I, who was once respected in my prime, am now under house arrest here. When I descend to the Yellow Springs, I won't have the face to see the late emperor. Xiao looked around cautiously. Then he gestured for the empress to come closer. He leaned in and whispered in her ear, Your Majesty, this old servant is a cripple now, but I've held on to my last breath, not daring to die, because I am guarding a secret. The 9 grand preceptors know how important this secret is, which is why they haven't killed me. This secret concerns whether the former imperial dynasty can rise again in this world. I pray your majesty will not fail your servant's devotion. Hearing this, the empress's eyes widened. In shock. What did you just say? Later, back at the inn, Fungi sat sighing, a somber look on his face. Seeing this, Xiao Tian looked over puzzled. Miss Bu Hui, what's wrong with elderly? I don't know either. I've never seen master like this before. Sheer, her cheeks stuffed full of rice like 2 steamed buns, spoke up. Master, what's wrong? Did you eat something bad yesterday? Are you not feeling well? Fungi turned to her, reassuring her it was nothing. It's nothing, your master is just struggling to understand something. You just keep eating. He recalled Grandpa Xiao's words. Back then, this old servant hid an imperial treasure given to me by the late Xiantian emperor in Jade Mountain City. Now, I will tell your majesty its location. This old servant can finally die in peace. To protect the secret of the Xiantian dynasty, Grandpa Xiao willingly lived as a cripple for hundreds of years. How can I be so heartless as to leave him there to suffer this humiliation? Xiao Tian picked up a piece of meat and put it in Fungi's bowl. Elderly, seeing you frown like that, you must have something on your mind. Perhaps you could share it with me? I might be able to help. It's nothing. Just feeling a bit sentimental. It's just that the world is so unpredictable. An old friend is gone. Is it because someone at Autumn Wool Villa made you unhappy? Elderly? Hearing this, Fungi froze in surprise. Master Nya, how did you know? Me? I didn't know anything. It's just that for the past few days, I've noticed you seem uncomfortable whenever Villa is mentioned. I figured you must have some history with the place. Seeing your expression just now, I decided to take a guess, but I didn't expect you to admit it. So that's how it is. In that case, I won't hide it from you any longer, Master Nya. I thought I could keep this under wraps. But I never expected Nya Xiao to see right through me. It seems my cultivation is still lacking. The story more or less goes like this. This old friend of mine is named Old Master Chiu. He's endured this for hundreds of years, all for the sake of the Xiantian dynasty. I really can't bear to see him go on like this. I'm just trying to figure out how to help him. He muttered to himself. I'll just let them know about Elder Chiu's current situation. As for the matter of the Xiantian royal treasure, I won't say any more. Bu Hui and Shi'er spoke up indignantly. Villa Master Chiu is a man of honor. To think his own descendant would willingly become a slave for the 9 Grand Preceptors. It's infuriating. It really is. Our strength has increased. If we have to, let's just fight our way in, rescue Elder Chiu, and have Brother Nye heal the old master. That's reckless. Even though you're both 4-leaf cultivators now, to the people at Shui Villa, you're nothing but kittens. They could kill you without even breaking a sweat. Besides, Old Master Chiu's meridians have been severed for hundreds of years. How could they possibly be so easy to heal? He thought to himself, Elder Chiu may be crippled, but his loyalty and righteousness remain intact. If he knew he was being saved by a demonic cultivator, I'm afraid he'd develop an inner demon. I can't bring him harm. Besides, Nye Xiao is the heir of Tian. If there's nothing in it for him, why would he help? Tian scratched his head and spoke up. Whether he can be cured or not, I'll have to take a look first. How can I know if I don't even see him? Mr. Nya, you're willing to help? For what old Mr. Li has said, Old Master Chiu must be a good man. If I can help but don't, my conscience won't be clear. Tian schemed inwardly. Besides, the others at the villa are all bad guys anyway. Once I've healed Old Master Chiu, I'll find a chance to provoke them. I'm sure a few of them will lose their cool and try to kill me on the spot. Fungi hurriedly knelt and kowtowed repeatedly. Mr. Nya, your great kindness. This old man thanks you on behalf of Old Master Chiu. Whoa. Old Mr. Li, there's no need for such formalities. Fungi was puzzled, muttering to himself. Demonic cultivators don't act unless there's something in it for them. Elder Chiu has been crippled for hundreds of years. Even if he's healed, he'll never be as strong as he once was. So why is Nye Xiao still helping? And what's more, the way he just spoke, it was completely sincere. There wasn't even a hint of deception. How can someone who helps others like this be a demonic cultivator? Could it be that I've misunderstood Nye Xiao all this time? Xiao walked over to help Fungi up, then turned to the young fortune teller. Hey you, we need to stay here for another day. If you can't wait, you can go on ahead to Jade Mountain City. Anyway, this is a matter for cultivators. A mortal like you shouldn't get involved. The young fortune teller gave an awkward smile. Why yes, this humble one will wait here for all of you to return. That's what he said, but in his heart he thought these people actually want to go up against Shui Villa. Now, this is going to be a good show. I wonder, should I pass this information on to the Xiantian mission? Shi'er stepped forward, pointing as she asked. Wait, Brother Nya. We have no connection to Shui Villa. How are we supposed to sneak in? Sneak in? Why make it so hard? Didn't you hear the passers-by yesterday? Old Master Chiu's birthday banquet is these next few days. Since that's the case, we'll just go up the mountain to wish him a happy birthday. The scene changes to the next morning, where the birthday banquet is already bustling with guests. By order of the 9 Grand Preceptors, Yunxiu Pavilion presents Old Master Chiu with a set of jade ornaments for his birthday. A set of exquisite rainbow cloud jade. Bafang Bank presents Old Master Chiu with a pair of 1,000-year-old warm jade pendants for his birthday. The Finyu Sect presents Old Master Chiu with a flower-carved black iron sword for his birthday. 2 men stood talking, looking very indignant. Everyone knows the 9 Grand Preceptors gravely injured Old Master Chiu back, then just to get their hands on the Xiantian dynasty's secret treasure. And now they send their lackeys to wish him a happy birthday? What in the world are they playing at? Brother, watch your words. If you offend them, we'll all be in deep trouble. Trouble? So what? It's better than being a hunting dog for them. And that Xiu Teifei, his own father was crippled by them, yet he can still smile and chat with the enemy. I'm absolutely furious on the old master's behalf. Old Master Chiu was a brilliant man his whole life, yet he raised such a useless son. I'm afraid that in a few more years, the entire Chiu villa will become nothing but hunting dogs for the 9 Grand Preceptors. The whole lot of them, scheming together. The moment he finished speaking, a powerful kick sent him staggering backward in pain. A soldier with his arms crossed bellowed at him. The Joseon Imperial Dynasty protects the world, and Chiu Villa has abandoned its evil ways for the path of righteousness. But to hear you tell it, they're committing some great crime. This soldier was an imperial censor of the Joseon Dynasty. Captain Jing. He seizes the Blade Master Yi. Zhuofei walks over with his hands clasped. He raises his hands and speaks. Captain Jing, the grounds of Autumn's Manor are looking particularly splendid. Today is my father's birthday banquet. Captain Jing, why must you concern yourself with such lowly characters? Please, come inside and have a drink with me. He angrily stomps on the man. Today is Old Master Chiu's birthday banquet. A joyous occasion like this shouldn't be stained with blood. After today, I'll come find you and settle this score. Now get lost. A burly, bearded man comes forward to help up the beaten man. As the two of them leave, they catch the eye of the watching Xiao Tian. A smile of amusement plays on Xiao Tian's lips. He'll draw his sword if you so much as look at him wrong. This Captain Jing guy is a real piece of work. Maybe I'll go provoke him a little later. Who knows? He might just pull his sword on me. Fungi sighs, his face etched with worry. Years ago, the Tian dynasty was overthrown by the 9th Grand Preceptor. All the loyal old officials who served them were purged. If Old Master Chiu didn't hold the secret of the Tian dynasty's hidden treasure, he probably wouldn't have survived to this day. Even though Nie Tian agreed to help, he's still just one person. But I pray he can help me save Old Master Chiu, even if it's just to help him recover from his old injuries. At the very least, it would ease the guilt from the debt I've owed him for hundreds of years. Shortly after they enter the grounds, a steward steps out to block their path. And just who are you supposed to be? What gift have you brought? This is Autumn's Manor. Not just any stray can wander in. Fungi cracks open a chest, revealing a dazzling light. Sir, we are but humble rogue cultivators traveling the world. We have long admired the great reputation of Old Master Chiu. Hearing that today is his birthday banquet, we prepared a small gift in celebration. This is a cyan pearl that we worked very hard to acquire. It was taken from a 100-year-old clam. It contains an incredibly pure spiritual energy. We hope you will grant us the honor of entering. We would be content even just to see the old master from afar. As he speaks, Fungi discreetly places a pearl into the steward's hand. It's just a small token. We would be grateful for your help. The steward quickly pockets the pearl. He tucks it into his sleeve. You may enter. He thinks to himself. Pure doesn't even begin to describe the spiritual energy in this pearl. If the young master presents this treasure to the 9th Grand Preceptor, it would certainly elevate the status of our entire manor. I'll hold on to this for now and give it to the young master later. Once inside, Kair and Bu Hui look annoyed. Master, was it really worth giving one of Mr. Nie's pearls to that lackey? Yeah. He looked at us like we were dirt. It just makes me so mad. Xiao Tian turns back to them reassuringly. It's fine. It was a small price to pay to get in. Besides, it was just an ordinary pearl. As long as I have the right materials, making 100 of them would be no problem at all. Hearing this, Bu Hui clasps his hands and speaks with renewed respect. Mr. Nie, your magnanimity is astounding. Bu Hui is truly in awe. Walking behind them, Fungi thinks to himself, we've successfully infiltrated Autumn's Manor. The next step is to find a chance for Nie Tian and Old Master Chiu to meet. I just hope Nie Tian can help him recover from his injuries, at least partially. Then he'll no longer have to live under the thumb of the 9th Grand Preceptor. The scene shifts to Zhuofei, pouring wine for the captain. Captain Jing, this is the 100-Day Dragon Well, a specialty of Autumn's Manor. It can soothe and nourish one's spiritual meridians. Please have a taste. Master Chiu, you've been in charge of this manor for some time now. Have you managed to get anything out of the old master about that hidden treasure? Before I came, the 9th Grand Preceptor made it very clear that his patience has a limit. If he can't find it, he won't hesitate to wipe Autumn's Manor from existence. Please, rest assured, Captain Jing. I went to see my father last night. His attitude toward me has softened a bit. Just give me a little more time. I swear I'll get the location of the Tiantian treasure from him. After today, I'm heading to Sanjiu City to investigate the murders of Jiarani and his son. If there's still no news about the treasure when I return, don't blame the Imperial Guard of the Jioshuan dynasty for what happens next. Upon hearing this, Zhuofei began to stammer nervously. "WL, Captain Jing, could you perhaps give us a little more time?" Suddenly, a voice could be heard from outside, repeatedly calling for the young villa master. Seeing his steward, Zhuofei roared in anger. "What's the meaning of this? Rushing in here in such a panic. Can't you see I'm with a guest? What is it?" The steward, Su, rushed forward and presented a silk pouch to Zhuofei. "Young villa master, just now, a few rogue cultivators came to present a gift. They said they're pearls from a 100-year-old clam. This servant felt that the origin of these pearls was extraordinary, so I didn't dare delay and rushed to report it to you, young villa master." Zhuofei picked up one of the golden pearls. "It's just a few pearls. What's all the fuss about?" But as he held it up, he felt the energy within it and his thoughts raced. These pearls, they contain such pure, ancient spiritual energy. If I could absorb all this energy, I could definitely break through several realms. This idiot steward, how could he reveal a treasure like this in front of Captain Jing? If he finds out, we'll have to hand it all over. Snapping out of it, he clapped the steward on the shoulder. "Where are those men now? Did they only give this one pouch of pearls?" The steward nervously held up 2 fingers, but said, "There was only one pouch. But I've already let those rogue cultivators into the villa to wait for the banquet." Looking at the steward's 2 fingers, Zhuofei immediately understood. 2 pouches. It seems my steward knew I was in a tight spot. He brought out this treasure so I could offer it to Captain Jing and buy some time. With that thought, he approached the captain and presented the pouch of pearls. "Captain Jing, I am willing to offer these treasures to the 9th Grand Preceptor. I just hope he can grant me a few more days." Zhuofei's eyes glinted with cold calculation. If those rogue cultivators really gave 2 pouches, then giving one to Captain Jing is an acceptable loss. I'll keep the other one for Chioi Villa, for my own cultivation. As long as I can absorb the spiritual energy inside them quickly, my power will skyrocket, even from a single pearl. Breaking through to the 10th Leaf Realm, or even becoming a First Flower Master, won't be a problem then. When that day comes, even if I can't secure the top position, I'll still be able to hold my own in front of the 9 Grand Preceptors and protect Chioi Villa. The moment Captain Jing took one of the pearls, his expression changed. It can't be. Is it them? He clenched his fist. The pearl gripped tight in his hand. According to our intel, Jiarani was defeated by the owner of these pearls, and then finished off by the Xiantian Blood Alliance. I never expected that the culprits would walk right into our trap. Today, I'll make sure they never leave this place alive. The scene shifts. Xiao Tian suddenly turns his head, as if he sensed something. Later, at the bustling birthday banquet, everyone is seated and the celebration is in full swing. Kur, feeling hungry, nudges her master, ready to dig in. Fungi slaps her hand away. "You silly child. How can you just eat anything you see?" Fungi glances around, her thoughts turning serious. If you feel carefully, you can sense several masters are secretly watching us. And those people by the door? They're clearly experts disguised as a family. It looks like Zhuofei was prepared for us. She turns to see Xiao Tian calmly observing his surroundings. Here we are, deep in enemy territory. And Xiao Tian is still so composed. It seems he already has a plan. I wonder what his true strength really is. Can he really protect us from all these experts? Xiao Tian and Feng Zi's group huddle together, whispering. "Old Mr. Li, you must be familiar with the layout of Chioi Villa. In a moment, Bu Hui, Kur, and I will create a diversion. You use that chance to get away and rescue old Villa Master Chiao." "Understood. We await your command, mister." "Got it. You all be careful, too." Glancing up, Xiao Tian sees a burly young man walking toward them and smirks. Looks like they couldn't wait to start trouble. The young man recalled the steward's words. "The young villa master hopes you will help probe the strength of those guests. There will be a handsome reward when it's done." Of course. You can count on us. If I can earn a favor from Chioi Villa just by teaching these country bumpkins a lesson, then this is a bargain. Don't blame me, kid. Blame yourselves for pissing off the Chioi Villa. Without another thought, he lunges, throwing a punch straight at Xiao Tian while sneering. You've been an eyesore for long enough, you little brat. I'll kill you. As the fist came hurtling down, Xiao Tian thought to himself, here we go. They draw their weapons at the slightest disagreement. So this is the daily life of a cultivator. But this fist doesn't have an ounce of killing power. He can't even hit someone right. And he has the nerve to call himself a cultivator? In the blink of an eye, a powerful kick sent the burly young man flying into the wall like a flattened toad. She held her kicking pose. Bu Hui looked like a total badass. A crowd quickly gathered, buzzing with discussion. Am I seeing things? That little girl is only at the initial stage of the four-leaf realm. She sent a five-leaf martial artist flying with a single kick. Martial artists focus their training on their physical bodies. How could an initial stage four-leaf swordsman possibly kick him away like that? She took him out in one hit, despite being a whole realm weaker. Is that guy just incredibly weak? Or is this girl ridiculously strong? Bu Hui turned to Xiao Tian, clasped her hands, and bowed. I was reckless. But I couldn't stand the way they were disrespecting you, mister. I hope you can forgive me. In that case, thank you for stepping in for me, Miss Bu Hui. The moment the steward appeared, one of his subordinates scurried over to snitch. Steward Xiao, these people are causing trouble. They attacked and injured my friend for no reason at all. The steward, filled with righteous fury, pointed and bellowed. These people are deliberately trying to ruin the old manor lord's birthday banquet. I ask for everyone's help in apprehending them. Autumnal Manor will reward you handsomely. A group of young men swaggered forward, running their mouths. Steward Xiao has given the order. Naturally, we can't refuse. Little girl, so what if you took down one five-leaf fighter? You're already acting all high and mighty? Watch me teach you some manners. Bu Hui and Sheer immediately got into a fighting stance. Think you can pick on us just because we're at the four-leaf realm? You're all going to regret this. That's right. The fist techniques Brother Nya taught us can't be judged by cultivation level alone. Seeing a worried Fungi rush forward, Xiao Tian quickly stopped him. Old Mr. Li, quick, use this opportunity to rescue old Manor Lord Xiao. Do whatever it takes to get him out. Reassured, Fungi turned and bolted as fast as his legs could carry him. All right then. Mr. Nya, please look after my two disciples. Fungi figured that with Nya Xiao Tian around, Bu Hui and Sheer would be perfectly safe. I should focus on rescuing old Manor Lord Xiao first. Sometime later, after everyone at the banquet had been taken down, Xiao Tian sat with his feet up, letting out a sigh. Well, they're all down. This week, and they still call themselves cultivators? He pointed at the steward. You got some nerve. They were the ones who started this. Not only did you do nothing, you actually let them mob us? The steward trembled like a leaf, pointing a shaky finger as he whimpered. Oh, of course not. This was a personal matter between all of you. We had no right to interfere. He coughed into his hand, seemingly giving a signal. As a subordinate approached with wine, he raised a hand and continued. For things to have turned out this way, the primary responsibility falls on our autumnal manor for neglecting our guests. However, it is also an undeniable fact that you all ruined our banquet. He poured wine into a cup as he spoke. To express our sincerest apologies, please accept this fine wine from Autumnal Manor's private collection. We hope the three of you will not hold a grudge. It's poisoned. 3-breath, soul-severing powder. There's no way they'll be able to resist it. He bowed, offering the cup of wine to Xiao Tian. Esteemed hero, please. Xiao Tian raised the cup to his nose and immediately knew. Something's off about this wine. Beneath the wine-sharp, bitter aroma, there's a strange scent. This smells like red-crested crane poison. As the thought crossed his mind, he glanced at the fiery Hongyan beast liver on the table. You gotta be kidding me. I mean, this is a world of cultivation for crying out loud. They're resorting to poison, and they're using red-crested crane? How unoriginal. And not only that, using red-crested crane poison is one thing. But to leave the antidote sitting right here on the table? This villain isn't just uncreative, he's an absolute moron. He began to rapidly pick up pieces of the liver and eat them. I hadn't even had a chance to eat before those idiots started causing trouble. Having a little something to line my stomach before drinking. That wasn't too much to ask, was it? Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed in thought. This crane's crown red is, to put it bluntly, arsenic. The cultivation world is probably no different. If that's the case, then the stir-fried beef liver in this world must also contain a compound that can break down arsenic. Although I don't know how fast this dish neutralizes the poison, or its potency, it should at least buy me some time and delay the onset of the poison. As long as I can buy Bu Hui and Sheer a little time, I can use my silver needles to make them vomit up the poison wine. Seeing Xiao Tian suddenly slump over, Bu Hui and Sheer grew frantic. Mr. Nya, what's wrong? Emmer. Nye. Are you not feeling well? Xiao Tian let out a belch, releasing a thick, green, toxic-looking smoke. It is poison gas. The butler and all the henchmen collapsed to the ground in terror. This breath is poisonous. Seeing this, Xiao Tian scratched his head in confusion. I just breathed out the neutralized toxins from the beef liver. That's all. Why'd they all pass out? Suddenly, a voice echoed through the hall, startling the three of them. Who goes there? Who dares to cause trouble in my Chio-e manor? Enveloped in spiritual energy, Tei-Fei hovered in the air and continued. I take it you've come to my Chio-e manor to stir up trouble. If that's the case, then don't blame me, Chio Tei-Fei, for being ruthless. The scene shifts to Chioya, who was muttering to himself in his room. It sounds like there's a commotion in the main hall. What in the world is going on? Just then, the Empress flew in and appeared before him. Chioya, I'm here to get you out. Suddenly, another figure appeared, walking in with sword in hand. You scoundrel, where do you think you're going? The captain entered with a nasty smirk. I knew you'd use the chaos as a chance to rescue old 7th Chio. And I've been waiting here for a long time. Today I will capture you, the fiend known as Xiantian Shuoming, and hand you over to the 9th Grand Tutor for judgment. Back in the main hall, Tei-Fei droned on from above. So it was you who barged into Chio-e manor to rescue that fool, 7th Chio? But we looked a little scared. Emmer. Nyeh. This man's strength. He seems to be at the 7-leaf level. We can't be. 7-leaf, huh? That's 1 leaf lower than the old city lord of Sanjiu City. But his aura is even stronger than that city lord's. Boom! Tei-Fei's attack slammed down, creating a massive explosion that sent Xiao Tian, Bu Hui, and Sheer flying. Tei-Fei declared, How dare you compare me, the master of this manor, to someone like Sierrani? In this battle, you are all destined to die a miserable death. Standing amidst the swirling dust, Xiao Tian thought to himself, his aura feels stronger than that city lord's, who did nothing but chase me to the brink of death on his monster. But his cultivation realm is clearly not as high. What's going on here? Tei-Fei opened his mouth and roared. Chio-e Shaoqin Array. Activate. An array formation materialized beneath him, its mystical runes and streams of spiritual energy sweeping up the unconscious henchmen into the air. Xiao Tian and Bu Hui raised their arms to shield themselves. Is this an array formation? So, such things really do exist. Chio-e manor. The Chio-e Shaoqin Array. I remember now. Master told us about this before. He said that some factions, rooted in a single place for many years, can use array formations to draw on the power of the local earth veins to enhance their own strength. In other words, his power is no longer at the 7-leaf level. Exactly. Once the array is fully activated, his power will surge to terrifying new heights, multiplying countless times over. Then what we do now? Do we try to stop him from activating the array? A glowing chrysanthemum bud appeared between Tei-Fei's eyebrows. Just figuring that out now? Too late. Bu Hui and Sheer charged forward to attack at once. Senior sister. This man is already a 10-leaf master. Never mind that. Just stalling for now. Emmer. Nyeh. Please use this chance to find a way to break this stalemate. Find a way to break this. Tei-Fei clenched his fists and rushed forward with a smug laugh. The Chio-e Shaoqin Array is linked to the very earth veins of this land. You think the likes of you can break it? The scene switches back to the Empress, who, carrying Chioya, struggled to block a powerful punch from the captain. The force of the blow sent both the Empress and Chioya sliding far back. Drenched in sweat, the Empress gritted her teeth. This guy's an 8th leaf? Carrying Elder Chio, there's no way I can fight him head on. Elder Chio signaled his intent. Your Majesty, put me down. You cannot die here. Hearing this, the captain froze. Your Majesty? Then he burst out laughing. So it's you. The long-lost Empress Fungi, missing for 100 years. I can't believe that on a mission to Key Manor, I'd stumble upon a creature like you. With that, he lunged forward his sword blur. Kill you. And the last bloodline of the former imperial dynasty will be severed for good. and I will finally earn the praise of the 9 grand tutors. Empress Fungi, leave your head here. The Empress raised 2 fingers, channeling a spell that shone with golden light. My head, you say? She thrust her hand forward decisively. A blade of pure energy shot straight for the captain. If you want my head, let's see if you have what it takes. Meanwhile, Zhuofei had effortlessly caught Bu Hui's blade between 2 fingers. With his free hand, he swung a heavy fist, sending Shi-Er flying. After taking Shi-Er out, he turned back to Bu Hui. Little girl, you're not half bad, but in the end, you're only at the 4th leaf realm. In the face of an absolute gap between realms, there's no way you can turn the tide. Bu Hui unleashed her technique, and her sword shattered into countless pieces. We'll see about that. The shards swirled around Zhuofei, slicing into him as he roared in pain. Planting his feet, he raised his hands high and roared. Pathetic little tricks. Break! A crushing aura of light erupted from Zhuofei, forcing Bu Hui to brace herself against the blast. Oh no! Zhuofei shot forward, pressing his attack. Out of tricks, are we? Now die. Just then, Xiao Tian pulled a pan out of his spatial storage. He hurled it forward with all his might. Villain, eat this. He didn't have time to think, so he just grabbed the first thing he could to stop the attack. In the nick of time, the pan flew in and blocked Zhuofei's fist, inches from Bu Hui. The pan not only stopped the punch, but sent a shockwave back at Zhuofei, launching him into the sky in a pillar of golden light. Xiao Tian thought back to the other times he'd used this pan. He was completely stunned. Holy crap. There's definitely something up with this pan. I wasn't electrocuted to death back then. I didn't get sliced to bits by Bu Hui. This is no ordinary pan. All that was left was a gaping hole in the roof and a trail of white smoke. Xiao Tian took off running. Let's go see if he's still got any fight in him. If we can, we'll finish him off with one strike. Don't let him recover and come back to kill us. Brother Nya, senior sister, wait for me. Back with the Empress, the captain was pouring all of his power into his sword for a final strike. Empress Fungi, surrender now. I'll give you a quick death. Boom! The moment the words left his mouth, a deafening explosion erupted from the adjacent room. Zhuofei's mangled body, still crackling with electricity, crashed down from above, landing squarely on the captain and knocking him out cold. Elder Chiu stared in disbelief. It seems your majesty has other masters by her side. Excellent, excellent. The greatest mistake of my life has finally been resolved. The Empress walked closer, her brow furrowed in confusion. Zhuofei, why did he fall from the sky? And covered in lightning? Just then, Xiao Tian and the others arrived. Why did that young manor lord fall here? Let's go check it out. The Empress turned, her eyes widening in surprise. Yes, Xiao Tian? When Xiao Tian saw her, his face lit up. Hey, isn't that the swordswoman from the stone forest? Elder Chiu looked at the Empress, confused. These 3 are? The Empress quickly cut him off with a whisper. They're my traveling companions. But they only know me by my disguise. So please, I need you to help me keep my true identity a secret. Xiao Tian walked over and waved. Hey, swordwoman. I can't believe we ran into you here too. Oh, right. Bu Hui leaned in and whispered to Xiao Tian. Nye. Who is this lady? She's a friend I met a while back. I didn't expect her to be here today. So that's what's going on, Xiao Tian thought, a hint of suspicion in his mind. So that's how it is. Old Master Li is nowhere to be seen. If that warrior showed up here, they can't be the same person, can they? Snapping out his thoughts, Xiao Tian cupped his hands in respect. You must be Old Manor Lord Chiu, correct? We were sent by a mutual acquaintance to rescue you. And this lady warrior is... Seeing the queen give him a subtle wink, Old Chiu replied. Ah, I see. This old man thanks you all. This is the nephew of an old friend of mine. He heard that I've been imprisoned for many years. Today, security at the Autumn Manor was lax, so he came to get me out. Setting Old Chiu down, the queen spoke up. I have long heard that Old Manor Lord Chiu suffers endless humiliation at the hands of his unfilial son. Unable to bear it any longer, I decided to rescue you from this sea of suffering. Bu Hui cupped his hands and smiled. So this elder sister is a fellow righteous warrior. May I ask your esteemed name? Have you, by any chance, met my master Li Fungi? At his words, Chia Air began looking all around. That's right. Master said he was coming to rescue someone, but he's nowhere in sight. The queen, her face pale, pointed and replied. While I was searching for Old Manor Lord Chiu, I happened upon an old man fighting with the guards of Autumnwell Manor. I believe he must be the master you all speak of." As she spoke, she pushed off the ground and soared up through the hole in the roof. "Now that the old manor lord is safe, I can't stay any longer. Farewell." Supporting old Chio, Xiao Tian looked up and thought to himself, "This lady warrior is certainly erect. The second everything's taken care of, she's gone. She really is the exact same as last time. No, wait. She said if she ever saw me again, she'd kill me for sure. So why did she just leave?" Meanwhile, Bu Hui felt a strange sense of familiarity and closeness as he watched the woman disappear. A short while later, the captain and Zhuo Fei were tied up securely. Xiao Tian stood calmly, gently taking the old manor lord's pulse. Just then, Li Fengzi rushed in, a look of awe on his face. "You already rescued old manor lord Qiu?" Chia Air and Bu Hui turned around and shouted, "Master, you just appeared without making a sound. You scare me to death. Master, we heard you were just fighting someone. Are you hurt?" Li Fengzi waved his hand sheepishly. "It was nothing, just taking care of a few small fry. But this manor really is huge. It took me forever to find this place." "So, Mr. Nia is examining the old manor lord now. What's the verdict?" Xiao Tian smiled and replied, "Old manor lord Qiu's body has no major issues. His meridians are simply blocked. We just need to clear them. Once we do, standing and walking won't be a problem. But as for whether he can recover his inner strength, there are no guarantees." "I'm just a mortal," Xiao Tian thought with a dejected look. "How would I know how to restore someone's cultivation?" Li Fengzi's expression turned somber. "Old Qiu has been crippled for 100 years. I suppose even Mr. Nia can't help him recover his power. So be it. Let's focus on helping him move again first. If that's all we can do, I'll take him from Autumnwell Manor and care for him for the rest of his life." At this, old manor lord Qiu spoke up cheerfully. "This old man has been crippled for 100 years. Just being able to stand and walk again would be a miracle. I wouldn't dare ask to have my strength restored. Mr. Nia, I'll have to trouble you with my treatment." Xiao Tian promptly laid out his medical tools. "In that case, let's begin. Could the three of you please help the old manor lord remove his robes and have him turn his back to me?" A bit curious, Chia Air turned to look at Xiao Tian. "Brother Nia, aren't you going to use acupuncture on the old manor lord this time?" While pouring a strong spirit into a basin, Xiao Tian took out a flint and lit the liquid. He then enthusiastically answered Chia Air's question. "Manor lord Qiu's meridians have been blocked for so many years that the qi and blood within them are almost completely stagnant. To restore them, we need to use both civil and martial fire. For his condition, acupuncture would have a limited stimulating effect. We need a more potent method." Xiao Tian then pressed a flaming bamboo cup onto old Qiu's back. "First comes the civil fire. We heat it up and use this vitality-restoring medicinal wine to rapidly awaken the meridians in the old manor lord's body. This will also give his life force a powerful jolt. Only after the civil fire dies down can we proceed to the next step." At the same time, countless streams of dark, foul energy began pouring out of old man Qiu's body, along with his pained groans. Nie Tian then plunged his hands directly into the basin. The gentle fire has awakened the meridians in Villa Master Qiu's body. Next comes the martial fire. The gentle fire awakens the meridians. The martial fire opens them. If it hurts, it's still blocked. Villa Master Qiu, please try to endure it for just a little longer." Nearby, old man Li Fengzi sat excitedly, savoring the rich aroma. What a fragrance. Using wine to light the bamboo tubes, it seems to have the effect of nourishing the meridians. I think the wine being used to treat Villa Master Qiu was clearly brewed from precious medicinal herbs. As for its effect, it probably relaxes and opens up the meridians. But that's obviously not enough. I wonder what method Nie Tian is using. Can he really help Villa Master Qiu recover from his injuries? Bu Hui was secretly reveling in the medicinal fragrance, a look of blissful intoxication on her face. The old young master next to her couldn't help but feel his body tingle as he inhaled the scent. Sierra, too, couldn't hide her delight as she breathed in the magical atmosphere. The three of them just sprawled out, completely relaxed. Old man Li, in his stupor, had even struck an empress-like pose. What's happening? Nie Tian is treating Qiu, but it's somehow affecting us too? I feel so relaxed. Nie Tian was still working hard, trying to expel all the toxic, stagnant blood from Old Man Shio's body. At the same time, he quickly reached out and pressed hard on the acupoints on Old Man Shio's body. In a flash, he withdrew his hand from the point he had just physically manipulated. He then unleashed a palm strike, creating a powerful, oppressive force. The force was immense. The violent shockwave caused Old Man Shio to spit out mouthfuls of fresh, red blood. After a moment of strenuous work, Nahation happily wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at the group behind him. All right, the treatment is finished. Now we just need Villain Master Chio to wake up. Suddenly, he panicked when he saw the three of them lying motionless on the ground. What's going on now? Yao, Buhue, face flushed red, looked at Nahation with her rear in the air. We're fine. Mr. Nya, there's no need to worry. Sierra lay on the ground nearby, drenched in sweat as if she'd just taken a bath. That felt incredible. Li Fengzi looked towards Nahation, his body aching. I can't believe it. Nahation treating Master Chio could actually cause us bystanders to level up and advance our cultivation. It seems Nahation's true strength is unfathomably deep, far beyond my imagination. After a moment, Old Man Li rushed over to check on Old Man Shio. Mr. Nya, how is Villain Master Chio? Nahation replied with an enthusiastic expression. He's fine. The treatment just finished, that's all. Just then, a burst of golden light suddenly appeared, its brilliant flash stunning everyone. Old Man Shio's powerful body erupted with strength as he let out a series of mighty roars. This development left Old Man Li completely horrified. A fallen leaf becomes a flower. Don't tell me Villain Master Chio has broken through to the One Flower realm? A while later, he went to find his son, Hire. He was just groggily waking up, only to find himself bound and restrained. Seeing that he was awake, Old Man Chio's voice boomed. Unfilial son, you're finally awake. Seeing Old Man Chio's hale and hearty body, his son was utterly shocked. Father, you're healed? Old Man Chio's face was a mask of fury as he pointed a finger forward. All these years, I was injured and couldn't move. You used that opportunity not only to keep me under your thumb, but also to monopolize all the power for yourself. For that, I could have chosen to let it go. But you humbled yourself before the 9 profound imperial dynasty and exploited the common folk down the mountain. Even if you are my son, I cannot forgive you for that. My greatest failure was not raising you properly. I will personally atone to heaven and earth for that. As for you, just stay here and repent for your crimes. Seeing his father about to strike, he became frantic. Father, please, spare me. Outside, Sierra was eagerly eating and drinking with her senior sister, her master, and Nahation. It's not as good as Brother Nya's cooking, but this is still delicious. Nahation suddenly voiced a question. That was on his mind. Seniorly, the Villain Master said he wanted to handle the estate's affairs himself. Is that really going to be okay? Old Man Li looked at Nahation, a bit flustered. Before his injury, Villain Master Chio was a hero renowned throughout these parts. Mr. Nya, you don't need to worry about a small matter like this. Hearing Old Man Li's words, Nahation laughed in excitement. Oh, really? That's great. That's wonderful. Buhue, however, was still frowning, thinking about the woman she had met. It was definitely the first time I'd met that woman. So why do I feel like I've seen her somewhere before? It's like I met her when I was very young. While she was lost in thought, Sierra, who was sitting beside her, had devoured everything. On the table. Senior sister, not feeling hungry? In that case, I'll help you with that. Just before Sierra could snatch the last piece of food from the plate, Buhue blocked her with her chopsticks. Sierra, I was just thinking about something. I never said I didn't want to eat. Across from her, Sierra looked at Buhue with some surprise. But senior sister, this food is already cold. It's not good anymore. If you don't have an appetite, you shouldn't let it go to waste. Old Man Li watched the two bicker tensely and thought to himself, these two kids have been with me for so long. It's been a while since they've had a feast like this. Now that they finally get a good meal, it's inevitable that a food war would break out. I can't really intervene. I'll just let them practice their skills on each other. With her extraordinary agility, Buhue swiftly executed a series of martial moves. Sierra, not to be outdone, continuously countered with her own strikes to claim the piece of meat. Their chopsticks clashed violently. In the same motion, Buhue flicked the small piece of meat into the air. Using a clever trick, Bu Hui leaped into the air to snatch the meat, a look of triumph on her face. This piece of meat is mine now. Seeing Bu Hui play dirty, Sierra quickly grabbed the hem of her robes. The sudden pull sent Bu Hui into a panic. In utter confusion. Hey, can you get up? In the blink of an eye, Bu Hui came crashing down, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Her heavy frame landed right on top of Nahation. Mr. Nya, are you all right? Nahation replied softly, his face beet red. I'm fine. Miss Bu Hui, could you please get up? He stared up helplessly at Bu Hui. I'm having a little trouble breathing. Mortified, Bu Hui scrambled to her feet, turned, and bolted. Sorry, emer. Nyeh, that was so improper of me. Flustered, Nahation scratched his head. It's fine. I'm just glad you weren't hurt, Miss Bu Hui. Just then, to everyone's surprise, old Shio walked over. Everyone, I hope the meal was to your liking. With an exceptional air, old Shio clasped his hands in a formal greeting. This old man was just handling some affairs at the villa. Forgive me for neglecting my benefactors. I hope you'll understand. Nahation returned the gesture. Villa Master Chio, you're too kind. Your old wounds haven't fully healed yet. You should be resting. Old Chio excitedly slapped his chest. Huh, Mr. Nya, I appreciate your concern. But after your treatment, my condition has improved tremendously. Even my cultivation realm has advanced by leaps and bounds. I don't know how I could ever repay such a monumental debt. In the future, if you ever have need of this old man, you need only ask. Nahation quickly waved his hands, looking flustered. No, there's no need for that. It was a simple matter. Old Villa Master Chio, you really don't have to be so formal. If old Villa Master Chio is willing to help, I'd be incredibly grateful. But for what I really need, he probably wouldn't agree even if I asked. Chio then turned and bowed to Old Li. I heard that it was because Taoist Li pleaded for help that Mr. Nye took action. This old man offers his deepest thanks to you, Taoist friend. Old Li quickly returned the bow. Old Villa Master Chio, you are a peerless hero. No righteous person could stand by and watch you be humiliated by villains. Old Li then swiftly activated the Void Jade double pupil. This humble one was merely one among many. You needn't pay it any mind, old Villa Master Chio. I left in such a hurry earlier, I never told Master Chio what my assumed identity is. I'd better use soul transmission to tell him now. Old Chio's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the legendary technique. The Void Jade double pupil? Isn't that a technique exclusive to the bloodline of the Xiantian imperial family? How could this Taoist friend possess such a power? Wait a minute. Her Majesty mentioned before that she uses a false identity to stay by Mr. Nye's side. Could it be? Li Fengzi then channeled his energy, forming a spiritual portrait. Realizing old Li's true identity, old Chio immediately dropped to his knees and kowtowed. This old man will never forget your monumental kindness, Taoist friend. Please accept this bow. Chio then turned his gaze back to Nahation. Her Majesty has remained hidden for 100 years, only to reveal herself now. She must have found a backer powerful enough to defeat the 9 Grand Preceptors. And judging by Her Majesty's attitude toward Mr. Nye, it means he isn't just a master physician. His power must be extraordinary, enough to quell the rebellion. In that case, this is a colossal patron whose support I absolutely must secure. There's hope for the restoration of the Xiantian dynasty. It's finally happening. After a moment of thought, he began to kowtow fervently before the stunned and bewildered Nahation. With an ecstatic expression, old Chio continued to speak loudly. Mr. Nye, your medical skills are simply divine. You cured this old man's decades-long affliction with ease. You must accept this bow from me. I swear if there is ever anything you need of me, I would not hesitate, even if it meant my body was ground to dust. A little stunned and awkward, Nahation thought to himself. First, it was through fire and water, and now it's ground to dust. Is everyone in the cultivation world this intense when they repay a debt? But this is good. The old Villa Master seems to have been around for a long time. He might have some information on the Xiantian Blood Alliance. After all, getting to their stronghold is my main objective. He immediately held up a hand to speak. Master Chio, you speak too seriously. But there's actually something I was hoping to ask you about. Old Villa Master Chio. It concerns the location of the Xiantian Blood Alliance's stronghold in Jade Mountain City. Do you have any information on it? Old Xiao frowned and began to explain. The Xiantian Blood Alliance in Jade Mountain City, you say? Not long ago, I heard my own good-for-nothing son mention something about it. It seems the Xiantian Blood Alliance is hosting some kind of grand martial arts tournament in Jade Mountain City. Not only have all the major Orthodox sects received invitations, but because the event is so massive, even the 9 Grand Preceptors have been stirred to action. Old Li's eyes went wide with shock. It's attracted the attention of the 9 Grand Preceptors as well. Is the Xiantian Blood Alliance planning to openly declare war on the 9 Mystics dynasty and engage in a fight to the death? Old Xiao quickly refuted this. No, the 9 Grand Preceptors have another objective. The Xiantian Blood Alliance has spread the word that the winner of the tournament will receive the Xiantian dynasty's secret treasure, the Tidal Dew Pearl. Hearing this, Old Li was utterly astonished and shocked. What did you just say? Seeing his master looking so surprised, Bu Hui was a little curious. Master, what's wrong? Don't tell me you know what that Tidal Sea Pearl is? Old Li raised a hand to his mouth and cleared his throat. That Tidal Sea Pearl, it's a secret treasure of the Xiantian Imperial Dynasty. Many years ago, the ancestor of the Xiantian bloodline suppressed the demons in this land and established the Xiantian Imperial Dynasty. At the same time, he passed down 4 sacred treasures, and the Tidal Sea Pearl was one of them. Legend says that these treasures are useless on their own, but if you gather all of them, you can mobilize the power of the Xiantian bloodline, a power great enough to shatter heaven and earth. Old Xiao then cut in, interrupting Old Li. Brother Li is correct. Unfortunately, that year, the 9 Grand Preceptors conspired to usurp the Xiantian Imperial Dynasty. The 4 secret treasures have been missing ever since. Now, news of it has resurfaced with the Xiantian Blood Alliance, though I don't know if it's true or not. I can't help but feel there's some kind of conspiracy behind it all. With a serious expression, Xiao Tian looked toward Old Li. I remember you saying, Mr. Li, that the Xiantian Blood Alliance is just using Empress Fungi's name to rally troops, right? If they're borrowing the name of the Xiantian Imperial Dynasty, they must know, to some extent, how important these sacred treasures are. They're probably using it as bait to catch a much bigger fish. That's why they're putting it up as a reward. He thought to himself, perfect. This way, they're sure to draw in some top-tier masters. When the time comes, I'll just stir up some trouble, and one of them will definitely kill me. Suddenly, Old Xiao dropped to his knees. He looked frantic. He clasped his hands together and pleaded, Mr. Nya, you are a man of great integrity. This old man has a favor to ask of you. Xiao Tian was completely taken aback by this. Whoa, hey, Manor Lord Xiao, what are you doing? Old Xiao spoke, his voice heavy with emphasis. I won't hide this from you, Mr. Nya. According to the news we've received, this tournament has drawn a lot of attention. Even the 9 Grand Preceptors have been alerted. Right now, the 9th Grand Preceptor is on his way to Jade Mountain City. As a former official of the Xiantian Imperial Dynasty, I can't bear to see my old master's sacred treasure fall into the hands of those villains. I beg of you, Mr. Nya, please help us retrieve the Tidal Sea Pearl. Nya Xiao Tian stared at Old Xiao, stunned. Old Xiao, you're putting me in a tough spot. I'm just a normal guy. How could I possibly help you? Old Xiao's eyes shimmered as he looked up at Xiao Tian. Mr. Nya, you don't have to be so modest. The blocked meridians in this old man's body were the result of a joint effort by the 9 Grand Preceptors. It was their seal, and yet you dispelled it with ease. I can confidently say your cultivation level is even higher than my own. Compared to the 9 Grand Preceptors, you are far superior, not inferior. Hearing this, Xiao Tian's eyes went wide with shock. He then quietly mulled over all the unbelievable things that had happened. Even though I always found it hard to believe, I suspected it for a while now. I was struck by lightning for days and nights and didn't die. I could even build a nuclear bomb. Looking at it now, it must all be because I have some kind of cultivation power. I used to be suspicious of that pot, and it looks like my doubts weren't so baseless after all. It seems Manor Lord Xiao was right. Not only do I have cultivation powers, but they're incredibly strong. After a moment of thought, Xiao Tian quickly helped Old Xiao to his feet. All right, fine. I have a score to settle with the Xiantian Blood Alliance anyway. Since it's going to be such a big event, I was planning on joining in on the fun regardless. But I can't promise you I'll be able to get the treasure back. Old Li watched Xiao Tian with a worried look, lost in thought. The Xiantian Blood Alliance is using the Tidal Sea Pearl as bait. Whatever their motive is, I must be fully prepared to deal with any situation. And given the importance of the title Sea Pearl, even the 9 Grand Preceptors are on the move. I'm afraid this is going to be another bloodbath. As much as I hate to admit it, right now, Nahation might be the only one with the power to help me get the title Sea Pearl back. Old Chio's eyes welled up with tears of joy, and he was deeply moved by Xiao Tian's gesture. He then extended his hand in invitation. Everyone, it's getting late. If you don't mind, please rest here at my manor for the night. You can set out tomorrow. Autumnal Manor happens to have a spring that can help cultivators unblock their meridians and nourish their chi. The 2 young ladies are welcome to try it as well. Hearing this, Kota's face lit up. She was overjoyed. We've been on the road for days. I can finally take a proper bath. A short while later, everyone went to the spiritual spring of Autumnal Manor to bathe. Xiao Tian was still a bit bewildered about his own body. What the hell is going on? I'm just a high school student with a brain that's 100 years ahead of its time. How did I suddenly end up with cultivation powers? If that's really the case, what realm am I even at right now? If I have to find a master, what level do they need to be to kill me successfully? Besides, even if I have these powers, I don't know any cultivation techniques. I have no idea how I'm supposed to deal with that Grand Preceptor guy when the time comes. Can I just punch him into outer space or something? But since I already promised Manor Lord Chio, I'd help him get the treasure back. I can't just wing it. Before I face the bad guys, I should probably figure out what I'm capable of first. From a corner nearby, Kuder was sneakily watching Xiao Tian. Seeing Kuder acting so furtively, Bu Hui was a little puzzled. Kuder, what are you looking at? Kuder's face flushed bright red as she turned to Bu Hui. I thought I heard something from Brother Nye's direction, so I wanted to sneak a peek and see what was happening. Bu Hui immediately covered his body. Don't worry. With Mr. Nye's strength, nothing will go wrong. Meanwhile, Shi'er giggled as she looked at Bu Hui. I know, but I'm still a little curious. At the same time, an ecstatic Xiao Tian raised his hand, gathering his essence energy. Not bad. This is the feeling. Looks like I really do have some cultivation in me. He then thrust his palms out to the sides, shattering all the rock and earth around him. The powerful blast sent both Shi'er and Bu Hui flying into a corner, its fierce shockwave echoing everywhere. Layer by layer, their clothes were torn to shreds, revealing their figures. Amidst the chaos, an excited Xiao Tian shouted, "Looks like I have a decent shot at helping the old manor lord get his treasure back." A moment later, he came to his senses and panicked. Holy crap, what the hell is this? Did I just do that? Seeing Xiao Tian's flustered and confused state, Shi'er and Bu Hui, their clothes in tatters, stared blankly at him. Sensing something was off, Xiao Tian quickly turned to look. Bu Hui and Shi'er quickly tried to cover themselves, their expressions full of embarrassment. The moment Xiao Tian turned, his jaw dropped in shock as he stared at Bu Hui and Shi'er, overcome with shame at being exposed in front of Xiao Tian. Bu Hui screamed and scrambled to run away. Shi'er, her cheeks beat red, watched Bu Hui in a panic. "Senior sister, don't leave me. Wait up." Meanwhile, blood began to gush from both of Xiao Tian's nostrils as he got an eyeful of the girls' figures. The scene shifts back to a private room in the mountain villa. Old Chio was currently in discussion with old Fungi. If it weren't for your majesty's assistance, this old servant would not have escaped today's calamity so easily. This old servant will never forget this immense kindness. Oldly raised his cup, chuckling, pleased. Old Chu, you yist. If it weren't for Nye Xiao Tian, I'm afraid we would have all died here today. Just then, Old Li's expression turned serious as he spoke loudly. That's right, Old Xiao. I was wondering if your estate has any of the white jade edict tablets that the Tianwang dynasty once used. Hearing this, Old Xiao was startled. A white jade edict tablet? Your Majesty, do you intend to use your identity as the Fungi Empress to issue a holy edict to old ministers like us? Li Fengzi's eyes widened as he looked at Old Xiao. That's right. This will be the final edict I issue in my capacity as the Fungi Empress. When the time is right, you will use it to proclaim to the entire world on my behalf that Bu Hui is the true-born daughter of my younger sister, and that she is the next ruler of the Tianwang dynasty. The next morning, Old Xiao personally saw Nye Xiao Tian's group off. Daoistly, this old man cannot see you off any further. I wish you all a swift and successful journey. He then knelt directly in front of Bu Hui, shocking both Old Li and Bu Hui. Miss Bu Hui, although the road ahead isn't long, I pray you take care of yourself. While Old Li was frantically signaling for Old Xiao to be quiet, Bu Hui rushed forward to help him up. Manor Lord Xiao, please get up. A junior, such as myself, is unworthy of such a grand gesture. Old Xiao's expression changed as he recalled last night's conversation. Thinking about my old wounds finally healing, this old man got a little carried away. Please don't mind me, miss. Old Xiao sighed inwardly. That was close. I almost forgot His Majesty's instructions and revealed everything. Xiao then had one of his subordinates bring out a treasure and presented it to Xiao Tian. I fear your journey to Jade Mountain City will be fraught with danger. With one more treasure, your chances of success will be that much greater. I hope you will accept it, Sir Nya. Hearing this, Xiao Tian eagerly accepted the treasure with both hands. Manor Lord, you're being too polite, too kind. I'm truly grateful for the goodwill of the Manor Lord. This time, even though I'm supposed to be retrieving a treasure, I'm actually trying to get myself killed. So what's the point of giving me a life-saving artifact? Meanwhile, Xiao Ji sat next to Dang Ji, grumbling in frustration. Damn it, those heroes have been gone all day. Don't tell me they're staying at that villa for good. Just then, a loud call from the distance startled Dang Ji and Xiao Ji. Elder Sister Li, we're back. The group then quickly set off on their journey. Some rode on flying swords, others on flames, as they forged ahead. Noticing Xiao Tian fiddling with something, old Fungi grew curious. Mr. Nya, what are you doing? With a focused expression, Xiao Tian continued to sew. I thought this treasure looked a bit worn out, so I wanted to fix it up. Just now in front of Old Manor Lord Xiao, it wouldn't have been appropriate for me to do this. Now that we're on the road with nothing to do, this is a good way to pass the time. After he finished, he handed it directly to Old Fungi. There, I've patched it up, but this thing is useless to me. Old Sir Li, see which of the young ladies, Bu Hui or Sheer, it suits better and give it to them. Li Fengzi immediately activated his void jade pupils to inspect it. I can't believe this Nya, Xiao Tian, is such a braggart. The Qihuang soft armor is the Qiu family's life-bound magic treasure. Not only are its materials precious, but it's also inscribed with numerous defensive laws. I just hope he hasn't damaged the laws within it. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from Li Fengzi's position, engulfing the entire area in a cloud of dust. Li Fengzi was seen sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain. The group rushed over, worried. Master, are you okay? Mr. Fengzi, what's wrong with you? Ignoring everyone's concern, Li Fengzi stared in shock at the artifact in his hands. I can't believe it. Nya Xiaotian just tinkered with it for a bit and completely repaired and upgraded the Qi Huang mystic armor. The law of defense, the law of rebound, a law that lets the wearer reduce spiritual consumption when casting abilities, an array that enhances the power of the 5 elements. He even added a self-cleansing function. This is terrifying. This Nya Xiaotian, what a monster. This isn't just repairing the mystic armor. He's directly raised its quality by several tiers. Li Fengzi turned to look at Xiao Tian. Ne, are you really giving this treasure to us? Xiao Tian gave a hearty, innocent laugh. Of course. I don't really like using things like this. I think it's more suitable for you all. He sighed in frustration. I'm trying to get myself killed, so what's the point of giving me a piece of defensive armor? Li Fengzi then turned to present the armor to Sheer. In that case, Sheer, my dear disciple, you already have the Li He sword. You still don't have a suitable magical artifact, so this mystic armor is for you. He also gave a stern warning. All right, this armor is no ordinary item. In Mr. Nye's hands, there would surely be no problem. But now that it belongs to you, we will find a safe place to help you bind it as its master. At the same time, Xiaoji watched them with a look of deep suspicion. You gotta be kidding me. Is that the Qi Huang mystic armor? Old Manor Lord Xiao's life-saving treasure. He just casually gave it to this group of people? And what method did that Nya Xiaotian use to make the legendary Qi Huang mystic armor even more powerful? Just then, Xiaoji was startled to see the secret signal of the Xiantian Blood Alliance. The Shuiming Point? Are the people from the Xiantian Blood Alliance here for intel again? I'm monitoring these people right now, so I can't leave. I'll just have to send a sliver of my spiritual sense to report to them. Honestly, I'm kind of looking forward to the moment these people clash with the Xiantian Blood Alliance. Meanwhile, inside a nearby cave, Xiao Tian was still looking confused. Li Fengzi explained kindly. Although binding the Qi Huang mystic armor to sheer may require Mr. Nie's power. After all, men and women should maintain a proper distance. We hope Mr. Nie understands. Sheer had already removed her outer robes to begin the binding process. Suddenly, a look of surprise crossed Li Fengzi's face. After Nie Xiaotian modified it, the Qi Huang mystic armor's quality has increased tremendously. It has now developed an artifact spirit. The nascent spirit is timid, like a frightened chick. If we suddenly try to bind it to a master, it will probably flee. Sheer can't suppress it right now, and carrying such a treasure on her is extremely dangerous. The safest way is to have Nie Xiaotian, whose true strength is unknown, stay by Sheer's side to suppress the artifact's spirit. From there, we can quickly force it to accept her as its master. Li Fengzi then turned to look at Sheer. Sheer, are you ready? All right, now prepare to bind the Qi Huang mystic armor. Bu Hui, stand guard and protect Sheer. Sheer, close your eyes and concentrate. Focus on 4 acupoints, Xuanji, Shanzhong, Zhongwan, and Qi Hai. Let the artifact spirit and the mystic armor resonate. Following her master's instructions, Sheer immediately focused her mind and circulated her energy to resonate with the mystic armor. From within the ancient artifact, an immense power quickly surged forth. The spiritual foundation in Sheer's body erupted. A powerful aura burst from her acupoints. The pressure, the backlash from the bloodline armor immediately hit Sheer with overwhelming and unbearable force. Seeing Sheer being attacked by the mystic armors. Backlash. Everyone became extremely worried. Seeing this, Li Fengzi hurriedly pushed Xiaotian forward. Emer. Nye. The spiritual energy in Sheer's body isn't enough to suppress it. The Qi Huang mystic armor. I beg you, Mr. Nye, transfer your power into her body and help her subdue this treasure. As soon as he was pushed forward, Nye Xiaotian began to channel his power. He thrust his hand forward forcefully. I remember reading. In those cultivation novels, they usually use their palms to transfer power, right? Xiaotian's 2 hands then quickly pressed against Sheer's body. The power of the great Tao flowed from Xiaotian directly into Sheer as she moaned continuously. This sudden surge of power helped alleviate some of the pressure on Sheer. Bu Hui, feeling awkward, quickly covered his eyes with an embarrassed expression. Beside them, Li Fengzi was also in a state of panic, his eyes wide with shock. Sheer, meanwhile, was writhing and moaning, her entire body enveloped in a fierce, crimson aura. After a moment, Sheer gradually regained her composure and struggled to merge with the mystic armor. The armor's spirit then quickly manifested itself with a divine appearance. This left Fengzi utterly dumbfounded. He just touched her, and Mr. Nye already transferred enough power into Sheer to help her easily suppress the Qi Huang mystic armor. He even caused the mystic armor's spirit to materialize. Xiaotian peeked through one eye, observing the scene. He gazed in admiration at the spirit materializing before him. Bu Hui and Fengzi were utterly stunned and bewildered. Master, what should we do now? I don't know either. This is the first time I've ever seen an artifact spirit manifest in human form. Fengzi then stared intently at Xiaotian, musing to himself. But with Mr. Nye here, we probably don't have to worry. Meanwhile, Xiaotian and Sheer stared at the towering artifact spirit before them. Their faces were etched with worry and confusion. What is happening now? Did a girl just appear out of the illusory armor? Suddenly, they were even more baffled by what the artifact spirit said next. Daddy, Mommy. Startled, they both shouted back in unison. What nonsense are you spouting? You can't just go around calling people your parents. The artifact spirit looked sadly at Xiaotian. Daddy, are you uncomfortable? In a flash, she erupted in a cloud of dust, startling them both. In just a few seconds, she transformed into an adorable, innocent-looking child, floating before them. Seeing the little girl begin to fall, Sheer rushed forward to catch her. What's going on now? Why did she suddenly turn into a child? Hearing the child repeatedly call her Mommy, Sheer was incredibly embarrassed. I already told you, I'm not your mother. Then, a thought of being intimate with Xiao Tian flashed through her mind. But, Brother Nye is a good person. If it were with him, it wouldn't be so bad. Just then, Li Fengzi put a hand to his mouth and let out a loud cough. It seems the Qi Huang illusory armor has successfully acknowledged its masters. Xiao Tian hurried over as well. Elderly, what is all this? Why is this child suddenly calling us her parents? Li Fengzi frowned slightly and slowly began to explain. Actually, the explanation isn't that far-fetched. When Mr. Nia was repairing the Qi Huang illusory armor, he raised its grade, which in turn nurtured the birth of its artifact spirit. Then, Mr. Nia channeled his spiritual energy to Sheer, activating the spiritual energy within her body. This caused the dormant artifact spirit to awaken. These two actions caused the artifact spirit's body to be simultaneously imbued with the spiritual power of both of you. Therefore, in its initial stage, after an artifact spirit acknowledges its masters, it enters a newborn soul state, which is the child form you see now. So, from a certain point of view, you two really are the parents of this artifact spirit. While the group was talking inside, Xiao Ji silently approached to observe. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Ji's curiosity was piqued. Sounds pretty lively in there. I wonder what kind of mess they've gotten into now. But it seems like they've sorted things out. They'll probably head for Jade Mountain City soon. By my calculations, the Innate Blood Alliance should have already received my message. The scene quickly shifts to Jade Mountain City. The secret signal previously sent out by the Innate Blood Alliance had returned. It floated back toward them, ready to relay the intel from Xiao Ji. The leader of the men in black received it, his expression grim and resentful. One of his subordinates quickly spoke up. Lord Nya, according to our intel, the young man you previously encountered in Sanjiu City has already departed from Chioi Manor. He's heading for Jade Mountain City, and it looks like he's coming to cause trouble for us. The Blood Alliance's Grand Assembly is about to be held. We can't afford any incidents. I suggest we immediately use the forces at our disposal to kill this young man. The man in black raised a hand, opening the latest intelligence report. What's the rush? Hear the latest intel first. As the secret signal opened, the silhouette of Xiao Ji appeared. You want to kill someone without even getting the full report? Is this the only way you people know how to do things? Still, you're quite lucky. I've just brought back some new intel. If you still want to go get yourselves killed after hearing it, be my guest. The man in black stepped forward. Xiao Ji, did you send your psychic projection here just to spout this nonsense? Xiao Ji replied with a smug look. Of course not. But seeing you all so worked up, it would feel like something was missing if I didn't mock you a little. You hired me to trail that group to get the details on that young man, didn't you? Well, I can tell you now. If this is all the skill you've got, you might as well just go to bed early. Faced with her taunts, the man in black seethed with anger. So you're saying you figured out the extent of that boy's power? Xiao Ji laughed excitedly. While I can't say I know everything, I have a general idea. That young man's name is Nia Xiao Tian, and his strength is unfathomable. He also has 3 people with him. In just a single day, their cultivation realms jump by at least an entire major realm. And Nia Xiao Tian himself not only healed old Manor Lord Xiu's old injuries, but he also helped him easily break through to become a first flower master. Hearing this, the men in black were utterly shocked and astounded. What did you just say? Xiao Ji continued. The bottleneck of condensing a leaf into a flower. I believe Lord Nya understands it best. But for Nia Xiao Tian, it was as easy as flipping his hand. Tell me, what kind of powerful expert, what realm must one be in to be able to do something like that? All right, that's enough. This projection of mine is about to dissipate. They'll reach Jade Mountain City in about half a day. I suggest you use this time to prepare. You wouldn't want to die an ugly death when the time comes. After grasping the information, the man in black issued his orders. Immediately send word to Alliance headquarters. Tell them a supreme expert is about to confront our Blood Alliance. Have headquarters send reinforcements. Also, contact emissary Luo Hua. Inform her of the intel we've just received. Tell her not to act rashly and spook the snake. After receiving their orders, the group of men in black swiftly departed from the Grand Hall. The Dark Crow stared ahead with a furious expression. A master at the First Flower Realm? He stroked his chin, lost in thought. I've been stuck at this bottleneck for over 100 years, still unable to break through to the First Flower Realm. And yet, that Nia Tian, he managed to help old 7th Xiu break through and advance so easily. Nia Xiao Tian, oh, Nia Xiao Tian, a top-tier expert like you. Why aren't you a member of my Blood Alliance? Why be a mere rogue cultivator instead? After some time traveling, the group finally arrived at Jade Mountain City. Esteemed heroes, right ahead is Jade Mountain City. It's incredibly lively inside, bustling with residents, trade, and commerce everywhere. Nearby, a martial artist was talking to his brother. "Brother, I heard the Innate Blood Alliance is holding some kind of martial arts tournament here in a few days. The rewards are supposed to be pretty good. How about we find 2 more brothers, form a team of 4, and enter the tournament?" These words took Xiao Tian by surprise. Xiao Ji, who was beside him, quickly explained. Because there were too many participants, the Blood Alliance changed the rules to have people form teams to compete. Xiao Tian walked down the main street, weaving through the dense crowd. "The Innate Blood Alliance is holding their tournament here. I can't believe it's such a big deal that the whole city knows about it. This city, Jade Mountain City, is the territory of the 9 Mystics Imperial Dynasty. Aren't they afraid the 9 Mystics Imperial Dynasty will just send people to crush them and seize the treasures for themselves?" Xiaoji explained thoughtfully as they walked. Jade Mountain City is a major commercial hub for the 9 Mystics Imperial Dynasty. All the nations on the continent have established a foothold here. And because the Blood Alliance's prizes are so enticing, they've attracted envoys from many different nations. Under the combined pressure of these allied nations, not even the 9 Grand Preceptors can make a move against the Innate Blood Alliance here in Jade Mountain City. Hearing this, Xiao Tian and Li Fengzi were completely stunned. "So, you're saying that experts from other nations are openly participating in this tournament to win the treasures? But I've also heard that ancient ruins with countless hidden treasures have appeared in the outskirts of Jade Mountain City. Back then, it was heavily protected by the Innate Imperial Dynasty. Did the 9 Grand Preceptors really agree to cede a part of these ancient ruins to other nations?" Xiaoji gestured again as he explained. "Years ago, when the 9 Grand Preceptors plotted against the Innate Imperial Dynasty, they first sought the support of the surrounding nations. And the first condition those nations laid out was to hand over the rights to explore the ruins so they could be exploited jointly. That's why Jade Mountain City has become a resting place for experts from all over." Li Fengzi was fuming after hearing this. Furious. Damn, those 9 Grand Preceptors. To usurp the Innate Imperial Dynasty. They actually dared to hand over the rights to the hidden treasures. It seems that for a little bit of power, they're willing to resort to any despicable means. Xiao Ji then shared something else he knew. "Regarding those ancient ruins, I'm certain there's more to them than meets the eye. After all, back then, the Innate Imperial Dynasty sent many people inside to investigate. And for hundreds of years after the 9 Mystics Imperial Dynasty was founded, they did the same. But over all these years, many have gone in, but few have returned." Hearing this, Xiao Tian began to grasp the gravity of the situation. "I get it now." With an excited expression, he stroked his chin and thought to himself, "To think I'd stumble upon news of such a dangerous place. This trip was definitely worth it. If that Blood Alliance bunch can't manage to kill me, I'll go check it out." After walking a bit further, Xiaoji excitedly pointed ahead. "Master, how about we stay there tonight?" Before them stood the Fugue Inn, the most luxurious inn in Jade Mountain City. Having no cash on him, Xiao Tian quickly tossed out a golden pearl. "We don't have any cash on us. See how much this is worth. If you can, help me find a pawn shop to sell it. Besides the cost of room and board, you can keep the rest as a tip." Xiao Tian then glanced at Xiao Ji and thought to himself, "I knew this pearl was valuable, but I have no idea exactly how much it's worth. Guess I'll have this fool help me find out." Xiao Ji accepted the glowing golden pearl with both hands, his eyes wide in disbelief. The blinding light made his eyes ache. Xiao Tian's group, already used to this, simply put on their sunglasses. A while later, Xiao Tian was ecstatic. He lay on the bed with a look of pure enjoyment. "I can't believe it. 1 pearl was enough to get us several luxurious rooms like this. And we can even stay for half a month. This is just insane." He suddenly sat bolt upright, startled by a thought. Going by the usual web novels, if 1 pearl can be exchanged for this much money, then my power must be on that same level. If I set up a sales network here, I won't have to worry about money for the rest of my life. With money comes food, and with strength, I can focus on my martial arts training. My life's goal of becoming a martial arts master can be achieved much sooner. I originally wanted to go back and take the college entrance exams to achieve this goal, but isn't it even easier in the cultivation world? He then thought of his parents back in his previous world. It's just 100 years have passed, and I still miss my parents a little. I wonder if they miss me. But wait, that's not right. For them, it's probably only been a few hours, hasn't it? He clasped his hands together with a serious expression. Whatever. In any case, that martial arts tournament is about to start. I need to get serious and prepare. Back then, I chose to study martial arts because I wanted to be a top master. This tournament is the perfect chance to test my own strength. If those experts can kill me, I can finally go home in peace. And if they can't kill me, I might as well stay here and reach the pinnacle of life. Meanwhile, in an adjacent room, Xiaoji wore a resentful expression. Damn it, I was blinded by that idiot. My eyes are still throbbing. He has extraordinary power and can casually create such precious pearls. There must be a powerful clan backing that kid. It seems this kid has no idea how dangerous the world is. Wouldn't it be easy to get rid of him? Give him a little taste, and he'll lay everything he has at your feet. Who knows, I might even make a huge profit from this. A moment later, she came to find him. Xiao Tian. The sound of her voice startled Xiao Tian inside the room. He stepped out and opened the door, a look of pure innocence on his face. And who might you be, miss? Wan Xiaoji immediately knelt in a formal bow. Esteemed guest, our reception was lacking. The manager has especially sent me to assist you with your bath. His eyes fell upon the two massive mounds before him. Xiao Tian couldn't help but gasp. Hey, a bath? You really don't have to. What is this all about? Is this some kind of special service this offers? The next second, Wan Xiaoji put on a miserable expression and began to cry. Honored guest, are you displeased with me? If you are, the manager will surely sell me away. I have an 800-year-old grandmother at home who depends on me. If I'm gone, what will happen to her? Feeling sorry for her, Xiao Tian's compassionate side took over and he let her in. Miss, please don't cry. I'll let you in, all right? A short while later, Xiao Tian was relaxing in the bath. This isn't exactly respectable, is it? Or maybe the owner thinks we're some kind of VVVIPs, and that's why we're getting this treatment. But I still feel like there's something weird about that woman. What is it? Just then, Wan Xiaoji entered, wearing a revealing outfit. Honored guest, is the water warm enough for you? She moved closer, her expression dripping with seduction, testing Xiao Tian's resolve. The water is perfect. Allow me to scrub your back, honored guest. Seeing her suddenly step into the tub, Xiao Tian was a bit overwhelmed. Sister, are you trying to bathe with me? Xiao Tian was now in a full-blown panic, staring wide-eyed at Wan Xiaoji. What's she trying to do? I've been single for over 100 years. If I lose control, don't blame me. But Wan Xiaoji maintained her wanton demeanor as she approached Xiao Tian. And what if I am? The manager instructed me to treat our esteemed guest properly and not neglect you in any way. She then quickly amped up her seductive assault, leaving Xiao Tian completely bewildered. The guiding principle of the Fugu Way is to serve our guests with passion, as long as the guest asks. I'll do anything at all, and I guarantee I'll make you very, very happy. Hearing this, Xiao Tian's lips curled into a slight smirk. A triumphant smile. Anything at all, you say? In an instant, he shot to his feet, staring intently at Wan Xiaoji. Then help me train my martial arts. Across from him, Wan Xiaoji's face changed, her expression clearly rattled. Train? Your martial arts? Did I hear that right? Xiao Tian then calmly picked up the water-soaked towel. Didn't you say you'd do anything I ask? Full of confidence, Xiao Tian whipped the towel around and laughed. Ha! Take this. At the same time, a thought crossed his mind. I've always trained by myself. I've never actually fought another person. This is a rare opportunity to get some real combat practice. And I can see if she's just putting on an act. The drops of water Xiao Tian flicked from the towel shot through the door behind her, terrifying Wan Xiaoji even more. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian kept up the immense pressure, trying to control Wan Xiaoji and force her to reveal her identity. Facing Xiao Tian's technique, Wan Xiaoji grew increasingly horrified. What is this? Why can't I control my own body? The next second, Xiao Tian lunged for Wan Xiaoji, shouting, Trying to run? You're staying right here. Meanwhile, Wan Xiaoji was still struggling with all her might to escape. Is he serious? Could it be he saw through my identity from the very beginning? Just then, Xiao Tian's hand accidentally made contact with her firm chest. The unexpected touch left Wan Xiaoji both terrified and deeply embarrassed. As for Xiao Tian, his face turned beet red as a red liquid began to pour from his nose. Forensic analysis later confirmed it was, in fact, blood. Mortified, Xiao Tian quickly used one of his techniques to spin her around. But after one rotation, Wan Xiaoji's head accidentally slammed into the floor. The painful impact left Wan Xiaoji trembling on the ground, completely naked. A moment later, she snapped back to her senses, her eyes glaring forward. In a flash, she leaped backward, putting a safe distance between herself and Xiao Tian. Rubbing her aching head, Wan Xiaoji looked at Xiao Tian and spoke. "You saw through my identity from the start, didn't you?" Xiao Tian looked at her with a smug expression. "To be honest, I was suspicious of you from the moment I saw you. But your acting skills are truly superb. In fact, your acting was so good, it's what gave you away." Though Xiao Tian appeared serious on the outside, on the inside, his resolve was crumbling. "I need to get a grip." I almost couldn't hold back. Xiao Tian then laid out his judgment. "You claim to be an innocent young woman with an elderly relative to care for. But when I asked if you wanted to bathe with me, you didn't hesitate for a second. If you were really being forced to do this, shouldn't you have shown at least a little shame or resistance? But you were perfectly calm. With acting skills like that, I'm guessing you're a seasoned criminal, aren't you? Spit it out. Are you a spy sent by the Blood Alliance?" Wan Xiaoji, still defiant, pulled out a hidden weapon to make her escape. "The mountains are high and the rivers are long. We'll meet again." In a flash, she kicked up a cloud of dust, blinding him as she made her escape. "I can't believe he saw through my identity. If he captures me, he'll torture me for information. Even if he lets me go, the Blood Alliance will never forgive me." But as she was escaping, a black, non-stick frying pan came flying from behind and smashed right into her head. The immense impact knocked her unconscious. Xiao Tian, looking quite pleased with himself, quickly approached to inspect his handiwork. Bonk! Realizing she was truly out cold, Xiao Tian was a little stunned. She went down just like that. Guess this spy's skills are nothing special. Still, just in case something unexpected happens, I should probably tie her up. But first, I should find her something to wear. Hearing a loud commotion from Xiao Tian's room, Li Fengzi and his two disciples rushed over. "Sernia, we heard a noise from your room. Are you all right?" After getting a good look inside, Li Fengzi and his two female disciples gasped in shock. Before them was the sight of Xiao Tian tying up a scantily clad woman. The sound of resounding screams and punches echoed throughout the Fu Gue Inn. A short while later, Xiao Tian, his face swollen and bruised, looked ahead. "That's basically what happened. I swear, I didn't do anything else." Bu Hui and Xier, now red-faced with embarrassment, looked away. So that's what happened. "We really misunderstood you, Sir Nya. Brother Nya, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have hit you so hard." Meanwhile, Li Fengzi went to inspect Wan Xiaoji. "Bu Hui, Xier, you two were far too reckless. You're lucky Sir Nya isn't one to hold a grudge. But to think the Xiantian Blood Alliance would actually send a spy to investigate us. We'll have to be more careful from now on." Xiao Tian stepped forward to offer his own idea. "Or we could use her against them. Squeeze some intel about the Xiantian Blood Alliance out of her." As they discussed their plan, their gazes slowly turned to Wan Xiaoji, and they both broke into a sinister smile. After some time, Wan Xiaoji slowly regained consciousness, her eyes blinking open as she dazedly looked around. What happened to me?" Seeing that their captive was awake, Xiao Tian, an old man, Fengzi, shot her a dark look. "So, you're finally awake. Good. Now we can have a little chat." Wan Xiaoji, her hands bound tightly, began to tremble uncontrollably. Putting on a pitiable act, she tried to appeal to them once more, with a desperate plea. "Kind sirs, can't we just talk things over? Why must you tie up a helpless woman like me?" Across from her, Xiao Tian pulled on a pair of gloves, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Don't worry. I'm a good guy. I never do anything cruel. I just want to help you with a little therapy. Miss Bu Hui, Miss Xier, if you would be so kind as to hold her down." Seeing their sinister expressions, Wan Xiaoji was overcome with panic. What do you think you're doing?" She could only watch helplessly as Xier and Bu Hui restrained her. With a radiant expression, Xiao Tian then lifted her leg to begin the interrogation. In the blink of an eye, he delivered a strike to an acupoint on the sole of her foot. With incredible brutality, Wan Xiaoji screamed in agony, but Xier and Bu Hui quickly covered her mouth, leaving her utterly helpless. Each strike made her whimper in pain, her whole body going limp, unable to resist. Li Fengzi watched from the side with a bewildered expression. "Sir Nya, What kind of technique is this? How can a light touch make this spy react like that? Xiao Tian explained in detail. This is just a standard method of stimulating acupoints. The method and intensity are just a little different, that's all. The human body has roughly 720 acupoints. And while their effects vary, they all share one characteristic. With just the right amount of force, they produce an intense, numbing pain. And best of all, it doesn't leave a single mark. So, right now, I'm just a doctor treating his patient. Strictly speaking, I'm a good guy. He then turned back to Wan Xiaoji and questioned her loudly. So, are you ready to tell us who you are and why you're here? Wan Xiaoji, feigning innocence, quickly replied. Sir, you must be joking. I have no idea what you're talking about. Xiao Tian's lips curled into a smug smirk. He was clearly enjoying this. Looks like you can still take it, huh? All right then, let's continue. Hearing this, Wan Xiaoji's eyes went wide with terror. Xiao Tian's expression turned cold as he continued the interrogation. I happen to have a massage technique that can help you recover your memory. And until you confess everything, the treatment is on the house. Ignoring her pleas, he continued to strike Wan Xiaoji's acupoints. This round is going to be a lot more stimulating than the last. Try to enjoy it. The agony was so overwhelming that Wan Xiaoji could only let out muffled whimpers. After a moment, utterly helpless, she finally agreed to talk. With an expression of utter release and gasping for breath, Wan Xiaoji stammered out. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Just please spare me. Li Fengzi then approached them. Xier, Bu Hui, step aside. Let me check this woman's condition. Li Fengzi then slowly placed his hand on her wrist, checking her pulse to assess her current physical state. Using his own Xiantian essence, Li Fengzi slowly began his assessment. She was screaming so horribly, I thought for sure Nye Xiaotian had crippled her. But her meridians are completely unharmed. And judging by her blood flow and dampness, there's absolutely nothing wrong with her. First, he helps Chioda ascend to the rank of a Yihua master. And now, with a few simple taps, he uses a similar method to bring this spy's body into its optimal state. Nye Xiaotian's cultivation must have reached an unbelievable level. If Nye Xiaotian agreed to help, maybe he can use the method left by the Xiantian Imperial Dynasty to help me advance quickly, even though I'd have to entrust this method to the demon god, Etienne. But if it means I can reclaim the treasures of the Xiantian Imperial Dynasty, this is a small price to pay. There's no turning back now. The Xiantian Blood Alliance's martial arts tournament is about to begin. And the rules have changed. Only teams of 4 can compete now. Nye Xiaotian is all by himself. There's no way he can watch over everything perfectly. If my own strength doesn't improve at all, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect Bu Hui and Xier for my 2 disciples, and for the mission to reclaim the Imperial secret treasure. Perhaps asking Nye Xiaotian for help is my only choice. If he can use that technique to boost my strength in a short amount of time, I think it's worth it, even if I have to trade that for it. Besides, this Nye Xiaotian, he doesn't seem all that evil. Could Etienne be someone else entirely? Time flew by, and soon it was late at night. The moon hung high in the sky. Inside the study, Xiaotian stared blankly out the window. She broke after just a few minutes. Are all spies this tight-lipped these days? I knew there was something off about that guy, but I never expected him to be that female spy. And to think the Xiantian Blood Alliance sent someone to investigate us right after we left Sanjiu City. Looks like they're pretty scared of me. As for that female spy, I doubt she's completely loyal to the Xiantian Blood Alliance. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked exposing her identity by knocking on my door in the middle of the night. This whole act seems more like a plan to complete her mission for the Xiantian Blood Alliance, while also trying to get some extra benefits. An opportunist trying to play both sides for her own gain. If that's the case, the little something I left inside her body might just be the key to a breakthrough. As he was lost in thought, a voice called out his name. At the same time, Fengzi leaped through the window and into Nye Xiaotian's study. He was completely taken by surprise. The lady warrior? Fengzi landed and gave Nye Xiaotian a bashful glance. I have something I need your help with. See, can I come in? Xiaotian looked at Fengzi, a bit stunned. Lady warrior, for you to come see me this late at night. If word of this gets out, it won't be good for your reputation. Fengzi stammered, her face bright red, and quickly replied, Sometimes there are things that can only be done in the middle of the night. Hearing this, Xiaotian stared at her, utterly bewildered. But you're just here to ask for my help, right? We could do that during the day. Right then, Fungi slowly began to remove her outer robes, her voice soft. No, this is something I don't want anyone else to know about. Seeing her actions, Xiaotian broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide and jaw on the floor in shock. Fungi's eyes were filled with a sorrowful resolve. Calm down. I have to stay calm. Since I've decided to do this, I have to be willing to pay the price. She stood there, revealing her alluring figure to Xiaotian as she spoke. I wish to repay you for saving my life. Please perform dual cultivation with me. As she spoke, Fungi blushed, thinking to herself, this is a desperate move, but I have to do it to increase my power quickly. Even for my own sake, I have no other choice. Just asking Xiaotian to help me cultivate would be too blunt. Using the excuse of repaying a debt to initiate dual cultivation is probably better. I hope he doesn't refuse. There is a secret art that has been passed down in the Xiantian Imperial clan. It allows a member of our clan to rapidly break through and increase their strength. And the key to this method's effectiveness all depends on the power level of one's dual cultivation partner. My actions now may seem rushed, but to fulfill my family's long-cherished wish, I must sacrifice myself. After today, after I've given my body to this so-called demon, this will become a stain on my family's honor. I will no longer be fit to sit on the imperial throne. Fortunately, Bu Hui is there to carry on the bloodline of the Xiantian Imperial clan. After we restore our nation, he will be the one to take charge and rule as the sovereign of the dynasty. The next second, Xiaotian snatched a blanket and threw it over Fungi. Hey, what do you think you're doing, lady warrior? I saved your life, and you want to repay me with your body? My conscience won't let me do something like that. He quickly used the blanket to cover her up, leaving her completely stunned. I'm guessing you're hoping to use dual cultivation to heal your old injuries, right? If you want to heal your wounds, I have plenty of other methods. It's not winter yet, but dressing like this, you'll catch a cold easily. You should really cover yourself up. Fungi stared at Xiaotian, completely baffled. No, that's not it. I really do want to dual cultivate with you. Before she could finish, Xiaotian quickly raised a hand to cut her off. Then, he swiftly turned and walked away. Don't worry. I already diagnosed your injuries last time. I'm about 70% confident I can heal that wound for you. You just wait here for a moment. I'll go get my medical supplies. As he walked away, he scratched his head in embarrassment. Going so far as to offer herself to a Taoist partner over something like this. We don't have that kind of relationship. Please have some self-respect. Fungi watched him go, a look of complete surprise on her face. A feast served right to his door, and Xiaotian still refused. And are his ears turning red? Is he embarrassed? Maybe I need to reconsider what the name Etienne really means when it comes to someone like him. Xiaotian frantically clutched at his chest. My heart is pounding like crazy. I may be over 100 years old, but this scene is just too intense. What in the world is this lady warrior trying to do? Without a single word, she just tries to pounce on me for dual cultivation. Have some self-respect, lady. A short while later, Xiaotian had all his medical tools laid out. He was now performing acupuncture on Fungi's body. Your meridians are a complete mess. An ordinary person in your condition would have died long ago. I'm lucky to still be alive. Li Fungi clutched the blanket, covering her body. Xiaotian was right. Every time I force my way back into my original body like this, it causes immense damage. That's why my old wounds haven't fully healed. But the biggest problem right now is that Xiaotian refused my request. Even though I don't think Xiaotian is the reincarnation of Tian, if I can't dual cultivate with him, how am I supposed to increase my strength quickly? As Xiaotian performed the acupuncture, he observed her meridians layer by layer, thinking to himself, her meridians? This warrior's meridians aren't blocked from years of stagnation like old Master Chio's. But the blockage is countless times more severe. If I use the same method I used on old Master Chio to clear them, I'd probably need to use several times the force. At that point, I'm afraid her meridians will be so damaged she'd be crippled. Maybe I can use a small amount of my true chi to gradually clear them. I wonder if that would be more effective. Theoretically, I've already used a brute force method on that female spy's leg. If I'm careful and meticulous, it shouldn't be a problem. After a moment of thought, he quickly raised his hand, gathering his true chi. Miss, let me try transferring some true chi into you to help clear your meridians. This process might be a little painful, so please try to endure it. As he channeled his true qi into Li Fengzi's body, he noticed her unusual reaction and became alarmed. What's wrong? Are you in pain? Li Fengzi's cheeks were flushed, her breathing ragged, as she quickly replied. No. She turned her head, her shimmering eyes gazing at Xiao Tian. It's just surprisingly pleasant. At her words, Xiao Tian's eyes widened in stunned confusion. He was completely baffled. He then beamed and continued channeling his true qi into Li Fengzi's body. All right, I'll keep going then. Then, Xiao Tian fell into deep thought again. The intensity of the qi just now must have been a bit strong. That's why she reacted that way. I need to refine the qi more meticulously this time and be a bit gentler with the force. With Xiao Tian's every move, Li Fengzi's entire body trembled uncontrollably. Soft moans escaped her lips. Feeling the searing true qi flowing through her body, Li Fengzi tried to endure it. Yeah, Xiao Tian's true qi, it's inside my body. But why does it feel so good? Xiao Tian raised his hand, gathering his true qi, and instructed loudly. Your meridians are severely blocked. We need to increase the force a bit. Try to hang in there. Continuous pulses of qi struck her acupoints, drawing strained cries from her lips. Li Fengzi withstood the countless streams of true qi that Xiao Tian sent into her. Yes, Xiao Tian's true qi is surging. Against my meridians. Is this what dual cultivation feels like? With a grim expression, Xiao Tian swung his hand and shouted. It's not enough. Her meridians. The blockage is too severe. Miss, I have to use even more force. Keep holding on. A blast of true qi instantly struck Li Fengzi's body with maximum force. The blockage in her meridians was then expelled from Li Fengzi's body by Xiao Tian. Enduring the immense force, Li Fengzi let out a loud cry. It's clear? At that exact moment, the heavens stirred. A pillar of brilliant golden light descended from the sky, striking the inn. Hearing the massive commotion outside, Bu Hui and Shi'er were terrified. Well, what's going on now? This spiritual pressure, it's immense. It seems like someone nearby is breaking through, and their strength is no less than old Master Chio's. The furious phenomenon illuminated all of Jade Mountain City, causing a powerful disturbance. At the same time, the men in black also detected the breakthrough phenomenon. With an enraged expression, their leader scowled, staring ahead. There's another master breaking through in Jade Mountain City? This pressure, are they condensing leaves into a flower? Could they be advancing to the one-flower master realm? To dare break through so brazenly in Jade Mountain City? Are they trying to make a show of force against us? A woman beside him lifted her teacup and slowly replied. This pressure doesn't stop at the one-flower realm. This quality, it must be 3-flower or higher. I've heard the intelligence reports from your men before. Apparently, some mysterious young man came here to cause trouble for the Blood Alliance. It seems this is the handiwork of that very same young man. The woman who had just spoken was the Blood Alliance's Fire Sovereign Envoy, the 3-flower Saber Master. And you then approached the Sovereign Envoy's side and spoke. Fire Sovereign, are you saying that young man has advanced to the 3-flower Master realm? The Sovereign Envoy, with an arrogant air, replied softly. No. Didn't the previous intel state that he was the one who helped old Master Chio advance to the one-flower realm? He's certainly pulling the same trick now, helping someone else advance their cultivation. Hearing this, Enya's eyes widened in disbelief. He can actually help someone else advance to the 3-flower Master realm? Just what realm is this young man in? The Fire Sovereign raised a hand to her chin, her gaze fixed ahead. What his realm is, we cannot possibly know right now. But given the Blood Alliance's power in Jade Mountain City, we probably have no way of opposing that young man. However, there is no enmity between us and him. We can befriend him, turn a potential enemy into an ally. As for the other powers, I fear they won't be so lucky. At the same time, in a corner not far from the inn, an old man appeared, intently observing the breakthrough phenomenon. He was the 9th Grand Tutor of the 9 Mystics Imperial Dynasty, the 5-leaf Confucian scholar. Meanwhile, the Fire Lord Emissary was analyzing Xiao Tian's every move. First, that boy defeated the hypocrite. Then he helped old Manor Lord Xiao take back Xiao Manor. This is a complete slap in the face to the 9 profound imperial dynasty. We just need to stir things up a bit and get those two sides to clash. Who knows, it might even save the Blood Alliance some effort. Time flew by, and soon it was the next morning. Sunlight began to creep through the window panes, shining directly on the face of the still sleeping Li Fengzi. Looking exhausted under the bright glare of the sun, Li Fengzi turned over, slightly annoyed. After a moment, she groggily awoke and stared blankly ahead. Suddenly, she remembered something and sat bolt upright, a look of panic on her face. Memories of the previous night came flooding back, filling her with confusion and anxiety. Last night, I think I passed out after Nie Xiaotian helped me clear my meridians. At that moment, her eyes darted over to Nie Xiaotian, who was dozing off in a chair. Nearby, a moment later, his hand slipped and his head slumped forward. This jolted him awake, and he blinked, looking over at Li Fengzi. "Milady, you're awake?" He then caught sight of her disheveled state and jumped in surprise. Flustered, Li Fengzi quickly pulled her knees up to cover herself. "Don't look over here." Hearing her, Xiaotian hurriedly turned his head away and shouted back. Right. I didn't see anything." The two of them sat in awkward silence, each in their own corner, thoroughly embarrassed. After a moment, Li Fengzi, trembling with embarrassment, finally broke the silence. "Last night, nothing happened between us, did it?" Xiaotian quickly and anxiously replied. "Last night, after I cleared your meridians, I saw you had passed out, so I just carried you to the bed to rest. And as for that, my eyes were closed the whole time. I didn't see anything I wasn't supposed to see." His face was covered in a nervous sweat. "But I might have accidentally touched a few places I shouldn't have." Li Fengzi then asked Xiaotian to step out. "I need to get dressed now. Could you go outside for a minute?" Hearing this, Xiaotian practically flew out of the room. "Got it. I'm leaving right now." As he was leaving, he suddenly heard Li Fengzi call out to him. Looking back with a certain charm, Li Fengzi glanced at Xiaotian. Thank you." Xiaotian let out a long sigh. "It was nothing. Don't worry about it." With that, he stepped out and shut the door firmly. To wait. Inside, Li Fengzi placed a hand on her abdomen. "My internal injuries, they feel so much better. I just need to rest a bit more, and I should make a full recovery. Nie Xiaotian really is incredible. Not only did he heal my injuries, he even helped me break through to the next level. And to think he did all that to me with just one finger. If we had actually performed his dual cultivation technique, I don't know if I would have been able to handle it." Outside Xiaotian's study, he was sitting by the door, head bowed in embarrassment. That lady warrior just shows up out of nowhere asking for dual cultivation and then ends up sleeping in my room all night. Ugh, what is even happening anymore? Just then, Bu Hui walked up, startling Xiaotian with her voice. "Mr. Nya, you're awake?" Xiaotian looked up and cried out in alarm. "Miss Bu Hui, what happened to you?" Bu Hui, sporting dark circles under her eyes like a panda, waved weakly at Xiaotian. "I'm fine. I just sensed a master having a breakthrough last night, so I stayed up all night on guard duty." Worried, Xiaotian rushed over to check Bu Hui's pulse. "A breakthrough? Did they do this to you?" "No, that's not right. Her meridians are a mess, but she's not injured. So why does she look so completely wiped out?" Bu Hui looked intently at Xiaotian and explained softly. "Well, there's a reason for all this. As for the details, it's better if you just come with me, Mr. Nya. You'll understand everything." On the way, Bu Hui grew more and more exasperated with Xiaotian's endless questions. "Mr. Nya, please stop asking. I really don't want to think about it again." When she pushed the door open, they were both confronted by a shocking sight. The moment when Xiaoji saw Xiaotian, she rushed towards him, crying out, "My love, I've been waiting for you for so long." She threw herself at Xiaotian, tackling him to the ground in a frantic embrace. Stunned by her bizarre behavior, Xiaotian panicked and yelled, "What the hell is going on now?" Bu Hui and Shi'er proceeded to explain everything. "Mr. Nya, you remember last night, after you interrogated this spy? She passed out, right? Well, it would have been great if she stayed that way, but she woke up in the middle of the night, and then she started screaming her head off. We couldn't get a wink of sleep all night. We were going to knock her out again. But who would have thought? Even with her meridians sealed, this woman's cultivation level started skyrocketing. Because of that, we couldn't even break through her protective chi. And since it was the middle of the night, we were helpless. We had no choice but to wait until morning and come get you." Xiaotian heaved a long, weary sigh. "I see. Actually, I'm the one who set all this up. Hearing this, Bu Hui was stunned. Emme, Nye, what do you mean? Xiao Tian then began to recount what happened during his interrogation of Wan Xiaoji the night before. He had used a variety of methods to utterly terrify Wan Xiaoji. Seeing how scared she was of him, Xiao Tian deliberately closed in, menacing her further. After a while, he offered a trade, a deal between the two of them. Bu Hui and Shi'er were stunned. Mr. Nya, are you saying that what happened last night was an interrogation? Did you really help that female spy clear her meridians and achieve a breakthrough? I'm a good person at heart, and while the massage last night was painful, it was actually very good for her body. Although, I'll admit the first half was really just about making her suffer. With that, Xiao Tian struck one of her acupoints, knocking Xiaoji unconscious. All right, let's get down to business. He sat up in the garden, glancing over at Xiaoji as he thought to himself. To a cultivator, their cultivation level is what matters most. If her loyalty to the Xiantian blood alliance isn't absolute, then everything that follows will be much easier. I helped her raise her strength, giving her a gift this massive. She'll naturally know which side she should be on. Several hours passed in a flash. Wan Xiaoji was now kneeling before Xiao Tian, striking a seductive pose. Xiao Tian quickly adopted a cold demeanor and questioned her in a loud, commanding voice. All right, let's get to the point. Have you considered my offer from last night? Wan Xiaoji's eyes shimmered as she gazed intently at Xiao Tian with a sultry look. From this day forward, I am yours in life, and I will be your ghost in death. Whatever Mr. Nye wants Xiaoji to do, Xiaoji will do it. Her mind then drifted back to the moment of her breakthrough. This man just casually pressed on my leg, and I broke through from the 5th leaf to the 8th leaf stage. 100 years of silent cultivation can't compare to a few hours of his leg massage. Even a complete idiot wouldn't know what to choose. Besides, that feeling last night, it was a little painful at first, but once I got used to it, it felt incredible. Right now, I'd really love for Mr. Nye to do that a few more times. Xiao Tian then turned and gave a stern command to Shi'er. Good. First, tell us everything about that martial arts tournament. Miss Shi'er, if you would, please go and bring old Mr. Li here. Just as Shi'er was about to leave the room, Li Fengzi appeared, her voice stopping her in her tracks. No need to look for him. Li Fengzi strode into the room, carrying the powerful air of a true master. Dao's friend Li said he was going to investigate the Xiantian blood alliance, so he left Jade Mountain City last night. Before he left, he asked me to lend a hand, so I'll be joining you all from now on. After speaking, Li Fengzi fell into a thoughtful silence. My true body strength has now reached the 4th flower stage. That should be enough to protect Bu Hui and Shi'er. I suppose it's time for the Li Fengzi identity to disappear for a while. Hearing this, Shi'er was overjoyed and rushed over to talk to her. Really? Big sister, what's your name? With a bright smile, the woman quickly replied. You can all call me Zifeng. Bu Hui stepped forward at the same time, clasping her hands in a formal greeting. Bu Hui thanks Sister Zifeng for your righteous assistance. Seeing this warm welcome, Xiao Tian frowned, thinking to himself, who does she think she's fooling? We already have a spy sent by the Xiantian Blood Alliance. Why would we still need to go out and gather intelligence? That kind of story would only work on someone as naive as Bu Hui or Shi'er. But wait a minute. I already suspected there was something fishy going on between old Mr. Li and this female warrior. Fengzi, Zifeng, don't tell me they're actually the same person. The group quickly gathered around a table to discuss their plans. All right, now that everyone's here, let's start with the martial arts tournament. Hearing this, Wan Xiaoji immediately raised her hand to speak. According to the intel released by the Xiantian Blood Alliance, they're opening registration today at the city Lord's Manor. We can go there directly to sign up. However, there is a minimum cultivation requirement. You have to be at the 1st flower stage or higher. As for the competition format, it's very simple, one-on-one duels. The strongest will reign supreme. While Mr. Nye and the warrior Zifeng are strong enough, aren't those 2 little girls a bit too weak? When the time comes, they'll probably just be watching from the sidelines. You might even have to waste some effort protecting them. Hearing Wan Xiaoji's words aimed directly at them, Bu Hui and Shi'er were furious. What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying we're just going to hold Mr. Nye and Sister Zifeng back? If you think we're so weak, why don't you step up and fight us and see for yourself? Zifeng spoke up, her voice low and her expression serious. She has a point. Right now, neither of you has reached the first flower stage. It would be very difficult for you to protect yourselves. If a conflict breaks out with the Xiantian Blood Alliance, young Master Nya and I would have to split up, with one of us protecting you two just to be safe. But if young Master Nya were to agree to help clear their meridians and raise their cultivation to a higher level, they could protect themselves. Then, even if things get chaotic, we could keep fighting without having to worry about protecting anyone. I wonder if young Master Nya would be willing to help them with such a small matter. It's just that during the process, I hope young Master Nya can be mindful of his intensity. After saying her piece, Li Fengzi revealed a smug, excited expression. With a god-tier expert like Xiao Tian here to help them advance, I have nothing to worry about. Even if the process is a bit hard to describe, at least it will help my two disciples break through to the next realm. A short while later, Xiao Tian began the massage for Yao Buhui, helping her clear her meridians and break through to a new realm. Afterward, he helped Shi'er regulate her energy, allowing her to clear her meridians and advance as well. Screams and moans echoed endlessly from the room. Outside, Feng Zi and Wan Xiaoji calmly sipped their tea, observing the situation. A moment later, Xiao Tian emerged, looking exhausted. I've cleared the young lady's meridians. They're both asleep now. I do have one question, though. Hero and Feng, isn't this process a bit rushed? Feng Zi was quick to reply, a hint of excitement in her voice. On behalf of the two children and fellow Taoist Li, I thank you, young hero Nya. This was an urgent matter, after all. We had no choice. Besides, I trust that with your character and strength, young hero Nya, you wouldn't harm them. Xiao Tian gave a slightly forced smile. You really think too highly of me, heroine. I know I have cultivation, but I still have no way to gauge just how strong I really am. Based on everything that's happened, the Li He sword and the Qi Huang soft armor, they couldn't have been my own creations, could they? Just then, the soft armor suddenly began to channel spiritual energy, transforming itself. In the blink of an eye, it took the form of a small child and leaped into Xiao Tian's arms, stunning him. Why are you out? Didn't old Master Li say you just taken form? And that you needed to remain in a deep sleep to stabilize your spiritual soul? The little girl chirped excitedly. I was infused with father's and mother's spiritual power just now. Little Qi is super strong now, so I wanted to come out and see you, father. Feng Zi kindly explained to the bewildered Xiao Tian. The Qi Huang soft armor recognizes Shi'er as its master. When Shi'er's power increases, the armor spirit's power grows as well. Fellow Taoist Li mentioned that it was your repairs to the Qi Huang soft armor that awakened its spirit. Logically, you of all people should know about this, shouldn't you? Growing more bewildered by the second, Xiao Tian managed a weak laugh. I've been cultivating on my own for years, so I'm still in the dark about a lot of things in the cultivation world. I'll have to rely on your guidance for anything I don't understand in the future. As he spoke, his mind was reeling. I just did a little sewing, and that was enough to awaken the spirit of a magical artifact? Doesn't that make me a true grandmaster of artifact refinement? Could it be? Have all the skills I've learned over the past 100 years been converted into different kinds of cultivation techniques? Meanwhile, Feng Zi watched Xiao Tian's clueless expression intently. Tian, the man who brought chaos to the world back then. He couldn't possibly have been ignorant about armor spirits. But looking at Nya Xiao Tian now, he doesn't seem to be faking it. Maybe he isn't the reincarnation of Tian after all. Then who in the world is he? And how did he come to possess such incredible power? Suddenly, shouting erupted from outside, startling Xiao Tian and the others. At that moment, Grand Preceptor Jiu and his elite guards stormed menacingly into the inn. He swept his gaze across the room the moment he entered, taking everything in. By my calculations, the expert who achieved the 3 flowers breakthrough last night should be in this very inn. A 3 flowers expert is nothing to me, but this Shanghai Pearl affair is too important. I can't afford any mistakes. I need to force him out into the open now. While his foundation is still unstable from the breakthrough, I'll use my superior strength to kill him. After a moment's consideration, he gestured forward and bellowed his command. I am here today to apprehend rebels of the Imperial Dynasty. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. Find them for me now. Jade Mountain City is under the jurisdiction of the 9 profound Imperial Dynasty. After all, As long as I handle this with swift and decisive force, no one will dare to question me. Inside, Fengzi's expression grew worried. Grand Preceptor Geo, he's here hunting rebels? Could they have gotten wind of my location? If I'm discovered, I'll drag Bu Hui and Shi'er into this. I have to get out of here. Beside her, Xiao Tian couldn't hide his curiosity. Heroine, from the look on your face, are you connected to this Grand Preceptor Geo? Wan Xiaoji stepped forward to offer his own take. From her expression, it's not just a simple grudge. This looks like a deep, bitter feud with the Grand Preceptor. However, since the Grand Preceptor is bold enough to stir up trouble here, he's undoubtedly set up ambushes all around. A simple escape is impossible for you now. As he spoke, Wan Xiaoji moved closer to Xiao Tian. But I have a way to make those hawks and hounds out there come to a conclusion. A very hasty one. I just need young hero Nya and our dear heroine here to cooperate with me. A moment later, the guards eagerly shoved the door open and stormed in, shouting, "The Nine Profound Dynasty is hunting rebels. Cooperate quietly." But the moment they stepped inside, they stopped dead in their tracks, stunned by the scene before them. Xiao Tian, feigning exhaustion, yelled out, "What the hell is going on? I was just getting to the good part, and now I'm all worn out. Can a guy get some rest around here?" Faced with this awkward situation, the guards beat a hasty and disgruntled retreat. Damn, what rotten luck. Seeing something like this first thing in the morning. Seeing that the coast was clear, Wan Xiaoji sat up and looked over at Xiao Tian. See? What did I tell you? Morons like them completely lose their heads when they see something like this. Besides, they're under orders. They don't dare stir up extra trouble, so they have no choice but to jump to conclusions. In the corner, Fengzi seethed with indignant fury. I'm a great Empress Fengzi. To think I had to resort to such a method to escape my enemies. This is a disgrace to my ancestors. If I ever manage to restore the Xiantian dynasty, I will abdicate immediately to avoid bringing further shame upon the royal family. After searching for the rebels, the guards returned to report. Reporting, Grand Preceptor, we've searched the entire inn. We found nothing out of the ordinary. The Grand Preceptor squinted at his guards. My eyesight may be failing, but my hearing is perfectly fine. I heard the change in your voices just now, when you were searching a particular room. So there was nothing suspicious in there at all? Come here and tell me, in detail, exactly what you saw in that room. Hearing this, Xiao Tian and Feng Zi listen in, their anxiety growing. The old man's voice grew louder, his anger boiling over into a roar. I'll ask you one more time. What did you see in that room? Suddenly, the door flew open and Xiao Tian stepped out, shouting back in fury. You animals are so damn loud. I was just having a great time with two beauties in here, and you idiots had to come and ruin my sweet dream. And now you old dog are just standing there rambling on. Do you really think I'm some pushover you can just walk all over? At the same time, Wanji quickly grabbed Fengzi, looking for a way to escape. What are you just standing there for? Hurry up, grab your things, and get those two girls. We need to run. Fengzi anxiously recalled Xiao Tian's earlier words. I know young hero Nya wants to use himself as bait to help us escape, but I can't just leave him here alone. Below, the Ninth Grand Preceptor scowled, glaring daggers at Xiao Tian. Did you just say you were enjoying yourself with the two women in that room? Xiao Tian stood proudly on the landing above, gesturing with a smug expression. Two women? That's nothing. People call me the Golden Gun for a reason. If I wanted, I could handle another 10 as easily as flipping my hand. A washed-up old fossil, like you could only dream of having this much fun. A smug thought crossed his mind. I just realized this guy is actually blind. If I keep provoking him like this, a fight is bound to break out. I just need to buy some more time. If a real fight starts, Hero and Feng Zi and the others can use the chaos to escape, and I can finally get a clear measure of my own strength. It'd be perfect if he could just kill me outright. But if not, at least I'll have a better shot at surviving in this world. Seeing his opponent's arrogance, the Ninth Grand Preceptor grew enraged, gathering his true chi in his hand. Do you have any idea how much I despise daytime degenerates like you? His fury intensified, filling the air with a suffocating pressure. You rotten brat. Are you ready to die? Just then, a blazing force of energy burst through the main doors from outside. The attack shot forward and instantly shattered the Ninth Grand Preceptor's concentration of true chi, catching him completely off guard. He hastily launched a counterattack, only to find his own technique utterly neutralized. The Fire Lord Envoy appeared, striding into the inn with a cold expression. Ninth Grand Preceptor of the Nahation Imperial Dynasty. You just arrived in Jade Mountain City, and you're already causing a scene in its most luxurious inn. You've certainly got a lot of nerve. But have you forgotten that while Jade Mountain City is within the territory of the Nahation Imperial Dynasty, the ones with the real power here are the envoys from the various nations? The Ninth Grand Preceptor was taken aback by the Fire Lord Envoy's appearance. The Fire Lord Envoy of the Xiantian Blood Alliance? You rebel! How dare you show your face before me? Aren't you afraid I'll eliminate you right here, right now? The Fire Lord Envoy smirked and produced her official token. Not only am I a member of the Xiantian Blood Alliance, but I have also been appointed by the envoys of all nations as the chief city guardian of Jade Mountain City. So yes, and I'm a little afraid. Afraid that you don't have the guts to touch me. Because if you did, how else could I justifiably mobilize the city guard and punch you right in the face with full authority? Hearing this, the Ninth Grand Preceptor's face contorted with rage as he stormed out of the inn. Today, out of respect for the other envoys, I will let this matter slide. But after that brat upstairs, you'd better hope I never cross paths with you again. As he departed, the Fire Lord Envoy called after him with a mocking tone. Ninth Grand Preceptor, you certainly know when to hold him and when to fold him. But I have one more question for you. As a man, it seems you're missing something. You can't get it up, can you? She then casually sat down in the inn's seat of honor. With an amused glint in her eye, she looked up at Xiao Tian. So, Yunya Xiao Tian, the one who's supposed to bring trouble to our blood alliance? From the second floor, Xiao Tian crossed his arms and glared down at the Fire Lord Envoy. Looks like you all knew I was coming. You're not wrong. I am Nye Xiao Tian. So what? You just chased off my opponent. Does that mean you're stepping up to take his place? The Fire Lord Envoy gave him an indifferent look. So, you like playing around with useless men who can't even get hard, do you? If I'd known that sooner, I wouldn't have bothered interfering. But, if you really are a golden gun, this envoy wouldn't mind taking you for a spin. For a moment, Xiao Tian was stunned. His eyes went wide as he stared down at her. Bring it on. I'm just afraid you won't get anything out of me, and will only end up revealing just how shallow you really are. At this, the Fire Lord Envoy let out a hearty, amused laugh. This kid is interesting. The Blood Alliance Assembly will be held at the City Lord's Manor soon. I will be waiting for you personally. She studied Xiao Tian's appearance for a moment longer, thinking to herself, for some reason, I can't sense a single trace of cultivation on him. And yet, he faced the Ninth Grand Preceptor without a hint of fear. Is this kid just a newborn calf who doesn't fear the tiger? Or is his power so far beyond ours that I can't even detect it? After a moment of analysis, she turned to leave, tossing a provocative glance over her shoulder. We'll be waiting, kid. Once everything had settled down, Xiao Tian hurried back to his room, letting out a deep sigh of relief. Just then, Wanji suddenly scrambled over and hugged his leg tightly. Young Master Nya, you were so magnificent and powerful just now. Thank you for sparing my life, young master. If you had told the Fire Lord Envoy that I had become your servant, I would have been a dead woman for sure. To show you my sincerity, I will personally warm your bed tonight. What do you think of that? All I ask, young master, is that you help clear my meridians after all this is over. Xiao Tian quickly pulled her aside. That, Fungi, Bu Hui, and Kini are probably about to wake up. Could you all give her a hand for a bit? Then we'll head out. Seeing Feng Zi's curious and innocent expression, Xiao Tian clenched his fist in excitement. Didn't that fire emissary say their tournament was about to start? If we go sign up now, we might even get to face her again. And if we happen to run into that Ninth Grand Tutor, even better. The scene shifts to the stables of the inn. Dang Ji looked utterly miserable, chewing on a mouthful of hay. In her donkey form, she sobbed. Master abandoned me again. In a flash, the owl appeared and spoke up. Master doesn't know your true identity yet. He left you here that day to protect you. So rest easy and recover. He'll be back for you soon enough. It's just a small martial arts tournament. Think of it as Master going out to have a little fun. The scene cuts to the Blood Alliance martial arts tournament. This is the venue for the qualifying rounds. The atmosphere was electric, filled with the constant roar of the crowd. An excited Xiao Tian made his way through the crowd with his group. Wow, look at all these people. It's a gathering of every kind of cultivator you can imagine. Nearby, A group of menacing figures with scowls on their faces made Kimi nervous. But there were also some dashing, exceptionally skilled masters that Xiao Tian couldn't help but admire. Xiao Tian suddenly let out a sigh. Yuan Shi said she was afraid the innate blood alliance would discover she'd betrayed them, so she didn't dare come here with us. Without her, there's no one to tell us what to do next. Fungi put a hand to her chin, lost in thought. I imagine the next phase will be some kind of realm assessment. Just then, a massive stone monolith appeared in the sky, stunning all the warriors below. It rocketed towards the tournament's qualifying stage, causing the crowd to flee in terror. But just before it hit the ground, it stopped abruptly, releasing a hazy white mist that spread in all directions. Standing atop the stone monolith was the fire emissary. The moment she arrived, she boomed. "Is everyone here? Quite a turnout today. It seems my blood alliance still has some prestige." She got straight to business. "In that case, let's not waste any more time. We'll begin the preliminary round immediately." In the next instant, the fire emissary teleported to the ground in a blur, taking everyone by surprise. With a look of sheer arrogance, the fire emissary announced loudly, "Next, I will test your true strength. This tournament will be a team competition. At least half of your team members must be at the first flower realm or higher to qualify for the Blood Alliance martial arts tournament. Any team wishing to participate may come forward and strike this trial stone with a single punch." As she spoke, she demonstrated unleashing a devastating punch that slammed straight into the trial stone. Her fist immediately left a deep imprint on the stone's surface. The crowd stared, utterly bewildered by the sight. A casual punch has that much power? The fire emissary stood tall and continued. "Any warrior who is not sent flying by the stone's backlash may resonate with it. During this resonance, you will not only have to endure the fierce rebound from your own power, but you will also see certain indescribable illusions. The longer you can maintain the resonance, the higher your qualification will be." Hearing this, the warriors began to line up for the test. The first warrior stepped up and threw a full power punch to prove his strength. From the side, Xiao Tian silently observed, analyzing the trial stone. "This stone, it seems to be doing more than just testing our strength." Feng Zi turned to Xiao Tian, a puzzled look on her face. "Forget that. I still don't understand what the fire emissary meant by resonance and illusions. What are they?" After a while, it was Bu Hui's turn to demonstrate her skill. She walked forward with a confident stride. As she moved, she happened to overhear the man beside her muttering, "I'm a peak first flower realm master, for crying out loud, and that rock still sent me flying. Illusions? What illusions? I didn't see a damn thing. Be careful, little girl. I can tell you, just reach the flower realm. You'll probably be blasted into a pulp the second you touch it." Despite his jeers, Bu Hui calmly approached the trial stone. As she drew near, she raised her fist, gathering her inner energy and aiming straight for the stone. She unleashed a brutal punch that cracked the trial stone. Right in front of her, the man who had mocked her stared, his face a mask of pure terror. "What the hell?" Meanwhile, Bu Hui stood her ground, unflinching as she suppressed the rebound force and began to resonate with the stone. Her eyes showed a steely resolve. Suddenly, those same eyes went wide with a look of confusion. Finding herself in a strange vision, Bu Hui was completely bewildered. What in the world is happening? The figure of Nie Xiao Tian quickly appeared right before her eyes, leaving her stunned. Then, the illusion of Nie Xiao Tian wrapped his arms around her, causing her to blush deeply. His actions grew bolder and bolder, leaving Bu Hui flustered and confused. "Mr. Nya, what are you trying to do?" At the same time, she stared intently at his face, her mind racing. "No, this is an illusion, a reflection of my own thoughts. Does that mean in my heart I already... But Mr. Nya has always been so kind to me. If I really did that with him, I suppose it wouldn't be out of the question." The illusion then played out the scene her heart truly desired. A moment later, Bu Hui stumbled back from the stone, completely exhausted. Her entire body was trembling, and she gasped for breath. "I'm out of the illusion? Why do I feel so completely drained?" Shir, seeing Bu Hui's expression, grew a little worried. "Elder sister, are you okay?" Bu Hui, her face flushed red, continued walking forward. "I'm fine. It must be the after effects of the illusion. My body feels a bit drained right now. Shir, you have to be careful." Shir grinned smugly, a confident smile on her face. "Don't worry. I'm so oblivious. I probably won't even realize I'm in an illusion. But just a moment later, that smug look vanished, replaced by a panicked expression. Shier was completely stunned by the scene before her. Is this my illusion? But how can it feel so real? Without warning, she found herself held tightly in the arms of Nie Xiao Tian's phantom, pulled into a sudden embrace. The sensation sent a thrill through her. If only this could last a little longer. A moment later, Shier emerged from the illusion, blushing with embarrassment, as Bu Hui rushed over to check on her. Now it was Feng Zi's turn. As she walked, she glanced at Nie Xiao Tian, thinking to herself, Nie Xiao Tian helped them all break through to this realm. But for them to stabilize their foundations so quickly is quite rare. It seems Bu Hui and Shier haven't been slacking on their daily training. I'll have to reward them properly when this is all over. Feng Zi then walked swiftly toward the trial stone. I wonder how much stronger I become, now that Nie Xiao Tian has cleared my meridians. The next second, Feng Zi entered the illusion and was met with a scene identical to what Bu Hui and Shier had experienced. Completely bewildered, Feng Zi's mind raced. Why is he in my illusion? Could it be that I've fallen for him? Is it just because he saved me? No, that can't be it. It must have been from our dual cultivation session. How infuriating. Feng Zi was mortified by Nie Xiao Tian's advance. It's so embarrassing, but why does it feel so comfortable? After a while, Feng Zi also broke free of the illusion, supported by a worried Bu Hui and Shier. The surrounding martial artists all stared at Feng Zi in awe. That beauty actually lasted for 20 breaths. Nie Xiao Tian watched her from the side, a little curious. Heroine Feng Zi, is there something wrong with that stone? Feng Zi kindly explained. It's just a simple illusion technique. A test of the mind, nothing more. But there's something suspicious about that stone. I think it was absorbing the spiritual energy from my body. Hearing this, Nie Xiao Tian's expression turned to one of utter shock. Feng Zi looked at Nie Xiao Tian, exhausted. This time, young master Nie, I want you to use your full strength. Bu Hui and Nie Xiao Tian were even more surprised by her words. But wouldn't that just mean more of his spiritual energy gets absorbed? Full strength. Could Miss Feng Zi mean? Nie Xiao Tian stared ahead, his face grim. I understand now. From her high perch, the fire envoy had already prepared the mechanism to collect the spiritual energy of the tournament participants. She sat there confidently, looking down on the crowd with an arrogant, smug expression. A sinister look crossed her face as she thought, using the preliminary round as a pretext to absorb these people's spiritual energy with the trial stone. Whoever came up with such a scheme is truly devious. But for the Blood Alliance's grand plan to succeed, this spiritual energy is essential. They're all trying their best to contribute to the Blood Alliance's glorious dominion. It's an honor for them. I wonder just how much spiritual energy that inscrutable boy, Nie Xiao Tian, can offer us. Meanwhile, Nie Xiao Tian walked up to the trial stone, tilting his head back to observe it for a long moment. Then, with a cold expression, he began to condense his true qi. Well, this is a test of my strength after all. Let's see just how powerful I've become. In a flash, he charged directly at the trial stone, unleashing a formidable strike. A massive, oppressive power erupted from him, visible for all to see. Up above, the fire envoy watched Nie Xiao Tian's move, her arrogant expression unchanged. Nie Xiao Tian, don't disappoint me. The moment his strike connected, countless cracks spiderwebbed across the trial stone. Seconds later, a series of violent, ferocious explosions ripped through the air. The shockwave sent fragments of the trial stone flying, terrifying everyone present. The fire envoy struggled to contain the orb of spiritual energy, her eyes wide with panic as it threatened to explode. Cracks began to form on the spiritual orb itself. The fire envoy was completely taken by surprise. In an instant, all the collected spiritual energy burst free and shot back to its original owners. As their spiritual energy returned, the crowd erupted in excitement and relief. This is great. My spiritual energy is back. The fire envoy stared in stunned disbelief. Nie Xiao Tian's punch didn't just destroy the trial stone. It shattered the entire spiritual energy reserve I collected. Nie Xiao Tian looked at what he'd done, startled himself. No way. I wasn't even using my full strength. It broke just like that? Well, the stone is in pieces now. I guess that means I passed the preliminary round. right? The fire envoy's face darkened, but she quickly composed herself, clearing her throat to address the martial artists. Due to the need to prepare a second trial stone, there will be a slight delay. However, this works out well. The preliminary round has successfully concluded for everyone, and the main competition is about to begin. The format is simple. Each of your sects will form a team to compete. Unaffiliated cultivators may also form their own teams. 2 teams will face off on the stage. The match ends when all members of one team are defeated. The match order will be decided by drawing lots to ensure absolute fairness. As for whether you fight one-on-one or one against all, that's for you to decide. At the same time, a group from the Jujuan sect began to excitedly discuss their strategy. That guy's true strength is unknown. We have to be careful. Be careful. Huar, with your strength, you should be able to handle those 3 women. If it really comes down to it, you can always use that forbidden technique. You must defeat them. With the power of a peak 4-blossom cultivator, Li Huater stormed onto the stage, full of aggression. I understand. Just leave those 3 women to me. You senior sisters should focus on dealing with that man. Seeing their opponent's powerful build, Bu Hui and Sheer grew incredibly anxious. That burly young lady, she seems to have reached the peak of the 4-blossom realm, right? It looks like her power is even greater than Sister Zifeng's. Are we really sending Brother Nia out for the first match? Nearby, Fengzi stared ahead with a cold expression. Don't worry. And so, Li Fengzi, a peak 4-blossom cultivator herself, strode proudly onto the stage, sword in hand. Leave that woman to me. The 2 4-blossom experts faced off, before the watchful eyes of the massive crowd of martial artists. From his high seat, the envoy watched the events on the arena stage with an arrogant smirk. To think he could shatter my trial stone with a single punch. This Nia Xiaotian is far more powerful than my data suggested. I just wonder if his companions are this strong as well. And he then appeared and began to speak. Venerable envoy, Nia Xiaotian's punch didn't just shatter the trial stone. It also dissipated all the spiritual energy we had gathered. It seems his strength far exceeds our estimations. Should we call for reinforcements from the surrounding strongholds? The venerable envoy raised a hand to silence him. If the spiritual energy is gone, it's gone. It doesn't take long to gather more. What matters are the participants below. These minor sects came to the Blood Oath Assembly, mostly because they were ordered to by their respective nations. Let them clash with Nia Xiaotian. It's a perfect way to wear him down. Down on the stage, Li Huater unleashed her power, letting out a thunderous roar. You're just some puny rogue cultivator, and you dare look down on me? Watch me smash you into a meat paste with one swing of my hammer. Fengzi tightened her grip on her sword. Her expression was grim as she stared forward. Then let's begin. Without a shred of modesty, Li Huaer charged forward, swinging her hammer. Fengzi gracefully leaned aside, dodging the brutal attack. She then swept her leg out, striking her opponent's standing foot. As her opponent staggered off balance, Li Fengzi drew her sword and thrust in a swift counterattack. In a flash, the unexpected blow easily sent her opponent stumbling back. Struck by the attack, Li Huater hastily retreated to create some distance. Hey, you're not half bad. Looks like you're worthy of me using my full power. Across from her, Li Fengzi pointed her sword at her opponent, her voice commanding. You're no match for me. Surrender now. In response, Li Huater erupted with her full power, her violent blood qi flaring out around her. Your cultivation realm is beneath mine, yet you dare run your mouth like that? This isn't over until I say it is. In an instant, her body began to transform amidst a surge of formidable aura. Now with a slender and beautiful figure, Li Huaer gripped her twin hammers, glaring at Fengzi. I practice my clan's secret art. Normally, I have to store a massive amount of spiritual energy inside my body, which is why I look so brawny. But now, my spiritual energy and my body have merged into one. My physique may be smaller, but my strength and speed have increased exponentially. Seeing Li Huater's new form, the crowd of martial artists roared with excitement. Now, this is the kind of sight I live for. Li Huaer once again swung her hammers at Fengzi, trying to overpower her directly. Come on, let's finish this. Unwilling to be outdone, Fengzi also shot forward, relying on her swordsmanship, her power, and her own blinding speed. Fengzi continuously dodged, searching for her opponent's weak spots. My strength may not match yours. But why would I fight brute force with brute force? Dodge the main attack and end it with a single strike. As the thought crossed her mind, she lunged at her opponent's opening. This single blow forcefully hwa'd her back, making her drop one of her hammers. A flurry of lightning-fast strikes put Li Huaer completely on the defensive. Fungi immediately followed up, with a palm strike straight to her dantian. The blow knocked water out cold. Like a true expert, Fungi caught her as she fell. Then, she coldly tossed Huaer off the stage, securing her victory. Her cold demeanor and her victory against a higher-level opponent infuriated Huatra's team. Meanwhile, Sheer, Buhui, and Xiaodian were ecstatic, cheering loudly. Sister Zifeng, you're amazing. Xiaodian quickly stepped forward, praising Fengzi's skill. Lady Hero Zifeng, with your strength, beating the other three shouldn't be a problem, right? Zifeng glanced hesitantly at their remaining opponents. It was just a lucky win. If I had to face the others, I couldn't have won so easily. Hearing this, Xiaodian looked surprised for a moment, then smugly rolled up his sleeves and jumped onto the stage. You mean the other three are even stronger than that brawny Amazon? If that's the case, you go take a rest. Leave the remaining matches to me. I've been here all this time, and I've finally found some real experts. I can't pass up this chance to test myself. Seeing Bu Hui and Sheer's worried faces, Fengzi lowered her voice to reassure them. Don't worry, he knows his limits. Besides, in a one-on-one fight, none of those people over there are a match for him. As soon as he was on stage, Xiaotian excitedly pointed at his opponents, issuing a challenge. My time is extremely valuable. Why don't you all just come to me at once? That includes you, little muscle-bound sister. From a minute ago. If you can't stomach a loss, feel free to come at me all at once. The rules are the same as always. Die and you go home. Survive and you get stronger. A battle fought without a care in the world. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious private room, a group of dignitaries were observing the match through a scrying mirror. This old man is Chun Zhengping, the state preceptor of the Dongming nation. With a sinister look on his face, he was the first to speak. I never expected the Mabe representative to be beaten so badly. But winning and losing are all part of the game in the arena. Grand Preceptor Bei Chun, you needn't worry yourself over it. And this woman is Lu Zimei, the junior minister of the Xian nation. Looking dazed from her herbs, she cast a smug glance forward. That's right. Still, it's such a waste to use fragile little things like them in a fighting tournament. After this is all over, why don't you let me train them for you? This fat man is Bei Chun Guanghai, the Grand Preceptor of the Mabe nation. Fuming with bitter anger, he roared. What the hell is that supposed to mean? They just got lucky. It's nothing to make a fuss about. The next three from the Juqi sect are all at the fifth flower realm. They'll definitely win back my honor. Just then, another man cut in. Are you all not tired of this game? Making such a racket over a trivial matter. It seems that after all these years stationed in Yushan City, you've forgotten the mission our nations entrusted to us. Lu Zimei, lounging in the corner, quickly shot back. Yin Wentian. Years ago, our four nations helped the 9 Grand Preceptors seize power. We did it to gain control over the ancient ruins of Yushan City. And even though our search of the ruins hasn't gone smoothly these past few years, we 4 state preceptors have been neighbors for years, for better or worse. There's no need to be so disrespectful, is there? This masked man is Yin Wentian, the war god of an alien nation. He then proclaimed loudly, you all can use your nation's power to play local emperors in Yushan City. I don't have a problem with that. But if you neglect your duty, then don't expect any mercy from me. According to the Fire Emissary's intel, a mysterious master on par with us has arrived in Yushan City. It seems they're also after the Chao Hai Rue Pearl and the ancient ruins. You all had better figure out how to deal with him. Don't let him interfere with our grand plan for Yushan City. Bei Chun Guanghai shot Yin Wentian a resentful look. First, that woman produces the Chao Hai Rue Pearl, claiming it can open the deepest part of the ruins. So we let her be the defense commander and organize this so-called blood pact tournament. And now she's telling us another master has shown up to stir the pot? Can't handle it herself. So she wants to use us to do her dirty work? Just how powerful can this master be? 7th flower? 8th flower? In our presence, they can only kneel and beg for mercy. Chun Zhengping then pointed forward. In my judgment, that mysterious master is likely this very boy. As the scrying mirror clearly showed Xiao Tian, the 4 of them began to discuss. This kid, he just shattered the fire emissary's trial stone with a single punch. She's probably itching to kill him right now. It's just one trial stone. That thing shatters if you touch it. Don't tell me you all can't do the same. The fire emissary doesn't even give a damn about the 9 grand preceptors. Yet she seems to take this kid seriously. We should be cautious. Watch with me. Let's see what this boy is really made of. Back at the arena, the fight between Xiao Tian and the 3 women from the Juqi sect was underway. The first woman wielded a large war hammer, her power at the mid-stage of the 5th flower realm. Next, a short-haired woman held a pair of smaller hammers, her power at the early stage of the 5th flower realm. The last held a chain whip, also at the early stage of the 5th flower realm. Xiao Tian observed them with a thoughtful, yet unimpressed, expression. Everyone gets a hammer. No wonder they're called the Juqi sect. Meanwhile, Dang Ji and the owl system had already arrived, silently cheering from below the stage. Go, master. Take out these weaklings. Bu Huixier and Feng Zi were also watching, extremely worried. Senior sister, Brother Nye, is taking on 3 5th flower masters all by himself. Isn't he pushing himself too hard? Feng Zi stared intently, analyzing the situation before them. But when I fought the woman with the twin hammers earlier, I noticed her weapons seemed to be forged using a special method. Not only can they drain the spiritual energy from my body, but they can also tear right through my protective aura. That's why I avoided a direct confrontation with her. All 3 women on the stage are at the 5th flower realm. With those special weapons, if Mr. Nye is careless for even a moment, I'm afraid he'll be at a disadvantage. Xiao Tian overheard their conversation and thought to himself, so, these 3 ladies' weapons have a story behind them. Guess I'll have to be a little more careful then. While he was lost in thought, the 3 women charged at him all at once. Fighting 1 against 3? Your arrogance will be your downfall today. Sisters, let's get him. Avenge water. Faced with their ferocious assault, Xiao Tian quickly dodged to the side. Not bad power, but a pity. You lack precision. I'll just dodge for a bit and look for an opening, find their weakness. Their powerful strike sent a wave of spiritual energy radiating out, seeping deep into the ground. Standing beside the fire emissary, and Yu's eyes widened in shock. An earth vein transfer formation. Emissary, you're letting the spiritual energy leak out onto the arena, so you can gather it all for yourself? The emissary chuckled, a smug look on her face. That's right. I'm using myself as the eye of the formation. I'm absorbing the spiritual energy they release during their fight. Even if Nye Xiao Tian destroyed the trial stone I was using to absorb spiritual energy, I still have other ways to gather their power. As his opponents attacked, Xiao Tian dodged with lightning speed and flawless skill. These 3 sisters have decent power, but their accuracy and speed are a bit lacking. Besides, their fighting style is pure brawler. That's why their agility and force can't keep up. The 3 of them aren't that strong on their own. So there must be something special about these 3 hammers. Better be careful. Just then, something caught his eye, and he stared in astonishment. Down below, Dang Ji and the owl jumped in fright when they saw his expression. Oh no, I think Master saw us. A look of surprise appeared on Xiao Tian's face. Isn't that the cheat system's owl? Why is it sitting on some girl's shoulder? And that girl, why does she look so familiar? Seizing the moment of his distraction, the 3 women from the Juqi sect charged, unleashing an all-out attack. One opportunity to leave such a huge opening during a fight. Who do you think you're looking down on? D. Her massive hammer struck Xiao Tian's body and instantly shattered into pieces. Feeling something tap him, Xiao Tian looked slightly surprised. What was that just now? Seeing her weapon shatter, the Juqi woman stared in shock and alarm. This guy is strange. We need to be careful. With a blank expression, Xiao Tian turned to look at the Juqi sect members. So that light tap I felt just now, was this hammer? With that, Xiao Tian unleashed his own spirit energy. I was actually expecting something special from that hammer. Turns out it's just a piece of junk. And you even had the nerve to launch a sneak attack. That girl in the floral dress might be Luanjia, but I need to confirm it. For now, I should just end this quickly and deal with these 3 first. Suddenly sensing an immense surge of true qi, the fire envoy cried out in shock. Then, a look of pure satisfaction spread across his face as he stared at Xiao Tian. Is this Nye Xiao Tian's spirit energy? It's incredible. His body blazing with spirit energy, Xiao Tian moved forward. If the 3 of you can't handle me, then I'll just have to eliminate you. With a cold expression and a mocking smile, he stepped forward. In a flash, he vanished, moving at extreme speed and enveloped in a powerful aura. He launched a strike straight into his opponent's dantian. He then took down the next one with a single blow to her pressure points. Seeing her two senior sisters fall, the last woman was terrified. What's going on? Where are you? Show yourself. Xiao Tian appeared in an instant, grabbing her with one hand. Not so fast. It's your turn now. With that, Xiao Tian effortlessly tossed her aside. Fangja and Yin, sweating profusely, stared at the stage in terror. First off, what kind of movement technique was that? I couldn't even follow his movements. And what cultivation realm has he reached? To defeat 3 Wuhua realm masters with just his bare fists. The fire envoy, with a look of ecstasy, savored Xiao Tian's powerful spirit energy. It's not over yet. They haven't been knocked off the stage, so it doesn't count as a win. On the stage, Xiao Tian smiled faintly, raising his leg and gathering his true chi. He stomped his foot, creating a powerful tremor that sent all 3 of his opponents flying off the stage. And just like that, he had one. The fire envoy, meanwhile, moaned with excitement as he absorbed Xiao Tian's spirit energy. The spirit energy is so strong. I can't take it anymore. In the middle of the crowd, Dang Ji was so overjoyed, she jumped for joy. Master is the best. Hearing this, Xiao Tian's eyes lit up as he turned to stare right at Dang Ji. Seeing her master staring at her, Dang Ji was terrified. Sister, that look on master's face. He recognized us, didn't he? As Dang Ji suddenly bolted, Xiao Tian immediately gave chase, shouting after her. Wan Jie, you get back here. Nearby, and Yin looked at the envoy's state with great concern. The envoy quickly explained the situation. The spirit energy that bastard Xiao Tian blasted into my body was too strong. The force far exceeded what I could handle. Not only do I have internal injuries, but all the spirit energy I had collected was scattered by him. I'm afraid even the Earth Vein Transport Array was affected. With him causing such a mess, I doubt we'll even be able to collect half the spirit energy here today. Yeah, Xiao Tian, you just wait. I will get my hands on your spirit energy. The scene changes to the main gate of the city, Lord's Manor. Seeing Xiao Tian return, Shi'er was ecstatic. She waved. Brother Nya, you're back. Xiao Tian replied awkwardly, scratching his head. I just saw an old friend, but she ran off before I could say hi. Sorry about that. Shi'er then took the owl from Xiao Tian's hands. Isn't this your spirit pet from before, Brother Nya? Did it find its way back to you? What a good boy. Fungi quickly followed up, clasping his hands in respect. Thanks to you, young Master Nya, we were able to win the first match today. Xiao Tian raised his hand eagerly. All right, that's enough. This was just a preliminary round. The official tournament starts tomorrow. We still don't know what kind of opponents we'll be up against. As he was talking with his group, a stranger suddenly appeared. He landed with a shockwave that kicked up a thick cloud of dust. As the dust began to settle, Xiao Tian got a clear look at the person standing before him. You again? Dark Crow clasped his fists, his gaze fixed on Nya Xiao Tian. Greetings, Sir Ni. I am Dark Crow of the Xiantian realm. My apologies for the offense back in Sanjiu City. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. I have come on behalf of the Blood Covenant's fire envoy to invite you to a banquet. The scene quickly shifts to the banquet hall prepared by the fire envoy. A sinister look on her face, she sets her plan in motion. Nya Xiaotian has ruined my plans twice now. My plans. If I don't make him pay for these losses, the Blood Covenant will become a laughingstock with no place left in this world. A moment later, Dark Crow led Nya Xiaotian into the hall. As he arrived, Nya Xiaotian greeted them casually. Sorry about that. Had a little personal business to take care of back at the inn. Seeing that Nya Xiaotian had arrived, the fire envoy put on a warm, welcoming smile. We are deeply honored that you would grace us with your presence, Sir Nya. But I heard you have a few lovely companions. Why have you come alone? Nya Xiaotian took a seat and replied, all while covertly analyzing his surroundings. The air around me feels off. The temperature in this room is much higher than it is outside. It must be some kind of trap formation. So this dinner is a trap. And she expected me to bring my biggest weakness right to her front door? Please. The fire envoy then waved her hand, signaling her subordinates. It seems Sir Nya prefers to enjoy this meal with me alone. Is that right? Well then, I won't delay any longer. There are some things that are best discussed without anyone else around. Since we're on the same page, I'll get straight to the point. As the dishes were served, she mulled over her plan. Those girls are all pure maidens. Bringing them here would have been troublesome. There's no room for sentiment here. Once I'm done with Nia Xiaotian, I'll just go capture them myself. She then turned her attention back to Nia Xiaotian. Every person in this world has their own common desires. A man as profound as yourself, Sir Nia, surely can't be content living a quiet life forever. I wonder, would you be interested in joining my blood covenant? Nia Xiaotian let out a loud laugh in response. Not bad at all. The Xiantian blood covenant is unbelievably wealthy. I'm sure you wouldn't treat me poorly. It's just... At this, Nia Xiaotian's expression sharpened, exposing her completely. I'm afraid you'd suck my spiritual energy dry before I even had a chance to sign up. During the preliminary rounds and the competition, I kept feeling that everyone's spiritual energy was a little off. What was strange was, all of that spiritual energy was being pulled in a single direction. And as for where that direction leads, only the Fire Envoy would know that, wouldn't she? Also, the temperature in this room is much higher than outside. I'd wager it's because of the immense spiritual energy that's been gathered here. My guess is you've set up some kind of formation, right? And its main purpose is to control the spiritual energy in my body, making it easier for you to absorb. Seeing her plan had been completely exposed, the Fire Envoy's friendly facade shattered. You have sharp eyes. But from the moment you stepped in here, you became the fish on my chopping block, ready to be carved up however I please. I know how powerful you are. Did you really think I would be careless? Caught in this situation, Nia Xiaotian feigned a look of panic. This place, it's a massive sacrificial crucible. The array's layout immediately became visible, unleashing a powerful aura that began to refine Nia Xiaotian's spiritual energy. The Fire Envoy and her subordinates joined forces, activating the formation. I knew this day would come, and I'm certain you had no time to prepare for it. You don't have a single card left to play. Golden Spear, Silver Flower Cauldron formation, activate. Standing in the center of the formation, feeling his spiritual energy being siphoned away, Nia Xiaotian remained perfectly calm. My spiritual energy, it really is draining fast. The Fire Envoy then glided toward Nia Xiaotian. I told you before, you're nothing but a man with an unfailing golden spear, and I'm very curious to see if your spear is as mighty as your mouth. With that, she placed her bare foot on his shoulder. Perfect. My golden spear, Silver Flower Cauldron formation is more than enough to rapidly deplete the spiritual energy in your body and transfer it into the casters. However, as long as we're in this formation, I can use dual cultivation. That way, your death won't be so painful. The unfailing golden spear takes the gentleman as its core. The undefeated silver flower takes the maiden as its master. I have no shortage of silver flowers here, but only one golden spear. I wonder, should I pluck it? Then again, dying as a peony in a demon's garden isn't very romantic, is it? Nia Xiaotian, are you angry yet? A look of pure excitement on his face, Nia Xiaotian stretched out on the floor. There's only one way to find out. Seeing his reaction, the Fire Envoy was completely stunned. What is this? Are you actually giving up? Nia Xiaotian stared intently at the Fire Envoy. What's wrong? Are you getting mad already? Don't tell me. With you and a few dozen other silver flowers, you can't handle a single golden spear? Come on, don't shrink away from this golden spear. Face me head on, all of you. The Fire Envoy then shed her outer robes and slowly sat down. Then I won't be polite. Once this formation starts, no one gets out until Nia Xiaotian is completely drained. No one. His spiritual energy is unstable and difficult to control now. This is the perfect chance to absorb every last drop. The story goes that long ago, there was a mountain called Dangtian. It was located 3 kilometers south of the Danhai Center. As its name suggests, one must ascend the mountain. By reaching the summit, you can experience heavenly bliss. Legend says the mountain holds an abundant source of spiritual energy. Whoever claims it will surely become the strongest in the world. Then one day, a deep black hole suddenly appeared. Descending from above, it was poised to swallow Dangtian Mountain Hole. And then we're back to the scene of yin and yang dual cultivation, bodies colliding with relentless force. With all this rich spiritual energy, my cultivation is skyrocketing. But after a moment, an oppressive feeling set in. It made her extremely uncomfortable. No, this impact, it's too powerful. My spiritual energy, it's starting to run rampant. Feeling like an overstuffed furnace, the fire emissary's entire body trembled uncontrollably. I'm going to explode. After a while, Xiao Tian had become a relentless, unstoppable machine. All the women inside were left scattered and broke on the ground. The fire emissary, her face a mask of terror, stared at Xiao Tian. We took turns, wave after wave. Even a few 10 Flowers masters would have been drained dry. But how is this Xiao Tian's spiritual energy still so abundant? Could it be he has an endless source of it? Xiao Tian let out a slight smirk, a look of triumph on his face. What's wrong? Out of steam already? Well then, I guess it's my turn. I just wanted to see if you all could actually drain my spiritual energy. It was a good chance to test just how strong I've become. Too bad you all couldn't keep up. You collapsed after just a short while. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to take the lead. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for not being able to drain my energy and send me back to my original world. So, for now, I'll just have to keep dishing it out. Seeing Xiao Tian ready to continue his assault, the terrified fire emissary begged for her life. Stay away from me. My cauldron can't take any more. In the next second, he struck again, shattering her cauldron into pieces. All the dissipated spiritual energy returned to its rightful owner. Is that really her limit? Looks like the fire emissary, who's always been so hyped up, wasn't all that great. But wait, why is all the spiritual energy coming back to me? Just then, his body suddenly began to crack and shatter, a look of confusion on his face. In that instant, his spiritual avatar returned to his original body, greeted by the joyful cheers of the group. He's back. The master is back. Faced with their questions, Xiao Tian happily explained. What else could have happened? We got right down to business. I gave them their shot, but they just didn't know how to take it. It didn't take long before I had them all flat on the ground. But the whole process was a bit dangerous. Luckily, Miss Yifeng taught me the body double technique. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to retreat. The owl system chuckled mockingly from the side. So naive. The body double technique can indeed contain 1/10 of that woman's power. But if we're talking about the master, I'm not sure even 1,000th of his power would be low enough. Just then, Ku-yi jumped forward, voicing her own question. Brother Nya, how in the world did you defeat them? Xiao Tian hesitated, looking a little embarrassed. Well, I'm not really sure. I don't know how I knocked them all out. He then thought back to the earlier scene and started to lament. Even though the whole process was unconventional, that was just my body double. The entire experience felt like a dream. I saw it all, but I couldn't feel a single thing. Suddenly, a strange sensation began to pulse from within his body, startling him. Seeing Xiao Tian in distress, everyone panicked. Mr. Nya, what's wrong? Bu Hui turned to Dang Ji, his face full of confusion. Miss Dang Ji, what's happening to Mr. Nya? His body is suddenly burning up. The owl system analyzed the situation with a tense look. From the looks of it, the master's body double absorbed the entire backlash of spiritual energy from that giant cauldron. It caused an imbalance of yin and yang in his body. His yang energy is surging out of control. To put it bluntly, the master is desperately in heat right now, and there's only one way to fix it. We need to perform yin-yang dual cultivation with the master to harmonize his energies. Only then can we pacify the rampaging yang energy inside his body. Hearing the words dual cultivation, the entire group's faces turned bright red. Every single one of them had an expression of flustered embarrassment. In an instant, when you stepped forward, a look of pure excitement on her face. I can do it. I belong to my Lord in life and in death. This body is his to use. The owl system and the others immediately restrained her. Hold her back. You think you can handle dual cultivation with a master with your piddling level of power? Just then, Zifeng stepped forward to take on the heavy responsibility. I will undertake this duty. With an awkward posture and blushing cheeks, she began to speak. In terms of cultivation level, mine is the highest. Perhaps I can withstand it. Besides, I was the one who taught Mr. Nya the body double technique. It's only right that I bear the consequences. Dang Ji then began pushing everyone else out. She's right. The reason the master is in this state is all because of that technique. So, it's up to you to handle whatever happens next. Besides, the master will need protectors. You all go stand guard outside. At the same time, one of them took out a few items. All right. Your cultivation level probably isn't high enough to perform dual cultivation with the master. These are items the master created during his years of cultivation. They will all be beneficial to you. This auspicious day mat and scenic pillow can accelerate the flow of spiritual energy in your body, doubling the effectiveness of the dual cultivation. There's also this soundproof curtain to keep any noise from getting out and disturbing others. As for how to perform dual cultivation, you probably already know. We won't say any more. You two should start now. If you delay, the master's injuries will only get worse. The entirety of Jade Mountain City will be hit by the aftershocks from his rampaging spiritual energy and be reduced to rubble. At the same time, Fungi helped Xiao Tian onto the bed. If it weren't for retrieving the Chao Haiju Rue, Xiao Tian wouldn't be in this state. This is a debt I owe him, and it's only right that I repay it. Besides, judging from his actions these past few days, Xiao Tian probably isn't the reincarnation of Di Tian. He's a righteous hero with a kind heart. If that's the case, then even if I give myself to him, it won't bring shame to the bloodline of the imperial clan. From within his spiritual space, an ethereal manifestation formed outside his body. Xiao Tian's entire body, ablaze with spiritual energy, floated in midair. The burning sensation made his whole body incredibly uncomfortable as his yang energy surged uncontrollably. Just then, Fengzi appeared and embraced him, helping to relieve the pressure of his yang energy. As she drew close, Fengzi shouted, "Don't say a word. Your yin and yang are out of balance. Your yang energy is in chaos. We must use yin to suppress it." Fengzi brought her face close to Xiao Tian's. "You're like this because of me. Leave the rest to me." With that, Fengzi pressed her lips to Xiao Tian's, initiating their dual cultivation. Unfortunately, we have to skip the more intense details of their union. And so, time flashes forward to the next morning. After a deep sleep, Xiao Tian's eyes shot open in shock. He bolted upright, his eyes darting around the room. What happened to me? Why was I sleeping here? Just then his gaze fell upon the scantily clad Feng Zi lying next to him. After she explained everything that had happened, Xiao Tian was mortified. "So, I really did that last night. To think something like that actually happened. But why don't I have any memory of it? I can't remember a thing." Li Fengzi had now also ascended to the peak of the 9th bloom stage. Looking utterly stunning, she turned her head toward Xiao Tian. "This was all caused by my technique, so it's only natural that I be the one to make it right. Besides, my cultivation advanced quite a bit because of this. Just think of it as an insect bite and forget it ever happened." Hearing this, Xiao Tian jumped to his feet to object. "How could I possibly do that? A woman's virtue is the most important thing she has. I will absolutely take responsibility." Fengzi's eyes sparkled as she stared intently at Xiao Tian. "We can talk about this later. The martial arts tournament is about to start. We should head over there first." The scene shifts to the Blood Alliance's Grand Martial Tournament. From a high platform, Enya addressed the massive crowd. "Today is the second day of the Blood Alliance's Grand Tournament. Yesterday's winning teams will advance to today's matches. Considering that many of our fellow cultivators may not have fully recovered from yesterday, we will have a slight change in the rules. Today's competition format has been changed from a round-robin to 2-on-2 matches. Each team may only send 2 members who did not compete yesterday. The winner will be decided in a single round. If all members of a team already competed yesterday, they are exempt from this rule and may send any members they choose." Hearing the new rules, Yen Tian looked slightly displeased. Beside him, Chun Pingzheng frowned as he looked down at the arena. "War God Yen, there's no need to look so stern. Grand Preceptor Bo Shin's arrangement is merely to add a little excitement. Why should we object? Besides, this arrangement doesn't violate the rules of the Blood Alliance tournament. As long as we can draw out the descendant of the Xiantian Imperial clan and have them handed over to us, then nothing else really matters, does it?" Enya, with a grim expression, thought to himself, how is Nya Xiao Tian still alive after last night, while his Zunshur has mysteriously vanished? However, using the Chao Haiju Rue to lure out the Xiantian Imperial clan remains our top priority. This tournament must continue. For now, having the envoys from the 4 nations present will hopefully be enough to keep Nya Xiao Tian in check. Meanwhile, Kair was observing intently, searching for any sign of Huazun Shi, so that Nyagai is hosting the tournament today. It looks like brother Nya really did kill Huazun Shi last night. Nearby, Xiao Tian recalled the brutal beating he delivered. I didn't get to confirm if she was dead or not, but I doubt she could have survived that. I remember using my avatar to hold her down, pummeling her over and over again. I ended up destroying the entire formation. There's no way that woman could have survived. From above, the next announcement rang out. For the first battle today, the team of rogue cultivators led by Nye Xiao Tian sent out your fighters. Junior sister, according to the rules, it's our turn today. Today, Bu Hui and Shier's opponents are the sect representing the Dongming Nation, the Xianyuan sect. Bu Hui and Shier are now on the platform, ready for the challenge. Xiao Tian was a bit curious about the group they were facing. Fungi quickly gave him an answer. They seemed to specialize in formation arts. Yesterday, just one of them wiped out all four of their opponents. The moment they stepped onto the stage, Bu Hui and Shier's opponents combined their power to deploy a formation. Celestial Pivot, turn Tian Xian. Celestial Balance, wield Tian Quan. Heaven's Guardian Life, formation. Fengzi and Xiao Tian were quite surprised by what they saw. To think they can amplify their comrades' spiritual energy like that. It seems he's a formation master specializing in support. Since they're called the Xianyuan sect, that man will probably use some kind of illusionary technique. The man from the Xianyuan sect then initiated an attack, unleashing a clone technique that scattered a large number of doppelgangers. Jade Sighting Tube, point to the opener of heat. Twinkling Brilliance, fix the Northern Dipper. Trinity Shadow, amplification formation. Relying on this immense power, he launched an assault on Bu Hui and Shier. The impact from this attack created an explosion that shook the entire tournament. But through the purple smoke and dust, a magic treasure that had fused with Shier appeared. Seeing their opponent break through their attack, the members of the Xianyuan sect were horrified. How is this possible? She actually blocked our full power strike? He then charged forward again with his clones. No matter how tough your defense is, it's useless. He and his clones continuously hammered away at Shier's protective barrier. Only by attacking can we win. As he spoke, he and his clones punched Shier's shield with all their might. At the same time, Shier turned to look at Bu Hui, giving a signal. Senior sister, are you ready? At Bu Hui's nod, she launched a counterattack, sending all of the enemy's clones flying. At the same time, Shier formed a series of hand seals, giving an order to Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi, you're up. In an instant, Xiao Qi appeared behind the woman from the Xianyuan sect. The moment he appeared, he unleashed a flurry of kicks and punches, taking down his master's opponent. How dare you bully my mama? You're unforgivable. With the formation caster ambushed, the amplifying effect of the formation began to dissipate. In a flash, Bu Hui leaped into the air, swinging her parting union sword forward. A barrage of sword remnants tore through the opponent's numerous clones as their roars echoed through the arena. At the same time, the parting union sword unleashed a series of powerful lightning bolts, instantly locking down and restraining the two members of the Xianyuan sect. Is this the H Heavenly Tao? L Lightning, T Tribulation. Bu Hui then swiftly threw both of them off the stage, successfully claiming victory. Afterward, Xiao Tian had a few words of praise for their efforts. Bu Hui, Shier, you two did great. Fengzi, on the other hand, was still worried about the next battle. Even though Bu Hui and Shier won, there's no guarantee the next match won't be a bitter struggle. It's best to observe the fighters in the next match first to scout their strength. Before them, an old crone appeared, her body radiating a sinister and violent aura. This left Fengzi completely stunned. That old woman, could she be? The old woman walked onto the stage all by herself, facing two burly men. Seeing their opponent was just an old woman, the two men were openly dismissive. What's the meaning of this? Are they sending an old woman on her deathbed to insult us? Besides, it's supposed to be 2-on-2. Why is she alone? The old woman on the other side of the stage instantly summoned a spirit cat. I may be old, but my beast taming skills are not to be underestimated. Today, my bonded spirit beast, and I will take the stage to face you two. This shouldn't be considered a violation of the tournament rules. The little spirit cat then quickly transformed into a human form and roared. How dare you look down on Hoa, Nai Nai? Just you wait. I'm gonna beat you till your asses blossom. Incensed by the old woman's attitude, one of the burly men charged forward, throwing a concrete shattering punch. You've got a big mouth, don't you? I'll kill you both right now, and see if you still dare to act so high and mighty. Facing the attack, Grandma Hua casually blocked it with a single finger. Young man, with that kind of strength, you're still a bit lacking. Furthermore, your knowledge of the world is quite shallow. The woman's face began to transform dramatically. In an instant, her old, wrinkled skin gradually became youthful and smooth. With the grace of a beautiful young woman, the new Hua Nai pointed her finger, exuding power. Consider this a lesson from your Nai to broaden your horizons. With just a gentle flick of her hand, the burly man's entire body was sent flying into the distance. After knocking both men off the stage, victory belonged to Hua Nai. After winning the match, Hua Nai returned to her original, elderly appearance, trembling as she stepped off the stage. Witnessing her opponent's true strength, Xiao Tian was astounded. That Nai is incredible. To think she could even rejuvenate her body like that. Fungi, on the other hand, was still bewildered, trying to place that familiar figure. Just then, she suddenly saw Hua Nai looking directly at her. Across the way, Hua Nai's hands began to form a symbol, the gesture of kneeling in obeisance. This came as a complete shock to Fungi. Is that the spirit obeisance? To me? Could that old woman be a former minister of the imperial dynasty? Sometime later, the gathered emissaries were deep in a disgruntled discussion. We've been at this for so long, and we still haven't found the bloodline of the Xiantian imperial clan. What a complete waste of time. I heard that everyone who ever saw the descendants of the Xiantian royal family is already dead. Right now, no one can recognize what they look like or where they might be. Didn't venerable emissary Hua say we could identify the aura of the Xiantian imperial clan by collecting spiritual energy? It can't be just about gathering spiritual energy to strengthen themselves, can it? Where'd he go? From a dark corner, and you began to deploy the formation. My four lords, please calm your anger. Hua Zunshi's method will definitely work. Please, just give me a little more time. He then proceeded to activate the battle formation. The preliminaries and semifinals have each concluded. We've essentially locked onto our target. Besides, even though Hua Zunshi isn't here, we can't stop gathering spiritual energy. This should prove very useful. Next, we just need to activate that artifact. Not only can it trap the target inside, but we can also use it to collect the spiritual energy of the other participants. A setup like this really kills two birds with one stone, or maybe two pigs with one flip-flop. After activating the artifact, he stepped forward and announced loudly to all the assembled martial artists. Congratulations to all the victors of the last round. Next up is the final stage of this competition. Everyone, please enter the Wanli Jiangshan 2 to begin the next round. The winner of this round will be the ultimate champion of this grand tournament, and will be awarded the Chao Hai Rui Zhu. The Wanli Jiangshan 2 is one of the Blood Alliance's top-tier artifacts. It's the final move of our plan. We absolutely cannot fail. Besides the blood-soaked landscape, the map is also home to all sorts of hidden demonic beasts. I hope you can all protect yourselves. After the announcement, a sinister look spread across his excited face as he awaited the results. Once they're inside, even someone like Nie Xiao Tian will be helpless against our slaughter. From another corner, Nie Xiao Tian's eyes widened in amazement as he stared at the artifact before him. I hear that going inside this thing is like entering a whole other world, and it's supposed to be really dangerous in there. That dangerous, huh? Sounds like the death rate is probably pretty high. What great place. Beside him, Fengzi analyzed the situation with a grim expression. I've heard of the Wanli Jiangshan too. Countless fiends and monsters are raised and trained within it. It's almost as if it was prepared for a final battle against the Jiuxian Imperial Dynasty. I can't believe they're actually using the Wanli Jiangshan 2 in this tournament. It seems there's a much deeper conspiracy at play here. Nie Xiaotian, on the other hand, watched with a face full of excitement. I've been here for so long, and I've finally found an artifact that's at least a little interesting. I have to go check it out. If it's really dangerous inside, you guys should just stay here. I'll leave you with a few. Artifacts for self-defense. This is a rare opportunity. It wouldn't feel right now to go in and see what happens. If I don't die, my power will definitely soar. Fengzi pulled Bu Hui and Shi Er along, ready to advance or retreat with Nahation. Those 4 national envoys are still watching from the high platform. Their power is all above the Jiuhua realm. Under these circumstances, staying out here isn't necessarily safer than going in. We might as well charge in with you and take our chances. Hearing this, Nahation grew even more excited. If that's the case, then let's all go together. Miss Buhui, Miss Xier, remember, your safety comes first. If we get separated inside, find a safe place and hide. We'll come and find you. With that, the group leaped into the Wanli Jiangshan 2. The scene shifts. Inside, the martial artists who entered first were now in a dark and eerie forest. Be careful. I've heard that Bei Shangguanhai's Wanli Jiangshan 2 is a world unto itself, but it's filled with countless demonic and evil creatures. A single moment of carelessness could get us all killed in here. He had barely finished speaking when a monster leaped out from the bushes, instantly killing one of the martial artists in their group. With a grotesque face and sharp teeth, it stared ahead maniacally, muttering, "Spiritual energy, spiritual energy." Meanwhile, Nahation walked alone through the gloomy forest, looking annoyed and frustrated. Damn it, we just got in and we're already split up. Separated just like that. I need to find them, and fast. I can't believe this piece of junk map teleports everyone to random locations. This is basically just a cultivation battle royale. You know, if we had been in a different position, maybe we wouldn't have been separated. After a moment of wild speculation, Nahation hurriedly shook his head, trying to banish the lewd thoughts. No. Last night, I already did something to wrong Missy Wong. How can I have these improper thoughts about 2 other young women? Although, this is probably the dream of many men. Suddenly, a woman appeared nearby, screaming frantically. She cried for help as she was surrounded by a horde of demonic beasts. In an instant, small pebbles shot through the air, shattering the demonic beast's forms. Nahation appeared at the same time and approached to check on her. "Miss, are you all right?" Suddenly, without a word, she threw herself into Nahation arms, taking him completely by surprise. Is this another one of those repay me with your body situations? Just then, the figures of 2 female demons appeared beside Nahation, startling him. "Hey, miss, a man and a woman shouldn't be so close. Besides, I'm a taken man. Can you let me go first so we can talk? And this place is crawling with danger. We really can't be doing this. Could you maybe find a safer place and then hug me?" In a flash, the 2 female demons who had been lying in ambush lunged forward and bit down hard on both of his arms. With a burst of ferocious power, Nahation flexed and unleashed his energy, sending them flying. The demon woman's face twisted in anger as she glared at Nahation and shrieked. "You saw through her trick." Nahation retorted quickly, his face a mask of annoyance and anger. "Your whole body is ice cold. You don't feel like a living person at all. And you still wanted to hug me? Have a little respect for basic medicine, would you?" The horde of demonic beasts charged toward Nahation, attacking all at once. "So what if you saw through us? Now that you've entered the Wanli Jiangshan 2, you're nothing but a fish on the chopping block. Obediently offer up your spiritual energy and become a stepping stone for the Blood Alliance's grand plan." Nahation raised a hand, condensing his true chi as he glared back at the demonic beasts. "You want to suck out my spiritual energy again? Seriously, does your Blood Alliance have any other hobbies? Looks like all these monsters are under the control of the Blood Alliance. And to think there are a dozen of them in just this small area. Based on the scale of this entire place, I'm afraid the total number of monsters is at least in the tens of thousands. To be able to control so many monsters, there must be a master skilled in the art of control within the Blood Alliance." Meanwhile, in a dense forest, Fungi silently observed the events unfolding below. "I can't believe I got separated from Nahation and my disciples as soon as I entered. Nahashaotian's power is off the charts. He's the last person I need to worry about. For now, I should focus on finding my 2 disciples." Just then, Fungi happened to spot Hua Nina surrounded below. "That old woman recognized me earlier. How did she end up getting cornered?" The figures in black relentlessly closed in, attacking Hua Nina. "If you hadn't reverted to your peak form just now, our Lord would never have discovered your true identity. To think we searched high and low and found nothing. Who would have thought you, old hag, with the infamous 1,000-hand Azura, Hua Wuchang? No, Perhaps we should call you the former imperial tutor of the Xiantian dynasty, Hua Wuchang. When the Xiantian dynasty was overthrown, you exhausted your life force to help Empress Fungi escape. Did you ever imagine you'd end up in a pathetic state like this? Well, Anina clutched the spirit cat to her chest and shot back. I only revealed a sliver of my spiritual energy precisely so you would find me. Now tell me, you're the ones hiding my daughter here, aren't you? The black-robed figures hurled a volley of hidden weapons. This whole Blood Alliance convention was just a trap we set to lure out the Xiantian royalty. It's a pity that your once glorious Misty Blossom Rain technique is now nothing more than a legend. You can no longer use it to protect what's left of your dynasty. Just then, countless streaks of sword light appeared high in the sky, followed by a sharp, commanding voice. Who said the Misty Blossom Rain is a lost art? From her corner, Anina stared at the scene in utter shock. She couldn't believe her eyes. Fungi then appeared, her presence majestic and proud. You dare to insult the Xiantian royal family and its loyal subjects? For that, you deserve to die by 1,000 arrows piercing your hearts. After the threat was eliminated, the old Hua hurriedly bowed before Empress Fungi. Seeing this, Fungi quickly helped her to her feet. Teacher, please rise. After we were separated all those years ago, how did you end up like this? And just now, I heard you say your daughter is in the hands of the Blood Alliance. What happened? The old Hua then began to recount the events that had transpired. My current appearance is only because I overexerted myself fighting the 9th Grand Preceptor's minions back then. It's nothing to worry about. I barely managed to escape their encirclement that year. But when I did, I discovered my own daughter had vanished. For all these years, I have been searching for your majesty and for my daughter. Until not long ago, I received a letter. Not only did it contain a lock of my daughter's hair, but it also said they were organizing a grand tournament with the Tidal Pearl as the prize. As a former official of the dynasty, I naturally had to come and investigate. Fungi reassured the old Hua. No matter what, for me to be reunited with you today, teacher, is a blessing from the heavens. For now, teacher, you'll come with me. Once I've found my 2 disciples, we will pry the whereabouts of your daughter from the mouths of those Blood Alliance traitors. At the same time, the group of envoys was secretly observing every development inside the Myriad Miles rivers and mountains painting. They buzzed with discussion about the situation within. Anyu was maintaining the formation with hand seals, his focus fixed on Nye Xiaotian. I can't believe this Nye Xiaotian can so easily annihilate the demonic beasts inside the painting. His power is just too monstrous. It seems we have no choice but to use that final move. He then called out, seeking the aid of the 4 great envoys. 4 great envoys. I must activate the final strategy of the Myriad Miles rivers and mountains painting to force out our target. I need you all to guard me and help me maintain my power. The only plan now is to have the 5 venerables hidden within the painting, make their move, and subdue Nye Xiaotian and his group. At that same moment, the 5 venerable envoys who had long been hiding inside the painting began to move. You guys go deal with that kid and his companions first. I'll go clean up the other mongrels and harvest their spiritual energy. Elsewhere, Bu Hui was fighting with all her might, slaughtering demonic beasts with the separation and reunion sword. In the midst of the battle, Bu Hui was extremely worried about Kier. Kier, be careful. These wolf demons are a real handful. Kier, her expression stern, continued to cut down the monsters before her. Don't worry, senior sister. I have the Qi Huang armor protecting me, so I'm fine for now. Besides, after brother, Nya helped me increase my strength. I feel like I have more power than I know what to do with. Suddenly, a man appeared behind her, moving like a bolt of lightning. It startled Kier. More power than you know what to do with, huh? Your constitution isn't bad at all, little lady. With a lecherous grin, he reached a hand toward Kier's chest. Come on, let your uncle here give your body a little checkup. Seeing Kier in danger, Bu Hui immediately slashed at the man with her sword. Kier, watch out. Facing Bu Hui's attack, the venerable envoy just laughed mockingly. Huh, the other little beauty seems to be quite the spitfire. In a flash, he stripped the illusionary armor right off of Kier. What a fine pair of sisters. One is lively and naive, and the other is fierce and feisty. This man was the gold venerable at the peak of the Six-Flower Realm. Kier and Bu Hui stared warily at their opponent, a sense of dread creeping over them. Who in the world are you? He lunged forward aggressively, boasting loudly. I am the gold venerable of the Xiantian Blood Alliance, and your future husband. In a flash, he appeared right behind them. Little Missy, I didn't get to properly examine you earlier. So now, I'm going to take another good look. Seeing him close in, an enraged Xier unleashed her full power. You bastard, get the hell away from me. Bu Hui seized the opportunity, coordinating her attack with a Liha sword. She swung the blade behind her. You filthy degenerate. The series of attacks from the Liha sword successfully struck the gold emissary, causing him immense pain. Faced with their combined strength, the gold emissary resorted to a dark art. These two girls aren't at a high realm, but their strength is nothing to scoff at. To take them down easily, I'll have to use one of my special treasures. With a sneer, he released a thick cloud of smoke, disorienting Bu Hui and Xier. Xier, this smoke is strange. Be careful. Suddenly, countless strange tentacles erupted from the ground below. To their shock, the tentacles wrapped around them, pinning them in place. Hit by the attack, a searing heat spread through their bodies as a strange sensation took hold. Damn it. Senior sister, I accidentally breathed. In that powder, the strength began to drain from their bodies. I can't fight back. The Liha sword slipped from Bu Hui's grasp and clattered to the ground. In a daze, they clung to each other, their bodies flushed and hot with a feverish excitement. Seeing this, the gold emissary let out a triumphant, wicked laugh. This is celestial lust powder. Even an immortal would be rendered helpless by it, their spirit energy scattered, let alone two little girls like you. Too bad, even I don't dare touch this stuff. Otherwise, I'd be making you two scream with pleasure until you wished. You were dead. Just then, Xiao Tian stepped forward, his voice booming. Using drugs to deal with two women. Looks like you're nothing but a sick pervert. Before he could react, a spear shot through the air and pierced straight through his body. In an instant, the rampant power detonated in a shocking explosion. With a final, terrified scream, the gold emissary was blown to pieces, his entire body disintegrating into nothing. In front of him stood a large, bruised, bear-like figure. Xiao Tian, looking proud and imposing, began to curse him out. And you were trying to pull something on these young ladies. I knew it. None of you from the Blood Alliance are any damn good. He then smacked the Earth emissary hard on the head and continued to yell. And you, I thought since you could command so many demonic beasts, you could send more people to help out. We could have found Bu Hui and Xier a lot faster. Because of you, I was almost a step too late. If anything had actually happened to them, I'd be stewing your bear paws for dinner tonight. Seeing his fury, the wind and water emissaries laughed foolishly and quickly chimed in. Young hero, please calm down. We're nothing like that gold emissary. That's right. If we were, we never would have brought you here to deal with him. A lecher like him deserved to die. Remembering the earlier scene, the two began to weep pitifully. We really thought the three of us, all at the peak of the Six Blossom Pavilion, could take this kid down. Who would have thought this kid was a wolf in sheep's clothing? Does anyone understand our pain? If I even try to stand up, he'll probably cut me down right where I'm standing. For now, all we can do is play the part of his loyal little followers. The two then secretly thought of the Thunder Emissary with grim determination. Just because we can't beat this kid doesn't mean Boss Lei can't. Boss Lei is at the peak of the 10th Blossom Pavilion. He can definitely teach this brat a lesson. Elsewhere, after hearing Fungi recount what happened, Old Hua was beside herself with excitement. How thrilling! I can't believe Her Majesty actually used the secret art I taught her to dual cultivate with a young man. And she broke through to the Flower Gate realm in a single go. This means that young man must have a heaven-defying cultivation level. Not to mention his quality is superb. He is truly worthy of being the royal consort. Fengzi looked at Old Hua, her face flushing with embarrassment. Master, please stop teasing me. Are you sure this is the right direction? Old Hua produced a large feather and answered confidently. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I am a Xiantian Imperial Preceptor. I have mastered the Xiantian origin-seeking art. It can trace any celestial bloodline. It was this very technique that allowed me to find you all those years ago. With its help, finding Princess Bu Hui will be no trouble at all. As they traveled, they suddenly came across countless corpses radiating spiritual energy, stopping them in their tracks. These bodies, they look like the other cultivators who entered the tournament with us. They were all killed by a single, fatal blow. And what's more, some kind of power is draining the spirit energy from their bodies. At that moment, the thunder emissary glared down at them from above. I was planning to deal with these small fries first. Before moving on to the main course, you two. I never thought you'd serve yourselves up on a silver platter. The Xiantian Imperial Preceptor, Hua Wuchang, a legend who once shook the 8 directions. And now look at you, meekly following a little girl. I take it this little girl must be Fungi, the empress who went missing all those years ago, correct? She continued to absorb the ambient spirit energy as she stared down at Fungi and Hua Wuchang. I've just finished collecting the spirit energy from the other cultivators. My mission for this round is already half complete. Now, you're the only ones left in this 10,000-mile landscape painting. In the blink of an eye, she shot forward like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a devastating electrical attack. Once I take care of you, the Blood Alliance tournament can finally come to a perfect end. Faced with the shocking, thunderous attack, Fungi quickly raised her hands to defend herself. Seeing Fungi's power, the Thunder Emissary spoke with amusement. Ninth Blossom Realm? Not bad, but what a pity. She simultaneously unleashed another avatar, sending it hurtling toward Hua Wuchang. Hua Wuchang instantly reverted to her younger form. With a wave of her hand, she countered with the 1 point of 1,000 flowers technique. Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. A little trick like that won't even scratch me. Hua Wuchang then placed a hand on Fungi, channeling her power. I saw through that little trick of yours ages ago. Channeling her energy through Fungi, Hua Wuchang launched a direct strike right at Lei Zuanshi. It's time for this body of yours to back down. Lei Zuanshi took the full force of the powerful attack. She reeled from the agonizing pain. Seeing Hua Wuchang's true strength, Fungi was ecstatic. It's been so long since I've seen teacher's 1-point blossom technique. Its power, it's just as immense as ever. Teacher is still younger than Chiodara, so there's no way she should be aging this fast. The way teacher looks right now, I'm afraid it's because she was wounded to her very core during the Great War with the traitors. She can only accumulate spiritual energy, not expend it. That must be what caused this. I bet it's only when she unleashes her full power that the storm of spiritual energy restores her to her former self. Just then, Lei Zuanshi's voice rang out again, startling them both. You think that's all it takes to defeat me? Lei Zuanshi emerged from the forest in an instant, her gaze ice cold. The 1-point blossom of the 1,000-handed Azura, Hua Wuchang, its power is truly something else. If it were any other 10 blossoms master, I would have been crippled on the spot. Lightning erupted from Lei Zuanshi's entire body once more. Too bad for you. I'm no ordinary master. A common trick like that could never kill me. The next second, she lunged forward and restrained Fungi. Now, it's your turn to die. Overwhelmed by the immense power of the lightning, Fungi screamed in agony. How can this be? How is she so much stronger? At the same time, Lei Zuanshi condensed lightning in her palm, her eyes filled with killing intent as she attacked. Before me, all you can do is lie down and die. Hua Wuchang watched, filled with anxiety and panic. This is bad. If she gets hit by that, she's a goner for sure. Suddenly, Hua Zuanshi appeared, unleashing a move to suppress her opponent and save Fungi's life. Violent flames engulfed Lei Zuanshi. Hua Zuanshi seized the opportunity to catch Fungi. Her arm was injured from blocking the fatal blow meant for Fungi. Fungi, still in a daze, stared blankly ahead. Was I just dead? A moment later, she flinched, realizing Hua Zuanshi was in front of her. Hua Zuanshi, what are you doing here? Enraged, Lei Zuanshi struck out with overwhelming force. You traitor, Hua Zuanshi. No wonder you've been missing these past few days. So you betrayed the Blood Alliance. In that case, I'll kill you first. Just in time, Bu Hui appeared, blocking the attack with his Lihi sword. Stop right there. Sheer arrived at the same time. She was a vision of fury. Sister Fungi, are you okay? Bu Hui quickly landed back on the ground, joining forces with Sheer. Mr. Nya and I ran into 4 of the envoys. But even counting the fire envoy, one's whereabouts were still unknown. We knew there were only 5 of you in total. Mr. Nya guessed that the last envoy would come after you, sister. So we rushed over here to help. Those envoys were hesitant at first. But after Brother Nya taught them a lesson, they gave up and spilled everything. An enraged Lei Zuanshi charged forward again. 2 more little bugs. What good will that do? You've only come here to die. Bu Hui retorted confidently, saying something like that just proves you're blind. Have you ever heard of a palm technique that descends from the heavens? At that moment, Xiao Tian appeared high in the sky. With a single palm strike aimed straight for the ground, his entire body radiated an overwhelmingly powerful flame, drawing on a martial arts technique from a Stephen Chow movie. Xiao Tian quickly reenacted the Buddha's palm, unleashing a strike to overwhelm his opponent. Seeing this, the nearby envoys' faces paled with fear. No way. Boss Lei couldn't even take one hit from that freak. That can't be right. We all know how strong Boss Lei is. She definitely has a way to deal with that psycho. After suppressing his opponent, Xiao Tian landed lightly on the ground. This is their strongest envoy? Doesn't look like much. Suddenly, he turned around and was shocked to see Hua Zunsher. WH, what are you doing here? This girl, she's still alive? And why is she helping Lady Death? Hua Zunsher pointed forward weakly. Don't worry about me right now. Lei Zunsher isn't finished yet. As soon as she finished speaking, Lei Zunsher shot back into the sky, roaring. Nia Xiao Tian, since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, I'll deal with you first. She then unleashed all the power she possessed. Spiritual energy from the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, from the 5 corners of infinity. Surge and come to me. I was going to leave a little spiritual energy for you mongrels, but it seems they won't be needing it anymore. And as for you worthless trash, the power you wield was a gift from me. Now, it's time you returned it. She began absorbing the vast spiritual energy from her fallen comrades and the other dead warriors to enhance her own power. Now, in a massive form, she gloatingly raised her foot for a devastating stomp aimed at Xiao Tian. You hit me with a palm. Now I'll return the favor with a stomp. Perfectly fair, wouldn't you say? Seeing the massive foot coming down on him, Xiao Tian looked slightly amused. Now, this is getting interesting. In a flash, he lunged forward, a fist flying straight for his opponent's face. But for someone standing on one leg, you're awfully bottom-heavy. Even after being knocked down, the Thunder Emissary roared defiantly. It's useless. In this form, I am an immortal and indestructible being. Even if your power pierces the heavens, you'll just wear yourself out trying to kill me. Xiao Tian's expression shifted into a smug grin as he cracked his knuckles, ready for a fight. Is that so? Well then, I'd like to see for myself. Immortal and indestructible, huh? Sounds like the perfect punching bag. Perfect. A chance to test just how strong I've become. Besides, I bet you won't even feel the pain, right? I refuse to believe I can't make you hurt until you beg for death. And just like that, he began to pummel her with everything he had, punching, kicking, twisting, and squeezing. Meanwhile, Fengzi and the others found a spot to tend to their wounds, waiting to see how it would all end. After a brutal and relentless assault, the Thunder Emissary's face was a swollen, battered mess. I told you, I'm immortal and indestructible. You're powerless. Against me, aren't you? Inside, she was crying her eyes out. What kind of monster is he? He's been beating me for hours, and he doesn't show any signs of getting tired. Seeing this, the Fire Emissary quickly spoke up from the sidelines. The Thunder Emissary is one with a map of 1,000 miles. As long as she's inside this illusory realm, she can regenerate even if you cut her pieces. The only way to truly defeat her is to force her out of this realm. My fire spiritual energy could open a portal out of this realm, but unfortunately, I've lost all of it. Hearing this, Xiao Tian grinned and hoisted her into the air. You know what the old saying is? If the heavens try to stop me, then I will shatter the heavens. With that, Xiao Tian unleashed his full power, blasting her into the sky with a massive, raging inferno. The Fire Emissary stared at the scene, utterly shocked and confused. That's my fire spiritual energy. So he was the one who drained it all from me that night. The powerful impact sent shockwaves through the map of 1,000 miles, causing it to destabilize. And you watched the events unfold, his face etched with panic. How is this possible? In the next instant, Xiao Tian's attack blasted the Thunder Emissary right out of the illusory realm of the map of 1,000 miles. As the portal to the realm opened, all the trapped martial artists were freed, spilling out into the real world. The Thunder Emissary shrieked in terror as spiritual energy chaotically flared from her body. Impossible. I'm an indestructible being. How could this be happening to me? And he began to sweat, his expression filled with anxiety. Even the Thunder Emissary was no match for him. Just how terrifying is Nia Xiao Tian's power? But That thing is still hidden on her. I can't let anyone else get their hands on it. After a moment's hesitation, he shot towards the Thunder Emissary with all his might. But Xiao Tian appeared in a flash, intercepting him with a heaven-shattering punch. Faced with Xiao Tian's attack, a terrified Nya threw up his arms to block. But the force was too savage. Xiao Tian's punch sent him flying, crashing into the ground. As their spiritual energy returned, the other martial artists slowly came to, looking around in a daze. Wait, wasn't I dead? How'd I end up here? The spiritual energy the Thunder Emissary drained from us. It's all back. Having dealt with his opponent, Xiao Tian landed softly on the ground. His presence overwhelming. He then turned to look at Fungi. I took care of the Thunder Emissary. And I even picked up some loot. Seeing the object in Xiao Tian's hand, Hua Wushang's eyes went wide with astonishment. Is that Fungi's face lit up with excitement as he stared at the prize. It's the Tidal Sea Pearl. So it was hidden on the Thunder Emissary this whole time. The wounded Fire Emissary stepped forward to explain. That's right, because the Thunder Emissary is always hidden inside the map of 1,000 miles. And her power is immense. The Heavenly Blood Alliance hid it on her from the very start. It was, after all, the safest place for it. Then, the Fire Emissary suddenly dropped to her knees before Elder Hua. Mother, I've finally found you. Everyone stared at the scene, completely stunned. The Fire Emissary is Elder Hua's daughter. Our master once told us her daughter went missing under mysterious circumstances when she was just a child. I can't believe she's the Fire Emissary. Xiao Tian froze, his mind flashing back to what happened earlier. Okay, so it was a clone, but I still technically did it with the Fire Emissary, which means this old lady is technically my mother-in-law now. Elder Hua looked at the Fire Emissary, her voice trembling with emotion. You're Horu? But how did you become a Fire Emissary for the Heavenly Blood Alliance? And why were you in a map of 1,000 miles? Crying, Horu slowly began to recount her story. Actually, when I saw you yesterday, you felt so familiar to me, but I couldn't remember why. Besides, I was so focused on completing my mission for the Heavenly Blood Alliance that I pushed the feeling aside. But then last night, I failed to assassinate Master Nya. The backlash from his spiritual energy nearly killed me. In that moment of crisis, I used a secret technique to escape into the map of 1,000 miles. That's the only reason I managed to survive. But that's not all. The shock from Master Nye's spiritual energy directly. It broke the seal on my memories. And because of that, I recovered all my childhood memories. Hearing this, Fengzi glanced over at Xiao Tian. He quickly waved his hands, flustered. Don't worry about the small stuff. Let the Fire Envoy continue her story. The Fire Envoy continued her tale. Inside, the myriad miles of rivers and mountains painting, I remembered everything from my childhood. It was you who brought me to the Blood Pact and made me one of them. The Sun and Moon Twin Saints of the Blood Pact were the ones who cast the spell, the control spell on me, forcing me to serve them with my life for hundreds of years. They trained me to be an assassin, all for their own ends. The Blood Pact had me train in various secret trial realms. Throughout it all, the Blood Pact not only provided me with all sorts of cultivation resources, but also went to great lengths to hone my skills as a killer. And I didn't disappoint them. I became the youngest and most cold-blooded 3 flowers expert in the entire Blood Pact. But even with my memories sealed for so long, I could never forget my mother's face. So when I saw you drive back the Thunder Envoy in that illusion, I knew it was you. Fengzi leaned in and whispered worriedly to Elder Hua. Master, the Fire Envoy is still part of the Blood Pact. We should be careful about what she says. Elder Hua then reached out, touching the point between the Fire Envoy's brows. Your Majesty, rest assured, I have my own ways, a bloodline resonance. With this, we'll know instantly whether her words are true or false. As she touched her, an ethereal image of the two of them appeared before everyone's eyes. The connection confirmed, tears welled up in Elder Hua's eyes. She collapsed to her knees. My daughter. Overcome with emotion, Elder Hua embraced the Fire Envoy. Hua, Mother has finally found you. The Fire Envoy wept, clinging tightly to her mother. Mother. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian stroked his chin. Hey, so, Granny Hua, Fire Envoy. You two reuniting is a great thing, really, but something still feels off. How did Granny Hua know her daughter would be at this Blood Pact assembly? Hua Wuchang immediately turned to Xiao Tian. Young hero Nya, You may not be aware. I received a letter with news of horror, which is why I came. Furthermore, the prize for this assembly is the title pearl. As a former court official, I was naturally obligated to come. As she said this, a look of sudden, dawning realization crossed Elder Hua's face. Xiao Tian's expression grew serious as he analyzed the situation. The fire envoy, equally anxious, broke into a cold sweat as she looked at him. Mr. Nya, what are you getting at? Xiao Tian laid out his theory. The Blood Pact kidnapped the fire envoy when she was just a child. Most likely, they intended to use her as a hostage, planning to one day leverage her against Granny Hua. Once they obtained the title pearl, the perfect opportunity presented itself. Of course, they had to seize it. They lured a former court official here to learn the secret and how to use the treasure. Just then, Enya emerged from the dust and rubble, a look of pure arrogance on his face. He raised a hand, glaring at Xiao Tian. That's right. I was there when we took the fire envoy all those years ago, and I was the one who sent that letter to Hua Wuchang. After all, Hua Wuchang is a renowned master. Trying to corner her would have been a monumental task. But by kidnapping the fire envoy while she was clashing with the 9 profound imperial dynasty, we ensured she could never escape the Blood Pact's grasp. To be blunt, this entire assembly was a trap set just to lure out Hua Wuchang. She is, after all, the imperial tutor of the Xiantian imperial clan. Her mind holds countless secrets and strategies. Even if the Xiantian royal family never shows up, capturing her is as good as getting the key to the Xiantian ruins. I just never expected that this little girl, who we've controlled for centuries, would actually break free. Nia Xiao Tian, just what kind of power do you possess? To think you could shatter a spell cast by the sun and moon twin saints themselves. Hearing this, Kai and Bu Hui were furious. So you're the bastard who kept Granny Hua and her daughter apart for hundreds of years. Surrender and die, and we'll make it quick for you. And you began drawing power from the other envoys, his gaze fixed on Xiao Tian's group. I admit, any single one of you is stronger than me. You could kill me with a single breath. But have you forgotten about the envoys of the 4 great nations? He then gestured with a pointed finger. My 4 lords, please, capture these arrogant fools. This old hag is Hua Wuchang. Once you capture her, the Blood Pact has countless ways to pry the secrets of the ancient ruins from her. At the same time, Xiao Tian handed the treasure to Fengzi. Here we go. Hero and Fengzi, hold this for me. I'm going to go take on those 4 clowns. From the side, Enya desperately yelled to the envoys. The Blood Pact promises, after we open the ancient ruins, we will only take a small portion of the treasures within. The rest will belong to your 4 nations. Liao Zimei's face flooded with killing intent as she condensed her spiritual energy. Then, she reached out her hand and clenched it into a fist, unleashing her immense power. In that instant, Enya was caught in an invisible grip and crushed into a bloody pulp. The 9th Grand Preceptor also appeared, standing beside Lu Simei. The Blood Alliance only gets 1 share? As I see it, the Blood Alliance doesn't even deserve half a share. From then until now, the old Xiantian Imperial Dynasty has been in the pocket of us 9 Grand Preceptors. Therefore, whatever they left behind should rightfully be taken over by our 9 profound Imperial Dynasty. Li Fengzi was completely stunned to see the 9th Grand Preceptor. The 9th Grand Preceptor? What's he doing here? And on top of that, the 4 great national envoys are actually taking orders from him? At his side, Xiao Tian pointed out the key issue. Something's not right. I think those envoys have completely lost their minds. Nearby, Bu Hui and Shir carefully observed the group before them. Those envoys' movements, they're completely lifeless. They look like they're being controlled. No way. Isn't that Grand Preceptor guy only at the 5-leaf cultivation level? How could he possibly control those envoys? Fengzi quickly explained. Each of the 9 Grand Preceptors has their own unique skills. You can never judge their true strength by their apparent cultivation level, especially this 9th Grand Preceptor. This guy loves to hide his true power. He waits for his enemy to let their guard down, then strikes back. The 9th Grand Preceptor continued to shout. You have a nerve to waste words in my presence? You'd be better off figuring out how to save your own pathetic lives. Facing the enemy's imposing attack, Xiao Tian quickly stepped forward and shouted instructions to his people. Everyone protect yourselves. I'll deal with this old geezer and his puppets. The moment Xiao Tian finished speaking, The controlled envoys swarmed in to surround him. Right after, Yin Wentian charged forward, attacking him head-on. Facing this display of power, Xiao Tian stood his ground and roared defiantly. You think you could defeat me with just this? Me? From above, the ninth Grand Preceptor stared down at Xiao Tian and replied, Of course not. Stalling you for a little while is more than enough. At that same moment, a teleportation array appeared beneath the feet of Fungi and Hua Wuchang. In an instant, it whisked them out of sight, infuriating Xiao Tian. Witnessing this, Xiao Tian roared in absolute fury. Damn it, you scheming old bastard. I'm going to skin you alive. Meanwhile, Wan Xiaoji was happily feeding grass to Dang Ji. Hey there, Sister Donkey. This is the finest grass, just for you. Enjoy. Suddenly, Xiao Tian reappeared, startling them. Looking frantic, Xiao Tian rushed over and shook Xiaoji, demanding answers. The ninth Grand Preceptor took them. He's probably taken them to the ancient ruins of the Xiantian Imperial House. Do you know where that is? The Xiantian Dark Crows said this whole tournament was about capturing a former official or a bloodline descendant of the Xiantian Imperial House to force out the way to open the ancient ruins. That old Madame Hua is a former official, which means they were likely taken directly to those ruins. Wan Xiaoji, looking completely dazed, began to speak. If that's true, the ancient ruins are 50 meters west of Jade Mountain City. You could try looking there. In a flash, Xiao Tian leaped onto Dang Ji's back and galloped off. Then what are we waiting for? Sister Donkey, you're a powerful spirit beast, right? Run, and don't be as slow as you were before. Meanwhile, Fengzi, old Madame Hua, and the others have been teleported to the ancient ruins. Shi'er cried out, looking around in a panic. Where in the world are we? Old Madame Hua immediately answered. This is the deepest part of the ancient ruins left behind by the Xiantian Imperial House in Jade Mountain City. The four great nations thought that by capturing Jade Mountain City, they could control the search for the ruins. But they never knew about the existence of the stone gate, let alone the treasures. The most precious treasures in all the ruins seal behind it. I never thought the 9 Grand Preceptors would have discovered this secret so long ago. Fortunately, it seems even they didn't want to reveal this secret to too many people. Otherwise, we wouldn't just be facing one blind man right now, but also the massive Imperial Guard of the 9 profound Imperial Dynasty. Bu Hui stared ahead with a solemn expression. So you're saying we just need to take out that blind man, and then we can reunite with Mr. Nya, right? The 9th Grand Preceptor smirked and laughed. Nya Xiao Tian's strength may be great, but the 4 national envoys are enough to keep him occupied for a while. Besides, he's just an outsider. How could he possibly know the exact location of these ancient ruins? His eyes glowed with a bizarre light as he cackled. As for you lot, before me, you're nothing but lambs to the slaughter. By the time Nya Xiao Tian gets here, I'm afraid all that will be left of you are your corpses. Using the power of his ocular technique, he slowly began to control them. One by one, Fengzi's entire group felt their minds fall under the Grand Preceptor's control. His eerie eyes glinting, he boasted proudly. The world thinks that because of my cursed eyes, my meridians were damaged, causing my blindness and stagnating my cultivation. But they have no idea that the reason my cultivation seems so mediocre is because I have poured all of my power into nurturing a pair of heteromorphic pupils. As long as I activate my pupil technique, I can restore my sight for a short time. These pupils are incredibly useful, allowing me to control my opponents and make them act according to my will. Just last night, I used the pretense of a friendly visit to secretly take control of the 4 great nations' envoys, so they could create a little trouble for me at just the right moment. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to bring you all here. But what pleases me most are these unique eyes of mine. They can plunge anyone into a deep slumber. And though you may dream of your heart's greatest desire, you can never wake up on your own. Without me to release you, you'll be trapped in that dream forever until the day you die. My original plan was to wait for the Dark Crow to bring Hua Wuchang here, so I could force her to reveal the secrets of the Tidal Sea Auspicious Pearl. But I never expected that after activating my ocular arts, I would find Queen Zifeng herself on the scene. It's been a while. To think you've already reached the 9th Flower Realm. A pity that inside the dream world created by my eyes, you still have no hope of turning the tables. I'll spare your life, for now. I just need to borrow your bloodline to open the gate to these ancient ruins. After all, you're the last one left with the innate bloodline. Once I kill you, what is there to fear from the Nine Profound Dynasty? Before he could finish his sentence, Zifeng slammed a palm strike directly into his chest. Caught completely off guard, he looked at her counterattack in stunned disbelief. You weren't caught in my dream induction art? How? At the same time, Zifeng channeled her power, unleashing the might of her magic treasure. Surprising, isn't it? I saw through your little eye trick from the start. And with the protection of my dual pupil Dharma Jade, I can even absorb the ocular arts and the cultivation you've worked so hard to attain and make them my own. Let's break down the mechanics of his unique eyes. The spiritual energy from this side is the strongest. I deduce this is where he channels his ocular arts. The spiritual energy it emits is incredibly jarring, meant to disrupt a person's spirit. The spiritual sound wave technique is reaching its peak. Song Zhao, with an arrogant expression, Zifeng stared straight ahead. One of the abilities of the Title C, Auspicious Pearl, is to hear the flow of an enemy's spiritual energy. It allows me to predict their next move. That's how I discovered that you, the ninth Grand Tutor, have been secretly channeling your spiritual power ever since you arrived. I knew you were up to something. If I hadn't raised my divine sense in time to defend against it, I truly would have been trapped by your dream induction art. Suddenly, Zifeng's body was racked with a violent backlash. She suffered severe internal injuries, coughing up mouthful after mouthful of blood. Her face contorted in pain and exhaustion as she slowly collapsed to the ground. Damn it! The battle with the Thunder-honored envoy must have damaged my meridians more than I thought. And now, forcibly absorbing the power and ocular arts of the ninth Grand Tutor, I'm suffering from chi deviation. The old fiend of a Grand Tutor struggled to his feet, a look of manic excitement on his face. Absorb my power? You're still far too naive, Your Majesty. He then took out a sharp dagger. Seeing you in so much pain, I really can't bear it. Queen Zifeng, looking at you now, I almost feel sorry for you. Since you're suffering so terribly, he then lunged toward Zifeng, shouting with glee. Why don't I send you to the bliss of the afterlife? Let me set you free. Just then, Xiao Tian appeared, riding on the back of Dang Ji as he charged in. Miss Zifeng. He arrived and immediately landed a brutal punch, right in the ninth Grand Tutor's face. The full-force blow sent him flying into a corner. The sheer force slammed his entire body flat against the stone wall of the ruins. In that instant, everyone else was jolted awake, returning to reality. Seeing Zifeng so gravely injured, Elder Hua was frantic with worry. Miss Zifeng, you're not okay. What happened? Xiao Tian gravely took her wrist to check her pulse. Don't panic. Let me take a look. After a moment, Xiao Tian quickly came to a conclusion. Miss Zifeng's meridians were already damaged and hadn't fully recovered. In her condition, she must have gone through several battles and then absorbed a massive amount of spiritual energy. If this goes on, her meridians and her entire cultivation base will be crippled. Bu Hui stepped forward, her face pale with fear. Mr. Nya, with your brilliant medical skills, you can definitely save Sister Zifeng, can't you? Xiao Tian looked troubled as he answered. I only know a little about medicine. It's not that I'm completely helpless. But this time, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. My knowledge of this world of cultivation is still too shallow. I'm afraid I won't be able to help Miss Zifeng recover this time. Elder Hua stepped forward, her expression serious. Years ago, I obtained a cultivation manual that can repair damaged meridians. It might be able to save Miss Zifeng. She then took out the manual she had just mentioned. I've heard that Mr. Nya is Miss Zifeng's Tao companion. If you could master this technique, Mr. Nya, you might be able to heal Miss Zifeng yourself. After all, the core of this technique is... Xiao Tian's face changed, and he quickly cut Elder Hua off with an awkward expression. Elder Hua, this manual isn't for dual cultivation, is it? Elder Hua explained in detail. If it were dual cultivation, there would be no issue. The problem is this is a tri-cultivation technique. Hearing this, everyone stared in stunned and awkward silence. Elder Hua, you've got to be kidding, right? Hua Lao then elaborated to Xiao Tian. Of course, it's not a problem for Nie Xiansheng and Heroine Zifeng to be cultivation partners. The difficult part is that we need a third person to transfer spiritual energy to the two of them. and there must also be harmony. But once that's done, I'm afraid the third person's purity will. Hua Zuinsher then raised her hand with an embarrassed expression. I think I can. I've actually been with Nie Xiansheng before. Hearing this, everyone was utterly astonished. Hua Lao, however, became furious and bellowed. Nie Xiansheng, I can't believe you did that to my daughter. You'll have to explain this to me later. After a moment of anger, Hua Lao sighed. Saving lives is still more important. I can't afford to waste time on this issue. Please, Xiansheng, quickly learn this cultivation technique to save her. While waiting for you, I'll take Jiu Taifu outside and scout the surroundings to see if there are any other enemies. I can't believe Hua and Nie Xiansheng had such a connection. Well, Nie Xiansheng is immensely powerful. For Hua to be the emperor's dowry maid, and now with Nie Xiansheng, it can be considered a good outcome. A good outcome indeed. Xiao Tian then gently removed Zifeng's clothes, muttering to himself. Although I've done this before, I wasn't conscious then. Now, taking the initiative myself, I still feel a little apprehensive. Hua, on the other hand, had already prepared herself and stripped off her own clothes. Young master, I'm ready. Seeing Hua's demeanor, Xiao Tian was confused and perplexed. What's with this shy act, little sister Hua? Weren't you quite enthusiastic before? Hua's face flushed bright red as she looked at Xiao Tian. Young master, the last time we were intimate, actually, that was Hua's first time too. So this time, please be a little gentle, young master. Xiao Tian's expression changed as he looked at Hua. Wait, that was Miss Hua's first time too? Embarrassed, Hua looked up. Yes, it was. Previously, when we used the golden book silver flower tripod furnace formation, it was usually handled by the puppet maids I created. But because young Master Nie's power was too immense, Hua had to handle it personally. Xiao Tian became displeased after hearing this. Those maids were just a bunch of puppets. Doesn't that mean more than half of my first time was with those 30 puppets? Xiao Tian then regained his composure and placed his hand on Hua's shoulder. That's all in the past now. No need to bring it up again. Don't worry. I'll treat you well from now on. His gaze simultaneously shifted toward Zifeng. For now, we need to figure out how to save Miss Zifeng first. Xiao Tian immediately began the cultivation transfer, thinking to himself, I can't believe I have two wives here. Isn't this world much better than my original one? After a few hours, Zifeng groggily woke up, her blurry eyes scanning everywhere. The moment she awoke, she panicked and screamed. Wasn't I suffering from cultivation deviation? Why am I lying here? Xiao Tian and Hua heard her shouts. They also groggily woke up. Miss Zifeng, you're awake? Zifeng then angrily pulled the blanket to cover her body. What happened while I was unconscious? And why is Hua here too? Xiao Tian then hurriedly explained everything in detail. That's roughly what happened. I really didn't mean to take advantage of someone in distress. Zifeng had an embarrassed expression, recalling Hua Lao bestowing the secret technique. The cultivation. So that's what happened. All right, I'll let it go then. Oh, master, after all these years, why haven't you changed at all? Hua Lao then quickly rushed over. Heroine Zifeng, thank heavens, you're all right. That's wonderful. It's truly wonderful. Xiao Tian, with a flustered expression, quickly spoke. Grandma Hua, Miss Zifeng has recovered. For now, there aren't any major issues. But why are you all here? And where is Jiu Taifu? Hua Lao quickly answered Xiao Tian's question. Well, first, Jiu Taifu had his cultivation absorbed by heroine Zifeng. Then he was critically wounded by a single strike from young Master Nie. He was severely injured and didn't receive treatment. So, he's kicked the bucket. Xiao Tian's expression shifted, looking dumbfounded. Nanny, he just bit the dust. Why is the boss so weak now? Meanwhile, Zifeng frowned, looking forward. Jiu Taifu came here simply because he wanted to reach the ancient ruins of the primordial imperial clan. For a great figure like him to make an appearance, there must be some incredibly formidable treasure hidden inside. Hua Lao simultaneously raised a hand and stated, I'm not entirely clear on the specific situation, but according to legend, these ancient ruins seal one of the 4 great secret treasures, the violet moist jade. As for how to open it, I only know that it requires the primordial imperial clan's sea commanding pearl, but I don't know the exact method of operation. In a flash, Zifeng unexpectedly activated the seal. I think I know how to open it. As the seal activated, Zifeng maintained a steady demeanor, listening intently. Listening, sensing, searching for the convergence point of the primordial imperial clan's spiritual energy flows. In a short time, Fungi had successfully unraveled the seal on the ancient ruins. I found it. A massive, imposing gate began to open on its own, just as the ancient records described. Strike the point where the spiritual energy converges, and the great gate will open on its own. Our ancestors used spiritual energy as a lock, sealing it deep within these ancient ruins. The only way to trace their spiritual energy and break the seal is with the tidal pearl. And aside from someone of the innate bloodline, no outsider can open it. No wonder no one has been able to open these ancient ruins for so many years. Xiao Tian gazed forward, his excitement growing. Now that the door's open, it's time to find some treasure, right? Just then, a communication sigil from Xiao Ji flew in. It instantly projected an image, delivering an urgent report. Master Nya, we have a problem. My informant just sent word. The Blood Alliance High Command is furious about what happened in Jade Mountain City. They're dispatching troops to seize a certain treasure belonging to the innate clan. I believe the treasure is called the Zhoushan Tsongzi. I hear they plan to use it to resurrect some kind of powerful demon. Hearing this, Elder Hua, who was standing nearby, grew worried. The Zhoushan Tsongzi? Isn't that the final secret treasure of the innate royal family? Fungi explained at the same time. The Zhoushan Tsongzi is one of the 4 great secret treasures passed down by the ancestors of the innate royal family. It's as famous as the tidal pearl we just acquired. I can't believe the Blood Alliance wants to use it to resurrect a demon. What kind of demon would require an innate secret treasure to be revived? An image of Etion flashed through her mind. Could it really be Etion? Overcome with fear, Fungi turned to Xiao Tian. Young hero Nya, if the Blood Alliance really gets its hands on that treasure and resurrects that demon, I'm afraid all life will be annihilated. This is sudden, but I think we need to split up. Please, take Bu Hui and Shi into the ancient ruins to find the treasure. Granny Hua and I will stay outside and hold off the Blood Alliance. Xiao Tian, understanding the gravity of the situation, immediately agreed. All right, then have your friend Xiao Ji go with you too. As a spy, she can help you get information faster. Lady Zifeng suddenly seems so tense. Is she scared of that demon? We're running out of time. We have to split up for now. Without another word, Xiao Tian quickly headed into the ruins. Lady Zifeng, we'll part ways for now. You two have to take care of yourselves. As soon as we find the treasure, we'll come right back to help you. Xiao Tian and his group then ventured deeper inside to explore. Along the way, Bu Hui and Shi grew more and more anxious. We've been walking for a while now. Why can't we see the end of this path? The atmosphere in here is kind of eerie. It doesn't feel like there's any treasure here. Just then, Xiao Tian saw a light up ahead. There's a light ahead. We must be near the end of the passage. Sister Zifeng is putting too much faith in me. I barely even understand what cultivation is. How could I possibly be some all-powerful hero? But since Lady Zifeng asked me to lead, I can't let anything happen to these two. After reaching the source of the light, Bu Hui and Shi realized what they were seeing. We can see the sun from in here. Did we come back outside? No, we're still inside the ruins. But it seems like we're in a different space entirely. Suddenly, the scene before them left Xiao Tian's group in shock. They were now surrounded by a pack of legendary ancient demonic beasts. In the next second, Shi's body erupted with power as she activated her ancient god power illusionary armor. Her guide quickly spoke up with a reminder. Master, the girl's own power can't sustain that for long. You should transfer some of your true chi to help her. Xiao Tian immediately sent a sliver of his own spiritual energy into Shi's body. Instantly, Shi's power surged, suppressing the ancient demonic beasts before them. An immense pressure formed into a violent shockwave. After driving back the demonic beasts, Shi looked at Xiao Tian, thrilled. Brother Nya, you're amazing. You only gave me a tiny bit of your true chi, but the power of my mysterious emperor's illusionary armor increased tenfold. The owl system chuckled to itself from the sidelines. I knew it. Following Master on a ruin expedition is always a good time. Master just got here, and he's already earned the title the human freight train. Rams right in and makes everything gush. But still, this doesn't seem like an ordinary place. After all, A part of that guy is sealed here. Meanwhile, inside a dark and gloomy cavern where a treasure sealed an ancient demon god. After so many years, another outsider dares to tread upon this piece of heaven and earth that is mine. That damned innate royal clan. Did they truly believe that just one measly piece of purple jade could seal me here for all eternity? To think that the innate royal clan, which once ruled this continent, has now fallen so far that its bloodline is withering away. It's directly affecting the strength of my seal. At this rate, it won't even be 100 years before I can shatter this seal. In return to the continent, he secretly began to observe them from afar. However, this is a rare opportunity. Let's see just what kind of ants have wandered in here. Perhaps I can even use them to break the seal ahead of schedule. Such a powerful body, and brimming with a surging spiritual aura. Just who is this young man? Excellent. If I can just possess that formidable body, all that vast, ocean-like spiritual energy will be mine. It seems even that rotten old heavenly Tao is taking pity on me, wanting to deliver this perfect vessel right to my doorstep, to help me escape this miserable plight. The scene shifts back to Nahation. He's completely bewildered, having wandered in circles through the endless forest. This is weird. I've been walking for half a day, and there's nothing here but trees. Where's the treasure? The ruins? The trials? Instead, all I'm finding is an endless stream of demon beasts. Shier, your cultivation is too low right now. Stay behind us and don't wander off. Just then, a flock of menacing crow-like figures dive down from the sky. Below, Nahation's group looks up, watching them intently. To think a demon beast would actually show up here. Bu Hui and Shier immediately step forward, launching a counterattack against the creatures. Caught off guard, Bu Hui is knocked back by one of the crow demons. As he's thrown back, an enraged Bu Hui instantly unleashes his Li He sword technique. Damn it, every single one of these things is as strong as I am. Looks like I'll have to go all out. Just then, Nahation steps forward to face the threat. Miss Bu Hui, every time the Li He sword is drawn, it demands blood. Just wait a moment. And with that, Nahation rushes out to confront the flock of demon beasts head-on. A crow demon swoops in for the attack. The moment it gets close, Nahation swings his hand, chopping its leg. Next, he brings it crashing down with immense force. At the same time, another one rushes in, catching Nahation's attention. Quick as a flash, Nahation spins around and seizes the demon, taking it by complete surprise. Finding itself restrained, the demon beast struggles relentlessly, kicking out to fight back. Nahation easily dodges while simultaneously locking its leg in place. An instant later, he slams its body against a large tree behind them, pinning it down. From a distance, Bu Hui and Tang Ji watch, utterly stunned by Nahation's combat prowess. What is going on? Is Mr. Nya really fighting those demon beasts using only hand-to-hand combat? Master, why are you holding back? While dealing with the demon, Nahation quickly glances over at Shier. The crow demons fly straight for Shier. Terrified, she raises her hands to defend herself and screams. These demon beasts are too strong. Senior sister, I can't hold on. Help me. The words have barely left her mouth when Nahation's fist smashes into the demon's face, dislocating its jaw and sending teeth flying. He follows up with another punch, aiming straight for the demon's two coconuts. He's just finished one when another flies at him with a ferocious expression. Brother Nya, look out. Miss Shier. Even though we shouldn't harm others, we also can't let others harm us. Leave this to me. With that said, he steps forward and grabs the demon beast's hand, his expression stern. Wait, Brother Nya. You're not supposed to hurt people. Then, Nahation gently bends the demon's arm back, causing it to cry out in pain, its eyes bulging as it grits its teeth in fury. A second later, he lets the demon fall flat on the ground, but he keeps a tight grip on its hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Nahation lunges forward and grabs the demon beast by the throat. Even more viciously, he wrenches its arm behind its back, then breaks its leg and folds it up with the arm, causing it excruciating pain. Nahation glares down at the howling beast and delivers a slap so hard it shuts the damn thing up for good. A little while later, the entire flock of demon beasts is tied up like sausages, lying scattered on the ground. Shier and Bu Hui stare, their jaws hanging open in disbelief. Emer, Neh, what did you mean when you said we shouldn't harm others? Yeah, exactly. These things are all demon beasts. If we don't kill them, they'll kill us. Hearing this, the young man scratches the back of his neck with an expression of pure innocence. No. Let me explain. Master, I think I understand what you mean. After speaking, Tang Ji stares intently at the mirror in the young man's hand, with a look of intense desire. But explaining with words is probably not as effective as seeing it for yourself. I remember you made a few mirrors. Let me borrow one for a moment. What? That's just a mirror I use for practice? Back when I was studying physics. It doesn't do anything. Tang Ji takes the mirror, his face lighting up as if he'd just struck gold. Master, you may know that you possess spiritual power, but are you aware that the tools you've created are no longer ordinary toys? Take this mirror, for example. On the surface, it looks like nothing special, but because it was influenced by your cultivation during its creation, it has long since become a yaoguai detecting mirror, capable of breaking through sorcery and illusions. Having said his piece, Tang Ji immediately puts it to the test on one of the demon beasts, causing it immense pain. The magical mirror's light revealed the demonic beasts to be two stunningly beautiful women. The sight left Sheer utterly speechless. These female beasts, they're actually human? A moment later, the two formerly demonized girls came to, lifting their heads and crying out. Bok, bok, bok. It's no use. Even though they're back to their original forms, the effects of a spell are still lingering. They must be under some kind of illusion. There's no other explanation. Tang Ji held up the mirror, her hand on her hip and a smug grin spreading across her face. Good thing the master has such a keen eye. He saw right through their illusion spell from the start. If it weren't for him, you all would have killed them already. I just got a little lucky, that's all. He stared blankly into the distance, a thought crossing his mind. Woohoo, Sheer, and even Tang Ji, they all saw these women as monsters. I was the only one who wasn't affected. Could it be that my cultivation level is too high now, so the spells of this world just don't work on me anymore? With that thought, Xiao Tian crouched down beside one of the entranced women. But it looks like they're still under some kind of illusion spell. Otherwise, they wouldn't still be acting like this. Tang Ji, do you know any way to break this spell? Hearing this, Tang Ji pointed to herself, looking dumbfounded. Master, I'm only at the four-leaf realm. How could I possibly break a spell on a group of masters who've reached the Blossom realm? But you're different. You could try stimulating the acupoints on their temples. Hearing that, the young man reached out to touch the woman's face. Really? Let me give it a try. As Xiao Tian touched the woman's temples with 2 fingers, a flame ignited at his fingertips. They must have been hit with a spell that drove them into a frenzy. These pressure points can calm the spirit. This should work, right? The moment he pressed the points, a jolt shot through the woman, and she let out an animalistic cry. She collapsed to the ground, her entire body trembling, her face flushed crimson. What happened to me? Whoa, she's come back to her senses. Master Nie's technique really worked. A little while later, Sheer and Bu Hui were gently bandaging the women's wounds. We're so sorry. We almost hurt you earlier. It's all right. You were all under that spell's influence, too. You couldn't help yourselves. One of the women stepped forward on behalf of the others, clasping her hands and bowing deeply to Nietian. Honorable Master, thank you for saving us. Without you, we would have been lost to that dark magic forever. He raised a hand, his eyes crinkling into a warm smile. It was nothing, really. There's no need for such formality. Suddenly, a piercing scream cut through the air. A woman standing before Bu Hui stared down, her eyes wide with disbelief. Shocked, as she looked down at her own body, now enveloped in a surge of rich spiritual energy. My injuries, they're completely healed. Hearing her cry, Nietian and the leader of the women rushed over, their faces etched with concern. What happened? Bu Hui held up her blood-stained finger and stammered. I was just bandaging the wound on her arm, and I accidentally got a drop of my blood on her. It's so strange. Her wound healed completely, and it looks like her cultivation level has jumped significantly, too. At those words, the leader of the women strode forward and grabbed Bu Hui's hand, making the young girl flinch in fear. Let me see. The woman's eyes widened as she stared intently at the streak of blood on Bu Hui's fingertip. This is... In an instant, she and all the other women knelt before Bu Hui, bowing their heads in reverence. The Butian clan pays its respects to the imperial heir. What is going on? The leader looked up, her gaze steady and voice clear. Reporting to the imperial heir. We are the descendants of the ancient imperial clan. We were tasked by our ancestors to guard a demon lord sealed here tens of thousands of years ago. The imperial ancestor who gave us this sacred duty prophesied that one day, an imperial heir would arrive to reinforce the seal. We had just raised our hands against you, imperial heir. Please forgive us for our great disrespect. Nahashion's eyes went wide as he listened, completely stunned. Wait, hold on. What's all this about paying respects to the imperial heir? Things are moving a little too fast here. Can someone please explain what's going on? My senior sister and I grew up together. How could she suddenly be an imperial heir? The clan's descendant stood, placing a hand over her heart as she answered with conviction. The Xiantian royal clan are our masters. Their bloodline is the greatest pillar of support for our entire clan. Not only can it greatly enhance our strength, but it can also heal our wounds. The only reason my companion recovered just now was because Her Highness used her own blood as a catalyst to awaken the blood pact within our bodies. And only those from the direct royal bloodline can do this. Upon hearing this, Buhui and Sheer stared wide-eyed in utter shock. In other words, senior sister, are you really of the Xiantian royal bloodline? If you can overthrow the 9th Grand Preceptor, wouldn't that make you the Empress? That's still a long way off. Besides, even if I am from the Xiantian royal clan, it doesn't necessarily mean I have to take the throne. Xiao Tian, a look of surprise on his face, knit his brows and pressed on, putting aside Lady Buhui's identity for a moment. Did you just say your clan was given a royal decree to guard seal here? Isn't this supposed to be a ruin filled with treasure? I heard it even holds the treasured purple jade. The descendant's eyes went wide, her jaw dropping as she clenched her fist and exclaimed, "The treasured purple jade is indeed here. But it was left by a member of the royal family long ago to seal an archfiend. As for any other treasures, even we have never heard of them. But right now, our tribe is on the brink of life and death. Your Highness, I beg you, please come with us to our village." Hearing this, Xiao Tian glanced over at Buhui. These people don't seem like they're faking it. Lady Buhui, what do you think? With a worried expression, Buhui looked up and stared ahead, her voice soft. To be honest, I don't know why they think I'm part of the Xiantian royal clan. But it seems they really need my help. In that case, let's go with them and see. All right, senior sister. No matter what, I'll always be by your side to support you. Buhui clasped her hands together and slowly walked forward, thinking to herself. Back then, when Master found me, he only said I was an orphan. How could I possibly be from the Xiantian royal clan? Besides, I've heard that only royalty can wield the 4 great Xiantian treasures. Sister Zifeng was able to use 2 of those treasures to defeat the 9th Grand Preceptor. That proves she's also from the royal family. Could it be that she and I are related by blood? Meanwhile, in another place, the demon god observed Buhui through a scrying spell, a wicked smile spreading across his face. I thought it was already a happy accident that a suitable vessel for my use appeared. I never imagined the heavens would also deliver a descendant of the Xiantian royal clan right to my doorstep. This time, this lord will most certainly break this damn seal. However, initially, I only planned to use a few tricks to probe their strength. Ideally, I wanted to lure them here. I didn't expect that man's power to be so formidable. Even the digested members of the Batian clan were no match for him. It seems that I'll still need to be meticulous in my plan to break the seal. As he spoke, he stretched out a demonic hand, his mouth widening into a sinister grin. First, I'll have my minions separate them. The royal descendant comes first. Bring her here to release this lord from his seal. Then, when the time is right, I'll seize that man's body. As he finished speaking, thick streams of demonic energy began to seep into the scrying image. This time, this lord will undoubtedly shatter this accursed seal and reign over the world once more. The scene shifts to the village where the female descendants live. The clan's descendant led Xiao Tian's group into the village with a warm welcome. Everyone, this is our village. Oh my God, is that a man? A loud voice rang out. Well, hello there. What a hottie. Xiao Tian, Sheer, and Buhui all stared ahead. Horrified, a mob of women with 3 heads each rushed forward, swarming Xiao Tian. Hey, handsome. Where did you come from? Yeah. Do you want to stay here tonight? My house is pretty big. You're welcome to come over. Caught off guard by a particularly buxom girl, the young man's face went pale. Ladies, you're all a bit too enthusiastic. With that, he face-planted right into her ample chest. Far from being embarrassed, the girl simply used her hands to press his head even deeper into her bosom. This little guy is so cute. He's mine tonight. Get in line, all of you. Just as he was in his dazed bliss, a hand grabbed Xiao Tian's arm. The descendant pulled the hero away, with Shier and Buhui in tow. Everyone, please follow me. All right, got it. After a short walk, the group found themselves standing before a lady's chambers, village chief. While on patrol, we encountered some guests, honored guests. I've invited them back to the village. From her chambers, the mysterious village chief, deep in cultivation, called out. According to the royal prophecy, it must be the royal descendant, correct? Yes. However, we were also ensnared by a fiend's illusion. It was the royal descendant and his companions who saved us. Is that so? It seems we must reinforce the seal at once. This matter concerns our clan's secret arts. I ask that the royal descendant come in alone. Bu Hui and Xiao Tian exchange a look. A moment later, Bu Hui stepped inside the chamber and bowed with his hands clasped. Greetings, senior. The village chief looked up, pressing her palms together respectfully. All of our villagers are subjects of the Xiantian royal clan. It is I who should be bowing to the royal descendant. But time is of the essence. Royal descendant, please, tell me everything that happened. After Bu Hui recounted the story, the village chief's expression darkened. Her face twisted into a scowl. So that's what happened. You were mesmerized by an illusion during your patrol. Your minds were clouded, and you were saved by these people. This must be fate. We had only heard this place was an ancient ruin hiding a great treasure. I never imagined it was actually sealing away a fiend. What is the real story here? The village chief's eyes widened before she let out a long sigh. The story has been passed down for a very, very long time. It has always been a closely guarded secret of the Xiantian royal clan, one that could never be shared. 10,000 years ago, the Xiantian royal clan sealed a vicious fiend. Right here, and they order my clan to guard this seal for all time. But the fiend was too powerful to avoid widespread panic. Even the Xiantian royal clan forbade any mention of its existence. The royals of that era also left a decree. Whenever a new emperor ascended the throne, they were required to enter the ancient ruins alone and use their own blood to strengthen the seal. Only at that moment would the reigning emperor learn of the secret, and they would be bound to keep it. Bu Hui's eyes widened in realization as he stared ahead. So that's why. Because the secret was never spoken, the truth was twisted. The place of the seal eventually became known to outsiders as a place of treasure. What a tragedy. My master told me that the Empress Fungi never had the chance to take the throne before the Grand Preceptor Jiu Taifu usurped it. If we hadn't found our way into these ruins, I fear this secret would have been lost to time forever. My master taught me time and again that although cultivation is a path of defying the heavens, a cultivator must also act on heaven's behalf. As a descendant of the Xiantian royal clan, I cannot refuse this duty. I just don't know the specifics of how to reinforce the seal. Hearing this, the village chief stood up, a warm smile spreading across her face. For the royal descendant to have such resolve is a blessing for all living things. Please wait a moment. I will begin the preparations to reinforce the seal at once. A short while later, Bu Hui sat in the center of a formation array. The village chief entered, her expression gentle. Your Royal Highness, to reinforce the seal, we will need a few drops of your essence blood. Please forgive my impertinence. Do what you must. 10. At his words, the village chief's smile widened as she drew a gleaming dagger from behind her back. Then I shall be so bold. In the next instant, a sinister demonic aura coiled around her entire body, and a voice, like that of a demon god, echoed in her mind. Kill her. Use her blood to break this Lord's seal. Kill her. End your clan's 1,000-year fate of imprisonment. Kill her. The village chief was now completely under the demonic entity's control. She raised the sharp dagger high, aiming straight for Bu Hui's head. The demon god, possessing the chief's body, let out a twisted, sadistic smile. Hiv. Once I have the essence blood of a Xiantian royal descendant, this lord will have a way to shatter the seal, and then This lord will plunge this land back into an endless nightmare. Only this lord is fit to rule. Just as the dagger was about to strike, a brilliant golden light suddenly flashed into existence. The golden light erupted from a mirror. The force was so immense it sent the village chief flying backward. Then, the light from the mirror intensified. A single blast sent the possessed chief hurtling upward, crashing right through the roof. Hearing the crash, Xiao Tian's group burst in, shouting in alarm. Miss Buhui, what happened? The young man's eyes widened in shock as he looked up at the hole smashed through the ceiling. Buhui replied awkwardly, I don't know either. I just heard a huge crash, and the next thing I knew, the village chief was sent flying. Xiao Tian stepped forward and took the mirror from Bu Hui's head. Tang Ji couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Master, how did your mirror end up here? I was worried Miss Bu Hui and the others might run into demonically enthralled innocents on their own. So I made sure to give each of them a small mirror. I just didn't expect it to activate on its own. Which means, deep in the forest, a plume of thick black smoke began to rise. The village chief lay sprawled on the ground, covered in injuries. Traces of a demonic aura still clung to her body. The village chief was already being controlled by the demon lord. Xiao Tian's group gathered around the village chief, staring down at her. With a horrified expression, her eyes wide and mouth agape, one of the descendants cried out, I can't believe the village chief was already under the demon lord's control. And just moments ago, she tried to harm the prince. Thank goodness you all were here today. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been long before all of us became the demon lord's puppets. It's such a shame we found out too late. We ended up damaging Mr. Nia Xiao Tian's magical artifact. Hearing this, Xiao Tian turned, a gleaming mirror in his hand. It's just something I threw together. It's no great loss. Besides, the mirror is still fine, isn't it? How is that possible? Didn't it just shatter? Tang Ji walked over, draping an arm over Shi Er's shoulder with a grin. Do you have any idea what level my master's cultivation is at? Or what kind of divine artifacts he can create? You think they'd break that easily? That little crack will heal itself in a moment. That's right. Brother Xiao Tian is amazing. Xiao Tian then gently handed the mirror back to Bu Hui. Miss Bu Hui, I'm going to check on the village chief. Everyone else, stay alert and watch our surroundings. All right, Mr. Nya, you be careful too. But just as she finished speaking, Shi Er pointed forward, her eyes wide with terror, and screamed, Emer, Nye, watch out. They turned to see the village chief, her spirit now completely under the demon's control. She staggered to her feet, her face dark and her eyes glowing a sunken red as she stared ahead. Xiantian Imperial. D. With a cry, the village chief lunged. She leaped into the air, pouncing forward, right at Xiao Tian, her face twisted with furious, murderous intent. Xiao Tian threw up his hands, catching the village chief's wrists and stopping her attack. It's all right. Get the mirrors ready. Wait for my signal. With that, Xiao Tian wrenched the village chief's arms behind her back and shouted. Now, the three women, Shi Er, Bu Hui, and Tang Ji, each raised a mirror. A powerful beam of golden light shot out, engulfing both Xiao Tian and the village chief. The demonic energy surrounding her was instantly obliterated. A moment later, the village chief fell unconscious into Xiao Tian's arms. He raised a hand, signaling that it was over. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the demon god, observing the scene through his clairvoyance, was seething with rage. Damn it, a mere member of the Xiantian Imperial clan, and an ordinary one, at that, carrying such a treasure. He destroyed the pawn I spent years painstakingly cultivating. Who in the world is that boy? Why is he carrying so many powerful artifacts? And how can he just hand them out to others so casually? However, now that my puppetry art has been broken, I expect they'll be coming here soon to reinforce the seal. That boy's true strength is unknown. A direct confrontation is clearly not the best strategy. In that case, I shall set an inescapable trap here and wait for them to arrive, as long as I can separate that boy from the descendant of the Xiantian Imperial clan. I'll have no trouble capturing that little wench. Once I do, I will use her blood to break the seal. Then, I'll escape this place immediately. And when I recover my full strength, I will have my revenge for today's humiliation. A while later, back at the village, the women of the village were lined up in a long queue. What's going on? Why did they suddenly gather all of us? All of us together? I heard the demon lord we're guarding managed to take control of the village chief. So now, they're checking to see if anyone else was hit with the same spell. She shone the magical mirror on one of the women, causing her to tremble. The light confirmed that this woman was not under the influence of the demon lord's magic. Cleared. Over here, the mirror has just finished cleansing the demonic energy from another young woman. This one was afflicted by the demon lord's magic, but it was still in its latent stages. It hadn't started affecting her daily life. The spell has been broken. You can return to your duties. A short while later, the hero and the young clan heir approached the three women with a smile. Ladies, thank you for your hard work. How is everything progressing? Kuer gives her report, her voice clear and steady. After a thorough screening, we've only identified a few villagers who were completely under the demon lord's control. However, they have been restrained, and the spells within their bodies have been neutralized. The other villagers were also under the influence of his bewitching arts, but they were not yet completely enthralled by the demon lord. The demonic energy in their systems has also been purged. The young heir looks ahead, her face etched with worry. Cernya, I don't understand. Why are we spending so much time and effort checking every villager for the demon lord's influence? Shouldn't we be attacking the root of the problem directly? Even though the demon lord is sealed, he still found a way to control the village chief. He could very well be preparing to lie in wait for us. Xiao Tian hears her and answers with a cheerful grin. I know you're worried, but we have to secure our home base first. Only when we're sure things are stable here can we focus on sealing the demon lord without any distractions. Besides, the village chief just woke up, and he told me many of the demon lord's secrets. That's why I've decided to give our opponent a little time to prepare a surprise for us. Here's the situation. Because he's sealed, the demon lord can't leave this place, and he can't even use cultivation to restore his power. By now, it's highly likely he knows that we've been continuously breaking his illusions. All of them. We've clearly become a major threat to him. In a situation like this, he's not stupid enough to just sit there and wait for us to kick down his door. He's going to use his finite, unrecoverable power to set traps and make our lives difficult. As she listens, the young heir's eyes light up with understanding. She clenches a fist to her chest and smiles. So, you're intentionally giving the demon lord time to set his traps, forcing him to expend his own power. By making him spread his energy thin, you're weakening his true form, which means our chances of successfully sealing him will be that much higher. But, Cernya, is it really okay for you to just say your entire plan out loud like that? The demon lord might be able to hear our conversation. If that's the case, then... And that's all for today, everyone. We're now officially caught up to the latest chapter of the series. Thank you all so much for your time and for supporting Infinity Manhwa. See you all in the next series. Bye-bye, everyone.